After his rebirth, Jiang Cheng, having declined the invitation of the wealthy and carefree Wang Jie, acquires the dream realization system. His father exclaims, "My son has a remarkable investment acumen." His mother adds, "Even before entering university, his annual income surpasses that of your father truly. He is my son." Upon obtaining the system, Jiang Cheng realizes that life can be lived with such freedom and indulgence. He purchases top-tier luxury cars outright, effortlessly signs contracts with future internet celebrities, becomes the adored campus idol, a business magnate wealthy enough to rival nations, and a formidable figure commanding respect. Chapter 1. The Godly Wealth System of Transformation. In 2017, in the picturesque Tianfu Rongqing, Jiang Cheng is reborn. In the lavish suite of the Yiheng Hotel, he reclines on the bed, gazing at his phone screen. With a bemused expression, he reads a message from his girlfriend, Zhao Jia. "Why are you silent? Have you gained some prowess now that you're unafraid of my temper?" Zhao Jia, a classmate from high school and his first love, though petite and charming, possesses an unmistakable trait: her materialistic nature. If Jiang Cheng fails to send her a red envelope, she throws a tantrum, accusing him of not loving her, and threatens to break up. After entering university, she swiftly discarded him for a wealthier heir, leaving Jiang Cheng to face the sting of reality. However, now that he has been reborn, he is determined not to tread the same path again. It is likely that Zhao Jia will soon demand another red envelope. Let's be clear, I am suggesting we break up. Having been together for nearly a year, Jiang Cheng previously would have rushed to apologize at the slightest mention of a breakup. Now, he is genuinely stating his desire to part ways? Zhao Jia, taken aback by the breakup suggestion, immediately calls him. "Jiang Cheng, what do you mean?" The literal meaning, "Can't you understand?" Noticing Jiang Cheng's calm demeanor devoid of any distress, Zhao Jia begins to panic. What would she do for her expenses in university if they truly broke up? Realizing this, she feels a wave of anxiety wash over her. She merely wanted Jiang Cheng to send her a red envelope, not to end their relationship. Now, feeling cornered, she reluctantly softens her tone and asks, "Why do you want to break up? Our personalities are different, and we have disparate interests." "What differences? Aren't we quite compatible?" Jiang Cheng chuckles. "Where is the compatibility? I like women, you prefer men. Our worldviews diverge." Zhao Jia, enraged by his explanation, perceives it as mockery. Does he think her so easily fooled? Infuriated, she retorts, "Jiang Cheng, I'm giving you one more chance, be serious." "Zhao Jia, I am serious. It's best to part ways amicably." "Fine, you said it. If we break up, don't you dare regret it." With that, she hangs up, feeling a void as if she has lost something significant. However, accustomed to Jiang Cheng's readiness to comply, she doubts he would truly go through with it. Jiang Cheng, relieved by the call being disconnected, promptly blocks Zhao Jia's number. "Congratulations, host. You have activated the dream realization godly wealth system. Could such fortune befall him? Is he destined to wield extraordinary powers, embarking on a journey of unrestrained success and triumph?" Though Jiang Cheng's family was reasonably well off, with his father managing a small construction company worth millions, it was merely a modest fortune. Having just graduated high school and lived at home for 3 years, his mother, Lian, provided him with a mere 1,000 yuan weekly. Lian had promised him 10,000 yuan monthly once he commenced university. At that time, he thought it a generous sum. Now, unexpectedly, he has acquired the legendary godly wealth system. The system activates. The host earns 0.1 yuan for every second of existence in this world. Name: Jiang Cheng. Age: 18. Height: 182 centimeters. Attractiveness: 85,100. Level: 1 system funds: 0 yuan. System income: 0.1 yuan. Second experience for level up: 0.100,000. Calculating, Jiang Cheng realizes that at level 1, the earnings of 0.1 yuan per second amount to 8,640 yuan daily and 259,200 yuan monthly. In less than half an hour since his rebirth, he has embarked on a path to the pinnacle of life. This is exhilarating. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Jiang Cheng mentally responds. Open the beginner's gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 10 million yuan. One high-end sports car, a Porsche 918. 5 beginner shopping rebate cards with a maximum spending limit of 1 million yuan each. 1 friendliness value scanning system. The funds awarded by the system are being transferred to the host's bank account. These funds are traceable and legal, ensuring no financial or legal risks to the host. Upon completion of the system's notification, Jiang Cheng's phone emits a familiar alert. In astonishment, he exclaims, "Wow." He picks up his phone to see, "Your bank card ending in 5456 has received a transfer of 10 million yuan. Current balance, 10,032,311 yuan." He glances at the Porsche key that has mysteriously appeared in his hand. This exquisite and tactile key is something Jiang Cheng has never touched before. At that moment, the system chimes again. "Would you like to activate the friendliness value scanning system?" "Activate." As he speaks, Jiang Cheng gazes at the unfamiliar woman embracing him. Friendliness value scanning system initiated, retrieving the other party's information. Name, Yu Xiao. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Attractiveness, 93100. Figure, 94,100. Privacy, 1 friendliness value, 60. Close status. The initial values are straightforward, but the privacy aspect leaves Jiang Cheng somewhat puzzled. He opens the system's explanation page. Privacy value indicates an individual's private life. The numerical value reflects the extent of intimate contact with the opposite sex. Understanding this, Jiang Cheng realizes that the number pertains to him. The privacy value is indeed a valuable asset, allowing him to navigate relationships while safeguarding himself from betrayal. The interpersonal relationship scanning system serves as a protective shield for him. Suddenly, a pair of delicate arms wrap around his waist. Soft hands roam erratically over him. Murmuring incoherently, she says, "I didn't expect you to be such a scoundrel, to conjure such a refreshing yet flimsy excuse for a breakup." Jiang Cheng, captivated by the alluring beauty before him, admires her gracefully arched eyebrows, her exquisitely refined nose, and her temptingly full lips. He cannot help but exclaim once more, what a mature and sophisticated woman she is. Initially, he had sought refuge in a bar, feeling neglected by Zhao Jia. Wai Xiaoxio seemed to have encountered some form of emotional setback. The two engaged in delightful conversation, consuming cocktail after cocktail, and soon enough, they had downed a dozen drinks. They quickly began to feel hazy. The ensuing events were not surprising. Staring blankly, she found herself with a woman of questionable virtue from the bar. A familiar aroma, mingled with a faint scent of alcohol, wafted through her nostrils. The vivid sensations confirmed the reality of the scene before her. Yet, it remained a mystery what emotional turmoil had led Wai Xiaoxio to seek solace in such a place. Despite Jiang Cheng's earlier incisive attempts to heal her wounds, Wai Xiaoxio's self-worth still lingered at a mere 60 points. This indicated that she was not enamored with herself from the outset. Either she had become inebriated to the point of blackout or was utterly despondent regarding some matter. At that moment, Wai Xiaoxio propped her head on one hand, her face adorned with a seductive smile, while the other playfully poked Jiang Cheng's abdomen. "Just now, while drinking, you professed how much you liked her. Truly, there are no good men in this world." Amused by Wai Xiaoxio's teasing, Jiang Cheng chose not to clarify. As he set aside his phone, he gently grasped her still fidgeting hand and whispered, "You are intoxicated. Allow me to administer an antidote." Before his rebirth, Jiang Cheng had aspired to be a family doctor, particularly one skilled in administering injections. It was unexpected that the first day of his rebirth would mark the beginning of that dream. Ding! Due to the host's excessive speed, the host has been rewarded with a high-speed sports car purchase boost card, unlimited amount, limited to 1 vehicle. The host has also received the skill Nimble Tongue, with a special note. This skill optimizes and enhances every cell of the host's tongue, making it more agile and powerful. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback by this announcement, attempting to extend his tongue and gradually move it. To his astonishment, his previously rigid tongue had transformed into an incredibly agile one. Now, it could effortlessly perform a tongue dance without any pressure. Observing Wai Xiaoxio sleeping beside him, a smile reminiscent of a swoosh emerged at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 2. Thank you for your hospitality. Upon waking the next day, Jiang Cheng rubbed his throbbing head and discovered that the space beside him was already empty. Holding his breath, he listened intently, finding the room enveloped in silence. Turning to check his phone on the bedside table, he picked up a note adorned with elegant handwriting, which read, "Thank you for your hospitality. I was quite satisfied last night. Here is your reward." Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, does she take me for a gigolo? The thickness of the envelope suggested at least 5,000 yuan, which was rather generous indeed. He had never anticipated that a woman would offer money after sharing her first experience. Wise Ioxio was certainly an intriguing character. However, it was unfortunate that she had not left any contact information. After tidying up, Jiang Cheng checked out of the hotel, glancing at the 5 basic boost cards and 1 sports car cashback card in his system. I understand the cashback card, but does the boost card imply that I will receive a bonus after spending? Will it yield more money or experience? Is it akin to obtaining loot in a monster hunting game? If it could yield money, that would be splendid. However, if it merely produced experience, it would be somewhat dull. The system's explanation brought a sense of satisfaction to Jiang Cheng. After some contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. If he were to purchase a sports car directly now, he would be limited to models within 10 million yuan. Even with the maximum 50-fold cashback multiplier, that would only amount to 500 million. Yet, if he first utilized the 5 basic boost cards, then used the accumulated funds to purchase a more expensive sports car, wouldn't the cashback amount be higher? With this thought, Jiang Cheng devised a plan. It was now 2017, although RNGCHNG had implemented purchase restrictions in 2014. In reality, these restrictions had become increasingly ineffectual due to economic factors. While there was no formal cancellation of the purchase limits, developers adopted a half-concealed approach, permitting any cash purchase, regardless of quantity. The true limitation on property acquisition lay not in purchasing restrictions, but in lending. Without bank loans, there was ample room for maneuver. This insight was gleaned from his father, who worked in the construction industry. Armed with 5 boost cards, each allowing for a maximum expenditure of 100,000, Jiang Cheng planned to use them to buy a property. After leaving the hotel, he followed the system's directions to locate a Porsche 918 parked nearby. As he pressed the button, a commotion erupted among the crowd surrounding the supercar. A girl, engrossed in taking photos beside the vehicle, immediately scanned the area for the car's owner. Jiang Cheng, a few meters away, was once again awestruck by the sleek black Porsche, the epitome of a nightclub prince. Surely, every girl who sat in this car would feel a surge of excitement. He wondered about the air conditioning in the vehicle. The woman who had just been draped over Jiang Cheng's car turned her gaze to the strikingly handsome young man approaching. As Jiang Cheng walked toward the car, he cast a glance at the woman who had been engrossed in her self-portraits. From a distance, he observed her despite a few onlookers. She remained unabashedly posed on his car, taking a variety of snapshots. She wore a strapless top, and upon noticing Jiang Cheng's indifference, she promptly opened the car door and slid into the seat, quickly moving to his window. With an overly confident smile, she asked, "Hey there, is this car yours? I was under the impression it couldn't possibly belong to you." Jiang Cheng replied in confusion. The woman maintained her composure, replying sweetly, No, I just found this car so dazzling that I couldn't resist taking a picture. Would you be kind enough to give me a ride? Does this car look like a taxi to you?" "Of course not. But you seem like someone who could fix a plumbing issue. How about coming to my place to take a look?" Jiang Cheng discreetly activated his friend value scanning system. Name: Sichin LQ. Age: 23. Height: 168 centimeters. Attractiveness: 85. Figure: 88. Privacy: 28. Friend value: 90. Intimate status. The privacy rating of 28 was not particularly surprising, yet the 90 points for friend value seemed excessive. This was precisely the type of woman who believed wealth equated to connection and that money could buy affection. Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Never mind. I think 28 fellow travelers is too broad. I shall refrain from squeezing in." With that, he started the car and drove away, leaving the woman in a state of bewilderment. How could Jiang Cheng possibly know about her 28? The woman immediately pulled out a mirror from her bag, muttering, "There's nothing on my face indicating 28. An onlooker, having witnessed Jiang Cheng's rejection, chimed in, "Young lady, allow me to introduce myself. I've been a plumbing expert for 30 years. If that handsome guy can't help, I can." The woman erupted, "Creep, pervert. Alas, how can you say such things? Young lady, you're seeking help, and I offer my services. I am on no payment unless the job is done. Leave me alone, will you?" The crowd observing the exchange burst into laughter. "Young lady, The plumbing issues she mentioned may not be the same as what you think. Why is it not just one? Little girl, rest assured, whether it is a proper sewer or an improper one, I am quite adept at it. I guarantee that I can clear it in one go. Upon realizing that she could not entice Jiang Cheng, the towering figure she sought, and was instead being teased by the gentleman, the woman's face flushed with indignation as she turned sharply to leave. Naturally, Jiang Cheng remained oblivious to the events that transpired behind him. At this moment, as he drove the Porsche 918, Jiang Cheng truly grasped the essence of a vehicle as a symbol of ostentation. In contemporary society, cars and houses have become emblematic of wealth in the eyes of many. Some may argue that a car is merely a means of transportation and that one need not invest in an extravagant vehicle, as such purchases are often perceived as mere displays of arrogance. However, the reality is that when one's social standing has yet to attain a certain level of public recognition, items such as cars, watches, and houses serve as the finest manifestations of a man's tangible prowess. Perhaps someone will invoke the simplicity of Ma Baba as a counterpoint. Yet, as is often reiterated, Ma Baba's societal status no longer relies on such possessions to uphold his image. His very visage and name embody his undeniable strength. Conversely, Jiang Cheng finds himself in stark contrast. Compared to Ma Baba, he is but a novice, having just registered and received the starter pack. To put it bluntly, he is not even worthy of comparison to a mere hair on Ma Baba's body. Thus, at this juncture, he still requires these symbols to enhance his persona. Although Jiang Cheng shares a disinterest in wealth akin to Ma Baba, the temptations of ascending the pinnacle of life, rife with unspoken rules, prove to be rather compelling, making refusal a formidable challenge. Therefore, the most prudent course of action remains to continue to cultivate his image. He has already set his navigation to the nearest real estate agency. Merging onto the main thoroughfare, he noticed a fair number of vehicles on the road. However, he failed to observe that the cars trailing behind him were gradually falling further away, creating a noticeable distance. As he pressed on the accelerator, the driver of the first car behind him was startled, desperately slamming on the brakes, his face turning pale. This sudden stop triggered a chain reaction among the other drivers, who swiftly followed suit, applying their brakes in haste. The middle-aged man in the first car anxiously patted his chest, exclaiming, "Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. Who told you to eat in the car, spilling it everywhere? Now I'll have to wash it again. If I hadn't braked, would you have preferred a crash? Do you even know what kind of car that is? We can't afford to pay for that." His father's admonishment only intensified the boy's dissatisfaction. "Look at the distance. It's at least 5 meters. What car is that exaggerated? We drive a Benz, are we afraid of it?" The middle-aged man shot a disapproving glance at his ineffective son, who had only recently entered middle school and could barely distinguish between vehicles beyond Benz and BMW. "Our car could be dwarfed by just one wheel of that vehicle, son. Realize this, it's a Porsche 918 worth millions. Can we afford to compensate for that?" The father's expression turned grave. Upon hearing this, the boy trembled, causing the remaining soda to spill all over himself. To them, merely grazing such a car could result in financial ruin. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, "What's there to fear? So what if it's a luxury car? If it gets too close, we just crash into it, we have insurance, right? How could I have given birth to such a foolish son? It's in front of us, not cutting in line or changing lanes illegally. Crashing into it would invite trouble, wouldn't it?" Unbeknownst to Jiang Cheng, this entire exchange unfolded behind him. As the red light turned green, he promptly set his vehicle in motion. The Porsche 918 roared to life with its powerful engine, eliciting a chorus of admiration and astonishment from those on the road. Chapter 3. A fondness for innocence due to the inherent allure of supercars. Jiang Cheng's journey was remarkably smooth. Before long, he found himself parked across the street from a well-known real estate agency, which boasted numerous branches in their hometown. The branch he had arrived at was not particularly large. After parking his vehicle, Jiang Cheng crossed the street and entered the agency. Upon entering, he found the office largely deserted, with only 2 agents engrossed in their phones. At that moment, a youthful and innocent-looking young woman quickly rose to her feet, though her expression soon turned anxious as she glanced at her male colleague. Typically, when clients arrived, everyone scrambled to claim them. So today, S. unusual behavior was striking. Most of the other agents had taken clients to view properties, while the remaining colleague was preoccupied with flirtatious banter with a female acquaintance online. He glanced at Jiang Cheng and presumed he was merely a student seeking to rent a room, not a desirable client. Seeing the young woman, Xia Zhiqiu, stand up, the male agent hastily urged, "What are you standing there for? Quickly attend to the guest." Jiang Cheng was perplexed by their actions. One appeared tense, while the other was lewdly fixated on his phone. Was this truly a legitimate real estate agency? Once Xia Zhiqiu composed herself, she approached Jiang Cheng with a warm smile and said, "Hello, sir. I am Xia Zhiqiu, a real estate agent at Lianjia. How may I assist you today?" Jiang Cheng nodded in response, requesting her to introduce suitable properties. Although surprised to learn that Jiang Cheng was looking to purchase rather than rent, Xia Zhiqiu eagerly led him to the reception area. Observing her excitement, the male agent couldn't help but smirk subtly, recognizing that the real estate industry often had low transaction rates. After working tirelessly for over 20 days that month, he had managed to sell an old, dilapidated property, securing his commission. He now felt apathetic towards Jiang Cheng, thinking that he would rather spend his time coaxing revealing photos from his online acquaintance. Jiang Cheng, noticing Xia Zhiqiu's naive demeanor, could tell she was a novice, as her every action exuded a certain clumsiness. Yet, beneath her innocent exterior, there was an air of insecurity. Her earnest, large eyes were partially obscured by heavy bangs, and she averted her gaze when looking at him. "Hello, do you have any specific properties in mind, or particular price ranges?" Xia Zhiqiu inquired, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had been working there for nearly 2 months, motivated by the tales of lucrative commissions in real estate. However, despite her efforts, she had yet to close a single deal, earning only a modest monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Often, the clients who walked through the door were snatched away by her more experienced colleagues. Though she felt a sense of injustice, she recognized her inexperience and struggled to compete with the seasoned agents. Today, however, she seemed to have stumbled upon an opportunity. While uncertain if Jiang Cheng would actually make a purchase, she was determined to give her utmost effort for any chance to serve him. The male agent, observing her eagerness, scoffed silently, thinking her youth and naivety were leading her to exert herself unnecessarily for a client who might not yield any results. "Please help me find several properties priced around 1 million, Jiang Cheng requested. Xia Zhiqiu eagerly nodded and promptly began searching on her tablet. However, after a moment, she realized she hadn't offered Jiang Cheng any refreshments. Flustered, she placed the tablet down and nervously asked, "I apologize, may I ask your name?" Jiang Cheng, noticing her scatterbrained demeanor, refrained from expressing any disdain. It was clear she was genuinely inexperienced, yet everyone has their first time. In fact, Jiang Cheng found such innocence charming. He appreciated her sincerity and lack of pretense, and though the initial exchanges might be challenging, he believed that with a little patience and guidance, their interaction would flow smoothly. With that thought, he activated his friendliness scanner. Name, Xia Zhiqiu. Age, 19. Height, 163 centimeters. Attractiveness, 90. Figure, 92. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 50. Stranger status. Satisfied after reviewing the information, Jiang Cheng smiled warmly at Xia Zhiqiu and introduced himself. "I am Jiang Cheng." "Mr. Jiang, would you like tea or juice?" she asked. "Just a bottle of mineral water." "Please," he replied. "Of course. One moment, please." She quickly turned and hurried out of the room. Shortly thereafter, she returned cheerfully, presenting the mineral water with a flourish. "Here you go. Please enjoy." "Thank you," Jiang Cheng responded, appreciating her enthusiasm. Xia Zhiqiu felt a bit shy under his handsome gaze and took a deep breath before returning to her tablet to conduct further research. In 2017, housing prices in Rongqing were approximately over 9,000 yuan per square meter, with prices in more remote areas being even lower. However, with a budget of around 1 million, Jiang Cheng could only afford a small apartment of about 100 square meters. "Do you have any specific area preferences? Would you prefer a furnished apartment or one in a bare state?" she inquired, her questions lacking finesse and somewhat scattered. Nonetheless, Jiang Cheng, understanding it was her first time, exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from bluntly pointing out her shortcomings. "I prefer a furnished place. I want to be living there myself. So as long as the price and location are suitable, it will suffice," he stated. Jiang Cheng's intention behind purchasing was to capitalize on 5 beginner critical strike cards. Whether the property would be rented out or sold afterward was inconsequential, given the current trend in housing prices. He anticipated that Rongqing's real estate values would double in a few years. Thus, he could sell the property at nearly 20,000 yuan per square meter, reaping considerable profits. Contemplating the strategy, Jiang Cheng felt reaffirmed in his decision to buy. If he were to acquire 5 properties, utilizing the consumption critical strike cards could yield several million in cash. The mere thought of it left him exhilarated. After narrowing down the search area based on Jiang Cheng's criteria, Xia Zhiqiu presented him with several options. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at these properties. They are well located near commercial districts and office buildings, featuring modern and stylish interiors, making them relatively easy to rent out. As Jiang Cheng examined the options presented by Xia Zhiqiu, he found her selections to be quite practical, with prices ranging from 900,000 to over 1 million. However, the system indicated that the maximum amount for a beginner critical strike card was 1 million, meaning he could not purchase properties priced above that threshold. Noticing Jiang Cheng frowning at her selections, Xia Zhiqiu quickly asked, Mr. Jiang, is there something you find unsatisfactory? If these don't meet your needs, I can help you find others. Jiang Cheng shook his head, realizing that opting for properties in the 800,000 to 900,000 range was not advantageous. Even a slight price difference could result in substantial gains when considering the potential for critical strikes. A few thousand yuan could translate into hundreds of thousands in profit if a 10-fold strike occurred, and a 20 to 30-fold strike would yield even greater returns. Acquiring 5 properties at these lower price points could result in considerable losses. Chapter 4. A life of luxury in order to maximize the potential for critical financial gains. The best strategy was to target properties priced precisely at 1 million. Are the prices of these houses negotiable? Jiang Cheng inquired, pointing at the properties listed for over 1 million. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xiaoxia exhaled in relief and nodded. It should still be negotiable. After all, in real estate transactions, unless there is an urgent need to sell, the listed prices are generally inflated. When a buyer shows interest, they will inevitably negotiate down the price. So it is wise to list it higher to allow room for bargaining. Jiang Cheng understood this principle well. He nodded and said to Xiaoxia, if you can negotiate each of these 5 properties down to 1 million, I will purchase them. Xiaoxia was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment at the thought of Jiang Cheng wanting to buy 5 units at once. Her round figure shifted uneasily in her seat as she stammered. You mean you want to buy all 5? Seeing the earnest longing in Xiaoxia's clear eyes, Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. Can you facilitate this? Mr. Jiang, due to current property purchase restrictions, would all 5 be registered under your name? Xiaoxia asked. Jiang Cheng confirmed. Yes, if all 5 can be purchased, I can pay in full. The mention of full payment left Xiaoxia even more astounded, her breathing quickening. Jiang Cheng appeared to be of similar age to her, and she was incredulous that he could afford to pay 5 million in cash. In her shock, Xiaoxia's gaze towards Jiang Cheng shifted to one of respect. She nodded. It should be possible to arrange this. I'll need to discuss it with my supervisor, and I will certainly do my utmost to negotiate a lower price. Jiang Cheng interjected, if we cannot achieve a price of 1 million per unit, I will not proceed with the purchase. Do you understand? Not a single cent more. Is that negotiable? This inquiry made Xiaoxia lose some confidence. Although there was room for negotiation, one of the units had a price discrepancy of as much as 90,000. If their supervisor were to intervene, they might be able to negotiate it down. But as a newcomer, she lacked certainty. I will give it a try, she said hesitantly. Despite her desire to secure the commission from these properties, the longing did little to bolster her confidence. Shouldn't you take a look first? Xiaoxia asked, puzzled. Jiang Cheng shook his head, explaining that viewing so many properties would take considerable time, and since he had no intention of residing in them, he preferred not to. If I can secure the purchase, I will simply entrust you with the rental process. Xiaoxia was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's nonchalance, nodding as eagerly as a chick pecking a grain. It was her first encounter with someone so casual about purchasing a home. His demeanor resembled that of someone shopping at a market. Was 5 million now merely pocket change to those living in large cities? You don't appear to be a local, she noted, to which Jiang Cheng inquired further. Xiaoxia, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, nodded shyly and admitted, I hail from the Tianfu Ganzi Tibetan region. Jiang Cheng, observing her attire and demeanor, nodded in understanding. Although the scenery in her homeland was beautiful, it was isolated, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the economy was poor. It was no wonder she had come to work at the tender age of 19. Here's what we can do. Please negotiate on my behalf. If you can bring the price down to 1 million for those properties, I will gladly compensate you for the difference, Jiang Cheng proposed. Xiaoxia was momentarily speechless. Jiang Cheng was suggesting that if she could negotiate a property originally priced at 1 million and below to that amount, he would cover the additional 90,000 as a bonus for her. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? She asked, her heart racing with excitement, though she struggled to grasp the distinction between this arrangement and a typical purchase. Why would Jiang Cheng offer her such generosity? She felt unworthy of his attention, believing herself too ordinary to be of interest to someone as handsome as him. I understand your doubts, but when making a purchase, one must negotiate. You simply caught my eye. Among so many, you were the one who assisted me, and I recognize your efforts. I wish to bestow upon you this opportunity. Jiang Cheng explained. Xiaoxia felt tears welling in her eyes from his kindness. He was the first person to treat her so well since arriving in the bustling city of Chengdu. After arriving in the metropolis, she became acutely aware of the disparities between people. She vividly remembered her first train journey to Chengdu, dressed in worn clothing and carrying homemade, steamed buns, while a child across from her feasted on a brand new meal from KFC and sipped on bubble tea, something she had never tasted in her life. That was the moment she truly felt the chasm between different lives and how insignificant she was in this city. With limited education, she struggled to find a decent job. After a few months working as a dishwasher, she finally saved enough to buy a clean outfit and secured her current job in real estate. To save money, Xiaoxia always opted for the cheapest meals, foregoing even the bubble tea beloved by young people. Yet, unexpectedly, this stranger, Jiang Cheng, had extended a helping hand to her upon their first meeting, offering her such a generous gift. Though she wished to decline, the weight of her poverty silenced her voice. Having been afraid of being poor, why would she dismiss a fortune that could change her life? Biting her lip to hold back tears, she expressed her gratitude. Mr. Jiang, thank you. I will do my utmost. Please have a seat. I will contact the owners of these properties immediately. Seeing Xiaoxia's fervent excitement, Jiang Cheng merely gestured for her to proceed quickly, then returned to his phone. Given the bulk purchase of 5 properties and the fact that the buyer was a young man, the supervisor promptly took out his phone to assist Xiaoxia in contacting the property owners. Meanwhile, the male agents present felt a wave of regret wash over them. They had not anticipated that their lackadaisical attitude would lead to losing a significant client, one who was prepared to pay in cash. Even for properties valued in the hundreds of thousands, most people still required loans, let alone 5 million. The agent stared at his phone, filled with regret as he recalled the wasted opportunity, realizing he should have taken the initiative with Jiang Cheng. The lost commission now felt all the more painful. Seeing how eagerly their supervisor regarded this transaction, the other agents could only watch with a mix of envy and regret as the supervisor led Xiaoxia into the reception room. Upon entering, the supervisor immediately extended his hand to Jiang Cheng, warmly introducing himself. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Jiang Yuan, the supervisor here at Lianjia. Thank you for choosing us. Noticing only a bottle of water on the table, Jiang Yuan cast an annoyed glance at Xiaoxia, reprimanding her. Why didn't you prepare tea for Mr. Jiang? Is this how you treat guests? Xiaoxia hurriedly opened the hot water dispenser. I'm sorry, supervisor. I'll prepare tea for Mr. Jiang right away. We cannot use these tea leaves. Fetch the Yuan Long Jing from my office on the top floor. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. No need to trouble yourself. I'm not accustomed to that. Relieved that Jiang Cheng was not offended, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of ease. After all, it was rare to encounter someone so young who could afford to pay 5 million in cash in Chengdu. Although he was still unaware of the intricate details of Jiang Cheng's family background, it was evident that such a person could not possibly hail from an ordinary household. The employees beneath him had already shown a lack of respect towards Jiang Cheng, but he himself could not afford to do so. He must extend the utmost hospitality to Jiang Cheng. You truly are both accomplished and relatable. Jiang Yuan flattered Jiang Cheng before immediately signaling to Xiaoxia. Despite the client's insistence on abstaining from drinking, one cannot neglect to prepare. Xiaoxia, having grasped Jiang Yuan's hint, promptly exited with alacrity. Jiang Cheng naturally observed their subtle exchange, yet he maintained an air of calm composure. Those who attain the position of a male supervisor are invariably adept in both social finesse and negotiation. Jiang Cheng inquired, "Jiang's supervisor, how is the discussion progressing?" "Rest assured, we have reached an agreement. The properties you're interested in are not far from here. Two belong to the same landlord, and the others are on their way," Jiang Yuan replied. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, this efficiency was commendable, as Jiang Yuan accepted the Dahong Pao tea that Xiaoxia had brought. He ingratiatingly asked, "Mr. Jiang, are you a local?" Jiang Cheng nodded indifferently. "Ah, what a coincidence. So am I. It seems we are destined to meet." The ensuing moments were spent in amiable banter with Jiang Yuan, showcasing the art of conversation that those in supervisory roles possess. They skillfully sought to glean information about Jiang Cheng's background without making him feel uncomfortable. While they may not yet be as seasoned as older professionals, they certainly excelled in navigating social relations. Before long, the various landlords began to arrive one after another. Upon entering the reception room, several middle-aged gentlemen dressed with care could not help but display expressions of surprise upon seeing Jiang Cheng. The youth before them appeared even younger than they had anticipated, seemingly in his early 20s, akin to their own children. However, in this era, discreetly wealthy individuals abound. The four men unanimously concluded that Jiang Cheng must certainly be the offspring of a prominent figure. After all, none of them could muster the 500,000 in cash necessary to purchase a property for their own child. Jiang Yuan had already conveyed the particulars to them over the phone. Their willingness to agree to a price reduction was not solely due to Jiang Cheng's full cash payment, but also stemmed from their desire to establish some connection with this young man capable of producing such capital. In this society, networks equate to financial avenues, and many advantageous relationships cannot be bought with money alone. For instance, having a relative who is a hospital director, a family member who is a department head, or a connection in law enforcement. All these ties cannot be forged merely through wealth. Should the day arise when such connections are needed, one must rely on these so-called social ties for introductions. Additionally, elite families inherently possess more distinguished members than ordinary ones. Thus, the advantages of befriending the wealthy are evident. They have access to various channels for acquiring advanced information, capable of providing business insights and perhaps even assistance during trying times. While it is true that mere property transactions do not forge robust relationships, for those navigating the complexities of society, any opportunity is worth pursuing. A price reduction of several tens of thousands could yield a fleeting acquaintance with a hidden magnate or potential contact, and many would readily seize that chance. After concluding the negotiations, the group prepared to head to the real estate bureau for the registration process. When Jiang Cheng approached his Porsche 918, the astonishment of the others intensified. They were further convinced that their actions had been entirely justified. Xiaoxia, eyeing the opulent supercar, was too intimidated to even step inside, adamantly refusing to enter Jiang Cheng's vehicle. Jiang Cheng did not press the issue. The Porsche trailed behind several cars worth hundreds of thousands as they made their way to the real estate office. Following a series of discussions and transactions, Jiang Cheng signed 5 transfer contracts with the landlords. The total price for the 5 properties amounted to 5 million, with Jiang Cheng covering a 1 commission, while the original owners also contributed 1. Consequently, Xiaoxia received a total commission of 200,000. With time still on their side, the group proceeded to the nearby real estate bureau to settle taxes and other formalities. Under the guidance of the male supervisor's connections, the process was remarkably smooth, encountering no obstacles. After a little over an hour, the transfer of the 5 properties was successfully completed, as Jiang Cheng initiated the transfer to each individual. He activated the beginner's critical strike card, triggering a series of system notifications. Ding! Beginner's critical strike card successfully used. Congratulations, host, on achieving a critical multiplier of 35 times. Critical amount, 35 million. Ding! Beginner's Critical Strike card successfully used. Congratulations, host, on achieving a critical multiplier of 50 times. Critical amount, 50 million. Ding. Beginner's Critical Strike card successfully used. Congratulations, host, on achieving a critical multiplier of 45 times. Critical amount, 45 million. Ding. Beginner's Critical Strike card successfully used. Congratulations, host, on achieving the highest critical multiplier of 50 times. Critical amount, 50 million. Ding. Beginner's Critical Strike card successfully used. Congratulations, host, on achieving the highest critical multiplier of 50 times. Critical amount, 50 million. Chapter 6. Meeting you is my fortune. Congratulations, host, on leveling up once more. The host earns 0.8 yuan for every second spent in this world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Appearance, 85 points. Level 6. System reserve funds, 4,890 yuan, withdrawable at any time. System, 0.8 yuan per second. Experience required for level up, 5 million to 10 million. Upon viewing the system notification, Jiang Cheng was utterly exhilarated. Having spent 5 million, he had received a critical return of 230 million. In just one day's time, he had acquired 5 properties, elevating his net worth to over 100 million. Jiang Cheng expressed a desire for more benefits from such critical strike cards in the future. Additionally, the system had directly upgraded him to level 6, allowing him to earn 0.8 yuan every second, translating to 48 yuan per minute and nearly 70,000 yuan per day. Could this be the life of one who has struck it rich? Once the formalities were concluded, the landlords and supervisors eagerly requested to add Jiang Cheng on WeChat and exchange contact information, expressing their willingness to assist him with any future housing concerns. After the exchanges were made, they extended an invitation for a meal, yet Jiang Cheng graciously declined each offer. Xiaoxia, please come here for a moment, Jiang Cheng said. Upon witnessing Jiang Cheng's polite refusals, the others turned to the young Xiaoxia, their expressions shifting to one of realization. The male supervisor astutely remarked, Xiaoxia, Mr. Jiang has facilitated 5 properties for you. You must treat him to a nice meal tonight. You needn't go to the office today. Spend quality time with young Master Jiang. Yes, I understand, Supervisor, Xiaoxia replied with a nervous yet obedient nod. After the group departed, Xiaoxia, feeling anxious, bowed to Jiang Cheng and said, Mr. Jiang, I truly appreciate your help. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Just give me your bank account number. I will transfer the funds to you. Xiaoxia understood what Jiang Cheng meant. She had initially yearned for the promise he had made. However, having already received a 2% commission, she felt a twinge of embarrassment in requesting more funds from Jiang Cheng, even though this commission would be shared with the company, amounting to several tens of thousands. There's no need for that, Mr. Jiang. I have already received my commission and cannot accept any more of your money. Xiaoxia said sincerely. Jiang Cheng discerned the inner turmoil within Xiaoxia. Children from the mountains were inherently kind-hearted and naive. You must consider this carefully. Opportunities like these are not readily available in society, and it is not every time that one encounters luck like this. You may find your next client displeased, unwilling to converse, or perhaps even impose certain demands regarding the purchase, such as requesting your company. I have already promised you this money. It would be wise for you to accept it. Life does not offer numerous chances. When such an opportunity arises, seize it, lest you regret it when you find yourself in need later. Jiang Cheng's pragmatic words jolted Xiaoxia into realization. Her previously innocent and clear eyes suddenly filled with panic. She understood the implications behind the male supervisor's remarks about accompanying Jiang Cheng. This was not a secret within their real estate dealings. Jiang Cheng was correct. The world is not a sheltered enclave. Hard work, honesty, and kindness do not necessarily lead to wealth. Rather, if one is willing to endure hardship, they may find themselves perpetually burdened by it. Given her family's poor circumstances, she had little right to consider others, let alone refuse a stroke of good fortune that had fallen into her lap. Xiaoxia cast her gaze down at the small bag she had purchased from a roadside vendor. Gritting her teeth, she unzipped it and retrieved the new bank card she had recently obtained, extending it towards Jiang Cheng with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Meeting you has been my good fortune. Jiang Cheng accepted Xiao Xia's bank card, opened his mobile banking app, and promptly transferred 350,000 yuan to her. In truth, Jiang Cheng was not a paragon of virtue. His initial intention was merely to have Xiao Xia negotiate the house price down to 1 million yuan. After all, securing 5 properties at 1 million each was far more lucrative than purchasing a single property for 800,000 or 900,000 yuan. Indeed, Jiang Cheng ultimately reaped over 230 million yuan from these 5 transactions, making the 350,000 yuan he gave to Xiao Xia a trivial matter. I will take my leave now. I hope you encounter even more good fortune in Rongqing, he said as he turned to depart. Xiao Xia, from her humble background, had just received 350,000 yuan in a mere afternoon, a staggering amount that left her momentarily disoriented. Summoning her courage, she called after Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang. May I have your contact information? Feeling Jiang Cheng's gaze upon her, Xiao Xia's face flushed as she lowered her head. I know that as an ordinary girl, I may not have a right to add you on WeChat, but I will strive to improve myself. If possible, I would sincerely like to invite you to dinner sometime when you are free. What do you think? Clumsily expressing her gratitude, Xiao Xia's bashfulness amused Jiang Cheng, who smiled and shook his head. Upon observing the surge in their relationship from a mere acquaintance to a close friend, Jiang Cheng's heart softened. He pulled out his phone and opened his QR code. Go ahead and scan it. I don't have time today, but I'll reach out for dinner next time. Seeing Jiang Cheng's acceptance, Xiao Xia quickly fumbled for her phone, her fingers trembling as she opened WeChat and scanned his QR code. Jiang Cheng noticed the cracked screen of her phone, his brows twitching slightly, yet he refrained from commenting. After all, the money had already been transferred, and how she chose to spend it was her prerogative. At that moment, a notification pinged from the system. Due to your reasonable selection for your first transaction, the system rewards the host with a divine voice. The perfect voice would genetically enhance the host without any adverse effects on health. Jiang Cheng felt a tickle and warmth in his throat. After a brief moment, he tentatively cleared his throat. When he spoke, he was astonished by the enchanting quality of his voice, far more melodious than before, imbued with a magnetic allure and the maturity of a seasoned man. Truly, it was the voice of a divine being. If voices were to compete in a beauty pageant, Jiang Cheng's would undoubtedly outshine all others. He was thoroughly pleased with this reward. After all, many things could be acquired with money, but a voice like this was something unattainable regardless of wealth. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng parked his Porsche in a nearby shopping mall's parking garage. He knew that suddenly acquiring a car might raise his parents' suspicions, and such matters were not easily explained. He entered the house just as his mother, Li Yan, emerged from the kitchen with a plate of cut fruits. Hearing Li Yan's mild complaints, Jiang Cheng playfully took the plate from her hands and bit into a piece of watermelon, saying, "Mom, you know how much I love watermelon." "Thank you." Li Yan shot him an exasperated glance, snatching the plate back and placing it in front of Jiang Jiaming, his father. Jiang Cheng followed behind, calling out, "Dad." Jiang Jiaming merely glanced at him before asking, "Didn't you say you were going on a graduation trip? Have you decided where to go?" Jiang Cheng was accustomed to his parents' reactions. Although he was their only child, they had always adopted a free-range parenting style. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng had never caused them any concern, allowing them to trust him completely. While enjoying the chilled watermelon, he replied, "I want to go to the Magic City. After some consideration, I've chosen a bustling area. I plan to apply to the Magic City University and see what the environment is like." Jiang Jiaming had no objections. "That's up to you. Your mother will transfer the travel expenses to you. Just manage it yourself." Li Yan rolled her eyes at her husband. "You've spoiled him." Though she said this, she promptly transferred 30,000 yuan to Jiang Cheng's WeChat. Seeing the notification pop up, Jiang Cheng gratefully accepted his parents' generosity and cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." The next day, Jiang Cheng drove his Porsche to the airport in Rongqing, unperturbed by the 200 yuan daily parking fee. Due to the last-minute ticket purchase, he could only book an economy class ticket. While he had no disdain for economy class, he recalled a prominent figure stating that although both first class and economy class would reach the same destination, the former often offered greater opportunities for business encounters. However, at that moment, Jiang Cheng was not particularly interested in such opportunities. The primary issue was that the economy class design was far from accommodating. At 6 feet tall, he found it quite uncomfortable to sit in economy class, particularly in the aisle seat, where he struggled to stretch his legs. As he sighed in exasperation, a girl suddenly appeared before him. "You're Jiang Cheng?" Upon hearing her voice, he looked up, surprised. Zhou Ying was a high school classmate and the belle of their cohort. Jiang Cheng was taken aback that she recognized his name. Although they had been classmates, their interactions had been minimal. During high school, his heart had solely belonged to Zhao Jia, adhering to the principles of male virtue. Despite Zhou Ying's dazzling beauty, in those innocent years, Jiang Cheng had deemed Zhao Jia the most beautiful. However, Jiang Cheng was no longer the same person. While Zhao Jia was indeed attractive, in comparison to Zhou Ying, she paled significantly. Zhou Ying donned a simple white crop top, paired with milk-colored shorts and a pair of understated sneakers. Although her attire was quite ordinary, her 172-centimeter stature and the snug denim long pants accentuated her curves exquisitely. The striking contrast with her impressive bosom created a dramatic visual impact. Despite possessing such a captivating figure, Zhou Ying's waist resembled the slenderness of a willow branch, delicate enough to be grasped with ease. The exaggerated contrast of her curves left Jiang Cheng momentarily dizzy, wishing to fall into Zhou Ying's alluring embrace. In stark contrast, her fair skin, delicate features, and softly curled dark chestnut hair, along with her slightly parted rosy lips, exuded an aura of divine beauty. After a moment of surprise, Zhou Ying pointed to the seat beside Jiang Cheng and awkwardly remarked, "I'll be sitting right next to you." "What a coincidence." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow and stood up to make room for her. "Thank you," Zhou Ying replied softly. Once seated, she initiated a conversation with Jiang Cheng, saying, "I impulsively decided to visit Mo Du last night. When I bought the ticket, only one was left. I didn't expect to sit next to you." Just then, a young man with a head full of hair gel approached them, and upon spotting Zhou Ying, his eyes lit up. After all, a campus beauty of her caliber was hard to miss. Seeing Zhou Ying in the middle, the young man eagerly addressed her. "Excuse me, beautiful lady. May I sit beside you? I'm in the seat next to yours." Zhou Ying was taken aback by the man's request and quickly stood up. "Thank you. It's truly an honor to travel alongside such a beautiful lady." Zhou Ying wrinkled her brow in distaste at the man's sleazy demeanor, while Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. He pulled Zhou Ying closer and took the middle seat himself, leaving Zhou Ying momentarily stunned. Noticing her gaze, Jiang Cheng chuckled and patted his thigh, saying, "What is the matter? Have I not sat long enough? Would you like to join me?" Understanding his implication, Zhou Ying's face flushed with gratitude as she smiled at him and sat down. The young man's expression soured when he saw the beautiful woman replaced by Jiang Cheng. "Bro, shouldn't that seat belong to that beauty?" he complained. "It's not allowed to swap seats on a plane," he added. "Is my meaning not clear enough?" "Our matters do not require your explanation," Jiang Cheng retorted. The young man's expression darkened further, but noticing Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying's apparent familiarity, he decided to hold his tongue. He cleared his throat and stubbornly attempted to engage Zhou Ying again. "So, beautiful lady, what brings you to Mo Du? Are you already working at such a young age? We seem to be around the same age. I just graduated. My name is Qian Shun, and I'm here for a trip." Zhou Ying chuckled lightly and turned to Jiang Cheng, asking, "And you?" "Just taking a break from home," Jiang Cheng replied. Zhou Ying enviously remarked, "That sounds wonderful. So you're traveling." Before Jiang Cheng could respond, Qian Shun interjected, "I've been to Mo Du many times. If you're looking for places to visit, I can recommend a few. Or I could take you around. Beautiful." Zhou Ying replied with a smile, "No need. I'm here for work, not leisure." Undeterred by her rejection, Qian Shun continued to flaunt his travel experience. Not to mention, Mo Du has many pitfalls. If you lack experience, you could easily be deceived. I encountered this myself when I first arrived, but I've learned a thing or two. For instance, booking hotels is quite crucial. Ignoring him, both Zhou Ying and Jiang Cheng remained silent. Qian Shun, still undeterred, continued, "As soon as I landed, I had a hotel arranged to pick me up. My parents helped me with the arrangements. What hotel are you staying at? I could have them drop you off. Otherwise, taking a taxi after landing can be quite expensive." Jiang Cheng listened to Qian Shun boast about his hotel as pickup service, implying that his suite was rather luxurious. Jiang Cheng shook his head. No need. My room also has pickup service. Oh, which hotel did you book? Qian Shun asked, visibly displeased. When Jiang Cheng mentioned the hotel, Qian Shun frowned. What hotel? Yang Yin and Man? Instinctively, he wanted to belittle Jiang Cheng's choice, but fell silent upon realizing it. Chapter 8. You don't seem like a rich second generation. Yang Yin and Man is a renowned hotel chain across the nation, well known in Mo as well. Each Yang Yin and Man hotel is meticulously designed by specialized architects. These hotels are strategically located in cities with significant purchasing power, each showcasing unique characteristics. The Yang Yin and Man in Mo has its own special story. Every brick and tile within carries its historical significance. Over 10,000 camphor trees and the design of ancient residences were transported from the ancient town of Shijiang village, over 700 kilometers away, which is now submerged under a reservoir. Upon learning of this, philanthropists and entrepreneurs from Mo rallied together, investing $3 billion to relocate these ancient relics, preserving a wealth of history and elevating the cultural depth of Yang Yin and Man. Zhou Ying had stayed there with her parents a few years ago, so she was somewhat familiar with the hotel. Surprised, she smiled and said to Jiang Cheng, I've been to Yang Yin and Man with my parents. It's truly remarkable, and the service is excellent, but we didn't have pickup service when we went. Jiang Cheng shrugged. It's my first time booking this hotel too. However, they called me yesterday to confirm the pickup service. I thought it was standard. Yours must be a more expensive booking then. We used to book the Mingge room, which was only around 9,000 a night. I see. I booked a courtyard villa, Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly. A courtyard villa? Are you staying alone? Zhou Ying asked curiously. Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes. Wow. An 80,000 a night courtyard villa. Jiang Cheng, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Zhou Ying exclaimed, glancing at him in astonishment. Please. It sounds as if you're not one yourself, Jiang Cheng replied. Zhou Ying was not just the campus beauty, but also renowned as a wealthy second-generation student. She was often picked up by various luxury cars, including Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and BMWs. In their youthful innocence, Zhou Ying would carry her backpack and wear sneakers. Despite her beauty and excellent academic performance, few boys dared to pursue her as they felt intimidated by her lofty status. However, during their sophomore year, rumors spread that her family had encountered difficulties, although Jiang Cheng was unaware of the specifics. He only knew that the luxury cars ceased to pick her up for school. Reflecting on this, Jiang Cheng wondered if he had misspoken. Considering Zhou Ying's earlier mention of work, he pondered whether her family had fallen on hard times. As Zhou Ying observed Jiang Cheng's fleeting moment of awkwardness, she quickly resumed her composure. With a bittersweet smile, she remarked at this point, I can hardly consider myself a rich second generation. Even when my family was affluent, we could not afford a villa like this. Qian Shun. Upon overhearing Zhou Ying and Jiang Cheng discussing the extravagant price of 80,000 yuan per night for the villa, felt a wave of color wash over his face. Could it be that these two genuinely belonged to the elite? Their choice of conversation was astonishingly sophisticated, especially regarding a stay at the luxurious Yang Yin and Man. The thought of it made him feel utterly embarrassed. Stealing a glance at Jiang Cheng, he noticed that neither of them seemed to pay him any mind, prompting Qian Shun to turn away and feign sleep, too intimidated to speak further. Though he was uncertain whether Jiang Cheng was boasting, the possibility that it might be true loomed large. With Qian Shun's silence, the two resumed their casual banter about school matters. Discovering an abundance of shared interests after 3 years of being classmates, time slipped away unnoticed as they continued their conversation and listened to music for over 2 hours. During this period, Jiang Cheng utilized his friendliness scanning system to take a look at Zhou Ying. Name, Zhou Ying. Age, 18 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Attractiveness, 96. Figure, 96. Privacy, 0. Friendliness, 75. Friend status. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise at the scanning results. He had not anticipated Zhou Ying's height to be so impressive. With an additional 10-centimeter heel, she would be nearly as tall as him. Furthermore, her figure was strikingly commendable, achieving a score of 96, particularly due to its striking allure, an undeniable bonus. What astonished Jiang Cheng most was Zhou Ying's friendliness score of 75. Was it possible that she had been paying attention to him? Typically, one could expect an ordinary classmate relationship to yield a score of around 65. Soon, the airplane arrived at the airport in the bustling city of Modu. Jiang Cheng, carrying only a small bag, assisted Zhou Ying in retrieving her luggage from the check-in area. Zhou Ying, puzzled, inquired, "You have no luggage?" Jiang Cheng nodded, "I only brought a change of clothes." Zhou Ying expressed her envy, "It's so convenient for you guys." At that moment, a call from Yangyunamen's airport pickup service came through. A gentle voice on the other end introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Wang Yuyan, your private butler for the villa you reserved. I am currently waiting for you at the exit." Jiang Cheng replied, "All right, I'll be there shortly." Wang Yuyan reassured him, "No rush. We will await your arrival." After hanging up, Jiang Cheng turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "Where are you headed? Would you like a ride?" Zhou Ying thought for a moment and replied, "I'm heading to a friend's house. It might not be on the way to Yangyunamen." Jiang Cheng responded, "No problem. I have no other plans today, and the pickup car is complimentary." Zhou Ying smiled, "Thank you. It's likely hard to find a taxi right now. There's no need for formality. We are classmates," Jiang Cheng replied. Zhou Ying did not delve into further thoughts and regarded Jiang Cheng as a genuinely kind person. After all, she was aware of his relationship with Zhao Jia and had heard that he treated her exceptionally well. Given that they had been in the same class for 3 years, she felt Jiang Cheng likely did not harbor any particular feelings for her. If it weren't for their coincidental flight, she doubted he would have approached her. Zhou Ying's impression of Jiang Cheng stemmed from his sunny disposition, tall stature, and athletic prowess in basketball, which earned him considerable popularity among both boys and girls. At that age of budding affection, Zhou Ying had occasionally found herself paying attention to Jiang Cheng. As they approached the exit, they spotted someone holding a pickup sign with Jiang Cheng's name. Jiang Cheng walked over and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Jiang Cheng." Upon hearing his voice, the delicate hands that held the sign lowered to reveal a finely featured face. To Jiang Cheng's surprise, the sign bearer was a striking young woman. Although her beauty could not quite match Zhou Ying's impressive score of 96, she was undoubtedly a standout in any crowd. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Wang Yuyan, the private butler manager for your reserved villa," she said, bowing respectfully. Each villa at Yangyunamen came with a dedicated private butler, and Jiang Cheng was pleased to find that his was a beautiful one. Jiang Cheng discreetly assessed Wang Yuyan, noting her fitted black suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her long, elegant legs clad in black, which stirred his imagination. However, Jiang Cheng quickly diverted his gaze as he prided himself on being a good man. With Zhou Ying standing beside him, he refrained from staring too intently at another woman. Zhou Ying, observing Jiang Cheng's respectful demeanor, felt a surge of appreciation for him, believing he was not overly fixated on appearances, especially given his wealth and loyalty. Meanwhile, Qian Shun stealthily trailed behind Jiang Cheng, having ceased conversation after learning about the 80,000 yuan villa reservation. Yet, he remained skeptical without first-hand evidence. Jiang Cheng's youth and humble attire led Qian Shun to doubt his claims. Had he realized Jiang Cheng was indeed not exaggerating, he would have relished the opportunity to mock him. However, reality denied him this chance as he witnessed Wang Yuyan assisting Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying with their luggage into a Rolls-Royce pickup. His face paled in disbelief, and he hurriedly concealed himself behind a nearby pillar, fearful of being discovered. It became evident to him that Jiang Cheng's assertions were true. His research indicated that only those who reserved a villa at Yangyunamen were entitled to complimentary Rolls-Royce pickups. For other room types, one would have to pay an additional 8,000 yuan to enjoy the same luxury service. Though Qian Shun remained hidden, he was oblivious to the fact that Jiang Cheng had long since forgotten him, viewing him merely as an inconsequential bystander. Seated in the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Cheng turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "By the way, what is your friend's address?" "It's in Pudong," Zhou Ying replied. Jiang Cheng instructed Manager Wang, "Please take her to Pudong." "Certainly, Mr. Jiang," Wang Yuyan responded promptly. As a valued guest at Yangyunamen, Jiang Cheng had booked a week's stay, amounting to 560,000 yuan, which naturally included transportation. After dropping Zhou Ying at her destination, She pulled out her phone and said, Jiang Cheng, thank you. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng accepted her invitation. All right, but you must remember your promise. Zhou nodded with a smile after scanning Jiang Cheng's QR code. Absolutely, and thank you for today. It was a small favor. Now you should head inside. I'll take my leave. By the time Jiang Cheng returned to Yan'an, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He had only consumed a simple in-flight meal earlier. After enjoying a soothing hot bath, Wang Yiyan prepared a warm and nourishing dinner for him, consisting of light vegetable porridge and various signature dishes from Ammon, all while attentively introducing each culinary delight. It was a truly comforting experience. Mr. Jiang, this is South African abalone. This dish combines abalone with a Western-style egg tart, topped with a creamy seafood sauce. The dish has received an exceptionally high rating. Please do try it. Jiang Cheng gazed at the South African abalone, raising an eyebrow, his tongue instinctively moving. It appeared quite appealing and rather plump. He picked up a fork and plunged it directly into the abalone, savoring it in one swift motion. How is it? Quite good. The meat is firm, though slightly salty. Very well, Mr. Jiang. I shall adjust the seasoning next time. Noticing that Jiang Cheng had nearly finished, Wang Yiyan inquired, Mr. Jiang, we happen to have a gala at Amman tonight. As a distinguished guest of our hotel, you have an invitation, which is right here on the table. If you're interested, you may attend. What is the theme of the gala? This event primarily invites our hotel as platinum-level clients for an evening of networking. There will also be a small auction featuring some exquisite jewelry and accessories, with authoritative appraisers and notaries present. Should you possess any valuable items, you may also put them up for auction. Jiang Cheng nodded in understanding. Is the gala already underway? Yes, it has commenced. If you wish to attend, I can guide you there. I hope my casual attire is appropriate for entry, Jiang Cheng remarked, glancing at his white shirt. Wang Yiyan assured him, certainly. This gala is exclusively for internal clients, so there are no special requirements. Jiang Cheng stood and nodded. Then let us go. Wang Yiyan acknowledged and led Jiang Cheng to the shuttle at the entrance. The expanse of Amman was vast. Walking could take quite some time. Soon, the shuttle arrived at another entrance. Several security personnel in black suits stood at the gala's entrance, while inside, numerous waitstaff moved about, carrying trays. Wang Yiyan respectfully gestured, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. She presented the gilded invitation to the security at the entrance, stating, This is Mr. Jiang Cheng, a titanium card guest of our Ting Villa. The security personnel accepted the invitation without a glance, bowing to Jiang Cheng and extending a hand. Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Please come inside. Jiang Cheng nodded at Wang Yiyan. Thank you, housekeeper Wang. You are too kind. Enjoy your evening. Jiang Cheng stepped into the gala courtyard, observing only a few individuals casually wandering with glasses of red wine. On either side of the courtyard, long tables adorned with white tablecloths displayed a splendid array of culinary delights. King crab legs, lobster sashimi, salmon belly, steak, and salads. As Jiang Cheng moved forward, he could hear the auctioneer's voice calling out bids. Upon entering the hall, a magnificent crystal chandelier illuminated the room. A woman in a red gown was calling bids for a jade plaque. 5 million, going once, 5 million, going twice, 5 million sold. Congratulations to this lady. Jiang Cheng scanned the room. Everyone was focused on the auction items, oblivious to his presence. He casually found a seat at the back. The auction setup did not resemble a typical formal affair. It felt more like a casual event within a gala. The next item up for bid was yet another exquisite piece of jewelry. After several rounds of monotonous bidding, just as Jiang Cheng contemplated leaving out of boredom, a Patek Philippe enamel women's watch was presented. This watch was a personal collection of the esteemed watch collector, Mizzen. It is well known that while Patek Philippe's enamel watches are not exorbitantly priced, each design is unique, with only one watch produced per design, alleviating concerns of duplicates. The starting bid for this enamel watch was set at 500,000, with increments of no less than 100,000. The bidding commenced. Jiang Cheng was somewhat taken aback by the price. Patek Philippe enamel watches typically retail for around 100,000. Although several unique designs are released annually, they are often pre-ordered by elite collectors before reaching the market, leaving ordinary buyers with no opportunity to purchase. Thus, A starting bid of 500,000 was reasonable in the secondary market or at auction. As Jiang Cheng pondered, the price for the enamel watch soared to 800,000. He glanced at the exquisite timepiece and suddenly thought of his mother, Li Yan. Although he could not present it to her immediately, there would surely be opportunities in the future. Just as the bid approached 800,000, Jiang Cheng raised his hand. 900,000. Following his bid, the auctioneer quickly reiterated the amount. 900,000. Do we have any further bids? 900,000 once, 900,000 twice, 900,000 thrice. Congratulations to bidder number 35 for securing the Patek Philippe enamel watch. Jiang Cheng met the gazes of others around him with unwavering confidence. Soon, another item was brought to the stage. The next auction item was the Richard Mille RM056, also provided by the esteemed collector, Mizzen. Richard Mille is a brand many are familiar with. Despite its relatively young age, it has established itself among the elite, comparable to Patek Philippe. This particular RM056 is valued at 10 million, regarded as the crown jewel among their collection. With only 10 pieces globally, the starting bid was set at 15 million. With increments of no less than 500,000, the bidding commenced. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. 15 million? Before his rebirth. He recalled that the RM056 had skyrocketed to 25 million in the secondary market. However, he quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow in thought. It was now 2017. As the auctioneer mentioned, Richard Mille had only been established for a little over a decade. Its true rise to fame coincided with the explosion of short videos on Douyin. Jiang Cheng's familiarity with the watch stemmed from Douyin's recommendation algorithm. Growing up, he had seen his father, Jiang Jianmin, wear various Rolexes, naturally sparking his interest in watches. After engaging with Douyin, the algorithm frequently suggested high-value timepieces, which Jiang Cheng often scoffed at, feeling it overestimated his financial capacity. Yet now, he felt a surge of gratitude for the algorithm. It had inadvertently prepared him for his rebirth. Previously, he could only admire images, but now, acquiring one for his wrist seemed entirely feasible, contingent upon his personal preferences. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng raised his bidding paddle. The female auctioneer glanced at him, compelled to acknowledge him once more. Bidder number 35 at 15,500,000. Is there anyone else? Upon hearing this, a slender young man adorned with tattoos raised his paddle. Bidder number 8 at 16 million. Jiang Cheng raised his hand again. Bidder number 35 at 16,500,000. The tattooed bidder raised his hand once more. Mr. Ba's bid reached 17 million. Jiang Cheng frowned and raised his paddle again, surprised to find someone else as interested in this watch as he was. In fact, only the two of them were bidding. No one else seemed inclined to participate. The individuals familiar with the Richard Mille brand were primarily affluent second-generation heirs and wealthy patrons from high society. Although the general public might catch glimpses of it online, its fame was not yet widespread. However, in 2 years, as its popularity soared, one might very well see numerous affluent youths sporting these timepieces in nightclubs. Compared to the anticipated future price surge, the timing for acquiring this watch was indeed fortuitous. After all, this model, the 056, was hailed as the ticket to the Billionaires Club, a symbol of the utmost elite. Chapter 11. Greetings. Hushang Huang Jiang Cheng promptly raised his paddle twice, increasing the bid by 1 million. Mr. 35, 18 million. After the host announced this figure, a tattooed man beside a young man with white hair turned pale and whispered to him. The white-haired youth, seeing that the tattooed man had stopped bidding, smiled mischievously and asked, "Chin, are you not going to continue? What can I do? I don't have that kind of money," the tattooed man replied irritably. "You don't have that much money?" The white-haired youth rolled his eyes at this remark. The tattooed man clicked his tongue and shrugged. "It's not just about the money. The key issue is that 18 million for this watch is simply not worth it. With that amount, I could buy 2 Patek Philippe watches to enjoy." He felt that purchasing the watch at the current price of 18 million was rather foolish, as it was hardly worth that amount. Yet, in 2 years, the price would likely skyrocket, making it much more difficult to acquire. Upon hearing the tattooed man's words, the white-haired youth nodded in agreement. "Who is this Mr. 35? He appears younger than us and seems unfamiliar. I don't know him either, but he certainly has good taste, as he also has his eye on the same watch," the tattooed man remarked with interest. Oh, he snatched your prize. And yet you praise him. I didn't expect you, Qin, to be so magnanimous. If he has money, it's because he has the capability. I have nothing to say. I can only commend him for being impressive. There's no reason to be jealous. The tattooed man waved his hand dismissively. Wow. As expected of you, Qin, your magnanimity leaves me in awe. Scram. Amid their lively banter, the Richard Mille watch was ultimately secured by Jiang Cheng without contest. The subsequent auction items were unremarkable, consisting of jade and similar artifacts, which bored Jiang Cheng enough to occupy himself with his phone. Meanwhile, the two young men seated in the front row approached him. Hey there, nice to meet you. Wang Zheng. Jiang Cheng looked up at the sound of the voice and noticed two young men had joined him. The one who spoke had white hair and was dressed in Armani. Despite his somewhat rebellious aura, the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist and the stylish shoes he wore indicated that he was not just any ordinary street thug. Jiang Cheng did not recognize the young man before him, but he immediately recognized the other, a slender man covered in tattoos. Wasn't this the famous Hu Shanghuang? Qin Fun, often seen on Douyin in his past life? Hello, I'm Qin Fun. I was the one competing with you for the Richard Mille watch just now. Qin Fun extended his tattooed hand toward Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng naturally reciprocated the handshake, saying, Hello, Hu Shanghuang. Indeed, the person extending his hand was Qin Fun, known in bustling Shanghai as the city's most affluent second-generation heir. When people think of wealthy heirs, they often first think of Wang Tsongtsong. After all, Qin Fun was not as ostentatious as Wang Tsongtsong, largely due to the murky nature of his family's background. However, Wang Tsongtsong once tweeted, I don't care if my friends are wealthy. None can rival my fortune. Qin Fun cheekily replied in the comments with just 3 words. What about me? Qin Fun's fame stemmed from a rather ostentatious viral photograph of him sitting unperturbed in a damaged 30 million Ferrari, casually playing on his phone and posting on Weibo. Take everything in stride. While he might appear to have a powerful background and an enigmatic family lineage to the ordinary eye, Jiang Cheng knew that their rise to prominence was rooted in dubious dealings. Nonetheless, by his generation, they had largely washed their reputation clean, and he had become a prominent representative of the affluent second generation. When Qin Fun heard Jiang Cheng's words, he chuckled, shrugged, and waved his hand. There are many in Shanghai who are far more impressive than I. That title is just something netizens made up. Please don't bring it up. It makes me blush. Just now, you outbid me effortlessly. Jiang Cheng offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly. I just happen to like that watch. So it seems you have a taste for fine timepieces? Qin Fun inquired with curiosity. Jiang Cheng shook his head, responding honestly. I wouldn't say I have a particular fondness. I've never bought one before. This is my first purchase, simply for novelty. Upon hearing this, Wang Zheng and Qin Fun exchanged glances before covertly sizing up Jiang Cheng again. The absence of a watch on Jiang Cheng's wrist further astonished them. To buy a watch worth over 10 million for a first-time purchase is quite impressive. You seem rather unfamiliar. I should have encountered someone like you before, Wang Zheng remarked. I just arrived in Mo yesterday. No wonder. I was puzzled as to why I didn't recognize you, Wang Zheng said, clearing up his confusion. Are you here to develop your career in Mo? Jiang Cheng shook his head. I plan to attend university here. I just came to take a look. Both young men gasped in disbelief. You're only 18? That is quite impressive. Wang Zheng and Qin Fun were astonished. At 18, they certainly could not have wielded such financial power as Jiang Cheng, capable of spending over 20 million on a single watch. Although their families were well off, they had not had access to such liquid funds at that age. Their monthly allowances barely reached several hundred thousand. Just an ordinary family, Jiang Cheng admitted candidly. I can't quite resonate with that. I'm clearly just an ordinary person, Jiang Cheng shrugged. All right, enough of the pretense. It seems there won't be any more exciting items after this. That watch is likely the highlight of the evening. Shall we go take a look at it? Qin Fun suggested, genuinely interested in the timepiece. Jiang Cheng shrugged and casually agreed. Sure. With that, the 3 of them made their way to the notary's office. Jiang Cheng filled out the auction certificate and confirmation documents before transferring the funds directly to their account. Just then, the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has upgraded once more. You earn 1 yuan for every second you exist in this world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18 years. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 85 points. Level, 7. System reserve funds, 367, 280 yuan, available for withdrawal at any time. System, 1 yuan per second. Experience for level up, 31, 565, 000. Receiving 1 yuan every second translates to 60 yuan a minute, 600 yuan an hour, and 400 yuan a day, resulting in a monthly income of 25,920,000 yuan and an annual salary exceeding 30 million. In the current situation, even if Jiang Cheng were to do nothing and simply lead a life of leisure, he would still surpass over 99.99% of the population. However, Jiang Cheng is not content. For an ordinary person, 30 million might seem substantial, yet for those who have been at the pinnacle since birth, it is merely a drop in the ocean. Take the present housing prices as an example. In his hometown, Rongqing, a single room can cost upwards of 100 to 200,000 yuan. If one aspires to purchase a villa, a minimum of 50 million yuan is required. In Rongqing, 50 million can still secure a villa, but in the bustling metropolis of Modu, it can only afford a few hundred square meters of an apartment. To acquire a villa in Modu, one must possess at least 1 to 200 million yuan. For instance, the esteemed Tang Chun E-Pin offers numerous apartments priced in that range. Moreover, a Richard Mille 056 costs around 18 million, while a Patek Philippe astronomical tourbillon watch is priced at over 17 million. Although the watch that Jiang Cheng currently possesses appears luxurious, it is merely a stepping stone. The extravagant yachts and private jets owned by figures like Ma Baba require several small fortunes to obtain. Thus, Jiang Cheng feels he has yet to attain the status of a true wealthy individual. To ascend to a life of clouds, relentless effort is still needed. Observing that the system's reserve fund has reached 367, 280 yuan, Jiang Cheng promptly clicked to withdraw the funds. In the next moment, he received a text confirming the transfer. After acquiring the watch, Jiang Cheng generously placed it on the table for both of them to admire. The three of them could not help but exclaim at the sight of the exquisite box containing the Richard Mille. It is truly stunning. The entire strap is made of sapphire, and the azure dial showcases the hands rotating second by second, revealing countless intricate gears that exude a wild, mechanical charm reminiscent of a ferocious engine. This Richard Mille 056 is indeed brimming with a sense of modernity, futurism, and technological sophistication. It embodies pure mechanical aesthetics. Upon witnessing the actual item, Jiang Cheng comprehended why the Richard Mille brand, established merely 15 years ago, could swiftly rival the pricing and prestige of the horological king. Patek Philippe. In contrast to the composed elegance of Patek Philippe, Richard Mille appears as a vibrant and youthful contender, brimming with vigor and brilliance, perfectly aligned with contemporary aesthetic sensibilities. As the three conversed while admiring the watch, Jiang Cheng inadvertently spotted a familiar figure seated in the corner of the gathering. His lips curled into a smile as he added Wang Zheng and Qin Fen on WeChat and eagerly approached the figure. "You Xiao?" As Jiang Cheng spoke, Yu Xiao slowly lifted her head, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded him. 3 seconds later, her expression shifted to one of flustered surprise as she covered her mouth with a slender, delicate finger and pointed at Jiang Cheng. "You are, that night." Observing Yu Xiao's startled demeanor, Jiang Cheng felt a flicker of intrigue. Instinctively, he extended his tongue to perform a playful trick, curling it into 3 segments. In Chapter 12, Yu Xiao is getting married? Faced with Jiang Cheng's expression, Yu Xiao, adorned in a fitted black dress, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Noticing her reaction, Jiang Cheng's mind wandered to tender, vivid thoughts. She wore a white halter shirt paired with a snug skirt, her bare legs accentuated by nude high heels, and her softly curled hair gracefully swept back, revealing a long, elegant neck adorned with a pendant necklace. Jiang Cheng gazed down at the curves before him, reminiscent of Mount Everest cloaked in snow, standing tall and profound. After scrutinizing the necklace for several seconds, he was unable to discern whether the pendant was set with gemstones or diamonds, as it was obscured by 2 substantial bowls that concealed it entirely. The exquisite features of Yu Xiao along with her alabaster legs, stirred a flutter within Jiang Cheng, evoking feelings akin to those of falling in love. You Xiao Xiao, noticing Jiang Cheng's unabashed gaze, cast him a playful glance. Have you seen enough, you little rascal? Jiang Cheng, with a cheeky grin, responded, not nearly enough. How about we continue this exploration at my place later? You certainly have some lofty aspirations, she replied, her cheeks flushing. I thought you were merely an 18-year-old student, which is why I extended my kindness. But it seems you are a wealthy second-generation heir. Everyone present here comes from affluent families. You Xiao Xiao, a member of the internal circle at Yang Yin and Man, was the operations manager at Jiang Cheng Entertainment, often assisting investors and partners in booking hotels. Their company frequently arranged accommodations at the luxurious Yang Yin and Man, and after numerous bookings, she had attained platinum membership. This evening, she had merely come out of boredom, never expecting to encounter Jiang Cheng. I am indeed still a student and could greatly benefit from your guidance, Jiang Cheng replied. Yu Xiao Xiao chuckled, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Jiang Cheng's Richard Mille and the bag he held. Is this the same as the one from earlier? Jiang Cheng nodded. How about this? The gathering is winding down. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Shall we go for some tea to unwind? Upon learning of Jiang Cheng's substantial wealth, Yu Xiaoxiao's interest in him intensified. After all, she believed that wealthy second-generation heirs often sought mutual benefit without genuine emotional entanglements, which aligned perfectly with her own desires. With this in mind, Yu Xiaoxiao readily agreed, sure, we've had enough to drink anyway. Let us head out now. Jiang Cheng, taken aback by Yu Xiaoxiao's sudden change in demeanor, was puzzled. According to the system's indicators, Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy score was impeccable. He should be her first, and she did not strike him as the type to be frivolous. Yu Xiaoxiao entwined her arm with Jiang Cheng's, and together they exited the venue towards the villa he had reserved. As they traversed the hotel lobby, an effeminate-looking man approached them, his expression one of disbelief and anger. Yu Xiaoxiao, stop right there, he shouted, rushing towards them and grasping Yu Xiaoxiao's hand with fervor. His eyes widened in shock. What are you doing at the hotel? Yu Xiaoxiao's face flickered with disdain at the sight of this man. Zhang Yu, what are you doing here? Why should it matter to you? Zhang Yu sneered. Don't forget, we are about to get married. Married? Have you no shame? You think you can still marry after I've caught you? Yu Xiaoxiao retorted, her voice a mixture of sarcasm and agitation. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, glancing at Jiang Cheng. We have already made arrangements with our families. It's too late for you to back out. I once thought you were genuinely innocent, but here you are, pretending to be high and mighty, only to sneak off with someone else. If you were so desperate, why not come to me instead of seeking someone else? He then turned to Jiang Cheng with a menacing glare. Listen, brother, I'm giving you a chance. Leave now. Zhang, you have some dignity. I want to even delve into your issues, but you dare to be involved with my best friend more than once? The two of you are utterly heartless. If it weren't for my mother and the others pressuring me, I would never have agreed to this engagement with you. Now that we are engaged, we should proceed to marry without hesitation, Zhang Yu insisted stubbornly. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao urgently broke free from Zhang Yu's grasp and immediately wrapped her arms around Jiang Cheng's. The force of her struggle was somewhat excessive, causing her considerable curves to collide against Jiang Cheng's arm. Spare me the disgust. You don't even like me. You cling to me merely to use me as a cover, allowing you to meet your other acquaintances, right? You have no right to dictate my actions. Regardless, this engagement was arranged by our families, and it's too late for you to back out. You've already rushed off to a hotel with someone else. What gives you the authority to criticize me? As Jiang Cheng listened to their back-and-forth quarrel, he finally grasped the complicated relationship between the two. He was indeed quite surprised to learn that Yu Xiaoxiao was already engaged. Although the friendly value scanning system indicated that Yu Xiaoxiao was 25 years old, her privacy value was merely 1. Observing Zhang Yu closely, Jiang Cheng began to understand Yu Xiaoxiao better. Noticing Zhang Yu's gestures, he realized that he was even using a delicate wrist motion while pointing at Yu Xiaoxiao. No wonder this individual named Zhang Yu was wearing a pink shirt. Moreover, there was a subtle sheen on his lips, suggesting he had applied a light-colored lipstick. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiao's fiancé was rather effeminate and had betrayed her. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in. Ding dong. Host, you are now faced with a choice. Option 1. Heed Zhang Yu's words and leave. and you will receive a Ninja Turtle costume and 3 million in cash. Option 2. Slap Zhang Yu twice to awaken him, and you will receive a threefold enhancement to your physical attributes along with a misfortune card. Jiang Cheng understood the sudden appearance of these choices. His system only manifested during significant decision-making moments. Naturally, he dismissed the first option with disdain. The second option, however, presented a physical enhancement skill that could not be obtained through money. Jiang Cheng examined the explanation of physical attributes, which encompass strength, speed, constitution, as well as vision, hearing, recovery capability, and resistance to impact, with the most vital aspect being that elusive ability. This system was rather intriguing. After reading the description, Jiang Cheng did not hesitate and chose the second option. Instantly, a warm current coursed through his body, filling him with newfound strength. He couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This was simply extraordinary. While others toiled daily to achieve a toned physique and resorted to enhancements through drugs, he effortlessly acquired it. Even his previously slightly nearsighted eyes now appeared remarkably clear. His hearing had also significantly improved, allowing him to distinctly hear the faint sound of water flowing from a nearby restroom. Jiang Cheng flexed his powerful arms, casting a glance at the effeminate Zhang Yu before unleashing a flurry of slaps. Slap! Slap! He despised the kind of delicate individuals who had lost their masculine essence, as they distorted the cultural values of his country. With his threefold enhanced physical attributes, Jiang Cheng delivered 2 resounding slaps that sent Zhang Yu crashing to the ground. Chapter 13. System Choice. Jiang Cheng's actions inadvertently caused Yu Xiaoxiao's curves to brush against him again, making her blush. Overwhelmed by the sensation, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly released Jiang Cheng's arm. Zhang Yu, sprawled on the ground after being struck, furiously covered his face as he stood up. Before he could speak, Jiang Cheng shook his hand and remarked, "TSK, your skin is remarkably thick. You cheat on her, yet you still have the audacity to say such things. My hand is sore from hitting your face." Yu Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. She never anticipated that Jiang Cheng would act so decisively. The novel indicated that Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value had now reached 70 points. "You actually hit me. Woo, I will not let this go." Zhang Yu, clutching his reddened cheek, glared at Jiang Cheng with a mix of grievance and fury. With that, he clenched his delicate fists and stormed towards Jiang Cheng with an inwardly turned stance. Seeing Zhang Yu charge at Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao, now with heightened affection for him, quickly tightened her grip around his arm, wanting to pull him closer. She felt that Jiang Cheng was incredibly handsome for defending her by knocking Zhang Yu down. However, she also worried that Jiang Cheng might get into trouble for standing up for her. With his threefold enhanced physique, Jiang Cheng reacted swiftly, extending his leg and delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhang Yu flying. Zhang Yu, realizing he was no match for Jiang Cheng, clutched his chest in pain, collapsing back to the ground, unable to rise. He felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation and agony. Jiang Cheng's kick had been forceful. Observing the hotel staff, who were not intervening, Zhang Yu's anger flared. He began to shout dramatically, "Where are the security guards? Did you not see the assault? What is your hotel doing? I am a guest here, and I've been attacked. Someone help me." Upon hearing Zhang Yu's outcry, the hotel staff began to react. Since Jiang Cheng had registered for the most luxurious villa priced at 81,000 a night, the staff assumed he was of significant status. Thus, they found themselves in a dilemma, observing the scene before them. On one hand was a detestable yet comical figure, and on the other was an extraordinarily wealthy second-generation heir. They could not afford to offend either. Zhang Yu noticed the hotel staff's indifferent and hesitant response and felt an intense urge to vomit blood in frustration. He shouted again, "What are you waiting for? Security, hurry and arrest him, or I will call the police." As if that was not enough, he continued, "Gentlemen, this is a minor issue. Let's resolve it privately and avoid any conflict. Indeed, it's not a significant matter. Let's discuss it amicably," the hotel staff urged, observing Zhang Yu's delicate wrist gesture with inner disdain. Yet, due to their professional integrity, they could only attempt to mediate. Zhang Yu saw that they were unwilling to escalate the situation and appeared to want to suppress it, which drove him into a frenzy. "You are all bullying me. Just wait. I will report you and expose you all." Zhang Yu was no fool. After his outburst, the hotel staff grew anxious. They understood that he aimed to escalate the issue. While they were reluctant to offend Jiang Cheng, they were even less inclined to lose their jobs. Yu Xiaoxiao watched the chaotic scene with a furrowed brow. Disgusted by Zhang Yu, she took a deep breath and whispered to Jiang Cheng, "It's all right. If he calls the police, I will say he was harassing me, and your actions were merely to protect me." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow in surprise at Yu Xiaoxiao's unexpected defense of him. The hotel staff, under pressure, awkwardly asked Jiang Cheng, "Sir, did you hit him?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at their inquiry. Hadn't everyone seen what had transpired? Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied, "He ran into my hand. It was purely coincidental." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't hold back his frustration, his anger reaching its peak. "What do you mean I ran into you? Don't slander me. There are cameras here, and so many witnesses saw you hit me. They can testify for me." After Zhang Yu's declaration, he noticed that none of the onlookers were willing to support him, and some were even preparing to discreetly leave, unwilling to get involved. Zhang Yu, increasingly enraged, shouted vehemently, "You scoundrels! Cowards! I'm going to call the police." Jiang Cheng, witnessing Zhang Yu's agitated demeanor as he pointed a finger at him, felt an unsettling wave of discomfort wash over him. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "You want a witness? I am one." Following that, Jiang Cheng unleashed a swift series of slaps, sending Zhang Yu crashing to the ground once more. "I saw it. Your face was the one that shamelessly leaned in." Zhang Yu, listening to Jiang Cheng's nonsensical accusations, covered his swollen cheeks with both hands. The sting of the slaps brought him to the brink of tears, not merely from the humiliation, but from the excruciating pain. He had never realized the might of 4 slaps could be so devastating. His face felt as if it were ablaze, and his ears buzzed from the blows. To make matters worse, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Jiang Cheng. Chapter 14. Yu Xiaoxiao's defense at that moment, as Zhang Yu continued to shout about calling the police. A man emerged from the elevator nearby. He was visibly agitated, on the phone, demanding, "You better clarify things. Who is that man? Hurry down, I saw you go up." When the call ended abruptly, the man's eyes flared with rage. Desperately, he pulled a utility knife from his jacket and began to swing it wildly at those nearby. Instantly, a cacophony of terrified screams filled the air. A few individuals at the elevator rushed towards Jiang Cheng and the others. Zhang Yu, witnessing the chaos, momentarily disregarded his pain and sprang to his feet, bolting for the exit. Yu Xiaoxiao, pale with fear, grasped Jiang Cheng's arm, urging him to flee as well. Jiang Cheng's gaze fell upon the out-of-control man, who had seized a hotel staff member by the hair, pressing the knife against her throat. He shouted, "You better bring that person to me, or I'll kill her." With that, the blade pressed closer, and a thin line of blood appeared on the woman's neck, causing her to tremble in sheer terror as she pleaded, "Please, spare me. I have no enmity with you. I don't want to die." At that moment, the system's voice chimed in with a sweet, youthful tone. "Ding. Host, you're now faced with a choice. Option 1. Like the others, choose to leave, remaining uninvolved, and receive 3 million in cash and a bar. Option 2. Stand up against injustice and help as a model citizen of the new century by kicking the assailant and saving the girl, gaining 5 points in attractiveness and a special skill." Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow at the choices before him, knowing that life is a series of decisions, each impacting one's trajectory. The right choices lead to smooth sailing, while the wrong ones could plunge one into despair. However, this system was unique. Regardless of his choice, rewards awaited him, albeit of differing magnitudes. Although he was tempted to select the first option, reason urged him to choose the second, driven by an insatiable curiosity about the skill promised. After much hesitation, he succumbed to the allure of the second option and pressed the button. He then patted Yu Xiaoxiao's hand reassuringly. Upon feeling his touch, Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson. Friendliness value, 10. With that rise, her affection for Jiang Cheng surged to 80 points. Captivated by the sensation of his hand on hers, her heart raced uncontrollably. Despite the chaos surrounding them, her world had narrowed to just Jiang Cheng, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed at him. Strangely, she felt he appeared even more handsome than before, a transformation that coincided with his newfound charm from the system's rewards. Amidst the clamor of fear and high-pitched cries, Jiang Cheng's determination solidified as he locked eyes with the man. In a flash, he dashed towards him, delivering a swift kick that sent the man staggering. Before he could regain his footing, Jiang Cheng quickly twisted the assailant's knife-wielding hand, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. The girl, now free, hurriedly covered her wound and fled to safety. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu lurked outside the hotel, relishing the spectacle of Jiang Cheng's confrontation with the deranged man. While casting furtive glances at Yu Xiao, who exhibited concern for Jiang Cheng, Zhang Yu's heart brimmed with malevolent wishes for Jiang Cheng to meet a grim fate at the hands of another. He was indifferent to the fates of others, hoping only for Jiang Cheng, who had humiliated him, to be harmed. However, his dark hopes were dashed in an instant. The man, now disarmed, was swiftly subdued by Jiang Cheng and 2 security guards. Wow, that handsome guy is incredible. He took him down in just a few moves. Indeed, so brave and truly impressive. He stands in stark contrast to that lecherous man he just struck. The crowd began to murmur in admiration of Jiang Cheng, while Zhang Yu, hidden behind a glass door, wore a look of disdain. Furious at the praise Jiang Cheng received, Zhang Yu could hardly contain himself. As the crowd dispersed, only Jiang Cheng stood resolute, prompting Zhang Yu to wonder why he was being singled out for ridicule. Just then, the blare of police sirens echoed, and Zhang Yu's spirits soared as officers arrived promptly. A few officers escorted the deranged man away, praising Jiang Cheng for his bravery. "Thank you, comrade. Your swift action in aiding that girl has likely saved her life." Zhang Yu rushed forward, immediately interjecting, "Officer, I want to report that this man just assaulted me. Everyone here can testify to his violent tendencies. Don't be deceived by him." The officers exchanged puzzled glances at Zhang Yu's accusations. Chapter 15. An unwarranted outburst. The officers, bemused by Zhang Yu's claims, listened intently. Before Jiang Cheng could respond, Yu Xiao rushed forward. Shaking her head, she exclaimed, "Officer, it's not his fault. This man attempted to deceive me in a marriage. We were engaged but never wed. Recently, I discovered he not only cheated but also has other inclinations. I ended our relationship, and today he harassed me. This gentleman acted out of kindness to help me." As Jiang Cheng displayed his valor, Yu Xiao's friendliness value increased by another 10 points, bringing it to a total of 90. At that moment, she realized she had fallen deeply for Jiang Cheng, unable to escape her emotions. Moreover, deep within, there was an intense yearning to engage in a carefree romance with Jiang Cheng. Observing Yu Xiao's actions, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, for he noticed that her expressions and gestures towards him had grown increasingly affectionate. At that moment, Yu Xiao's contours were once again pressed closely against his arm. Jiang Cheng soothingly caressed her shoulder, saying, "Do not worry." As he spoke, the officers present were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered such a melodious male voice before. It was rich and magnetic, imbued with an air of elegance that seemed incongruous with the violent tendencies attributed to Zhang Yu. This voice unmistakably belonged to a gentleman of refinement. The lead middle-aged officer furrowed his brow and coughed lightly, seeking to provide Jiang Cheng a reasonable explanation. Could this be a misunderstanding? It's merely a minor dispute. We can resolve it amicably. Seeing the officer's intent to de-escalate, Zhang Yu felt a jolt of alarm. What misunderstanding? What do you mean? There are surveillance cameras here, I demand. Before he could finish, Jiang Cheng promptly used the misfortune card he had just acquired against Zhang Yu. A series of strange sounds emanated from Zhang Yu, causing him to halt mid-sentence, his expression turning peculiar. His eyes darted nervously, and his legs instinctively tightened. His rear began to lift slightly, and his hands gradually moved to cover his stomach. He felt an uncontrollable warmth surging within him, as if a wave was rushing through his intestines. He recalled a time from his childhood in the 3rd grade, when he had suffered from diarrhea. That day, he had been particularly anxious, and as he stood up, he inadvertently attempted to pass gas. It was then he learned a valuable lesson: never trust a fart when one has an upset stomach. The outcome was both sudden and embarrassing, leaving a lasting impression of shame as he faced the disdainful expressions of his classmates and teacher. Now, in this moment of DJVU, Zhang Yu felt his face flush crimson, mentally reminding himself to never trust a fart again. After muttering a few affirmations, he began to take deep breaths, striving to maintain control over his body. After all, there were cameras, and he could not allow such an incident to repeat itself. However, life does not always proceed as one wishes. Jiang Yu discovered that the pressure within him was only intensifying, cold sweat beating down his forehead. He suddenly recalled that he had eaten nothing at noon, having spent the day in the hotel with his old flame. Could it be that something in her embrace had poisoned him? Was it the cause of this gastrointestinal upheaval? With a pale complexion, he managed to utter, "Excuse me, where's the restroom on the first floor?" He exerted immense effort to steady his breath, but his attempts were in vain. A familiar warmth began to seep out, threatening to undermine his dignity accumulated over 20 years. The officers noticed his pallor and odd demeanor, prompting one to inquire with concern, "Sir, are you all right? Do you feel unwell?" Jiang Yu clenched his cheeks tighter, inhaling slowly as he attempted to speak. "I feel," he began, but the words faltered on his lips. He realized that as soon as he opened his mouth, his sphincter would betray him further. What began as a mere trickle had become a deluge, and the sense of an impending explosion loomed ominously. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain control, he could only stave off a greater catastrophe. The inevitable was approaching, and he felt his trousers growing increasingly damp. The onlookers found his behavior peculiar, yet Jiang Cheng, having activated the misfortune card, began to suspect Jiang Yu's predicament. The sudden change in his expression indicated that something was amiss. Jiang Yu, now too preoccupied to even threaten to call the police, felt Jiang Cheng's hand on his shoulder, shaking it playfully. "Brother, if you're unwell, don't hesitate to speak up. The officers will assist you." Each jolt from Jiang Cheng brought Jiang Yu closer to the brink of disaster. "Take me to the restroom," he gritted through clenched teeth, and then fell silent once more. An unpleasant odor began to waft through the air. What is that terrible stench? Someone wondered aloud. Has the restroom malfunctioned? It shouldn't be this bad. It's quite far from here. Could it be the sewage truck? The thought of fresh waste sent waves of panic through him. How could someone be so careless? He wished to disappear, to vanish into thin air, and make his way to the restroom. "Sir, you mentioned calling the police? Let's take your statement first," one of the officers suggested, as they too were overwhelmed by the noxious aroma. The lead officer, his patience wearing thin, recalled his trainee beside him. This rookie had been known to indulge excessively, and he had complained of stomach issues that morning. Could it be him? Covering his nose, the officer scolded, "You little rascal. I told you not to eat while on duty. Now look at you. How can a person in their 20s be so irresponsible? You're no better than an animal." Jiang Yu, upon hearing the term animal, felt his face burn with embarrassment. He had no desire to be compared to such a creature. The hefty officer, feeling challenged by his mentor's accusation, protested, "I didn't do it. Sure, I had an upset stomach today, but I'm an adult. How could I possibly commit such a disgraceful act? It wasn't me. It must be someone else." Seeing the disbelief in his mentor's eyes, his frustration boiled over. "I swear, whoever made this mess is a disgrace, and it's certainly isn't me." Before he could finish, he paused, his expression shifting as he regarded his mentor oddly. They had worked together for years, and the sudden realization struck him that perhaps the foul smell originated from the older officer himself. To deflect attention from his own potential embarrassment, the officer had hastily blamed him. After all, it was understandable that an aging man might struggle with such matters. With this revelation, the young officer swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a sense of duty to protect his mentor's reputation. Let the embarrassment fall upon him instead. With newfound resolve, the hefty officer turned to his mentor, apologizing, "I'm sorry, sir." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu felt a flicker of hope as someone stepped forth to share in his disgrace. A smile crept onto his face as he began to retreat toward a more secluded area. Jiang Cheng, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, swiftly covered his nose and interjected, "No, the foul odor is emanating from our side." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yu, who, in his moment of triumph, had taken 2 steps back. Realizing that everyone in the hotel had fixed their gaze upon him, Jiang Yu felt a surge of panic and attempted to hastily retreat from the vicinity. However, with those few hurried steps, he could no longer contain himself. A torrent of chaos erupted. The onlookers in the hotel gaped in horror as a series of thunderous flatulence erupted from Zhang Yu. Observing this, Jiang Cheng, quick on his feet, sees Yu Xiao and retreated 10 meters away, while the others remained frozen, their expressions akin to stone as they watched the yellow liquid drip from Zhang Yu. After the initial shock, the crowd began to cover their noses and flee, some starting to retch. The cacophony of dry heaves echoed throughout the hotel. Good heavens! I might actually die. How could I still be experiencing such a predicament at my age? Is there truly someone who cannot even control their bowels? Having witnessed such a spectacle, Jiang Cheng had the foresight to capture it on his phone, thinking it might serve as amusing material for social media. The crowd, faces pale and horrified, continued to retch while casting disdainful glances at Zhang Yu. At this point, Zhang Yu was beyond caring about maintaining his image. He clutched his writhing gut and frantically sought out a restroom, due to the noxious odor and the unsightly state of his discolored trousers. Everyone made a concerted effort to avoid him. After a grueling 10 minutes, Zhang Yu finally located a restroom, but by then, his once white pants had transformed into a patchwork of various shades of yellow. In a state of despair, he pounded on the locked restroom doors. "Why is there anyone in there? I can't hold it any longer," he shouted, and in the midst of an uncontrollable flood, he finally succumbed. Chapter 17. A shift in attitude. 20 minutes later, the scene had finally calmed down. Jiang Cheng and Yu Xiao had arrived at their designated villa. Jiang Cheng, not only strikingly handsome and impressive in stature, but also remarkably youthful, drove at an exhilarating speed. To Yu Xiao, he appeared like a rare treasure. With a gentle touch, her delicate hand found its way to Jiang Cheng's thigh. She tenderly caressed him and said, "Little brother, let me see if you're all right. Are you hurt?" Seeing Yu Xiao's enchanting demeanor, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smirk. "How could I be injured? That level of waste is hardly a threat to me." "That may be so, but even so, I would feel more at ease if I could check on you," Yu Xiao replied, her playful tone shifting to one of earnest concern. Noticing Jiang Cheng's nonchalant attitude, she sighed. "Do you find me unworthy? I know I don't measure up to you." "Unworthy? That is hardly the case," Jiang Cheng said, noticing the disappointment in her voice and wishing to comfort her. "How could I possibly think that? You are nothing short of perfect." Hearing his words, a glimmer of hope sparked in Yu Xiao's eyes, though it quickly faded as she lowered her head, disheartened. "You must be surprised that my fiancé is such a—" Jiang Cheng nodded. "I am somewhat taken aback. In truth, my marriage to Zhang Yu was arranged by my grandparents when we were children. Before my grandfather passed away, he insisted that I marry him. Though I disliked the idea, I ultimately agreed to the engagement for my grandfather's peace of mind," Yu Xiao explained, feeling a weight lift as she revealed this long-held secret. In her grandfather's era, promises held immense significance. Regardless of her resistance, she could not escape her grandfather's unwavering will. As he approached death, her grandfather had insisted that she marry Zhang Yu, threatening to leave this world with regrets otherwise. Under familial pressure, she had reluctantly agreed to the engagement. However, just before the wedding, she discovered that Zhang Yu was bisexual. His home was filled with an abundance of pink items, and to keep this a secret, they had signed an agreement to avoid any physical contact and to not interfere in each other's lives. At first, Yu Xiao was willing to accept this arrangement, as it would both placate her grandfather and spare her from having to be with someone she did not like. However, as time passed, Zhang Yu increasingly exploited her cooperation, ultimately leading to her discovering his relationship with her best friend. Unable to bear the betrayal, she decided to call off the engagement. Jiang Cheng listened to Yu Xiao's story, feeling a profound sense of empathy for her plight. He gently stroked her hair, offering comfort. "You have endured so much, Xiao. Rest assured, I will be here for you. Do you truly not mind?" Yu Xiao was taken aback by her own words, quickly covering her mouth in shock. How could she have uttered such a thing? Would he think she was a loose woman? Noting Jiang Cheng's astonishment, she hastily clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not implying I want to be your girlfriend. I know I'm not worthy of you. I just wish to be by your side. I want to interfere in your personal life." With that, she lowered her head, concealing her racing heart. She was bewildered by her sudden dependence on Jiang Cheng, attributing it to a whimsical infatuation. After all, feeling affection for someone requires no justification. In her 26 years of life, she had never felt such a connection with a man, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. As various thoughts swirled in her mind, Yu Xiaoxiao, a highly accomplished professional woman, also yearned for her own love. It had been 5 years since her grandfather's passing, and now she found herself increasingly drawn to Jiang Cheng. Though her feelings were still in their infancy, they had empowered her to take the initiative. Jiang Cheng, elated by her words, thought, what could possibly be a concern? To have such a captivating beauty express her feelings so openly is a rare gift. He understood the inner turmoil she must have been facing and pulled her close, reassuring her, do not worry, I will treat you well. Chapter 18. Wake up overwhelmed with joy. Yu Xiaoxiao kissed Jiang Cheng softly. I understand. You can rest assured, I seek nothing more. You must be tired. Let us indulge in a spa treatment. I've heard the spa here is quite renowned. Certainly, Jiang Cheng replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly made her way to the designated female spa area. The Yanyuan Ammon Hotel boasted the largest spa in the world, with an hour of service costing a staggering 3,000 yuan. Jiang Cheng booked a 2-hour session, recognizing the need to unwind after the long journey. After soaking in the hot springs and enjoying the spa treatment, Jiang Cheng found himself reclining on the luxurious golden Nanmu bed in the villa. The sumptuous imported mattress lulled him into a deep slumber almost instantly. Moments later, he felt a warmth enveloping him. Awoke, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort. As he lifted the covers, his gaze fell upon the exquisite visage of Yu Xiaoxiao, her face reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. Xiaoxiao, your skills in the game have evidently improved. It's clear you were truly hungry, he remarked. You must teach me. This is my first time playing the game alone. Observing Yu Xiaoxiao's naturally alluring demeanor, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly embraced her, enveloped by her soft warmth. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he pressed his lips fervently against hers, engaging in a passionate kiss that lasted over 2 hours. After this fervent encounter, he sighed contentedly and made his way to the bathroom. As he gazed at himself in the mirror, his handsome features appeared even more striking. Such extraordinary looks. How can anyone else compete? He mused while enjoying his shower. A little over 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng emerged from the bathroom to find Yu Xiaoxiao peacefully asleep. He settled on the sofa, noticing the blanket covering her was slightly askew, revealing her delicate shoulder. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded over her fair upper body, framing her flawless face. With a sigh, he leaned down to gently kiss her smooth shoulder. Meanwhile, 3 cleaning staff were busily tidying the room and replenishing toiletries. Near the large bed, a young woman was assisting a middle-aged woman in changing the bed linens. The latter observed the wrinkled sheets and remarked, TSK, TSK, TSK. The stamina of today's youth is remarkable. The young woman blushed at the comment. Sister Zhang, keep it down. We don't want a guest to hear. The older woman dismissed her concern, calling out to another middle-aged woman, come see how vigorous your husband is compared to this. The adeptly hearing Jiang Cheng had already caught wind of their whispers while sharing lunch with Yu Xiaoxiao. She was happily feeding him a piece of marinated seafood, exclaiming, Jiang Cheng, try this. It's fresh, not too fishy, with a hint of sweetness. After savoring the dish for a moment, Jiang Cheng responded, indeed, it is quite delicious. But compared to last night, I still prefer the pure taste of seafood. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed. With a playful pout, she retorted, how rude. I told you not to eat it, and now you tease me. This isn't teasing. I speak the truth, he replied. Yu Xiaoxiao lightly swatted his arm, saying, stop it. There are others around. Jiang Cheng chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek, pondering how embarrassed she would be if she knew the cleaning staff were discussing their shared bed linens. After breakfast, the ambitious Yu Xiaoxiao intended to go to work, but was firmly persuaded by Jiang Cheng to take a day off to relax at the hotel. As Jiang Cheng scrolled through his social media, he noticed their class monitor, Li Sudong, flaunting his extravagant 18th birthday gifts. He playfully tapped Yu Xiaoxiao's long, slender leg, saying, Xiaoxiao, may I borrow your leg for a photo to celebrate my 18th birthday? Is today your birthday? She asked. No, I've already celebrated mine. But everyone has been posting about their extravagant gifts, and I thought I would showcase your beautiful legs instead. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated before agreeing. That's fine. But how do you want to pose? Jiang Cheng, Noticing her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, mischievously remarked, "We're so close, yet you're still shy?" Provoked by his words, Yu Xiaoxiao retorted, "Who says I'm shy? Come here." With that, she pulled Jiang Cheng onto the nearby leather sofa, gracefully draping her long legs over his shoulders. "Go ahead, take the picture." Even Jiang Cheng, who had previously experienced the beauty of Yu Xiaoxiao's legs, felt momentarily overwhelmed. After snapping a few photos, he opened his social media to share, "Though my 18th birthday lacks luxury cars, my speed rivals that of a supercar." He expertly selected the visible group and posted the photo. Not long after, his post exploded with activity. Li Sudong, checking his own post featuring a $20,000 piano, noticed Jiang Cheng's casual photos of Yu Xiaoxiao's legs and felt a rush of jealousy. Jiang Cheng often overshadowed Li Sudong at school, leading to a strained relationship. Yet at that moment, Li Sudong couldn't help but envy Jiang Cheng's birthday celebration. This was a true coming-of-age celebration, far more enticing than his own collection of digital girlfriends. As Jiang Cheng's post garnered attention, comments flooded in. Cheng Jiping, "Damn, why would you make me see this in the morning?" Zhou Jun, "Suddenly, I feel my mom giving me a house isn't as appealing. I want a leggy lady too." Li Ziru, "Bro, you've outdone yourself. I'm bleeding from my nose." Zhong Chushi, Jiang Chengyu, "Suya, goodness, you men are too perverse." Li Shumin angrily typed a comment on Jiang Cheng's post. Li Shumin, "What the hell?" Jiang Cheng, "I'm telling the principal. Just because you've graduated doesn't mean you can act recklessly." Zhou Jiun, "Wake up, Li Shumin. We graduated and the certificates are in hand. The principal won't care anymore. Jealousy won't help." In Chapter 19, Su Wan, Jiang Cheng arrived in a Rolls-Royce at the luxurious Ferrari dealership on the northern bank of Suzhou River in the bustling metropolis. The Rolls-Royce effortlessly glided through the entrance, catching the attention of the sales staff, who promptly approached him. "Good day, sir. Welcome to the Ferrari showroom. How may I assist you today? Do you have an appointment?" Jiang Cheng shook his head, "No." "May I ask your name?" The salesperson inquired. "Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Xiaoyan, your sales representative. Do you have a specific model in mind? Or would you like to enjoy some tea in the lounge while I introduce you to our range of models?" Jiang Cheng declined, "No." "Do you have any vehicles available for immediate viewing?" "We do. Please follow me, and I will show you." Despite Jiang Cheng's youthful appearance, Xiaoyan did not dismiss him. However, Jiang Cheng felt a tinge of disappointment at her slightly mature demeanor. In truth, luxury car salespeople typically possess several years of experience. Moreover, their annual target requires a minimum transaction volume exceeding 100 million to qualify for employment, with basic salaries ranging from 5,000 to over 10,000. Thus, the majority of luxury car sales personnel are typically in their 30s to 40s, possessing extensive sales experience. It is virtually impossible for fresh graduates to venture into luxury car sales. While there may be some opportunities in general automotive sales, aspiring to sell super luxury vehicles as a newcomer is a mere daydream. As she enthusiastically led Jiang Cheng into the showroom, Xiaoyan introduced him to the surroundings. Jiang Cheng noticed a man and a woman nearby, examining a vehicle. The middle-aged man, approximately 170 centimeters tall, was stout and exuded an air of unrefinedness, with a shine reflecting off his balding head. In stark contrast, the woman beside him had a stunning figure, her silhouette surpassing 80% of women. At that moment, 3 sales representatives were attentively explaining a red LaFerrari to the duo. The oily man boasted to the woman beside him, "Su Wan, if you think this car is decent, I'll buy it. How about I take you for a spin?" "Mr. Huang, you're too kind. Purchasing a car is a serious matter. You must be certain. After all, you will be the one driving it. My opinion is inconsequential. Why speak so formally? Once the film is shot, I can pick you up from work every day. Whatever car you desire, I can arrange it for you." "No need, Mr. Huang. Our filming schedule is hectic. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Besides, that's the assistant's job. If you could cast me as the female lead, I assure you I would take the role seriously. Just agree, and the role of the female lead will naturally be yours." After this, the man attempted to embrace the woman, but she deftly stepped back, awkwardly retreating. "Mr. Huang, I reiterate, you're too kind. I just want to focus on acting, nothing else." At that moment, Xiao Yun and Jiang Cheng's entrance caught the attention of others. The female sales representatives could not help but glance at the handsome Jiang Cheng. As he observed the woman beside the middle-aged man, he felt a flicker of familiarity. Su? A celebrity? Suan? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng recalled her identity. One of the rising stars in the entertainment industry, the renowned CEO, Su from a prominent company. To his surprise, she looked even more exquisite in person than on television, with bright peach blossom eyes and a sweet, youthful voice. Most memorable was her famous poolside photo, affectionately dubbed Big Bowl. The other female sales representatives scrutinized Jiang Cheng with interest. Having been in luxury car sales for an extended period, they had encountered a myriad of individuals, often viewing them through tinted lenses. Despite Jiang Cheng's modest attire, his striking good looks captivated the women present. Standing at 1.85 meters, with tousled hair and fair skin, he embodied the quintessential clean-cut, handsome young man, the type that would naturally draw the attention of any woman. The middle-aged man, surrounded by women captivated by Jiang Cheng, turned to glance at him. Even Su Wang occasionally cast her gaze in Jiang Cheng's direction, causing the middle-aged man to scowl. He thought to himself that Jiang Cheng was merely younger and taller, nothing particularly special. His attire was unremarkable, and he couldn't help but internally mock the women for their superficiality. Could good looks provide sustenance? He noticed the watch on Jiang Cheng's wrist, transparent in design. For someone like Huang Ming, who was accustomed to Rolex and Patek Philippe, he mistook the Richard Mille for a lower-end brand. Jiang Cheng, with keen hearing, had overheard the exchange between Su Wan and Huang Ming. It seemed Huang Ming had leveraged certain advantages to persuade Su Wan into agreeing to something, the particulars of which were mutually understood. However, it was evident that Su Wan's attitude was one of refusal, a matter that held no significance for Jiang Cheng. He chose not to linger on them, instead focusing on the array of exquisite displays in the showroom as Xiao Yun continued her introduction. Chapter 20. Purchasing a car in full? Xiao Yun did not underestimate Jiang Cheng due to his age. Recognizing it was his first visit to the Ferrari showroom, she meticulously detailed the history and philosophy of Ferrari. Pointing to the iconic models on the expansive display wall, she remarked, "This is our most renowned model, the LaFerrari, which stands alongside the McLaren P1 and Porsche 918 as the triumvirate of divine automobiles." This was Jiang Cheng's first time stepping into such a luxurious showroom, and he had anticipated encountering disdain from sales representatives. To his surprise, he received attentive service, which left him pleasantly astonished. With Xiao Yun's guidance, Jiang Cheng's attention was wholly captivated by the vibrant red LaFerrari before him. This supercar, undeniably, was the ultimate toy that every man aspired to own. Moreover, the LaFerrari was likely the most expensive model in their lineup. His supercar voucher could only purchase one vehicle, and if he could acquire the LaFerrari, it would be worth it. Although he had never purchased a LaFerrari, he had heard that acquiring one required certain prerequisites, though he was unaware of the specifics. Jiang Cheng, no longer the shy youth easily flustered by others' remarks, approached the inquiry with confidence. He believed that it was only natural to ask questions when uncertain. "I have heard that purchasing your LaFerrari necessitates certain conditions." Xiao Yun, smiling genuinely, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, esteemed guest, as the LaFerrari is a limited edition model, it requires a financial verification process. Only those who pass this verification may purchase it. Furthermore, one must first own 5 of our Ferrari models and establish themselves as a valued customer to qualify for the LaFerrari." Hearing this, Jiang Cheng sighed, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. "So, it appears I am not eligible to purchase it?" Xiao Yun, noting his despondent expression, was taken aback. The LaFerrari's price tag exceeded 20 million, and that was merely for the chassis. Including interior options and import taxes, the total cost could easily surpass 50 million. Those capable of affording such a sum were undoubtedly worth several hundred million or more. Although she doubted someone his age could afford a LaFerrari, his genuine demeanor suggested that his disappointment was sincere. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yun spoke. "If you truly wish to acquire the LaFerrari, it is not entirely impossible." Jiang Cheng's spirits lifted at her words. "Oh, how so?" When Ferrari was first launched, its exceptional design and appearance garnered immense popularity. However, due to the overwhelming demand and slow production rates, various suppliers imposed absurd purchasing conditions. It is akin to what they mentioned earlier regarding membership status and purchase records, and even more outrageous conditions, such as price increases. However, with the passage of time, the emergence of other renowned supercar brands, and the implementation of environmental policies in our country, Ferrari can no longer dominate the market as it once did. Various restrictions have long since been lifted, and price hikes have become unthinkable. Under the condition of no price increase, there may even be discounts. Consider that a Ferrari typically costs several million. While this figure may seem modest, take Shanghai as an example. With a threshold of 5 million, if one were to aggregate properties, vehicles, funds, cash, and even stocks, half of the residents in Shanghai could easily reach a net worth of 5 million. This amount is quite commonplace. A couple of old properties combined with some savings would suffice. Yet, without liquidating these assets, very few individuals possess the ability to readily produce 5 million in cash. In 2019, Ferrari sold only 836 vehicles across our entire nation, including Wandao and Min AO, with 80 of the transactions involving models priced below 5 million. As for the Ferrari LaFerrari, priced above 20 million, it is needless to say that not a single person could be counted on one hand to have purchased it. Thus, even now, price increases are impossible and purchase limits are merely verbal declarations. While this is the principle, one must acknowledge that Ferrari orders require time to fulfill. Due to prolonged waiting periods, some orders may not be delivered as anticipated, allowing for certain spots to be filled by others. If you're certain, you may register your order as a substitute for those available, albeit with a higher deposit than standard orders. I wonder if that is acceptable to you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. He was using system funds to purchase the car, regardless of any additional costs. If it is available, I will pay in full. At these words from Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. Full payment. Did Jiang Cheng truly comprehend the cost of this vehicle? It was not only Xiao Yun. Others present were equally taken aback by Jiang Cheng's casual declaration. Despite their internal monologues, they found themselves at a loss for words. Full payment? She was both shocked and curious. Even Huang Ming, a prominent businessman and investor in their company, Huang Jia Entertainment, although the company boasts a valuation in the billions. Huang Ming's liquid assets barely reach tens of millions. His film investments only average around 5 million. If you asked Huang Ming to purchase a LaFerrari, he would undoubtedly hesitate. Even when considering a 3 million Ferrari, he would deliberate extensively. Yet here was Jiang Cheng, asserting his intent to purchase the LaFerrari with full payment. How could she not be astonished and intrigued? Chapter 20. Verification of funds? Mr. Jiang, the base price of the LaFerrari exceeds 20 million, and with customizations, it would require at least 40 million. Upon hearing this amount, Jiang Cheng's expression remained unchanged. I understand, and I can accept that. After Jiang Cheng spoke, Xiao Yin could no longer contain herself. Having worked at Ferrari for several years, selling their flagship model, the LaFerrari, would be a crowning achievement in her sales history. Moreover, the commission alone would cover her expenses for the next 2 years. Seeing Jiang Cheng's determination to order the LaFerrari, even Su Wan, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise. The sales personnel attending to Huang Ming, noticing Xiao Yun's excitement, felt envious. Although Huang Ming was dressed in fine attire and wore a Jaeger-LeCoultre watch, what did that matter? They had spent an entire hour meticulously detailing everything to him. Yet he continued to dawdle, discussing investments and evening dates with Su Wan, perhaps merely showing off by bringing a celebrity. Huang Ming also heard Jiang Cheng's declaration. Observing Su Wan glance towards Jiang Cheng once more, his expression darkened again. Xiao Wan, what do you think of this car? If it's feasible, please assist me in selecting the accessories, as you will be in the passenger seat when I pick it up. Su Wan, initially listening to Huang Ming's words, could no longer conceal her frown. Had it not been for work obligations, she would have swiftly turned to leave. Although this was not her first encounter with Huang Ming, nothing had ever transpired between them. His comment implied an undefined connection between them, which was frustrating. However, Huang Ming was the investor for their company's television series, and he had specifically requested Su Wan's company today, leaving her with no choice. Mr. Huang, I'm not well-versed in car details. Please decide for yourself. Besides, I am quite busy with filming and have little time to go out. Huang Ming's patience was wearing thin. He attributed Su Wan's attention to Jiang Cheng's sudden appearance. After all, once Jiang Cheng arrived, her gaze shifted entirely towards him. He was uncertain whether Jiang Cheng was merely bluffing or if he truly possessed such wealth. At that moment, he decided to observe from the sidelines. If he were to step on a landmine, he could not afford to offend such a wealthy second-generation heir. However, should Jiang Cheng's account not hold such wealth, he would certainly make him regret it. He would ensure Su Wan recognized who the true affluent individual was. After a few minutes, Xiao Yun swiftly returned with a well-dressed middle-aged man. Literary supervisor, this is Mr. Jiang. Jiang Cheng noticed that the male supervisor had brought along a man he recognized from the auction yesterday, Wang Zhang. I heard from Lao Wang that someone intends to purchase the LaFerrari with full payment, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. Jiang Cheng casually nodded. I just arrived and needed a car, so I decided to buy one. You call this casual? That sounds a bit ostentatious. Wang Zheng remarked with a hint of envy. The male supervisor, noticing Wang Zheng's familiarity with Jiang Cheng, asked with a smile, "Is this Mr. Wang's friend?" "Just met yesterday," Jiang Cheng replied. "Brother Jiang, take a look at the Richard Mill 056 on his wrist. It sold for 18 million at yesterday's auction." "Lao Wang, you're in luck. A big order is coming your way." Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Jiang Cheng was remarkably wealthy. He appeared to be in his 20s. The male supervisor's eyes lit up as he regarded Jiang Cheng, his demeanor transforming into one of respect and humility. Anyone capable of purchasing an 18 million watch could certainly afford a LaFerrari priced at over 50 million. He immediately extended his right hand towards Jiang Cheng. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I have already heard from Xiao Yun about your situation. Thank you immensely for choosing Ferrari. I understand that purchasing your Ferrari requires verification of funds?" Jiang Cheng inquired. The male supervisor promptly waved his hand. "Typically, yes. Verification is a standard procedure we implement, not directed solely at you. Please understand. However, Mr. Wang mentioned that since you can afford a watch costing over $1 million, the LaFerrari should pose no issue. Would you like to proceed with the registration for the LaFerrari?" Jiang Cheng glanced at Wang Zheng. Judging by the supervisor's attitude towards him, it seemed Wang Zheng was not an ordinary individual. After hearing the supervisor's words, Jiang Cheng nodded casually. In the realm of society, who would reject a financial transaction? This was something Jiang Cheng had long since discerned under Jiang Jiamin's influence. As long as one possesses wealth, there is no need to adhere to any rules, even if there are conditions for purchase. Individuals will find ways to facilitate an unconditional transaction. The regulations regarding purchases were originally established to constrain the common populace. Upon recognizing Jiang Cheng's formidable purchasing power, these rules appeared utterly obsolete. Catering to the affluent, the resourceful individuals in this realm possess myriad strategies. The male supervisor activated the large LCD television in the lobby and clicked on the connection in his hand. At that moment, a striking Ferrari LaFerrari with butterfly doors graced the screen. "Mr. Jiang, please select the exterior color for your LaFerrari." Jiang Cheng glanced at it and promptly declared red. Although he had never owned a Ferrari, red embodies the very spirit of the brand, especially for the LaFerrari. It simply had to be red. "Now, please choose the material for the steering wheel interior." Jiang Cheng's selections took but a brief moment. For affluent individuals, the process of choosing merely entails expressing personal preference. As the cost is of no concern, the experience was seamless. Within approximately 10 minutes, all aspects of the vehicle's customization were finalized. Observers marveled at Jiang Cheng's casual personalization, silently reflecting on the life of the wealthy, where a mere flick of a finger could orchestrate a $20 million configuration, as if it were merely 2,000. Chapter 21. The fall of the Qing dynasty. Beside him, Su Wan couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. While she had to approach her 500,000 investment with utmost humility, Jiang Cheng effortlessly spent tens of millions in mere minutes. Upon completing the customization, Jiang Cheng turned to the male supervisor and stated, "Please charge the full amount to my card." This declaration left everyone present momentarily stunned. Although the sales staff treated Jiang Cheng with courtesy, it was primarily due to their professional ethics. They genuinely believed he would not place an order. Given that someone like Huang Ming, a CEO, had taken over an hour to merely browse cars with a minor celebrity, they had not harbored high hopes for Jiang Cheng, who appeared rather unassuming. However, His sudden intent to pay in full was unexpected. Mr. Jiang, you could opt for a different payment method, the male supervisor suggested. Having worked at Ferrari for many years, he had encountered numerous tycoons purchasing luxury cars worth millions. Yet rarely had he seen someone proceed with full payment so resolutely. No need, just swipe my card. Understood. Seeing Jiang Cheng's determination, the male supervisor refrained from further commentary and signaled to a nearby assistant, Xiao Yun. Instantly, she excitedly handed over the device in her possession. With a beep, the substantial transaction was completed. Observing Jiang Cheng casually slip the printed receipt into his pocket left everyone in utter astonishment. At that moment, Su Wan's curiosity about Jiang Cheng's background intensified. Her expressive fox-like eyes widened as she fixed her gaze upon him. He was, without question, the wealthiest second-generation heir she had ever encountered, both within and outside the industry. It is worth noting that even affluent heirs typically have monthly allowances of merely a few $100,000, with those possessing slightly more reaching into the millions. However, she had never witnessed anyone produce over 50 million in an instant. Moreover, this amount represented only the liquid assets in Jiang Cheng's mobile banking account. When considering his other assets, it was evident that his net worth surely exceeded 100 million. This understanding was not lost on Su Wan, nor on the others present. Congratulations, host. Your level has advanced. The host earns 12 yuan for every second spent in this world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 90 points. Level, 8. System reserves, 86, 410 yuan, available for withdrawal at any time. System, 12 yuan per second. Experience required for upgrade, 82. 561,000. Earning 12 yuan per second accumulates to 72 yuan per minute, 4,320 yuan per hour, and 103,680 yuan per day, transforming his monthly income to 3,100,000. His annual income nearly approaches 40 million. Concurrently, while processing the payment, Jiang Cheng also utilized a sports car purchase critical card. Ding! The sports car purchase critical card has been successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a maximum multiplier of 50 times the critical hit. The critical hit amount is 2,711,000,000. In an instant, acquiring over 2 billion left Jiang Cheng genuinely exhilarated. His decision to purchase a car before a house had unexpectedly generated tens of billions. Boss Huang, I have a meeting at the company shortly. Su Wan gently declined. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming's countenance darkened, and he admonished, "What audacity a mere celebrity has. Su Wan, let me be clear. Either this investment proceeds or it falls through." This remark ignited Su Wan's ire. "What do you mean? Who are you to act high and mighty? I have spoken to you with courtesy, yet you continue to waste my time. Either clean up and wait for me or prepare to be sidelined." Su Wan's resolve hardened as she retorted, "Mr. Huang, regardless of your investment decision, I stand by my words. I will not yield. Do as you wish." Ding! Special mission triggered. Assist Su Wan in resolving her predicament and secure her willingness to sign a contract. Completion of this mission will yield special rewards. Jiang Cheng grinned upon observing the system's notification. Boss Huang, such bravado. The Qing dynasty has long since fallen. Miss Su, rest assured, if he does not invest, I shall. Su Wan, taken aback by Jiang Cheng's sudden engagement, widened her eyes in surprise. Meanwhile, Huang Ming, recognizing Jiang Cheng's formidable capabilities, opted not to confront him directly. Leaving in a huff, Su Wan straightened her posture, composed herself, and addressed Jiang Cheng. "Hello, I am Su Wan." "Jiang Cheng," he replied. "Mr. Jiang, was your mention of investment genuine?" Su Wan, merely a third or fourth-tier celebrity, lacked the privilege to select scripts for herself and was often subjected to the company's demands. Having steadfastly upheld her principles, she had remained in a semi-sidelined state since her debut. She understood that her refusal of Huang Ming's advances might indeed lead to her being entirely sidelined by the company. Tianqing Entertainment sounded familiar. She had overheard Yu Xiao mention it during their conversation the previous evening. With the system having issued a task, Jiang Cheng was determined to complete it, as the rewards were often substantial. He nodded, of course. "Really? Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for this opportunity. I will certainly perform well," Su Wan eagerly responded. At 19, her most notable role had been that of a supporting character, while the remainder were minor roles. Each day was spent nervously filming without landing a breakout character, and months had passed since her last performance. Thus, she had agreed to accompany Huang Ming for shopping, despite his veiled propositions. Though she had rebuffed his advances, she remained intent on seizing the chance to portray the lead. Chapter 22. Wang Zheng's invitation. At that moment, a message from Yu Xiaoxiao pinged through on WeChat, indicating that she had reserved a restaurant for Jiang Cheng to dine. After reading it, Jiang Cheng turned to Su Wan and said, "Let us discuss the investment tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to this evening." Su Wan, eager to connect, replied, "Very well, Mr. Jiang. Would you mind adding me on WeChat?" Jiang Cheng readily agreed. Su Wan's captivating eyes sparkled with charm, emanating a beguiling allure as she regarded him. Her captivating allure was undeniably powerful, so much so that Jiang Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his charm. He pulled out his phone to scan for Su Wan. "Well then, Mr. Jiang, see you tomorrow," Su Wan said eagerly. Once Jiang Cheng concluded his conversation with Su Wan, the male supervisor turned to him, stating, "Mr. Jiang, the order is already being arranged. Please hold on a moment." "All right, when can I pick up the car?" Jiang Cheng inquired. "The earliest would be in about 5 months." Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow at this response. That long? Although he was aware that the delivery time for a Ferrari was not swift, he was taken aback by the lengthy wait. At that moment, Wang Zheng, who had been watching, finally approached. "Today has truly broadened my horizons. I actually got to witness the customization process of the LaFerrari. I just didn't expect the wait to be so lengthy." Jiang Cheng replied calmly, "Ha, you have a point. This is indeed the most bothersome aspect of car buying. Do you also enjoy supercars?" Wang Zheng remarked, observing Jiang Cheng. "It's merely for convenience, but the wait time is excessively long." Wang Zheng silently envied him. At 18, he could not afford to casually spend over 50 million on a supercar like Jiang Cheng. There's a car exhibition happening over at the Bund these days, featuring Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, McLaren, every brand you can think of. The best part is, if you like a car there, you can drive it off right away. Would you be interested in joining me to take a look? Jiang Cheng casually nodded at Wang Zheng's invitation. The way the Ferrari supervisor treated Wang Zheng indicated that his family background was quite extraordinary. "Sure, I'd be delighted." After confirming the order, Jiang Cheng arrived at the restaurant reserved by Yu Xiaoxiao in a Rolls-Royce. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by the rich ambience of the city. The deep green wallpaper, antique gramophone, and vintage ceiling fans created a nostalgic atmosphere, while a stunning woman in a cheap house sang classic songs from the old Shanghai on the stage. Jiang Cheng nodded in approval. No wonder it was a Michelin-starred restaurant. The ambience was exquisite. Yu Xiaoxiao had chosen a private room instead of an outdoor booth. When Jiang Cheng stepped into the room, he found Yu Xiaoxiao engrossed in ordering on her tablet. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, she immediately stood up and beckoned. "Jiang Cheng, come sit over here." Dressed in a knee-length Chanel dress, she exuded elegance and grace, her skin fair as snow, truly captivating. Jiang Cheng approached her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his lips brushing against her delicate ear as he whispered, "Why the change in attire? I told you to rest, but you seem not fatigued at all." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaoxiao raised her hands in surrender. "Jiang Cheng, my dear, could you please allow me to rest for a few hours?" What did you call me?" "Husband. Is it all right for me to rest? We can talk tomorrow." Jiang Cheng gazed at Yu Xiaoxiao's sensuous, partially bitten red lips, unable to resist pulling her closer. As a career woman, Yu Xiaoxiao possessed a remarkable aptitude for learning. She quickly grasped the concepts Jiang Cheng imparted to her. 20 minutes later, after rinsing her mouth, Yu Xiaoxiao playfully shot a glance at Jiang Cheng. "You rascal." Jiang Cheng grinned mischievously. "Let me see what delicacies we have here. You've had your fill, but I haven't eaten yet." After Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him, she tidied her hair and handed the tablet to Jiang Cheng, meticulously introducing the dishes. "The crab roe rice here is unique to this city, topped generously with crab roe. This dish has even received a Michelin recommendation, so you must savor it later. And this stir-fried fish slices, scallion-baked fish head, and chicken feather vegetable strips." Jiang Cheng noticed Yu Xiaoxiao had already ordered 4 dishes and nodded. "Let us stick with this. It should be sufficient. You should order a few more. You'll see. While the food is delicious, the portions are small. Jiang Cheng casually added 3 more recommended dishes. By the way, do you know Suwan? Suwan? She's an artist from our company. What's up? Jiang Cheng briefly recounted the situation to Yu Xiao and mentioned his desire to sign Suwan. After listening, Yu Xiao looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, Jiang Cheng, do you like Suwan? Aware of the disparity between herself and Jiang Cheng, she had never dared to hope for anything more. I can't say I like her just yet. It's more of a fortunate encounter. What do you think of her potential? Yu Xiao nodded understandingly. Though the company doesn't value her much at present, her qualities are quite commendable. If you do like her, I will assist you. As for me, if you ever need my help, feel free to reach out. I won't mind. Jiang Cheng could sense Yu Xiao's nervousness about him, and her willingness to think of his happiness was quite generous. He affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, silly girl, rest assured, whether it's you or anyone else, as long as she is my woman, I will treat you all well. Understood? Yu Xiao nodded contentedly at Jiang Cheng's forthright words. Given her unique situation, she had no expectation that Jiang Cheng would love only her. At that moment, as Jiang Cheng played with her hair, she felt a sense of being cherished. All she desired was to be Jiang Cheng's understanding little lover, occasionally basking in his affection. So, do you wish to invest in her right now? Jiang Cheng nodded. I want to sign her and invest in her. Yu Xiao hesitated before responding. Suwan's contract should not have expired yet. If you wish to sign her, you might need to compensate for breach of contract, which could amount to several million. Our company typically operates on 5-year contracts. I'll need to review the specific terms. You have nothing to worry about. I'll leave these matters to you. No problem, but to sign Suwan, we'll need a company and various procedures. I'm familiar with this process, so I can handle it. However, we will need Suwan's consent to begin the arrangements. Yu Xiao, as the operations manager, was very adept at these procedures. You just handle it, and don't worry about the funds. Once the company is established, you'll manage it. I won't interfere. As for the shares, if you desire, I can allocate some to you. The initial funding for the company would come from the financial system. Furthermore, once he successfully signed Suwan and provided her with quality resources, he anticipated significant profits within 2 years when she achieved stardom. The key was having Yu Xiao to assist him, allowing him to take a back seat, truly a delightful prospect. Yu Xiao shook her head, declining, Jiang Cheng, that's not feasible. I'll only assist you in management. I cannot accept shares. If necessary, just offer me a high salary. Yu Xiao understood that Jiang Cheng was not short on money, especially since he had casually purchased a watch worth over 10 million at an auction. Moreover, as she transitioned from operations manager to company manager, her influence would significantly increase. She was already quite satisfied with this change, and she believed Jiang Cheng would not offer her salary less than her previous one. Upon noticing Yu Xiao's disinterest in monetary gain, Jiang Cheng shook his head. Xiao, you're truly too naive. Jiang Cheng, you don't understand. Before meeting you, my life was devoid of meaning. Every day, I was pressured by my parents to marry. My existence lacked color, caught in the monotonous grind of work with immense pressure. But meeting you transformed me from a girl to a woman. I experienced joy in this world, the feeling of liking someone. I feel truly alive, so I'm not foolish at all. As long as I can be with you, I find immense happiness. Jiang Cheng was acutely aware of the oppressive life that Yu Xiao had previously endured. With a tender heart, he embraced her and reassured her, henceforth, you shall be my woman. You are free to pursue whatever your heart desires, and no longer must you suppress your true self. As their conversation unfolded, the dishes they had ordered began to arrive. Jiang Cheng, upon seeing the 138 yuan portion of the golden braised pork, finally comprehended what Yu Xiao had meant by small portions. The quantity had appeared substantial on the tablet, yet it was merely a modest serving on the table. The same held true for the stir-fried fish fillet. What seemed like an abundance of slices on the tablet turned out to be just a handful. Fortunately, Yu Xiao had ordered a few additional dishes at the last moment. Otherwise, they would have indeed found themselves wanting for more. At this stage of his life, Jiang Cheng possessed an insatiable appetite. Despite ordering over 10 dishes, he devoured every single one without exception. True to Yu Xiao's words, the Michelin-starred restaurant recommended by the local culinary guide lived up to its reputation. Though the portions were scant, The flavors were commensurate with the price. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Jiang Cheng nodded in contentment. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have experienced an unforgettable culinary delight. The system rewards you with a food cashback card. The cashback card boasted an impressive multiplier of 1,100 times. Plus the actual number of guests invited, up to 5 could be counted. Jiang Cheng scrutinized the system's explanation, realizing that the card allowed him to invite others to dine with him. If he were to spend 10,000 yuan, with a maximum cashback multiplier of 100, he would receive a return of 1 million, and with a maximum 5 guests, that would amount to 5 million in cashback. He was astonished that such an unassuming cashback card held such formidable potential. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could expect a return of 20 to 30 times. The prospect of casually dining and reaping 100,000 was nothing short of extraordinary. The dream-fulfilling system was indeed remarkable. Yu Xiao, gazing at Jiang Cheng's handsome and spirited visage, couldn't help but reach out and caress his cheek, saying, "Good husband, slow down a bit. That won't do. Speed adds excitement. Soon, I shall take you to meet someone of the surname Gao." The following day, Jiang Cheng awoke naturally, only to find that Yu Xiao had already left for work. Checking his phone, he noticed that Sister Wang had sent him a WeChat message early in the morning, inviting him to lunch. Hot pot and barbecue are quite different in their appeal. What sets Rongqing apart from the magical metropolis? Must you insist on dining in the magic city? Sister Wang chuckled upon receiving the emoji Jiang Cheng had sent, stifling a laugh. Just teasing you. I'm quite familiar with the magic city. Allow me to make arrangements. Shall I come pick you up? That would be greatly appreciated, Mr. Jiang. After casual grooming, he departed in a luxurious Rolls-Royce to the location Sister Wang had provided. As he peered out the window, he observed that Sister Wang's residential complex appeared to be a mid-range apartment building. Within 5 minutes, he saw Sister Wang hurrying toward his car. Donned in a light yellow top and black platform Martin boots, her strikingly white legs elegantly exposed. It was quintessentially Sister Wang's style. Once she settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, she removed her black cap and mask. After arranging her bangs, she flashed a bright smile, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkling as she greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. You came down quite swiftly. Aren't you feeling warm?" Jiang Cheng remarked, surprised that her speed indicated she was always prepared to descend. Sister Wang covered her mouth and chuckled. The places we're heading to are air-conditioned and within shopping centers. In our line of work, wearing winter attire in summer and evening gowns in winter is quite typical. "Where shall we go now?" inquired the respectful driver. After glancing at Jiang Cheng, Sister Wang nodded to the driver. "Please take us to the Baiwa Hotel at Lujiazui." Understood. The driver responded courteously. As they drove, Sister Wang, feeling a mix of shyness and curiosity, glanced at Jiang Cheng and asked, "You seem quite young. May I inquire about your profession? Are the scions of wealthy families this extravagant nowadays? Is it true that one can wield such cash flow at merely 18? Noticing Jiang Cheng's mere smile, Sister Wang sighed. "I truly envy you. Do you really possess a fortune that allows you to purchase a Ferrari so casually at such a young age?" Jiang Cheng shook his head with a casual demeanor. "Just an ordinary family." She dismissed his words as modesty. "By the way, Huang Ming has gone bankrupt. This won't affect your work, will it?" Sister Wang smiled bitterly at this. His bankruptcy indicates that the investment has likely fallen through, but it doesn't significantly impact me. Initially, he was supposed to visit our company as an investor and had shown interest in me. Pausing, she glanced at Jiang Cheng, hesitating before continuing. "In our industry, there are certain unspoken rules. Investors choose you to be the lead actress, but there are often additional conditions attached." Jiang Cheng understood her implication. He was not entirely naive. Such unspoken rules existed, and regardless, the show must go on, and the funds must be invested. Investors typically preferred someone they found appealing, compliant, and enjoyable to work with. Unless one were a top-tier celebrity, the circumstances differed. Investors relied on the star's fame to promote the production, justifying substantial expenditures. Otherwise, individuals like Sister Wang, who were merely third or fourth-tier stars, were subject to the whims of selection. Huang Ming proposed certain conditions to me. If I accepted, I could be the lead. If not, they would select another. My company assigned me to host Huang Ming precisely for this reason. "Are you considering acceptance?" Jiang Cheng queried. Sister Wang shook her head. "I certainly want to accept. After so many years in this industry, If I had agreed early on, I wouldn't still be a mere third-tier star. My presence beside him would be limited to shopping. I will not acquiesce to any other conditions. Jiang Cheng found no reason to doubt Su Wan's words, as her privacy was evident to him. Huang Ming likely made similar propositions to many actresses. Su Wan nodded. Of course, if I refuse, others will gladly accept. Have you never contemplated acceptance? Jiang Cheng asked, intrigued. I have indeed. Even my manager has encouraged me, especially since this investment script is quite promising and could become a hit. However, I refuse to rely on such shortcuts to ascend. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging her determination to become a prominent figure in the industry. It was well known that Su Wan was tenacious, possessing both grit and a willingness to work hard. Otherwise, she would not have risen to become a leading star, with the system having issued a task. Jiang Cheng was curious about the rewards he would receive upon completing the investment in Su Wan. Is your production a significant investment? He inquired. Su Wan shook her head. Not at all. If it were a major investment, I wouldn't be cast as the lead. It's merely a small web series. Jiang Cheng noted her lack of confidence. If he were to reveal that in a year's time, she would achieve fame throughout Huaxia, he wondered if she would believe him. A web series? What is the investment amount? Upon hearing his question, Su Wan's eyes brightened as she looked at him. The investment isn't substantial. It's a comedic and inspirational youth drama, and according to company plans, it can be completed with just 5 million. Jiang Cheng's interest waned at the mention of such a modest budget. He shrugged. Well, I want to concern myself with that. My role is solely to invest. Are you serious? You want to even consider reviewing the script? She asked, surprised. No need. If you're worried, I could transfer the investment amount to you right now. Su Wan quickly waved her hand in response. That is not what I meant. I am merely surprised. Today marks our second meeting. If you want me to invest in this web series and make you the female lead, that is acceptable, but only on the condition that you become an artist in my company. Do you wish to sign me? Upon hearing this, Su Wan was instantly taken aback. She was merely a somewhat outdated and mediocre actress. Why would Jiang Cheng want to sign her? Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. Yes, I want to sign you. You will become an actress in my company, and I will invest in you. Mr. Jiang, my contract has not yet expired. Are you aware of that? Su Wan inquired, her captivating fox-like eyes scrutinizing Jiang Cheng. I am aware. Signing me means you will need to cover the breach of contract fee. That is not an issue, I understand. Jiang Cheng replied. With tens of billions in funds at his disposal, Su Wan's current worth would only require a few million in compensation. Su Wan fell silent at Jiang Cheng's words. She knew that no one would lavish attention on her for no reason. She was no longer an innocent girl. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Cheng had ulterior motives. Was it possible? A myriad of inappropriate scenarios flashed through her mind. Chapter 25. Hung Cheng Investment Company. Though she acknowledged that Jiang Cheng was particularly handsome, if he had ulterior motives, she did not see herself as losing much. After all, she would eventually be dating someone. If she agreed to Jiang Cheng's terms, not only could she have a liaison with a charming young man, but she could also receive his support. Wasn't that a win-win situation? However, she quickly dismissed such unhealthy thoughts. Mr. Jiang, do you have an entertainment company? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Not at the moment, but if you agree, it will be established soon. Observing Su Wan's hesitant expression, he understood her concerns. I heard from Xiao Xiao that you are not valued in your current company. Rest assured, if I sign you, I will handle the breach of contract fee. And for the next couple of years, the focus of the company will be on you. Su Wan's mouth hung open slightly, momentarily lost for words. She indeed was not valued at her company and was often made to accompany investors and producers. After consistently refusing to cooperate, coupled with the debacle involving Huang Ming's investment yesterday, the company had already indicated they might shelve her. The career span of a female star is inherently brief. If she were truly shelved, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to rise to prominence again. What? Are you unwilling? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted, causing Su Wan to shut. Once she regained her composure, she quickly shook her head. No, not at all. I am willing. How could she refuse such a favorable proposition? She was not a top-tier star. If someone was willing to support her, what reason did she have to decline? Having witnessed Jiang Cheng's capabilities yesterday, She understood that a person who could purchase a Ferrari LaFerrari was not lacking in resources. After speaking, Su Wan bit her lower lip. Conflicted. May I inquire if there are any specific requirements for your investment? Her enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Cheng, her face radiating an inexplicable allure. Jiang Cheng immediately grasped her implication, but feigned ignorance. Requirements? Are you referring to something similar to Huang Ming's conditions? If I were to propose that, would you agree? Su Wan hesitated and shook her head. Jiang Cheng understood that Su Wan's current goodwill towards him was only at 50 points. They were still in the realm of acquaintances. If he were to make such a request, she would undoubtedly refuse. Even if she accepted, it would be coerced, devoid of any enjoyment. In any case, the iconic bowl would eventually belong to him, so Jiang Cheng was not anxious. Rest assured, as long as you're an artist in my company, I will not require you to engage in any inappropriate interactions with other investors. However, he refrained from adding the last 6 words. Seeing Jiang Cheng's earnest demeanor, Su Wan felt even more inclined. In this day and age, to have such a management company that placed no demands while generously investing in her, what hesitation could she possibly have? Su Wan's goodwill suddenly surged to 60 points, officially placing her within the realm of ordinary friends. She eagerly licked her lips and asked, "When do you plan to sign me? I will have Xiao Xiao assist with this matter. You could discuss the annual salary and profit share with her," Jiang Cheng replied. Upon hearing him mention Xiao Xiao, Su Wan instinctively raised an eyebrow, but tactfully refrained from voicing any objections. "Very well. Should I start calling you Boss Jiang from now on?" Su Wan said cheerfully. "Calling me boss feels distant. How about you call me Gidge instead?" "Gidge, how old are you?" 20. 20? Do you really look that old?" Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Of course, don't you believe me? But you said you were in college. Shouldn't you be around 18? "Oh, I see now. You were referring to age. What else could it be?" Su Wan responded, somewhat confused. Noticing Jiang Cheng's meaningful smile, the savvy Su Wan instantly understood. Her face flushed like a ripe apple as she playfully glared at Jiang Cheng. "You little rascal." After half an hour, the two finally arrived at the Baiwei Hotel that Su Wan had mentioned. The establishment she chose was situated on the 87th floor of the Global Financial Center on Century Avenue, a pinnacle in Lujiazui. Upon entering, they were greeted by walls adorned with various prestigious awards in the restaurant's corridor. Jiang Cheng admired the view outside the restaurant's glass as they walked. From the 87th floor, the sight resembled a sea of clouds, indeed evoking a sense of floating above the world. With the waiter's guidance, they soon arrived at the reserved private room. After taking a seat, Su Wan promptly handed the ordering tool to Jiang Cheng. He accepted without hesitation, saying, "Allow me to treat you today. It would not be appropriate for the boss to make you pay." Su Wan, feeling a bit shy, replied, "That one tea do. I should be the one treating you. I am very grateful for your assistance." Su Wan playfully nodded. "Understood, boss. I promise to perform well." Upon her words, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained Su Wan's intention to sign, and the reward is being dispensed. Task reward, 20 equity in Hung Chung Investment Company." Note 1. The system has legally supported this event. All funds of the host will be obtained through Hung Chung Investment Company, thereby securing a public source of funding. Note 2. The host purchased shares in Hung Chung Investment Company at its inception, and all documentation related to Hung Chung is legal and verifiable. The documentation has been integrated into the system and can be directly accessed. Special reminder, the host may visit the headquarters of Hung Chung Company for a thorough inspection, which will yield special rewards. Jiang Cheng, upon reviewing the reward, comprehended its significance. This reward would provide a clear explanation for his sudden wealth. Previously, he had been uncertain how to explain his newfound affluence to his parents. Now, he could clarify everything, and his father could easily verify the details, confirming that Jiang Cheng was indeed telling the truth. This reward was, to date, the most valuable one Jiang Cheng had received. Chapter 27. Confessing to his parents. Jiang Cheng, while dining, sent various documents from the system to his parents, hoping to prepare them to digest the news of their child's unexpected wealth before they returned home. Given his father, Jiang Jiamin's personality, he would likely seek verification immediately. Since this was arranged by the system, Jiang Cheng naturally had no concerns about any loopholes. As expected, half an hour later, Jiang Jiamin's call came through. "You rascal, Your investment acumen is remarkable. In such a short time, Hunching Investment has grown into a large company. You must be raking in profits, Jiang Cheng inquired, a hint of pride evident in his voice. What is the profit share for this month? Jiang Cheng replied conservatively. Currently, it is approximately 600,000. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's astonished voice came through the line. 600,000? That means an annual income of over 7 million. Lao Jiang, your son is about to surpass you. Listening to Li Yan's teasing, Jiang Cheng snorted disdainfully. That brat is merely lucky. Stop being so stubborn. Who was it just now that was boasting to friends about having a successful son? Realizing his thoughts had been exposed by Li Yan, Jiang Cheng hastily relayed a few instructions to Jiang Cheng before abruptly ending the call. After hanging up, Jiang Cheng resumed chatting with his mother on WeChat. Li Yan chattered on about Jiang Cheng's earlier reaction. Knowing her son was now making money, she felt no need to hold back. There's a Patek Philippe in the Magic City, right? When we traveled there, your father bought me a lady's watch, but I think you need an appointment to purchase. Could you see if you could get one for me? A beginner-level piece would suffice, nothing too ostentatious. If you can't get it, forget it. Handle it as you see fit. Jiang Cheng was aware that Li Yan owned a Patek Philippe watch worth around 500,000, which she occasionally wore during company outings. However, purchasing a Patek Philippe, a brand renowned as the king of watches, was indeed cumbersome. Without an appointment, one could only window shop, as acquiring ready stock was nearly impossible unless one was extraordinarily fortunate. Yet, he had already secured a lady's enamel watch for Li Yan at an auction, so there was no need for concern if she couldn't buy one. All right, I'll head over shortly. Once Jiang Cheng said this, the system chimed, notifying him that the Patek Philippe appointment had been successfully arranged and he could proceed directly. Wow, the system is impressive. Jiang Cheng was taken aback by this notification, not expecting such a service from the system. Although the cuisine at Baiwei Hotel was quite good, he had not received any rewards from the gourmet card this time. Was it because the flavors were not extraordinary enough? The bill was only a little over 5,000, and it was just for Su Wan alone. Thus, Jiang Cheng did not utilize the gourmet cashback card. Having been to Magic City for 3 days without formally exploring, Jiang Cheng recalled that he had only brought one change of clothes. With his wallet now fuller, he naturally wanted to indulge a bit. Would you accompany me for a stroll? Jiang Cheng asked. Su Wan, not one to refuse his request, agreed, knowing that Jiang Cheng was currently her benefactor. Sure. Where would you like to go, my benefactor? Su Wan asked cheerfully, her mood evidently buoyant. Let's go shopping. I didn't bring much with me. Standing at the entrance of Patek Philippe, Su Wan felt a sense of bewilderment. Is this what the wealthy refer to as shopping? She had assumed Jiang Cheng would head to Hunglong or the newly expanded Guijin, as those were hubs for luxury brands. To her surprise, it was Patek Philippe. One must know that even the entry-level watches from Patek Philippe start at a minimum of 200,000. The slogan at the entrance certainly exuded prestige. No one can own a Patek Philippe. You are safeguarding it for your next generation. Upon stepping into the Patek Philippe boutique, a sales associate promptly approached them. Good day, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment? Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, I do. After checking his appointment details, the female salesperson warmly said, Mr. Jiang, my name is Xiao Chun. Please follow me to the VIP room. Upon reaching the second floor with Xiao Chun, Jiang Cheng and Su Wan noticed a man and woman standing there. The woman was excitedly trying on a diamond-studded watch, showcasing it to her partner. I think this watch suits you quite well, the man remarked, his taste commendable. Noticing Jiang Cheng and Su Wan ascend the stairs, both turned to look at them. At a glance, Su Wan instantly recognized the woman. Lin Ru, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Su Wan politely nodded at her. Lin Ru acknowledged Su Wan with a haughty nod. Are you here to look at watches as well? Su Wan hesitated momentarily, thinking it might be too soon to address Jiang Cheng as her boss. A friend is here to look at watches. Lin Ru glanced over Jiang Cheng, dismissing him entirely as he appeared young and unfamiliar. In their circle, handsome men were abundant. A striking visage was not the most crucial factor, as only the allure of wealth truly captivated them. Jiang Cheng, recognizing the familiar face before him, activated the friendly value scanning system. Name, Lin Ru. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Attractiveness, 90. Figure, 88. Privacy, 78. Friendliness value, 20 stranger status. At that moment, Jiang Cheng recalled her identity as a popular actress, but upon noticing her privacy value, he instantly lost interest. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside Lin Ru gave Su Wan a praising look, his eyes lighting up with interest. Although Su Wan and Lin Ru were comparable in looks, Suan is ora serpest Lin Ruiz. The middle-aged man, intrigued, turned to Lin Ru and inquired, Ruer, who is this? Wang Yi. She played a maid beside me in the period drama I filmed before. Her name is something like Wan. Lin Ru introduced Su Wan with an air of condescension. To her, Su Wan was not even in the same league. After all, she was the one whose film producer had brought her to buy a watch, while Su Wan would likely only come along to help select watches and perhaps play a supporting role. Illo, me wingai, a film investor. If you ever need assistance with filming, feel free to reach out, he said, handing Su Wan a business card with a smug expression. Su Wan, observing Lin Ru's lofty demeanor, merely smiled nonchalantly. The challenges she faced over the years had fortified her mental resilience. This industry was exceedingly pragmatic. When you were not in the limelight, others hardly remembered your name. However, once you suddenly became famous, many so-called friends would emerge, eager to bask in your glow, some even shamelessly tagging along on social media. Su Wan politely accepted the business card and said, "Thank you. I won't take up any more of your time." Xiao Chun, noticing their conversation had concluded, immediately asked, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any specific targets today?" Jiang Cheng shook his head, "No. I'll purchase if I find something suitable. Both ladies' and men's watches are fine. Which ones are in stock?" Hearing this, Xiao Chun pointed to the watch Lin Ru and her companion were examining. The two clients are looking at the 7122 series, which is both rose gold and platinum options available. Additionally, there are a few other models in stock, but popular ones, like the Starry Sky models, are not available and require pre-ordering. I'm not very familiar with these. How much is the one they are looking at? The price for the 7122 series ladies watch is 380,000. If you purchase now, you can buy it at the official price, Xiao Chen replied. Upon hearing this price, Jiang Cheng's interest in even looking at it evaporated. He shook his head and said, "Please check if there are any women's watches starting from 500,000. Let's not bring out those cheaper ones." He intended to gift Li Yin something more extravagant. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng request items priced over 50,000, Xiao Chun promptly nodded. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment while I fetch them." "All right, bring several options and also include some men's watches," he added. "Understood, I will be right back." Xiao Chun respectfully bowed to Jiang Cheng and swiftly exited the VIP area. In stark contrast, the atmosphere around Lin Ru turned palpably awkward. She shot a resentful glare at the two, feeling slighted that they deemed her chosen watch too inexpensive. Little did they know, she had to endure considerable persuasion with Wang Hai before he finally agreed to accompany her to make that purchase. Wang Hai, upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, immediately darkened his expression. Although 380,000 may not seem excessive, it could still purchase a decent small car for an ordinary person. Seeing Jiang Cheng stand up for her against Lin Ru, Su Wan couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of delight. Lin Ru often carried herself with an air of superiority, and just moments ago, she had made insinuations that Su Wan was merely her little maid. It was rare to witness such mockery directed at her. Clearing her throat, Su Wan glanced gratefully at Jiang Cheng before casually picking up a magazine from the table to feign interest. Jiang Cheng noticed that Su Wan was now fixated on a minimalist women's wristwatch in the magazine. The brown crocodile leather strap complemented the rose gold case exquisitely, with a price tag of 217,000. It was evidently a starter model from Patek Philippe. "Do you like this one?" Jiang Cheng suddenly inquired. Su Wan waved her hand dismissively. "No, I'm just browsing. I can't afford it anyway." Ding! A random task was released. Gift a women's watch to Su Wan. Task reward, to be calculated based on the outcome. Failure penalty, unspecified. Jiang Cheng was somewhat surprised by the system's prompt, although he was uncertain of the rewards. Following through certainly seemed prudent. "If you like it, I will gift it to you," he declared generously. "No, please don't. Once I start earning, I will buy it myself," Su Wan insisted. Listening to their exchange, Lin Ru rolled her eyes and scoffed. She was curious to see if Jiang Cheng and Su Wan were merely putting on a show in front of her. After all, many people might admire the watches, but few would actually make a purchase. If they only looked without buying, Lin Ru would ensure they witnessed the true artistry of being a green tea character. Soon, Xiao Lin returned with a tray of wristwatches and placed it before Jiang Cheng and Su Wan. Mr. Jiang, all these watches are priced over 500,000. For instance, this model 516-050-0001 is a super complicated chronograph, featuring a uniquely reversible engraved case back. When you flip it, you can observe the intricate mechanics at work. She diligently introduced the 6 watches, mentioning their prices while discreetly observing Jiang Cheng's reactions. However, Jiang Cheng remained unfazed, not even blinking, as if Xiao Lin had just mentioned a mere $50. After her presentation, Jiang Cheng pointed to the 516-050-0001 and the 5270 with a golden dial. The former had a retail price of 127,000, while the latter was priced at 138,500. Having previously purchased a Richard Mille, Jiang Cheng felt little excitement over watches exceeding $1 million. At present, Richard Mille had yet to achieve the widespread appeal of Patek Philippe. Wearing this watch, only peers like Wang Zheng and Qin Fun, who were also affluent, recognized its value. Typically, when he ventured out, most people remained oblivious to the fact that he wore a watch worth over 10 million. "Let me try these two," Jiang Cheng instructed. Xiao Lin promptly retrieved the watches to assist him in trying them on. Jiang Cheng did not refuse. After all, why stand when he could sit? And why exert himself when others could do the work? Chapter 29. A preference for a tighter fit. Jiang Cheng donned one watch on each wrist. Afterward, he turned to Su Wan, asking, "What do you think?" Su Wan examined him thoughtfully. "I believe the 516-050-0001 suits you well. It looks great, though I find the strap a bit loose." Jiang Cheng nodded. "I also feel this model is suitable, albeit a touch loose. Could you help me?" He extended his hand towards Su Wan. "Yes, tighter will be better. I prefer it snug." Su Wan raised her head skeptically at Jiang Cheng's comment. Noticing his ambiguous expression, she felt something was amiss. While preferring a snug fit was perfectly reasonable, perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, Jiang Cheng was merely 18. Yet, she could not shake off her discomfort. Was this the power of dual biases stemming from looks and wealth? Su Wan's friendliness increased by 10 points. Jiang Cheng observed her friendliness rise to 70 points, silently reflecting on the truth that what women claim they do not want often translates to a desire for it. "All right, please wrap these 2 watches for me." He intended to keep the 516-050-0001 for himself and gift the 5270 with a golden dial to his father, Jiang Jiamin. Xiao Chun hesitated momentarily. "Mr. Jiang, are you saying you want both?" Upon hearing this, not only Xiao Chun, but also Lin Ru and the middle-aged man quickly turned their attention to Jiang Cheng. Lin Ru gazed enviously at Su Wan, realizing the man she had brought along had just purchased 2 watches in less than a minute. The key was that both were in the $1 million range, not beginner models. It appeared he was indeed a wealthy individual. After all, few were the equivalent of an entire building's worth of money on their wrists unless they were genuinely affluent. Wait a moment, please help me choose a women's watch," Jiang Cheng said, turning to Su Wan. "Which 2 do you find most appealing?" "I wish to buy one for my mother." Noticing Su Wan's hesitation, he quickly clarified. He understood that if he directly offered a gift to her, she would likely refuse. Su Wan seriously began to analyze the options. "For your mother, I would suggest this one. It exudes elegance and restraint. Miss Su, you have exquisite taste." This model features a case embedded with 450 diamonds, totaling 25 carats, and it is also a complicated chronograph, with a total price of 883,000. Additionally, the model you mentioned perfectly aligns with the current aesthetic favored by young ladies. It boasts 4 dials displaying the month, date, lunar phases, and leap year. Priced slightly lower at 850,000. Xiao Chen's demeanor had grown even more courteous and respectful compared to the beginning. After all, closing the sale meant she would earn a 1% commission. With Jiang Cheng's previous remarks, it appeared he had already settled on 2 watches, and if he were to buy a third, Xiao Lin's bonuses for the month would be secured. Jiang Cheng nodded at Su Wan, saying, "Please help me try on this one and that one." Su Wan had no further thoughts, and, with Xiao Lin's assistance, adorned both watches. Jiang Cheng observed her fair wrist, nodding in satisfaction, and remarked teasingly, "Not bad. Much better than that 38,000 model 7122. Upon hearing this, Lin Ru became agitated and stood up angrily. However, at that moment, Jiang Cheng produced his bank card and directed Xiao Chun, "Wrap these for. I'll pay by card." Xiao Chun, with a beaming smile, promptly accepted the bank card handed over by Jiang Cheng, saying, "Certainly, Mr. Jiang, I will process this for you right away. Please bear with me for a moment." After all, he was purchasing 4 timepieces at once. What could she possibly criticize? Even a middle-aged man beside them turned his head, feigning indifference. Naturally, neither of them dared to provoke Jiang Cheng, who exhibited such ostentatious wealth. Once Xiao Chen departed, Su Wan removed her wristwatch. After Jiang Cheng assisted her in taking off the watch on her left wrist, he held her right hand firmly, declaring, "You need not take this one off. It is a gift for you." Su Wan was momentarily stunned and hastily refused, saying, "Oh no, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it." Jiang Cheng reassured her, "It is merely a trinket. Do not overthink it. Besides, the payment has likely already been processed, and returns are no longer an option." Su Wan hesitative, considering whether to suggest that they gift it to her mother, but she felt the present was a bit too extravagant. Initially, she intended for Jiang Cheng to pass it on to Yu Xiao. However, she quickly realized that her excessive chatter might come off as nosy. After all, over 800,000 is certainly not pocket change. Although such an expenditure might be trivial for Jiang Cheng, Su Wan still felt unworthy of accepting it. "My mother wouldn't find it suitable," she argued. In his efforts to persuade her for the sake of the system's rewards, Jiang Cheng insisted, "Let it be settled this way. It is merely a token of our acquaintance, as you are about to join a company." Given the weight of his words, Su Wan felt that further refusal would seem disrespectful. Moreover, Lin Ru and the others were observing nearby, so she reluctantly nodded, saying, "Thank you, generous boss. Do not mention it." Jiang Cheng replied with a cheerful demeanor, "Mr. Jiang, we have processed your payment, totaling 43,885,000. Please keep this receipt." Xiao Chen continued, "We sincerely appreciate your support of Patek Philippe. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present you with a Patek Philippe lady silk scarf, 3 keychains, and 6 Patek Philippe cufflinks. We hope you enjoy them." Upon hearing about the numerous gifts bestowed upon Jiang Cheng by Patek Philippe, Lin Ru felt a pang of envy, particularly as she gazed at the 850,000 wristwatch on Su Wan's wrist. She suddenly perceived her own 380,000 watch as lacking desirability. Despite her higher status compared to Su Wan, she felt her timepiece paled in comparison. Lin Ru, somewhat begrudgingly, asked her sales representative, "If we purchase this watch, will there be any gifts included?" Her eyes darted toward the lovely silk scarf adorned with the Patek Philippe logo. However, upon receiving a rejection, her countenance darkened further. The middle-aged man beside her also observed the scene with a sense of incredulity. He had purchased from Patek Philippe a few times, yet rarely received any gifts. After all, Patek Philippe's timepieces rarely cost merely tens of thousands. Purchasing several hundred thousand worth of their products was a commonplace occurrence for salespeople who would not bestow gifts lightly. The only reason Jiang Cheng received so many gifts was due to his extravagant expenditure exceeding 4 million. The middle-aged man had initially intended to impress Lin Ru with a lavish outing, perhaps culminating in a candlelit dinner. However, Jiang Cheng's ostentatious display of wealth left him feeling humiliated in front of her, prompting him to take his leave abruptly. "Let us come back another time," he said, his expression stern, before striding out of the VIP reception area, leaving Lin Ru awkwardly seated alone. "Miss Lin, do you still wish to purchase this watch?" The sales representative inquired, her urgency evident. Witnessing the middle-aged man's graceless exit, Lin Ru felt a surge of frustration. Though she desired the watch, despite it being inferior to Su Wan's, it was still valued at 380,000. She opted to let it go for now. Fuming, she removed the watch. Her face flushed with indignation and departed with a huff. Su Wan noticed Lin Ru shoot her a glare before leaving, yet she remained unfazed, even feeling a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, as Jiang Cheng received Su Wan's acquiescence, he was alerted by the system's notification. Ding! Task completed. Given Su Wan's increasing goodwill towards the host, the task evaluation is exceptionally high. Congratulations, the host has earned a specific cashback reward. Your spending at Patek Philippe will yield a random 13-fold cashback. Would you like to claim the reward immediately? Jiang Cheng's spirits soared at the system's announcement. He had not anticipated such a reward from gifting a watch. Even a single-fold reward would have been welcome. A cashback of over 4 million would essentially mean he had acquired 4 watches for free. Internally, he resolved, I will claim it immediately. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn a 3-fold cashback reward, totaling 1,316,55,000. Would you like to transfer this amount to your bank card now? Securing over 10 million in cashback left Jiang Cheng in awe of the system, which had truly made his dreams come true. Transfer immediately. Moments later, Jiang Cheng received a message indicating that his account had been debited for over 4 million for his recent expenditure. Yet he had also received an influx of over 13 million. Upon leaving the Patek Philippe store, he instructed the driver to head towards Henglong Plaza. In the bustling metropolis, Henglong and the newly expanded Gajin are 2 premier luxury shopping destinations. Henglong, situated on Nanjing Road, tends to be busier with strict brand curation, focusing on high-end luxury and contemporary fashion. The opulent DCOR of Henglong Plaza is a testament to its status as a venerable luxury department store, featuring high ceilings and numerous flagship stores of international luxury brands. It is a veritable paradise for those with the means, showcasing both domestic and international high-end brands. As they entered Henglong Plaza, the stunningly tall and graceful Sister Wang instantly became the center of attention among passers-by. Despite her mask obscuring her features, her strikingly long legs and enchanting figure captivated many, even as their companions glared in jealousy. Jiang Cheng, clad in unremarkable attire, maintained a calm demeanor in the face of the eager gazes from the female sales representatives, the wealth he exuded rendering him unfazed. As they strolled casually, Jiang Cheng inquired, which brand do you typically enjoy shopping for? Wan. Sister Wang, taken aback by his informal address, shot him a disapproving glance. They had only met twice. Such familiarity felt presumptuous. Yet, she refrained from correcting him. Jiang Cheng, noting her subtle eye roll, understood that her silence implied acquiescence. With only 70 points of goodwill, he recognized that he could only tease her verbally for now. Any further advances, such as holding hands, would surely jeopardize his chances. Everyone knew that Sister Wang was notoriously strong-willed, and relying solely on monetary persuasion would likely prove ineffective. Jiang Cheng decided to take a gradual approach. He expressed his interest in the current season's popular colors and styles, acknowledging that his profession necessitates keeping pace with fashion trends. However, he also emphasized the importance of selecting a style that suits him personally. When it comes to designer labels, he is not overly particular. As long as the clothing is aesthetically pleasing and well-designed, he is inclined to purchase it, preferring not to be entirely adorned in conspicuous luxury brands. Hearing Sister Wang's perspective took Jiang Cheng by surprise. Today, Sister Wang's attire indeed featured only a Chanel handbag as her sole luxury item. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng recalled that Sister Wang consistently showcased a distinctive personal style. In a few years, she would likely emerge as a trendsetter in the female circle, popularizing a unique fashion aesthetic. Her outfits tend to blend practicality with a sense of fashion. Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully, stating, Then I shall rely on you today to assist me in making selections. Sister Wang chuckled, saying, why would you come to Henglong if not to shop for designer items? There are indeed many beautiful and well-designed pieces from high-end brands, and with your physique and features, anything you wear will look great. With that, Sister Wang led Jiang Cheng into the nearby Louis Vuitton store. Upon entering, Jiang Cheng observed that, in contrast to other brand stores, there were relatively few customers present. As they stepped inside, a poised sales associate approached them. Good day, sir and ma'am. I am Sally, your personal shopper. Welcome. She greeted them warmly. Sister Wang guided Jiang Cheng toward the display of newly released, expensive items, pointing out a casual outfit. This ensemble would suit you quite well. Why not give it a try? Chapter 32. The unremarkable university student Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow and looked at Sister Wang. Did you not mention that you dislike wearing conspicuous luxury brands from head to toe? He queried, aware that Louis Vuitton is one of the most renowned high-end labels, known for its bold designs and signature monogram, particularly in its footwear, outerwear, and iconic bags. This very characteristic has contributed to its immense success, often being the first brand that comes to mind when people think of luxury. In fact, even Hermès has adopted a more visible branding approach, as if to say that if the brand is too understated, how would anyone recognize the value of the bags priced from hundreds of thousands to $1 million? As a result, Hermès has begun to prominently display its logo on new releases. Sally, noticing their conversation, enthusiastically remarked, "Your taste is impeccable, miss. This new collection is perfect for this gentleman." Su Wan, frowning slightly at the outfit, playfully responded to Jiang Cheng, "I say that, but it's not me wearing it. Furthermore, I believe this brand excels in this particular style. It's innovative and fashion-forward, unlike the rather lackluster offerings from the brand across the way." "Are you suggesting that we cannot generalize?" Jiang Cheng inquired. Su Wan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Besides, how can a prominent figure like you dress so understatedly? Initially, I almost mistook you for an unremarkable university student." "I truly am just an unremarkable university student," Jiang Cheng replied. Su Wan looked at him incredulously, teasingly stating, "Look at what you just said. If you are unremarkable, then what does that make me?" The two continued to banter as they selected items. Observing the enthusiastic sales associate, Su Wan reminisced, "I recall the first time I shopped at a luxury brand. I was met with such coldness." "Really? Is that so?" Jiang Cheng responded, intrigued. Despite having seen numerous videos on social media showcasing snooty sales associates, he had yet to experience such treatment himself. "I remember wanting to try on a gown, and the sales associate told me it was the most expensive in the store. She asked if I could afford it and suggested I shouldn't try it on if I couldn't." Su Wan pouted. "I was too timid back then, and given the price, I truly couldn't afford it. So I left," she recounted, shaking her head. Jiang Cheng's words left her momentarily speechless, as a sense of clarity washed over her, and she instinctively gave him a thumbs up. These high-end sales associates often have a nasty habit of acting as if they are superior just because they work here. Most of them judge by your attire, resulting in cold receptions for the majority and only warm greetings for a select few. Jiang Cheng found this behavior unbearable. Before he had money, even in a regular clothing store, the staff would cheerfully call him handsome. Yet, in a brand store, he had to endure condescension. Soon, they completed their shopping, with the final bill amounting to a staggering $12,000. Chapter 33. Whimsical thoughts. Let's leave the items here for now. Please arrange to have them delivered to the garage later, Jiang Cheng instructed Sally. "Certainly, no problem. Please leave your contact number, and I'll ensure they are delivered," she replied with a smile. After finalizing the arrangements and leaving their contact information, Jiang Cheng took Su Wan to the adjacent Chanel store. The soft carpeting and the opulent crystal chandeliers created a luxurious ambience. Each handbag, illuminated by spotlights, exuded elegance and charm, quietly displayed in the showcases. It is widely acknowledged that no woman can resist Chanel. Jiang Cheng recalled that Su Wan had carried 2 different Chanel bags yesterday and today. "Do you like Chanel?" Su Wan asked. "I find that men in Chanel don't quite look right." Indeed, he couldn't appreciate their woven garments. "Help me look at the bags. Do you find any of them appealing?" he requested. Su Wan hesitated, asking, "Women's bags? Are you buying one for your mother?" She was somewhat apprehensive about Jiang Cheng gifting her something again, as she preferred to avoid feeling indebted. "That could work. If you were to choose, which would you prefer?" he inquired. Su Wan quickly shook her head. "I don't need any. I already have my own bags. If I land a role in a production, I treat myself to a bag as a reward." Jiang Cheng noted her guarded demeanor and smiled, recognizing her genuine desire to remain independent. He appreciated this quality in her. If she were a materialistic girl, treating him as a walking ATM, he would have no interest. As Su Wan caught Jiang Cheng's gentle smile, her heart fluttered unexpectedly. Friendliness level 5, she thought, her cheeks reddening as she shyly asked, "What are you looking at?" "You just look lovely," he replied. "All right, help me select 2 mature bags for my mother." Upon hearing this, Su Wan rolled her eyes at Jiang Cheng, but readily nodded. "That works." After Su Wan chose 2 bags, Jiang Cheng selected an additional 2, bringing the total to over 92,000. When they reached the apartment building, Su Wan tentatively suggested, "How about we go up for a drink?" "Water?" Jiang Cheng asked. Su Wan's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Alcohol would be nice, considering it's almost dinner time." Her inquiry was merely a subtle way of gauging his intentions. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Never mind. A gentleman must maintain decorum and protect himself. If I were to get intoxicated, it would provide opportunities for unscrupulous women. Sister Wang couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Cheng's self-satisfied comment. Jiang Cheng opened the trunk, retrieving one of the Chanel bags and placing it in her hands before settling into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. I'm off now. Take care, and thank you for accompanying me today. Sister Wang stood still, gazing at the bag in her hands, and then watching the Rolls-Royce drive away, a resigned smile gracing her lips. Jiang Cheng indeed took her by surprise. She had anticipated that he would at least come and sit for a while. But to her astonishment, he displayed no such inclination. Sister Wang noted friendliness level 5. As Jiang Cheng observed Sister Wang's friendliness score rising to 80 points in the car, a smile spread across his face. It appeared he had made the right decision. When gifting a girl, one should refrain from inquiring whether she desires or likes the gift. Simply presenting it suffices. With an 80-point friendliness score, they had already reached the stage of a secret crush, and with a little more effort, intimacy would soon follow. Once they achieved intimacy, how far could they be from the next stage? Jiang Cheng, confident that Sister Wang, this captivating beauty, would eventually be his, felt no rush. Upon returning to Yang Yunnan, the private butler, Wang Yuyin, had already prepared a bath for Jiang Cheng, ensuring the water was at the perfect temperature. With her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, her sleek black professional pencil skirt accentuated her graceful figure exquisitely. While Jiang Cheng regarded Wang Yuyin, he noted that although her beauty did not rival that of Yu Xiaoxiao or the fashionable Sister Wang, she would undoubtedly be considered a campus belle in an ordinary school. A private butler, in essence, is a high-level attendant responsible for managing the travel and accommodation services for guests, and is expected to be on call 24/7. Just a moment, I will take a quick swim first, and please open a bottle of champagne for me, Jiang Cheng instructed. Certainly, please hold on a moment. Wang Yuyin replied, promptly turning to fetch a bottle of champagne from the wine cabinet. Previously, when Jiang Cheng had booked a luxurious suite in Rongqing with Yu Xiaoxiao, the cost was over 5,000 per night, but the service paled in comparison to that of Yang Yunnan. After all, the 80,000 per night courtyard villa boasted an outdoor balcony, a private swimming pool, and a hot spring bath, alongside a range of amenities including aromatherapy, a spa, and a game room. One can enjoy a full day without stepping outside. After opening the champagne, Wang Yuyin poured half a glass into an elegant flute and placed a tray beside the swimming pool. After swimming a few laps, Jiang Cheng emerged from the water. The moment Wang Yuyin saw him on the edge of the pool, she instinctively draped a towel over his shoulders. Feeling her thoughtful gesture, Jiang Cheng smiled and said, "Thank you, Manager Wang." As Wang Yuyin helped him with the towel, her hand inadvertently brushed against his firm abdominal muscles, causing her heart to flutter. Although she had been working there for 3 years, the occupancy rate of the courtyard villa was quite low due to its price threshold. On average, there were only a couple of days each month when guests would check in. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, they might host a wealthy client who stayed for 2 nights. However, over the course of a year, the total number of clients served would barely reach a few dozen. It was exceedingly rare for someone like Jiang Cheng to book an entire week. Noticing Wang Yiyin's embarrassment, Jiang Cheng smirked slightly, disregarding her shy demeanor as he walked directly to the lounge chair by the pool and reclined comfortably. "By the way, Manager Wang, do you offer any particularly special yet expensive dishes here?" he inquired while sipping his champagne. Wang Yuyin, regaining her composure, straightened up. "Of course. The luxury suite at the courtyard villa is accompanied by a top-tier chef. Should guests desire, the hotel chef can prepare meals on-site, as the villa comes equipped with a dedicated kitchen and dining area. Our menu features a wide array of options, including Chinese, French, Italian, and Japanese cuisines. Furthermore, Aman Hotels is known to be one of the most expensive hotel chains in China, and the restaurant maintains a high standard. Among the more unique offerings is the Huang Chunyu, a fish renowned for its exquisite taste, which is both rare and costly. It can be prepared in various styles, with pan-searing being our specialty, as it best preserves the freshness of the ingredients. Additionally, we feature Alba white truffles, which are also a highlight of our menu. Jiang Cheng had heard of Huang Chunyu, A large specimen could fetch millions. The Alba white truffle, priced by the gram, could cost several $100s per gram. As he mentally calculated, it seemed he had found the perfect opportunity to utilize his gourmet cashback card. Nodding, he said, "I understand, Manager Wang. Could you assist me in booking a massage?" Wang Yuyan, her gaze lingering on Jiang Cheng's slightly revealed 8-pack abs, swallowed nervously. "Certainly, Mr. Jiang," she responded, placing her hands on his shoulders and beginning to massage him gently. While Wang Yuyan harbored her own thoughts, Jiang Cheng remained focused, his mind preoccupied with the gourmet cashback voucher. The following afternoon, Jiang Cheng received a message from Wang Zheng, stating that he could not attend their appointment due to unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Cheng, unfazed, drove the luxurious Rolls-Royce of Yang Yunnan to the entrance of the auto show. Upon arrival around 2 p.m., he was greeted by a bustling crowd, indicative of the event's popularity. As an international exhibition, it attracted a steady stream of visitors. While not everyone could afford a car, many came to observe and enjoy the spectacle, whether it be the luxury vehicles or the attractive sales representatives. Wang Zheng had already secured tickets for Jiang Cheng, and after presenting his ticket confirmation, he quickly entered the venue. True to its reputation, the auto show in the magical city showcased an array of globally renowned car manufacturers. This exhibition featured brands such as Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, and Porsche, as well as the relatively obscure Pagani. Jiang Cheng strolled leisurely through the venue, admiring models like the high-end Audi, Audi 7, the latest McLaren, and the BMW 8 Thunder version. While these vehicles boasted impressive features, their prices still fell short of Jiang Cheng's expectations. The BMW 8 Thunder version, a standard 4-seat comfort sports car with a remarkable acceleration time of just 3.2 seconds, was still too affordable at $2 million. Shaking his head, he departed from the BMW and Mercedes displays, heading towards the bustling Ferrari section. Although he had just purchased a LaFerrari the previous day, he was keen to explore further. However, upon reaching the Ferrari display, he was taken aback to see several familiar faces. Chapter 35. Zhou Ying as a car model? Among them were Jiang Yun, Suya, Ma Xiaoli, and Cheng Jiping. They were gathered around a stunning car model clad in a form-fitting black dress, unmistakably Zhou Ying. Jiang Cheng was surprised to learn that Zhou Ying had come to the magical city for work as a Ferrari model. He stood still, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized her appearance. The first thing that caught his eye was her long, slender legs, adorned with stylish black high heels crafted from soft goat leather. Her legs were perfectly shaped, and, as he gazed upward, he noticed a simple black off-shoulder dress. The back of the dress featured a daring cutout, exposing about a third of her shoulders. This form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring curves. With an angelic face and a body that could only be described as divine, his gaze traveled higher to her heaving bosom. Quite impressive, he thought, observing that Zhou Ying's outfit was comparatively modest next to other models. However, her beauty shone brightly, outshining even a nearby model whose outfit left little to the imagination. Before me, Zhou Ying remains stunningly beautiful, yet her gaze is devoid of the previous haughtiness and indifference. Instead, it seems tinged with a hint of insecurity and timidity. As Jiang Cheng approaches, he overhears Li Sudong ostentatiously saying, "Zhou Ying, shall we go together? I'll pick you up after work." Beside Li Sudong, Suya interjects with a slightly bitter tone, "Sudong, Zhou Ying is so busy. Let's not disturb her. You invited her to join your graduation trip, and she declined, didn't she? This young lady, a true heiress, looks down upon us. Why would you invite her?" Upon Jiang Cheng's arrival, the group turns to him. "Jiang Cheng, what brings you here?" Suya exclaims with surprise. "Old Jiang, I wasn't aware you were coming." Zhou Jiun, equally astonished, strides over to Jiang Cheng, excitedly patting his shoulder. He usually enjoys a close camaraderie with Jiang Cheng in class. Jiang Cheng gives Li Sudong a meaningful glance, pondering the implications of their conversation. "What is this? From your tone, it seems there is an event I'm unaware of." This fellow often organizes gatherings while deliberately excluding Jiang Cheng, for wherever Jiang Cheng is, he tends to overshadow certain brilliance. Li Sudong, feigning innocence, shrugs and smugly replies, "This ISNTA class event. We've graduated. I merely invited a few close classmates for a graduation trip." Did Zhou Zhiyun not inform you? Zhou Zhiyun quickly retorts, oh, Li Sudong, stop sowing discord. Even if I told Jiang Cheng, he wouldn't join. You two aren't that close, so why bother mentioning it? After being chided by Zhou Zhiyun, Li Sudong's bravado flares up. Then why did you come over yourself? Suya, annoyed by their bickering, covers her ears and protests. Can you two stop arguing? It's exhausting to listen to. Jiang Cheng glances at Zhou Zhiyun, who has always been at odds with Li Sudong, a conflict rooted in their mutual affection for Suya. Zhou Zhiyun harbors feelings for Suya, while she enjoys attracting suitors, targeting any decent-looking boy with a bit of wealth, including Jiang Cheng and Li Sudong. Jiang Cheng has subtly advised Zhou Zhiyun several times to wake up, but he refuses to heed the warnings. Suya, puzzled, gazes at Jiang Cheng and remarks, Jiang Cheng, it hasn't been long since we last met. Yet you seem to have become even more handsome. You're not wrong. No wonder I always felt something was off about Jiang Cheng. He hasn't had any cosmetic work done in the capital, has he? Another girl, Jiang Yun, known for her short hair and straight-shooting demeanor, leans in to scrutinize Jiang Cheng. Indeed, though you still can't match my charm, your voice does seem to have improved. Surely you haven't even changed your vocal cords? Zhou Zhiyun chimes in. Surrounded by the group, Jiang Cheng helplessly waves his hand. What are you all doing here? Buying a car? We can't afford a Ferrari. We just ran into some old classmates and wanted to catch up. Jiang Cheng, you're also here for the class beauty? She is a prominent model now. Look at all those boys surrounding her for photos. Zhou Ying is a star now. Suya remarks, casting a knowing glance at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, teased by Suya, shows a hint of discomfort but dutifully stands by the car. Suya, what's wrong with being a model? Zhou Ying said she is just a temporary worker. Don't make it sound so harsh. At this moment, Li Sudong, mesmerized by Zhou Ying's beauty, immediately defends his idol. What did I say? I know Zhou Ying doesn't need the money. I was merely surprised to see her like this. Is this still the pure campus flower we remember? Look at how sexy she is dressed. Jiang Cheng, employing a bit of White Lotus rhetoric, activates his friendly relationship scanning system. He scans Suya and Jiang Yun. Name, Suya, age, 19, height, 163 centimeters, attractiveness, 89, figure, 88, privacy, 30, friendliness, 90 points, intimate relationship. Name, Jiang Yun, age, 19, height, 165 centimeters, attractiveness, 85, figure, 90, privacy, 2, friendliness, 75, close friend. Jiang Cheng, upon observing the scan data, feels a mixture of complexity and sympathy for Zhou Zhiyun. Suya's privacy score is surprisingly 30. How many close relationships has she had? According to the system and its explanations, that number seems accurate. Moreover, her friendliness score towards Jiang Cheng is strikingly high at 90 points. This is quite perplexing. The two hardly have any substantial interactions beyond casual conversation. Seeing Jiang Cheng's bewildered gaze fixed on him, Zhou Zhiyun is taken aback and asks, what is the matter? Brother, let me remind you to take care of yourself. Have you taken some strange medication? Zhou Zhiyun pushes Jiang Cheng's hand away, bewildered. Jiang Cheng then turns to Zhou Ying and greets her. Zhou Ying, it's been a few days. You've become even more beautiful. Jiang Cheng generously compliments her, and with his charming visage and cultured voice, Zhou Ying feels no trace of aversion. Are you here for the car exhibition? Zhou Ying nods at Jiang Cheng. Yes, I just came to take a look. Are you all gathered around the goddess to buy a Ferrari? Li Sudong, noticing Zhou Ying's warm demeanor towards Jiang Cheng, darkens his expression and retorts, Jiang Cheng, if you don't understand, don't speak out of turn. This is a Ferrari 90, one of their latest models, and the highest positioned among the new releases. You think it's just any car that you can buy on a whim? Truly the class leader. I didn't expect you to know so much about Ferraris. Jiang Cheng compliments Li Sudong. Li Sudong, encouraged by Jiang Cheng's rare praise, continues to showcase his knowledge. Of course, this Ferrari 90 is the first mid-engine all-wheel drive Ferrari ever. It boasts an output exceeding 1,000 horsepower, reaching 100 in just 25 seconds. All its controls are electronic touch, presenting a very futuristic feel. Moreover, due to the high-end interior selections, the total cost, including customization and taxes, is $8 million. Impressive, right? Indeed, you seem well prepared. Coming here must mean you intend to purchase the car? Jiang Cheng teases. Zhou Ying, sensing the growing commotion, glances toward her supervisor and awkwardly tells them, "I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm currently working. Let us catch up another time. It's not appropriate to linger here." Li Sudong, eager to impress the goddess, boasts, "As Jiang Cheng mentioned, I'm also here to see if there's a suitable car for me, especially since I'll soon be heading to university. My exam results were quite good, scoring 625. My parents have decided to reward me with a car, so I do appreciate your help in learning more about this vehicle. I'm not very knowledgeable about it. If you want to know about the car's performance, you can ask the sales assistant over there." Zhou Ying replies with a slightly awkward smile. "ISNT at the same asking you? We're old classmates, and I'm more familiar with you," Li Sudong insists. Jiang Cheng scoffs, hesitatingly exposing Li Sudong's intentions. Li Sudong, "Didn't you just give a detailed introduction?" Zhou Ying said she doesn't know much. "If you find it suitable, just buy it. It's not like we're in the past. Don't use that as an excuse to chat." Jiang Cheng, "My conversation with Zhou Ying is none of your concern. Buying a car is a significant matter. It's not just a few bucks to be taken lightly. Why don't you buy one yourself?" "Sure, Zhou classmate, if I were to purchase this car, would a model be included?" I speak with sincerity. Upon witnessing Jiang Cheng teasing Zhou Ying, Li Sudong's expression darkened further, and he discontentedly remarked, "Jiang Cheng, could you refrain from being pretentious?" After Li Sudong spoke, the male supervisor from Ferrari approached with a stern demeanor. He had long been aware of the group of students lingering here, conversing. It was evident to him that they were not potential customers for Ferrari. Such a crowd would only hinder their sales. "Yes, my apologies, supervisor. I will be mindful." Zhou Ying carefully bowed and apologized to the male supervisor. She worked part-time as a model here, earning 2,000 yuan a day, a job she desperately needed. She never expected to encounter old classmates upon arriving in the bustling metropolis. The male supervisor's authoritative stance in reprimanding Zhou Ying also served as a veiled warning to Jiang Cheng and his companions to disperse. Chapter 37. What is there to discuss? Li Sudong, look at what you've done. If you wish to inquire, go over there. You've caused Zhou Ying to be reprimanded. Reflect on your actions. Jiang Cheng, in a fit of frustration, retorted, "Are you intentionally targeting me? Have you not been a distraction to Zhou Ying? You've lingered here just as long. Why not consider buying a car yourself?" Jiang Cheng nodded, eyeing the Ferrari F90 beside Zhou Ying, which had a price tag exceeding 5 million yuan. The car's innovative design was quite appealing to him. Although the price was still reasonable, Zhou Ying's presence made the scene more enticing. "I must ask, is a model included with the purchase of this car?" The male supervisor, having not scrutinized Jiang Cheng earlier, now noticed the Patek Philippe watch adorning his wrist, worth over 1 million. In the supervisor's eyes, Jiang Cheng transformed into a figure of wealth, and the prior sternness was replaced by a warm smile. Although Jiang Cheng recognized that the supervisor's mention of a model differed from his own query, he still nodded. "That is your claim. Let us proceed with the full payment." Jiang Cheng promptly produced his bank card and handed it to the male supervisor. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by his actions. "Old Jiang, are you serious? Incredible. This car's base price alone is over 5 million, and with the configurations we just discussed, it could easily exceed 8 million, exclaimed Cheng Jiping, who had remained silent until now. A supercar enthusiast, he might not afford one, but could certainly articulate the nuances of high-performance vehicles. The others present regarded Jiang Cheng with expressions of disbelief, including Suya, who had previously maintained a friendly demeanor towards him. After all, a Ferrari was no ordinary vehicle. While Jiang Cheng's family was reasonably well off, few believed he could casually produce over 8 million yuan, an amount sufficient to buy a fine apartment in Tianfu. Li Sudong was the first to chuckle. "Jiang Cheng, stop pretending. Zhou Ying works here. I advise you to be considerate and not jeopardize her job." Li Sudong, are you lacking in understanding? How can my car purchase harm her? I bought the car because of her, Jiang Cheng retorted. The male supervisor quickly grasped the situation and respectfully accepted Jiang Cheng's bank card. "Indeed, honored guest, if you purchase this vehicle, I will ensure Zhou Ying receives the commission." The male supervisor astutely noted that selling the car and providing Zhou Ying with a commission was a small price to pay. Zhou Ying cast a grateful glance at Jiang Cheng. Absent his words, she would likely never see a commission for this sale, as she was merely a model, not a salesperson. "Zhou Ying, friendliness level 5. Yes, of course, but just to clarify, A model is included with the purchase, correct? Li Shudong, seeing Zhou Ying's cheeks flush due to Jiang Cheng's teasing, felt his own face turn pale with anger. The supervisor, observing Jiang Cheng's playful banter, cheerfully suggested, "Indeed, Mr. Jiang. Let us proceed with the vehicle purchase agreement. Shall I retrieve the contract?" "Yes, let's go for the full payment. Keep the process straightforward. By the way, this car is available for immediate delivery, correct?" The male supervisor, upon hearing Jiang Cheng's insistence on full payment, quickly accepted the card presented by a female salesperson. He eagerly swiped the card, and soon the machine dispensed a lengthy receipt, confirming the transaction's success. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Even Li Sudong, who had previously mocked Jiang Cheng, now stood with clenched fists, his face flushed with shame. Just moments ago, he had been explaining the merits of the Ferrari, and now Jiang Cheng had acquired it without hesitation. Li Sudong felt akin to a dog. Observing Zhou Ying's gaze upon Jiang Cheng, he suddenly realized that individuals capable of purchasing an 8 million yuan Ferrari belonged to a different echelon. Why did he have to feel resentful? What qualifications did he possess to compete with Jiang Cheng? To confront him now would only result in humiliation. With a resigned sigh, Li Sudong slowly retreated to the background. The male supervisor, beaming at the long receipt, returned Jiang Cheng's bank card. "Mr. Jiang, I will promptly arrange the relevant paperwork for your vehicle. Thank you for choosing Ferrari. Please, allow us to escort you to our VIP lounge for tea." Jiang Cheng shook his head, indicating he did not require it. "No need. You carry on with your duties." "Very well. Zhou Ying, please attend to young Master Jiang," the supervisor instructed. Zhou Ying nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, supervisor." Once the supervisor departed, Zhou Zhiyun was the first to regain composure, patting Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. "Who would have thought, old Jiang, that you were a super-rich second-generation heir, maintaining such a low profile in school?" Suya, her eyes sparkling with admiration, gazed at Jiang Cheng. "Indeed, Jiang Cheng, I have yet to ride in a Ferrari. You must take me for a spin later." Everyone was aware that Jiang Cheng's family was not impoverished, with his father running a construction company. Yet none anticipated the extent of their wealth. Suya, friendliness level 5. At this moment, Jiang Yun, perceptively observing Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying, teased Suya. "Jiang Cheng purchased this car for Zhou Ying. Besides, this Ferrari only has 2 seats. There's no room for you." "Why wouldn't there be room for me? I could sit in the passenger seat. Besides, isn't Zhou Ying working as a model? I imagine she often gets to experience rides in such cars," Suya quipped, subtly ridiculing Zhou Ying. Jiang Cheng, noticing Suya's friendliness level spike to 95, felt a chill run down his spine. He refrained from engaging her. Instead, gesturing towards Zhou Ying, "Jiang Yun is right. This car looks best with Zhou Ying in it." Suya was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's bluntness, responding with a scoff and a resentful glare at Zhou Ying. "By the way, Jiang Cheng, I heard you broke up with Zhao Jia. It wouldn't be because of your interest in Zhou Ying, would it?" Zhou Ying's eyes widened in shock at Suya's remark, as she certainly did not believe Jiang Cheng's breakup with Zhao Jia was due to her. She was merely astonished, having witnessed Jiang Cheng's tenderness toward Zhao Jia. Softly, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Jiang Cheng. We're classmates. There's no need for formalities. I genuinely came here to buy a car," Jiang Cheng replied, casting a meaningful glance at Li Sudong. At this moment, Cheng Jiping, captivated by Jiang Cheng's wristwatch, approached with sparkling eyes. "Jiang Cheng, could this be the Patek Philippe 5160? Jiang Cheng nodded. "Impressive. You not only know cars but also watches?" Jiang Cheng's praise elicited an even more animated recounting from Cheng Jiping. "I just saw it, though I wasn't entirely certain. But if you've already acquired an $8 million Ferrari, then the Patek Philippe worth over $1 million must indeed be authentic." Chapter 38. I reveal the truth upon Cheng Jiping's revelation. The group erupted in astonishment, particularly Li Sudong, who had just boasted about his 2,000 yuan long yins and now wished for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Suya's recently extinguished enthusiasm was rekindled. "Jiang Cheng, you are simply remarkable. You've adorned yourself with an entire apartment. Surely, you're the most outstanding in our class." Zhou Zhiyun chimed in with playful mockery. "How fortunate that you used to cry poor when treating us at school. Turns out you were merely pretending. Old Jiang is actually an extraordinary rich second generation." Jiang Yun added in agreement. Jiang Cheng felt unjustly accused by Zhou Zhiyun's words. While his family's circumstances were indeed favorable, they did not meet the standards of being a rich second generation. A monthly allowance of 4,000 yuan could only be considered superior to an average household. Yet it fell significantly short compared to the lavish lifestyles of the truly affluent. All right, I confess, with graduation upon us and my decent performance in the college entrance examination, my parents decided to reward me. I had no choice but to accept. Jiang Cheng echoed Li Sudong's earlier boast with a hint of sarcasm. Although slightly irritated, Li Sudong recognized his own limitations and refrained from confronting Jiang Cheng directly, merely snorting, "It's getting late. We should prepare to head out for dinner. If we delay, we might encounter traffic." Suya, seizing the opportunity, invited Jiang Cheng, why don't you join us for dinner? Afterward, we could go shopping together. Maybe another day, Jiang Cheng replied. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, Jiang Cheng did not linger with Zhou. He noticed, parked beside, a Lamborghini draped in a pink cover. At the sight of the car, thoughts of Yu Xiao surfaced. It is well known that a Ferrari exhibition is invariably accompanied by a Lamborghini display. Seizing the moment while the Ferrari paperwork was being processed, Jiang Cheng made his way to the Lamborghini showroom. The personnel at the showroom immediately flocked to him upon his arrival. The sales manager, recognizing the opportunity, hastily approached Jiang Cheng, aware that amidst the crowd, true buyers were rare. The staff had already noticed Jiang Cheng's recent expenditure at Ferrari. "Good sir, may I inquire which model you wish to view? Allow me to provide you with some information." Jiang Cheng glanced at the male salesman's name tag and confirmed he was indeed the sales manager. He pointed at the pink Lamborghini. "This pink one is rather appealing. It suits a woman quite well. An excellent choice, sir. This pink Lamborghini is quite rare, designed specifically to catch the eye of female clients. It is meticulously crafted to be attention-grabbing," the sales manager flattered, rubbing his hands together as he continued. "Moreover, it boasts a comprehensive safety braking system, lane-keeping assistance, night vision, deviation warnings, and lane change assistance, along with a vibrant ambient lighting system that is particularly favored by our female clientele." Jiang Cheng, noticing the sales manager's eagerness to continue, raised his hand. "All right, how much for this vehicle?" The sales manager, sensing the seriousness in Jiang Cheng's inquiry, eagerly replied, "Due to the high specifications of this model, the total price amounts to 9,500,000. Should you choose to purchase this vehicle, we will generously offer you 3 years of maintenance, as well as a special 200,000 yuan customized car cover." Chapter 39. The pink Lamborghini. "Very well. Let's proceed with the payment," Jiang Cheng declared. The sales manager's excitement was palpable as he swiftly initiated the transaction. "Excellent. I will take care of everything immediately. By the way, I will require a delivery ceremony. That is acceptable, right?" The manager nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. I assure you that the delivery ceremony will be executed flawlessly, with ample sense of occasion. Please have a seat over here." "No need. I'll just browse on my own." "Please expedite the process and ensure the vehicle is delivered to a specific location." "Of course." At that moment, a strikingly attractive female influencer live streaming her experience, noticed the pink Lamborghini and hurried over. "Dear viewers, take a look at this pink Lamborghini. This color is quite rare. It embodies youthful exuberance. Surely, no girl could resist this car. I wonder how the air conditioning performs. Is anyone interested in experiencing this vehicle's air conditioning? Why should pink be deemed unattractive? Must Lamborghinis only be yellow or red? If this car were gifted to a girl, success would be assured. Look, there's a young man here just like me, admiring this pink Lamborghini. Let me interview him to gather his impressions." As the charming influencer approached, she was promptly intercepted by a Lamborghini staff member. "Excuse me, miss. Are you here to purchase or merely to view the vehicle? I wish to see that car. Could you kindly provide proof of funds? Is verification necessary just to see it?" I clearly saw that young man walk right in. The influencer protested, fully aware that some luxury vehicles required proof of funds. But this was an exhibition after all. The female staff member maintained her smile while politely refusing. "I'm sorry, but that is our policy." Her insistence stemmed from the fact that the influencer was not a potential client, and the manager had instructed the staff to ensure Jiang Cheng received undisturbed service. As the influencer stood outside, her viewers began to comment in the live chat. "Poor little influencer, Verification for Lamborghini must be in the seven figures. Look at our little influencer being ignored at the entrance for so long. Influencer, hurry and interview the big shot. Though frustrated, the influencer could only grumble and turn away. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Cheng's Lamborghini purchase had not gone unnoticed by the Ferrari staff, including Zhou Ying, who stood by the vehicle, astounded at Jiang Cheng's spending spree. The Lamborghini's price tag typically started at 5 to 6 million, and with added features, it could easily reach the tens of millions. Zhou Ying was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's wealth. In less than half an hour, he had spent 20 million, even accounting for her family's previous affluence. Zhou Ying realized that they could never afford to indulge as Jiang Cheng did. Now, with her family in financial turmoil, her ability to live freely was further constrained. To escape debt, they frequently moved, and she had to work part-time after high school to afford her college tuition. With only 2 months until university, Zhou Ying needed to earn more for living expenses. Lacking both qualifications and skills, she found securing a well-paying job difficult. After more than 2 hours, Jiang Cheng completed all necessary formalities. As he intended to register Yu Xiaoxiao's license plate for the Lamborghini, he paid little attention to the Ferrari staff, who were now handing him the keys and paperwork. The male supervisor, sensing an opportunity, cautiously asked, "Mr. Jiang, may I inquire about your plans for the license plate?" The supervisor's inquiry stemmed from the fact that while Ferrari could assist with license plates, Jiang Cheng was not a resident of the city and thus could not obtain a local plate. At that moment, the dream fulfillment system issued a notification. Ding! The system randomly rewards the host with the license plate. Who 111. The license plates have already been randomly selected at the vehicle management office, and the relevant personnel are currently distributing them while providing on-site assistance. Jiang Cheng glanced at the notification and smiled as he remarked, "Someone will come over shortly to install and handle the license plates. Just install them as they deliver." Upon hearing this, the male supervisor momentarily froze. After several seconds of contemplation, he finally spoke, "I understand now." However, before he could finish his sentence, several uniformed personnel approached Jiang Cheng, bowing respectfully as they said, "Mr. Jiang, your license plate has been prepared. We are here to assist you with the registration." "Thank you very much," Jiang Cheng replied. "You are too kind." When the personnel presented the plate marked Hu 111, those present from Ferrari were once again left in astonishment. It was indeed a local license plate from a magical city, and even more astonishingly, it bore the initials of Jiang Cheng's name. The male supervisor gazed at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. After working at Ferrari for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered someone with such immense influence. Noticing the male supervisor's pale countenance, Jiang Cheng chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't overthink it. I simply made an advance reservation for the plate, that's all." Advance reservation? The male supervisor felt as if Jiang Cheng was treating him like a fool. Was it truly possible to secure such a license plate and have it delivered right to him? Although he had a myriad of complaints brewing inside, he dared not show any hint of skepticism on his face. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang, your luck is commendable. Even the license plate you selected carries such profound significance. I truly admire you." At the same time, Zhou Ying's internal monologue mirrored that of the male supervisor. Just who was Jiang Cheng? Why did he possess such formidable influence? Zhou Ying's gaze toward Jiang Cheng now held a touch of curiosity. In less than 10 minutes, the license plate was affixed. As Zhou Ying observed that Jiang Cheng was almost finished with the process, she proactively approached him, saying, "Jiang Cheng, I am truly grateful for your help today. How about I treat you to a meal?" Just as Jiang Cheng was about to agree, Zhou Zhiyun's call came through. "Jiang Cheng, I've just been heartbroken. Do you have time to accompany me for a drink?" "Heartbroken? Where are you?" After hanging up, Jiang Cheng turned to Zhou Ying and said, "Zhou Zhiyun seems to have experienced a breakup and want me to join him for a drink. Let's have dinner tomorrow instead. He seems to have a liking for Suya," Jiang Cheng added with a sigh. "I'm not entirely sure of the situation, but I'll go check on him first." "All right, I'll invite you for dinner another time." "Deal." Chapter 40. Beautiful chauffeur Jiang Cheng skillfully drove the newly acquired Ferrari to the address Zhou Zhiyun had sent. The establishment was a small hot pot tavern located at the street corner. Upon arrival, Jiang Cheng found that Zhou Zhiyun had already ordered the food, but had yet to touch his chopsticks. He sat alone in a corner, sulking while nursing a bottle of Budweiser. As Zhou Zhiyun recalled the events, he took a deep breath, clearly agitated, and began to lament before Jiang Cheng even took a seat. That Li Sudong guy, after you slapped him in the face earlier, kept provoking me on the way to dinner. You know I can't back down. We exchanged verbal jabs back and forth, but Suya obviously always sided with him. I could tolerate that, but the worst part was, somehow, they both went to the restroom together during the meal. I sensed something was off and followed them. I ended up seeing them hugging and kissing right next to the restroom. Damn it, I just realized I've been a mere backup. Jiang Cheng noticed Zhou Zhiyun's eyes reddening with emotion and comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, seeing that is a good thing. If you hadn't seen it, that would have been a problem. I know, but still hurts, loud Jiang. I've been heartbroken. You two were never in a relationship. How can you be heartbroken? Damn, that's typical of you, the king of sarcasm. All right, listen to your brother. Suya is not worth it. Now you see it for yourself. Let her torment that Li Sudong guy. Did you already know? Jiang Cheng could not reveal to Zhou Zhiyun that he had seen Suya's private life. I heard from others that her private life is quite chaotic. Didn't I mention before that she is not that great? Zhou Zhiyun slapped his forehead. I must have been out of my mind back then. Forget it. Join me for a drink. Zhou Zhiyun managed to drink 5 bottles of beer before he was unable to continue, while Jiang Cheng barely touched his drink. How much is this? I'll transfer it to you. Don't worry about the money. Let's go. Zhou Zhiyun chuckled. Right, I forgot you're a tycoon. Then next time you're heartbroken, I'll treat you. Who'll be heartbroken? Go away. After escorting Zhou Zhiyun to the car, Jiang Cheng ordered a designated driver through his phone. While waiting for the driver to accept the request, he walked over to his Ferrari. Upon arrival, he noticed a girl dressed in revealing clothing leaning against his car, taking pictures with her phone. The old saying goes, beauty often attracts attention. Yet Jiang Cheng found himself utterly disinterested. A minute later, the girl lifted her head and said to Jiang Cheng, sorry, I don't have WeChat. You don't need to wait. This car belongs to my boyfriend, and I'm just waiting for him. Jiang Cheng, bewildered, stared at the girl who claimed to be his girlfriend. Name, Chunli. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Attractiveness, 85. Body, 90. Privacy, 65. Friendliness value, 30 by standard state. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly as he pulled out the keys from his pocket and unlocked the car. As the Ferrari S lights illuminated, the girl's expression changed instantly, and she smiled brightly at Jiang Cheng, saying, I knew it. You look just like my boyfriend. Chun-Li, friendliness value 30. Chun-Li, friendliness value 30. Oh, really? I don't think you resemble my girlfriend at all. Although the girl was fair-skinned, her overly internet, celebrity-like appearance did not appeal to Jiang Cheng. Moreover, he had discreetly checked her friendliness value earlier, which was a mere 30 points, indicating she was in the very much bystander state. However, upon learning that Jiang Cheng was the owner of the Ferrari, her friendliness value skyrocketed to 90 points. If it had been a girl with a 90-point attractiveness and a 0-point privacy score approaching him, Jiang Cheng might have considered embarking on a casual friendship, as many people these days had a touch of materialism. However, with a privacy score of only 65 and a snake-like face, Jiang Cheng could only respond, I truly appreciate the offer. Handsome, you sure know how to joke. Your voice is lovely. You can probably drive a Ferrari with one hand, right? Sorry, I can't. If you don't understand, let me enlighten you. Anyone who claims they can drive a Ferrari with one hand is someone who doesn't actually own one. Hearing Jiang Cheng's blunt remarks, Chun-Li awkwardly laughed and replied, You're really knowledgeable, young man. But I'm great at playing chicken dinner. I know more than 10 ways to win. Would you like to play with me? Sorry, but I only enjoy playing Honor of Kings. That is not what I meant. Let us add each other on WeChat, shall we? I'm not so sure. I don't really know if you're telling the truth about not having WeChat, but after meeting you, I don't have it either. Chun-Li grew slightly flustered upon Jiang Cheng's refusal. Could she really let this Ferrari owner slip away? I was just joking earlier. Of course, I have WeChat, and I'm always available, no matter the time. As Jiang Cheng was about to confront Chun-Li, he noticed a girl, clad in a modified pink traditional Chinese dress, rushing towards him. Her long, silky hair was half-tied, adorned with white pearl flowers on either side, captivating Jiang Cheng momentarily. Observing her breathless demeanor, he was reminded of the idiom, waves crashing fiercely. The girl glanced at the description Jiang Cheng had provided in the ride-hailing app, noting his white attire and is positioned beside a supercar. She stared at him in astonishment. "Hello, are you the one who ordered the ride?" Clearly taken aback by the striking appearance of her passenger, she felt a sense of familiarity. "Oh, you're the driver?" Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's voice, her surprise deepened, remarking on its pleasantness. "Hi, my name is Qiao Yining. The ride you requested is here." Her heart raced, nervousness evident in her stammering speech. Having arrived in haste and captivated by Jiang Cheng, Qiao Yining forgot to adjust the camera, which was now inadvertently focused on him. The viewers in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. "Wow, he's quite the handsome guy. But he looks familiar. Isn't he the guy from the Lamborghini earlier? Oh, it turns out he's the one driving the Ferrari. No wonder the Lamborghini staff treated him so well." Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and approached, playfully blocking the camera with his hand. "I understand, miss, but capturing my handsome visage requires compensation." Chapter 41. Qiao made the girl smiled awkwardly, glancing at the comments before redirecting her phone's camera. "I'm sorry. I just remembered that I saw you at the Lamborghini showroom earlier today when you were testing a pink Lamborghini. You're a streamer? And doing rides?" Qiao Yining nodded. "I do rides during the day when I'm free. I'm an outdoor streamer. May I take a picture of your car?" Jiang Cheng checked the time. It was still early, just past 6 in the evening, and he nonchalantly nodded. "Dear viewers, I can't believe I encountered the Ferrari 90. How exhilarating." This model was also the highlight at today's Ferrari exhibition. Qiao Yining continued, referencing her research. This car features the same 3.9-liter V8 engine as the 488 and 8, coupled with 3 electric motors. The total output is 220 horsepower, combined with the 780 horsepower from the V8, resulting in a staggering 1,000 horsepower. It is currently Ferrari's fastest production model, achieving 0 to 100 in just 2.5 seconds. As the enchanting streamer shared these details, the comments exploded with enthusiasm. That license plate is not something an ordinary person could acquire. Haha, who would think a Ferrari driver is just an average person? Perhaps a little streamer might just cross paths with a wealthy individual and have some indescribable adventures. Qiao Yining chuckled at the viewer's speculations. In today's world, being a streamer is no easy feat, especially for someone like her, who lacks any extraordinary skills. Compared to those who rely on dance to attract attention, her popularity paled in comparison. Meanwhile, Chun-Li, observing Qiao Yining, felt a pang of jealousy, her expression twisting with envy. Undeterred, she turned to Jiang Cheng. "Hey there, I can also do rides and mine is free." "No thanks, I'm wary of free services. Let us go." With that, Jiang Cheng handed the keys to Qiao Yining and took his place in the passenger seat. Qiao Yining adeptly settled into the driver's seat and politely inquired, "May I stream while I drive? My camera will only focus on me." Jiang Cheng activated the relationship scanning system. Name: Qiao Yining. Age: 20. Height: 165 centimeters. Attractiveness: 94. Figure: 90. Privacy: 0. Friendliness: 50. Stranger status. After reviewing the details, Jiang Cheng confirmed that Qiao Yining was not like Chun-Li, a superficial beauty with bottomless material desires, and nodded. "I have no objections." "Do you do this every day?" "Not really. Today just happens to be a free day, so I thought I'd earn some extra cash." With that, Qiao Yining adjusted her phone holder and started the car. Excitedly addressing her audience, she exclaimed, "Dear viewers, I never thought I would get to drive a Ferrari, especially the top-tier version 90. This car is indeed as exhilarating as the rumors suggest. And just to be clear, when I say exhilarating, I mean in a nervous way. It's a Ferrari, so I need to concentrate on driving." Listening to Qiao Yining's seasoned remarks, Jiang Cheng found himself intrigued. If not for the friendliness scanning system, he might have assumed she was just another casual streamer. However, with her privacy score being 0, it was evident she was still quite inexperienced. As the car smoothly started moving, he leaned over to check her live stream. The streamer's name was Qiao Mei, and while her viewership was decent, her weekly rankings were dismal. It was already Thursday, yet her top supporter had only contributed a little over 300 yuan, with a second place barely above 200. Jiang Cheng shook his head, noticing her weekly earnings were just over 8,000. This meant her total tips for the week were around 800 yuan. Though she received about 200 yuan daily in tips, for a level 12 streamer like her, the contractual division was roughly 30%. Thus, her daily earnings amounted to approximately 60 yuan. Jiang Cheng was astonished that such a beautiful girl like Xiao Yining struggled to fill even 50 slots on the weekly leaderboard, while less genuine streamers thrived. He couldn't help but recall Xiao Belu, who, despite her artificial beauty, had become a leading figure in the streaming world. While a genuine beauty like Xiao Yining faced such a grim reality. With his dream realization system accumulating around 80,000 yuan daily, he couldn't resist commenting. Your weekly earnings are quite disheartening. Over 10,000 viewers, and yet so little? It seems few people are tipping you. No wonder you're looking for side gigs. I believe you'd earn more focusing on rides. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's critique, the viewers were instantly incensed. Ha! The rich guy speaks the truth. This poor little streamer is indeed struggling. What do you mean no one tips? Streamer, I'll throw you a fishball as support. Come on, everyone. Let us show this rich guy what we're capable of. Let us shower the streamer with free gifts. Streamer, I've given you all my free flowers this month. Xiao Yining pouted at the wave of free gifts. There's nothing I can do. I have no special skills and can't flatter the top supporter. Most of the time, I just entertain myself by driving and showing everyone how congested the roads in our city are. Jiang Cheng glanced once more at Xiao Yining's livestream. To his astonishment, her comments were filled with free gifts, lacking any substantial tips. It seemed these viewers were merely dreamers. Chapter 42. Not proactive. The traffic conditions in their city could indeed rival those of Chengdu. Jiang Cheng initially thought Chengdu's traffic was outrageous, but it paled in comparison to what he experienced here. Your destination is Yangyuan. You're not from this city? Jiang Cheng shook his head. I'm just here for tourism. Truly a wealthy individual, staying at such an expensive hotel. I saw you earlier at the Lamborghini showroom, and there's something I'm quite curious about. Perhaps you could enlighten me. What would you like to know? Why were the Lamborghini sales representatives so attentive towards you? I saw you enter without any verification, and they immediately offered you tea and refreshments. Why couldn't I go in to take pictures? Xiao Yining inquired with genuine curiosity. Dear streamer, don't you recognize Patek Philippe? Can you not see his new season Louis Vuitton ensemble? The host seems bewildered, as if her soul has been spirited away. The gentleman's Patek Philippe on his wrist is certainly not a mere entry-level timepiece. It is a 5160, valued at over 1 million yuan. The alluring female host, oblivious to the barrage of comments, gazes curiously at Jiang Cheng. Perhaps it is because I purchased a Ferrari today. Did you catch a glimpse of the Lamborghini? So, you bought a Ferrari? Which model did you choose? Surely not the 90, right? Yes, you have already provided an exhaustive introduction to this vehicle. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the chat room erupted once more. I am astounded. Indeed, there exists a stark disparity between individuals. The implication is that he casually spent millions, which explains the unusual behavior of the Lamborghini staff. Another day of genuine envy ensues. Xiao Yining is thoroughly convinced now. What could possibly be unsatisfactory for a person of his stature? So, you are indeed a big shot. It is no wonder. May I inquire, esteemed one, how did the test seat in the Lamborghini feel? Did you ultimately choose the Ferrari because the Lamborghini did not provide the same comfort? This 90 is indeed exhilarating to drive. If it were not for the public road, Xiao Yining would have yearned a race. Who said I only opted for the Ferrari? Although I have not driven the Bull, it is quite comfortable, and I have yet to notice any issues with the air conditioning. However, I shall soon discover if other girls find it hot when they sit in the Bull. Jiang Cheng teased Xiao Yining. Are you implying that you also purchased that pink Bull? Indeed, is that a problem? Jiang Cheng's response left Xiao Yining momentarily speechless, her envy palpable. Look at this. It exemplifies the difference between the affluent and us. While I deliberate over a bowl of loasafen or spicy hot pot, the big shot orders both simultaneously. The chat room ignited with excitement once again. In the parking lot of Yangyuan, Xiao Yining concluded her stint as a driver. Before exiting the vehicle, Jiang Cheng playfully remarked, I never expected this petite host to be such a skilled driver. Not only is she steady, but also quite comfortable. I found it very pleasant, and I shall seek you out for my next drive. Jiang Cheng's comment caused Xiao Yining's cheeks to flush. Although she is quite open during her streams, it is different when faced with a striking figure like Jiang Cheng, who stands before her, making lighthearted jokes about speed. Wealthy one, what type of streams do you enjoy watching? Naturally, I prefer watching beautiful women. Did you not notice that the affluent also appreciate attractive hosts? I assumed you would be interested in cars. Why watch cars when one can simply purchase them? As the saying goes, viewing beautiful women promotes health, longevity, and happiness. Xiao Yining pouted, addressing Jiang Cheng. If you find my driving agreeable, perhaps you could extend some tangible support to this struggling little host, like a vote of support? I consider myself a beautiful host as well. Jiang Cheng accepted the car keys she offered and shook his head in refusal. Sorry, I prefer to seek free experiences. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng turn and walk away, Xiao Yining was momentarily bewildered. Oh, we are right at the hotel. Will you not treat me to a glass of water? Jiang Cheng chuckled at her request. This routine was becoming familiar. Why do beautiful women always ask him for water? The hotel water is questionable, if fate allows. I shall treat you to milk. The viewers in the chat room were equally perplexed, having witnessed the lively conversation in the car. How could he so quickly distance himself? Goodness, was he showcasing us? Could it be that our host lacks allure? The affluent man turned out to be a freeloader? Do I still have the right to reward the host? If even the wealthy are freeloaders, I have at least tipped 10 yuan. How disheartening. Xiao Yining remained stunned for several seconds. Where am I? What has transpired? Am I truly devoid of charm? She had assumed Jiang Cheng might at least add her on WeChat, considering the flirtatious undertones of their earlier conversation. To her surprise, he turned away without a second thought. What a cad. Jiang Cheng observed his rising friendliness value and smiled. I was right. A gentleman's principle is to neither initiate nor refuse. He sensed that, judging by this little host's gaze, he could invite her for a modest meal of 6 yuan spicy hot pot next time. At that moment, Jiang Cheng received a message from Wang Zheng via WeChat, indicating his desire to arrange a dinner at Yanyan and requesting Jiang Cheng's presence. Jiang Cheng glanced at the message and declined politely. After all, if he were to attend university in Modu, social engagements were unavoidable. To thrive in society, one must not be a lone wolf. As the saying goes, more friends create more pathways. While it may sound unflattering, it is the reality. Soon, Jiang Cheng called Wang Zheng to inform him that he was residing at Yanyan. Wang Zheng replied that he had invited several others, and that some were already en route. Manager Wang, I shall be hosting friends shortly. Please send a chef over and prepare the finest dishes. Tonight, there will be 5 of us, including myself. Please bring me 2 yellow croakers. And do include the alba white truffle and the illusion sundae. As for the rest, I leave it to your discretion. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng order 2 yellow croakers, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Typically, one would only order a small portion, yet Jiang Cheng ordered 2. 1 million per fish, Jiang Cheng thought, no problem. Were it not for his desire to avoid appearing ostentatious, he could have easily ordered 10. With the luxurious system he now possessed, there was no need for extravagant spending. Even if he sought to indulge, it must be reasonable. Enjoying life is paramount, as long as he did not squander his wealth. His current assets would suffice for a comfortable living. Jiang Cheng nodded with a smile. Certainly, please manage it. If it is not enough, feel free to order more. 2 will certainly suffice. I'll prepare now. Before long, Wang Yu arrived briskly, accompanied by 3 chefs and several waitstaff, pushing carts laden with fresh ingredients to Jiang Cheng's courtyard villa. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Wang Yu asked, Mr. Jiang, shall we begin preparations now? Observing the vibrant array of fresh produce on the carts, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Yes, let us commence. Jiang Cheng inquired again, as Wang Zheng and the others were nearing the entrance of Yanyan. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng instructed Wang Yu to greet Wang Zheng and his companions at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Yu welcome them, Wang Zheng and another well-dressed gentleman had no significant reaction. However, the 2 ladies were utterly awestruck upon entering the opulent golden hall of Yanyan, leading them to Jiang Cheng's courtyard villa. The 2 women's eyes widened in astonishment at the panoramic outdoor terrace, swimming pool, and hot spring area, along with a natural stream flowing by. Internally, they exclaimed, so, this is the presidential suite at Yanyan. Just as the 2 ladies were utterly amazed, Jiang Cheng emerged from within, announcing, you have arrived. Wang Zheng approached Jiang Cheng with a cheerful smile, casually draping an arm around his shoulder. My apologies, brother. This meal was initially meant to celebrate our acquaintance, but it appears I have brought along quite a crowd. Let us not dwell on such matters. It is merely a meal. What difference does it make whether you or I pay? Everyone, please step inside. Jiang Cheng's words elevated Wang Zheng's prestige, instantly warming the atmosphere. Allow me to introduce you to my brother, Chun Hao, the esteemed young master Chun, whose family is in the coal business. He transports goods via train daily. These two ladies are my companions, Wang Zheng remarked to Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing this introduction, Jiang Cheng discerned that only Chun Hao belonged to their circle, while the unnamed ladies were likely simply invited for dinner. Chun Hao extended his hand towards Jiang Cheng, saying, "I've heard a lot about you from Lao Wang these past few days. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jiang Cheng glanced at Chun Hao, who wore a string of jade beads around his neck and sported a pair of stylish shoes, presenting a fresh and refined appearance. "I hear you've ordered quite the impressive LaFerrari." The three engaged in conversation as they made their way inside. Jiang Cheng noted the two fashionable young women, both possessing beauty scores around 80, thus exceeding the ordinary standard of attractiveness. Their fondness for Jiang Cheng was at a respectable 60, signaling a friendly rapport, which was quite commendable for a first encounter. Once inside, Jiang Cheng addressed them. Manager Wang mentioned that the cuisine here is quite unique. Let's all partake. Chun Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the culinary offerings at the Amon Hotel are exceptional. I haven't yet had the chance to experience their live cooking. By the way, how long have you been in Modu, Jiangge? Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, please just call me by my name. Today marks my 4th day here." He could hardly endure being addressed as Ge by men older than him, especially as Wang Zheng and Chun Hao did not hail from ordinary families. Despite their discussions about the LaFerrari and its magnificence, the demeanor of the Ferrari manager towards Wang Zheng suggested that he was no stranger to luxury cars. Their exchanges were mere pleasantries typical of a first meeting. Should one feign opulence too earnestly, such friendships may falter. "All right, let's dispense with the formalities," Wang Zheng interjected, embodying a carefree spirit that Jiang Cheng found quite appealing. Compared to more introspective individuals, this forthrightness felt far more comfortable. Wang Zheng then posed a question to Jiang Cheng. "Did you spot any desirable cars at the auto show yesterday?" "After browsing, I decided on a LaFerrari and a Lamborghini Huracan." "Yeah. Wow. Purchasing 2 cars at once? Impressive. When will they hit the road?" Chun Hao inquired after sipping his red wine. "The LaFerrari was arranged yesterday, and the Huracan is set to be delivered today." "That's remarkably quick. The LaFerrari costs over 8 million, right? Normally, it takes at least 2 days to finalize, yet you managed to secure it in just 1. Chun Hao exchanged knowing glances with Wang Zheng, both aware that Jiang Cheng was not financially constrained. After all, someone who could afford a LaFerrari outright would not be financing these 2 vehicles. The 2 girls, overhearing their conversation, were equally astonished. At that moment, Wang Yuyan entered with the first course. Once the dishes were laid out, Jiang Cheng encouraged everyone to dig in. Wang Zheng marveled at the spread, exclaiming, "Brother, this is quite extravagant. I feel a bit embarrassed. 2 yellow croaker fish." Chun Hao leaned in for a closer look and was equally taken aback. Jiang Cheng, these 2 could easily buy a pair of Porsche 911s. This is excessively lavish. One of the girls, gazing cautiously at the seemingly ordinary pan-seared yellow croaker, inquired, "Are these yellow croaker fish expensive?" The other girl eagerly awaited the answer. "And this is Italian Alba white truffle, which is also quite precious, costing several $100s per gram." Upon hearing Wang Yuyan's explanation, the girl's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. Jiang Cheng noted their friendly affection towards him had surged by 20 points. The meal had nearly consumed 3 million. To put this in perspective, that amount could procure a dilapidated apartment in Modu or an expansive, luxurious residence back in their hometown. The thought of consuming such a sum left the 2 girls feeling both vain and pained. Nonetheless, they resolved to transform their sorrow into appetite and began savoring the exquisite dishes before them. Throughout the meal, aside from the 2 girls snapping photos, much to Wang Zheng's annoyance, the atmosphere remained quite pleasant. As Jiang Cheng glanced at the time, he noted it was nearing 10 o'clock. Having already indulged in some drinks, he politely declined further, saying, "To be honest, I've just had a drink with my classmate. Perhaps we can enjoy the festivities another time." Wang Zheng, not wanting to press the matter, cheerfully replied, "Then I'll reserve a grand table for us tomorrow night, so we can have some fun." Jiang Cheng appreciated Wang Zheng's spirit of reciprocity and friendship. After all, mutual exchanges are the hallmark of true camaraderie. Such a gesture, devoid of any intention to take advantage, epitomized the essence of friendship. After bidding farewell to Wang Zheng and the others, Jiang Cheng luxuriated in a warm bath before reclining on a genuine leather sofa, scrolling through his phone. At that moment, Wang Yuyan entered with the evening's dining bill. "Mr. Jiang, here is the bill for tonight's meal. Please take a look." Jiang Cheng accepted the bill, which totaled $2.98 million. He retrieved his bank card from the cabinet and generously handed it to Wang Yuyan. "Go ahead and process it." "Certainly, please hold on." After the successful transaction, Wang Yuyan exited. That evening, Yu Xiaoxiao did not seek out Jiang Cheng. One must commend her for being a remarkably understanding woman. When Jiang Cheng did not reach out, she refrained from clinging to him every night or checking up on him. Lying in bed, Jiang Cheng reviewed the payment notification. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully utilized the gourmet cashback card for a total expenditure of $2.98 million. You have earned an 80-fold cashback, amounting to a total of $238 billion. Would you like to transfer this to your bank account?" Upon seeing that figure, Jiang Cheng grinned and promptly clicked to withdraw. He hadn't anticipated that hosting a few guests for dinner would yield over $2 billion in cashback. This meal had proven exceptionally worthwhile. Chapter 44. The Small Streamer's Participation. After idly scrolling through his social media feed for a while, Jiang Cheng opened Douyu Live and searched for Qiao Mei's streaming room. After all, a girl with a beauty score 94 is not a sight one encounters every day. It will be beneficial to make her acquaintance. Who knows what collaborative opportunities might arise. Upon entering the streaming room, he found Qiao Yining preparing for her broadcast. As soon as Jiang Cheng logged in, he received a system notification. Ding! Detected that the host's streaming account is quite impoverished. The system grants the host 3 million fish fin coins. Jiang Cheng chuckled at the system's announcement. This dream-come-true system truly knows how to shower him with wealth at every turn. With the 3 million fish fin coins added, his level jumped from 10 to 65. He observed that Qiao Yining appeared somewhat disheartened as she sat at her desk in what seemed to be a small bedroom. Jiang Cheng casually typed, "Are you not going out for curiosities tonight, streamer?" Upon noticing a stranger with a name, Dinghai Shenzhen, and a level above 60 entering her room, Qiao Yining's eyes brightened momentarily, though she quickly masked her excitement with a forced smile. "Welcome, Dinghai Shenzhen. Tonight, I have a guild task, so I won't be going out." In truth, her live streaming sessions occasionally reach a moderate level of popularity, and there are moments when her curiosity-driven outings yield a small surge of viewers. However, the majority of gifts she receives are modest, often consisting of complimentary tokens, with substantial contributions being virtually non-existent. Furthermore, she lacks any particularly captivating strategies to retain the affections of her affluent patrons. Ever since she turned down the top supporter, who had generously gifted her 20,000 yuan in hopes of a personal rendezvous, her streaming career has struggled to gain traction. It is indeed a conundrum. Who would support a female streamer unwilling to engage in face-to-face interactions? Though the current viewer count in her live stream is decent, they are primarily ordinary fans. Why does this small streamer find herself in such dire straits? The weekly rankings remain dismal, as Qiao Yining herself admits. She neither flatters her top supporter nor offers any charming remarks, making it unsurprising that she fails to captivate an audience. In contrast, other female streamers shower their patrons with affection and accolades, while she resorts to calling them dogs. Who can be blamed when her popularity falters? Jiang Cheng shook his head, preparing to exit Qiao Yining's live stream, when suddenly someone connected to her broadcast. With a resigned expression, Qiao Yining clicked to accept the connection. On the screen appeared a female streamer clad in a deep-strapped nightgown, known as by Luo Xiaomei. Jiang Cheng, observing her somewhat blurry beauty filter, activated his scanning system. Name, Huang Ling. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Attractiveness, 69. Figure, 89. Privacy, 70. Friendliness, 10. Stranger status. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This was a quintessential example of Qiao by Luo. The heavy filter and slightly distorted beauty enhancement made her appear at least 90 points. Yet her true attractiveness was merely 69. Once again, he marveled at the potency of beauty software. After connecting, Bai Luo Xiao Mei beamed at Qiao Yining, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She covered her mouth and playfully remarked, "Sister Qiao, it's you? I didn't expect such good fortune to meet you on my first connection. You'll ensure I make it past the first round, right?" Although Qiao Yining felt a pang of displeasure, she recognized her limitations. She had never won a connection since she began streaming. Consequently, many streamers relished connecting with her, as the outcome was invariably a victory for them. Losing was merely part of the game for Qiao Yining. She wasn't overly concerned, but this time her guild had specifically called to insist she secure at least 2 consecutive wins, or she would face a setback in next month's attendance bonus. Relying solely on that meager attendance wage and her income from driving, she feared that without the bonus, affording rent for her small apartment would become a challenge. With a forced smile, Qiao Yining maintained her politeness and said, "Hello, it's nice to see you again. Please ask your top supporter to show a bit of mercy later. Of course, Deju Gij will breeze through the first round and save our energy for the next." Bai Luo Xiao may confidently addressed her top supporter. Jiang Cheng observed the insincerity of this exchange and was about to exit when a notification from the system caught his attention. Ding! Lead Qiao Yining to victory in the competition to receive a reward multiplier of 150 times. Having just received over 100 million in cashback, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement at the system's prompt. He typed, "Little streamer, after such a long time, you've only received 5 yuan? How tragic." Qiao Yining, unfazed, cheerfully replied, "Dinghai Shenzhen Dage, seeing my plight, would you consider supporting me with a little medical fee for comfort? Surely, your weekly ranking only requires a single yuan to climb. Indeed, while other streams boast emperors, dukes, earls, and viscounts, my stream lacks even a knight. The weekly ranking is abysmal." Qiao Yining lamented, a hint of vulnerability creeping into her tone. Typically, she could console herself, but today's relentless mockery, compounded by the guild's pressure, had her spirits waning. "Huh, I take pride in freeloading. I will not spend a dime. Do you look down upon us freeloaders?" I came to witness the streamer's defeat. As Qiao Yining read the barrage of comments, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had already resigned herself to the prospect of ceasing her broadcasts next month. Initially, she streamed for financial gain. If she could not earn, what was the point of continuing? "Streamer, what does your eye roll mean?" "Streamer, if you roll your eyes again, the free flowers will be withheld from you. I was hoping to shower you with fish balls." "Streamer, do you disdain us?" The viewers activated their critique mode. Qiao Yining retorted, "You've misunderstood. How could I possibly disdain you? My viewers have been increasingly charming in their discourse, each one a talent." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng promptly sent 5 weak chickens as gifts. Qiao Yining glanced at the 5 tokens, worth exactly 1 yuan, and with a resigned smile, stood to thank Jiang Cheng. "Thank you, Dinghai Shenzhen Dage, for the medical fee." Even a level 65 patron had become frugal in her live stream. Was she truly a broadcasting pariah? "Streamer, what skills do you possess?" "Well, I drive. Does that count?" "I usually work as a designated driver. If you help me win the guild battle, will you drive for me?" Jiang Cheng's words did not register with Qiao Yining. She nodded, "Sure, Dinghai Shenzhen Dage. If you can help me win the championship, I'll drive for you for free. I'm a steady driver. You can rest assured." "All right, I'll see you tomorrow if your driving is indeed steady." Having said that, Jiang Cheng checked the time. Only a few seconds remained. The opposing side had accumulated over 300 yuan, while Qiao Yining had received merely 20. Observing the dwindling health bar, he decisively selected 3 of the most expensive super rockets, each valued at 2,000 yuan, and sent them flying into her stream. Chapter 45. Should I turn off the beauty filter? After all, the Douyu coins in his account were courtesy of the system, akin to free loading. If Qiao Yining emerged victorious, he would still gain a 150-fold cashback. Jiang Cheng felt no remorse in his generosity. Qiao Yining, who had lost all hope, was suddenly elated to see 3 super rockets soar in her live stream. "Ah, thank you, Dinghai Shenzhen Dage, for the 3 super rockets. I am truly grateful. What performance would you like to see? I can deliver." She had not anticipated that this level 65 giant would bestow such a generous gift. While her live stream occasionally attracted affluent patrons, they typically only lingered briefly. Accustomed to this, she seldom solicited gifts. Yet, Jiang Cheng had just showered her with 6,000 yuan. The score instantly shifted to 6,200 and 3,800. Wow, the little streamer is lucky. Finally, a benefactor has taken notice of our small streamer. Is this benefactor foolish? Isn't freeloading more delightful? As the almost certain victor by Luo Xiao may watch the sudden influx of support in Xiao Yinin's stream, she became visibly upset and enviously remarked, "Wow, Sister Qiao, a benefactor has arrived in your stream. Dingha Xinchen de Hello. You've struck a painful blow to her. Oh, I'm in need of comfort. Please visit me when you have the chance." Seeing Bai Luo Xiao may take the opportunity to pander for attention, Xiao Yinin quickly addressed Jiang Cheng, Dinghai Shenzhen Dage. "I'll appoint you as a moderator. You're now part of my family. Please don't wander off to others." Noticing Jiang Cheng had not responded, she continued, "Are you still there? I'm not very good at dancing. Perhaps I should sing a song for you instead?" As soon as she uttered those words, the comments began to flood in. "Streamer, I implore you, please don't sing. You'll frighten the benefactor away. Let's dance." Jiang Cheng chuckled at the barrage of playful comments, responding casually, "Feel free." "All right, big brother. I shall sing You Are My Good Brother." "How could I possibly have such a wonderful brother?" Xiao Yinin immediately began to sing endearingly to Jiang Cheng, disregarding any sense of modesty or pitch. What need was there for modesty? After all, other female streamers only required a donation of 0.66 yuan to coax their big brothers into doing a squat. She was genuinely unleashing her 3 super rockets. Had Jiang Cheng requested her squat, she would undoubtedly comply. "What? Xiao Mei is singing such a song now. Xiao Mei, something's off with you." Xiao Mei has turned into a sycophant. Xiao Yinin, however, was oblivious to the teasing comments and sang with fervor, her excitement stemming from her long-standing disdain for the streamer Baila Xiaomei. Meanwhile, Baila Xiaomei felt quite disheartened. The once assured victory was suddenly disrupted by an unexpected wealthy patron. Noticing Jiang Cheng ignoring her, she began to pout and sweetly plead to her top supporter, Daju Gij. "Please ensure I win the first round. If we lose the next round, I'll be eliminated." "Boo-hoo," Daju replied, "No problem. Just let me know when to input for the first round. Best of 3, no worries." As expected from Daju Gij, I knew he would be reliable and never let me down. Moi. Soon, the second round commenced, and Jiang Cheng, as he had in the previous round, launched 2 super rockets into the sky. Daju quickly followed suit with 3 super rockets. Jiang Cheng wasted no time and immediately matched Daju's 3 super rockets. Seeing Jiang Cheng's rockets approaching, Daju steeled himself and added 5 more. Wow, starting off this intensely in the first round? Who would have thought one could witness such a flurry of super rockets in a small streamer's room? Clearly, the audience was captivated by the streamer. Without a doubt, after Jiang Cheng's 20 super rockets were launched, Daju quietly logged off. Xiao Yinin gleefully turned to Baila Xiaomei and said, "My apologies. I didn't expect to win the first round." Ha ha ha. Although Baila Xiaomei had just been defeated by Xiao Yinin, she still smiled and replied, "Xiaomei, you're quite lucky to have a wealthy patron like Dihai Shenzhen Gij. Big brother, if you have time, you can also come watch me. I will dance for you, and I drive very smoothly. You want tea feel so at all?" After hinting to Jiang Cheng, Baila Xiaomei quickly consoled Daju, who had generously sent her 15 super rockets that day. Despite the loss, she still gained. After her business was attended to, she promptly entered Xiao Yinin's stream using a secondary account, knowing that true big brothers were rare these days. Once disconnected, Xiao Yinin stood up and thanked Jiang Cheng. "Thank you, Dihai Shenzhen Gij. It's been ages since I received super rockets, let alone 20. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. What would you like to see me do?" 20 super rockets equated to a substantial sum, allowing her to pocket over 10,000 yuan. With Jiang Cheng's super rockets dominating the screen, Xiao Yinin's stream experienced a surge in popularity, with viewership exceeding 10,000. "I want to see you turn off the beauty filter." Xiao Yinin's beauty score was an impressive 94. Yet the smoothing and face-slimming effects of the filter detracted from her natural allure. Had Jiang Cheng not known her stream was called Xiao Mei, he might have struggled to recognize her. This was akin to how some celebrities appeared stunning until they entered a live stream filled with heavy filters, which ultimately marred their looks. "Wow, Big Brother is amazing. Streamer, turn it off. Let us see your true beauty. I'm just afraid that if I turn it off, the big shot will leave." "Is this a punishment?" "The big shot is just showing off." Xiao Yining was somewhat exasperated by Jiang Cheng's request. In this day and age, how could one stream without a beauty filter? However, given the significant amount of money Jiang Cheng had bestowed upon her, she felt compelled to comply. Oh no, Dihai Shinjin Gij, I fear I might scare you. As she spoke, she reluctantly turned off the beauty filter as Jiang Cheng had requested. Without the smoothing and enlarging effects, Xiao Yining gazed at her unfiltered reflection, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Just as she braced herself for a barrage of comments, the viewers erupted with excitement. Wow, she's actually stunning. How come I never noticed this beautiful streamer before? I'm following her without hesitation. The big shot made a wise bet this time. Miss, please don't use beauty filters anymore. They are misleading. Xiao Yining was taken aback. Not only did she avoid embarrassment, but she also garnered a wave of new followers and praise. Ecstatic, she turned to Jiang Cheng and said, Dihai Shinjin Gij, I beg you to ensure I win another round. If I win this round, I can continue streaming next month. Please, please. Chapter 46. Let us see who's stronger. If it weren't for the system task, Jiang Cheng wouldn't be wasting his time here. He typed, let us get started. Receiving an affirmative nod from Xiao Yining, who was now smiling brightly, she replied, right away. After all, those who directly launched super rockets were truly big shots. She might indeed pass the second round smoothly. Soon, the second round commenced, and Xiao Yining was once again paired with a female streamer. Across the screen was a little girl dressed in a magical girl outfit. Hello, big sister, I'm the sweet little Tian. It's a pleasure to connect with you. Your top supporter is incredibly generous, launching 20 super rockets. We're all quite envious. Before Xiao Yining could respond, Xiao Tian continued, Dihai Shinjin Gij, hello. Em Xiao Tian. Your super rockets have hit my heart. Do visit me sometime. I have many talents and can perform various acts, from chatting to singing and dancing, ensuring you are satisfied. Xiao Yining felt disdainful as Xiao Tian openly tried to attract Jiang Cheng's attention. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that all streamers relied on the generosity of their supporters. In this day and age, finding a true big shot was no easy feat. After a brief chuckle, Xiao Yining said, Xiao Tian, shall we begin? Aren't you going to perform first? No, I can't sing. The only performance I can provide is turning off the beauty filter at Dihai Shinjin Gij's request. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Such a request was quite rare. Many streamers relied entirely on filters to maintain their appearances. Realizing this, Xiao Tian hesitated to speak, knowing her unfiltered looks could not compare to Xiao Yining's. With a stiff smile, she said, all right, let us begin. Haha, is Xiao Tian scared? The big shot is brilliant for coming up with this idea. I also want to see Xiao Tian without her beauty filter. It seems she's overdone it. How come I never noticed such an exquisite streamer before? Both her figure and looks are fantastic. Does the big shot think Dihai Shinjin Gij is foolish? If he is spending money, he must seek genuine talent. Xiao Tian's expression grew tense as she read the comments. But she forced a smile and sweetly addressed her top supporter, Yiji Hua Gij. We started. Please don't let Xiao Tian get beaten badly. Yiji Hua was well aware that Xiao Mei had attracted a prominent supporter, seeing Jiang Cheng had already spent 50,000 yuan in the previous round. He wondered if this round would be as intense. Moreover, Xiao Tian had just secretly sent him a message indicating that she could meet him at the hotel this Sunday. With this thought in mind, Yiji Hua promptly rewarded 5 aircrafts, and with other minor gifts, he amassed around 1,000 yuan. Jiang Cheng observed his opponent gearing up and casually dispatched 5 super rockets, decisively overpowering them. Once the 5 super rockets launched, Yiji Hua's fervor instantly waned. He nonchalantly contributed 50,000, and this was merely the first round. Whether he would lose or not was inconsequential. Even if they followed the same course as before and both ended up surpassing 50,000, wouldn't it be more gratifying to spend that 50,000 at a club of his choice? Why engage in this battle? After Jiang Cheng's 5 super rockets, Yiji Hua declared he would no longer participate, urging Xiao Tian to concede. Although Xiao Tian felt a tinge of sadness, she dared not press the issue, as he was her #1 brother and deserved to be treated with care. Undoubtedly, Jiang Cheng was a guaranteed victor in the second round. In the subsequent rounds, due to Jiang Cheng's super rockets soaring effortlessly, There were no oblivious big brothers daring to confront him. After all, in this day and age, the notion of a resentful number one brother only existed in novels. In reality, individuals were generally more rational and restrained. There was no need to stubbornly engage in a guild war. Jiang Cheng had a system at his disposal and was tasked with obligations. Otherwise, he would be foolishly spending here. The other small streamers' patrons naturally wouldn't risk their fortunes for a mere guild conflict. After all, why would a girl streamer, who could usually be lured out with 10,000, suddenly be expected to double that today? They smoothly reached the final round. This time, the opponent was a prominent streamer, Dai Xiaomei. Recently, Dai Xiaomei had gained significant popularity, and her top supporter was a genuine wealthy patron. Upon seeing Xiao Yining join her, she enthusiastically greeted, "Hello, Xiao Jie. I am Dai Xiaomei. I'm delighted to collaborate with you in this final live stream. Shall we begin directly? Or would you prefer to showcase some talents first?" Xiao Yining flatly replied, "Hello, miss. I cannot sing or dance and possess no talents, so let us just start. Shall we?" Dai Xiaomei hesitated momentarily. Her guild had undoubtedly investigated Xiao Yining's background. A small streamer unexpectedly receiving support from a wealthy patron had already accumulated nearly 800,000. With a sweet smile, Dai Xiaomei said, "All right, since you have no talents, I will perform a dance for my big brothers. The gentleman on the other side can watch too." After Dai Xiaomei finished her dance, Jiang Cheng quickly typed, "You danced beautifully. I truly enjoyed it." It made me think of Dai Xiaomei. After Jiang Cheng sent his message, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Dai Xiaomei was indeed charming and talented. Xiaomei, aside from her looks, possessed no skills. Her advancement to the finals was purely fortuitous. As a mere small streamer, it seemed that the steadfast patron was simply acting on a whim. Xiao Yining panicked. "Wu, Ding Hai Shan Zhan de Ge. Are you abandoning me? We are just one step away from both reaching the pinnacle." Jiang Cheng continued to yist. "Don't even mention it. Look at what Dai Xiaomei is called. You only refer to me as Big Brother. You think we could reach the pinnacle together? If you were referring to a group activity, I might consider it. What a remarkable display. Having already spent over 800,000. Engaging in a group activity in Wang would hardly be excessive. I wonder if the streamer is feeling anxious now?" Xiao Yining instantly grasped the meaning behind Jiang Cheng's words. Without further pretense, she promptly addressed her benefactor. "Benefactor, please ensure our success in this final round. After the stream ends, I will enroll in a class. Whatever dance you wish to see, I will learn." A friendly reminder to Ding Hai Shan Zhendigo. The big brothers supporting Dai Xiaomei were indeed substantial, with 3 level 100 patrons on the leaderboard. Although Ding Hai Shan Zhendigo was formidable, it remained uncertain if he could withstand 3 genuine big brothers. The outcome was dependent on who could endure longer. When the official competition commenced, Dai Xiaomei's side immediately intensified their efforts. The 3 super emperors on her side each launched 3 super rockets, totaling 9 rockets soaring into the sky. After that, one called Ba Tian even ventured into Xiao Yining's livestream to unleash 2 super rockets, boasting, "A small medical fee for you to accept." Xiao Yining, unfazed by the provocation, sarcastically responded with a forced smile, "Thank you, Ba Tian Gugu, for the 2 super rockets. Woo, without your medical fee, I simply cannot continue." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng was rendered speechless, bombarding the chat with question marks. So, the hundreds of super rockets he had just sent were mere candles. Mere air? The viewers in the live stream followed Jiang Cheng's lead, inundating the chat with question marks. Haha, who would have thought Xiao Mei could be so sharp-tongued? Just moments ago, Ding Hai Shan Zhendigo had sent her several 100,000, and now she claimed she could not continue without it. She was merely putting on a show. Xiao Mei dared to mock the super emperors. She had become quite audacious. Observing the blatant provocation, Jiang Cheng retaliated by sending 20 super rockets to Xiao Yining, then promptly entered Dai Xiaomei's livestream to offer her 5 super rockets. After all, the system had credited him with 3 million UCI coins, leaving him with 2 million. In this final round, Jiang Cheng was confident that 2 million would suffice. If it didn't, his bank account contained ample funds. He felt no anxiety whatsoever. Dai Xiaomei, witnessing the fiery atmosphere of the competition, felt a surge of joy. After all, when gods fought, mere mortals would surely benefit. With a cheerful demeanor, Dai Xiao Mei addressed Jiang Cheng. "Thank you, Ding Hai Shunjindagu, for your medical fee. You are so generous." The subsequent super rockets ascended as if they were free. The three-seasoned super emperors clashed head-on with Jiang Cheng, the newly crowned super emperor of the evening. As the first round neared its conclusion, Jiang Cheng had already spent 150,000. On Dai Xiao Mei's side, the top three on the leaderboard had contributed 50,000, while the second and third had each contributed 20,000, totaling 90,000. Yet, they still trailed Jiang Cheng by 60,000. After some contemplation, they decisively chose to withdraw. In the previous rounds, they had only contributed tens of thousands. And now Jiang Cheng had multiplied that by several times in just the first round. Observing the retreat of her supporters, Dai Xiao Mei, feeling unsatisfied, urged, "Brothers, why have you stopped? Don't halt, please push harder." Although she swayed while delivering suggestive remarks, they simply could not withstand the pressure. The top supporter conceded. "Let us call it a day for Dai Xiao Mei. We'll try again next time." Without the backing of her top supporter, Dai Xiao Mei's side swiftly faced defeat. The second round was even easier. Jiang Cheng only needed to dispatch 2 super rockets to secure victory. Although Dai Xiao Mei continued to strive for support, the outcome remained disheartening. When Xiao Yin realized she had emerged victorious, she was momentarily bewildered. Covering her mouth, she gazed at her skyrocketing viewership, still feeling as though she were dreaming. She never anticipated that, in such a brief time, she would become the champion of the Guild War, gaining over 50,000 new followers, with more than 1,000 of them being genuine fans. No longer would she be surrounded by cold, lifeless followers. Most importantly, she had received a total of 250,000 in rewards. According to her contract, she would receive around 70,000. Suddenly reaching the pinnacle of her life, Xiao Yin found herself enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions. Was this small streamer truly dazed, covering her mouth in silence? Ecstatic, she exclaimed, "If it were me, you wouldn't believe how foolish I could be. The actions of the affluent are beyond my comprehension. I find myself bereft of even the funds for a single apartment. However, this young lady possesses astonishing beauty. Indeed, the discerning eye of the wealthy is remarkable. Alas, such a stunning lady might soon be claimed by the top benefactor." Xiao Yin, witnessing the barrage of 66 comments, finally grasped the situation. She bowed repeatedly to Jiang Cheng in gratitude, saying, "Ding Hai Shenzhen Dage, I truly do not know how to express my thanks. May I add you on WeChat? If there is anything you desire in the future, I shall learn it immediately, ensuring your satisfaction. How shall I reach you for driving services? If you require me to drive you to Yunnan, I'm available these next few days. Goodbye for now." Upon reading Jiang Cheng's message, Xiao Yin's eyes widened in surprise. It was him. Goodness, I truly do not understand the world of the wealthy. Spending over 2 million without adding WeChat? Might I inquire if the esteemed gentleman is in need of any accessories? Could it be that you are the Ferrari gentleman from today? Realizing it was indeed the Ferrari gentleman, she was astounded. Are you truly the Ferrari gentleman? At this moment, not only was Xiao Yin perplexed, but the viewers in the streaming room were also abuzz with curiosity. What kind of family could afford such extravagance? Casually gifting over 2 million? Some skeptics began to suggest that this streaming event was merely a ploy by an agency to boost Xiao Yin's popularity. Yet, could an unremarkable female streamer truly warrant such extravagant promotion from an agency? The viewers engaged in heated debate. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was unfazed by the online chatter. He meticulously examined the system, noting that this recent donation was not reflected in his daily expenditure. It appeared that funds provided by the system were excluded from his upgrade spending. Upon accessing his Douyu backend, after donating over 2 million to Xiao Yin, Jiang Cheng found he still had 49,000 yuhua coins remaining. Concurrently, his notifications were overwhelmed, particularly with friend requests and numerous private messages from female streamers. Scanning through, he discovered a direct message from Xiao Yin, who was indeed requesting to add him on WeChat. Without hesitation, he sent her his WeChat ID. Having recently checked her friendliness level, which had surged to 85 points, Jiang Cheng felt no need to be modest with a lady boasting a score of 93 in beauty. Congratulations, host, for successfully leading streamer Qiao made a victory in the guild war. Given the streamer's satisfaction level is at its peak, the system rewards the host with a super critical hit of 1,000 times. Congratulations, host, you have received a cashback of 1,000 times, totaling 2,300,000,000. Would you like to withdraw it immediately? Jiang Cheng, gazing at the staggering sum provided by the system, clicked to withdraw. Although he was uncertain how the system calculated these critical amounts, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Unbelievably, he had earned over 2 billion in a single night. The ease of acquiring wealth in this manner was astounding. He had indulged in the thrill of spending and was rewarded with 2 billion. The following day, waking naturally, Jiang Cheng noticed a friend request from Xiao Yining and smirked as he accepted it. Moments later, a private message arrived from her. Dinghai Xinxian Dei. Do you require driving services today? I am on standby 24 hours a day. After sending her message, Xiao Yining remained fixated on their chat interface. Since discovering that Jiang Cheng was the Ferrari gentleman, she had been restless, pondering why such an attractive man would take an interest in her and gift her over 2 million. Jiang Cheng contemplated needing Xiao Yining's driving services that evening. As he had arranged to meet Wang Zheng, he promptly sent her the details. After all, having spent over 2 million, requesting a driver seemed reasonable. By 8 o'clock that evening, Jiang Cheng arrived at the underground parking of Ammon. Upon arrival, Xiao Yining was already waiting beside his car, her long, shapely legs standing straight as she focused on her phone. Jiang Cheng whistled and remarked, "Oh, you're here, quite early. Did I not suggest you enjoy your drink before seeking me?" Startled by his voice, Xiao Yining quickly looked up. Dressed in all black casual attire and wearing sunglasses, Jiang Cheng exuded an extraordinary charm that captivated her. She admitted to being a visual enthusiast, and he was undoubtedly the most handsome man she had ever encountered. After all, with the enhancements from the system, Jiang Cheng's attractiveness had surpassed 90 points. Flushed, Xiao Yining replied, "You assisted me so much last night. How could I allow you to drive? I am here to be your chauffeur." Observing her revealing outfit, short shorts and a black camisole, he realized she had indeed dressed for a night out. The attire accentuated her well-proportioned figure, with her slender arms and long legs, leaving Jiang Cheng momentarily speechless. Composing himself, he thought, "Tonight, I shall enjoy the company of this enchanting vixen." He slid into the driver's seat and gestured for her to join him. "Since the boss has spoken, you should get in." As the sleek, gray Ferrari made its way onto the streets, it caught the attention of many, its roaring engine a statement of extravagance. Under the dazzling lights of the magical metropolis, the supercar looked exceptionally striking. "Which bar are we heading to?" Xiao Yining asked eagerly, having longed for a night out. "Ah, the largest and most vibrant bar in the city. I believe it's called Little Cheetah, opened by a celebrity. I've heard it's quite the place, bustling with handsome men and beautiful women, including many stars. Even Principal Wang is said to frequent it." Noticing the gleam of excitement in Xiao Yining's eyes, Jiang Cheng chuckled. "You seem quite knowledgeable. I too have encountered it online, but I've never actually been. I find myself anticipating it." Upon arrival, the entrance was lined with luxury cars, and groups of stylish youth posed for photos, some even live streaming. Jiang Cheng mused that opening a bar might not be a bad idea, a place to unwind. As he stepped out of the Ferrari, several young ladies' eyes lit up upon seeing him, whispering among themselves, "Who is this handsome gentleman? I don't recall seeing him here before. Look at his outfit and that Patek Philippe watch. He must be a wealthy heir." Regardless of who they were struck by his striking appearance. "Let us approach him." Almost immediately, a few ladies rushed towards him, disregarding Xiao Yining standing beside him. "Hello, handsome. Heidi. May I add you on WeChat?" "Brother, I also wish to add you on WeChat. I'm always available." "Young man, is this your first time here? Allow me to show you around." The scene was not only met with a perplexed expression from Xiao Yining, but also elicited a wave of envy from the onlooking young men. This is the privilege of the affluent, a stark contrast to my repeated attempts to engage with these internet celebrity ladies. If only you arrived in a vehicle of such caliber, you would have the same experience. Just observe the caliber of the lady in the passenger seat. We can merely admire from afar. Before long, Jiang Cheng found himself surrounded by 5 or 6 women as he made his way towards the entrance. His gaze inadvertently wandered, catching fleeting glimpses. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I accidentally bumped into you. It's quite all right. It doesn't hurt at all. In fact, it's rather pleasant. Ladies, might you let your brother pass first?" Jiang Cheng replied with a resigned smile. After only a few steps, he noticed that the necklines of these girls had become increasingly daring. If this continued, he feared he might lose control. Chapter 49. The most popular bar in Moda Chiao Yinin felt an unsettling sensation as she watched so many girls crowding around Jiang Cheng. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, somewhat stifling, a pang of jealousy tugging at her heart. Her brows furrowed, cheeks puffed in annoyance, and after a deep breath, she found herself inexplicably pushing through the throng of girls surrounding Jiang Cheng. "Excuse me, please step aside. He is already taken." The girl shot her disgruntled glances, but given the circumstances and Jiang Cheng's apparent lack of objection, they could only disperse reluctantly. Once the crowd had cleared, Jiang Cheng, intrigued, remarked on the astonishing softness of Chiao Yinin, who was still leaning against his arm. "I'm taken?" he inquired playfully, flustered by his gaze. Chiao Yinin hastily released his arm, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "I merely saw you unable to fend them off, and I thought I'd deal in a hand. Don't read too much into it." From the moment he met Chiao Yinin, Jiang Cheng had devised a small strategy in his mind. To engage with a woman like her, who was both reserved and conflicted, he needed to employ the principle of attraction through distance. He would let her observe him enjoying himself, igniting feelings of urgency and jealousy, while also allowing her some space. Jiang Cheng chuckled nonchalantly. "Thank you, but there's no need next time. I find this arrangement rather agreeable." With that, he ignored Chiao Yinin and made his way toward the entrance. As soon as he broke free from the throng, Wang Zheng and Chun Hao, who were waiting outside, quickly spotted him. "Wow, it turns out you're the one surrounded just now," Wang Zheng exclaimed with a grin. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, they rushed over, exchanging glances at the direction of the ladies before teasing him. "Not intimidated, I hope?" "Not at all. Everyone is exceedingly enthusiastic," Jiang Cheng replied. "Huh, I didn't have such a dramatic experience when I arrived. Those ladies didn't even acknowledge me." Chun Hao shook his head in envy. "With your reputation, those ladies must be cautious. And what about you? You're not exactly in a better position. You can only charm the newcomers." As the two bantered, Jiang Cheng smiled and shook his head. "So, these ladies prefer strangers, do they?" "Old Jiang, this 90 is yours, right?" Wang Zheng asked, pointing at the Ferrari behind them. "Indeed," Jiang Cheng replied casually. "Wow, that license plate is impressive. By the way, I remember you're from Tianfu. How did you manage to obtain such a plate?" "No wonder the ladies are so excited. Does the Ferrari dealership really arrange such plates now?" "I certainly didn't receive anything like that when I purchased mine. I arranged it myself. I got lucky with the draw." Upon hearing this, the two could hardly contain their laughter. Wang Zheng glanced at Jiang Cheng and his Patek Philippe, exchanging a knowing look with Chun Hao before saying, "Do you think I should believe that?" "Indeed, you're trying to play it cool with us. And who is this lady beside you?" Chun Hao remarked, diverting the topic with keen interest towards Chiao Yinin. They both understood that some matters were best left unspoken, aware that any wealthy individual likely had their connections. After all, who could secure such a prestigious license plate without some form of networking? Just as they had gravitated towards Jiang Cheng for his prowess, Jiang Cheng, in turn, recognized the importance of cultivating his own connections to facilitate his endeavors. "I brought a designated driver along. She'll be driving later," Jiang Cheng mentioned casually, not elaborating further on Chiao Yinin. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao exchanged a meaningful glance before addressing Jiang Cheng. "As expected of you, a master of the martial arts. Let us go inside. Everything is arranged for us tonight." Chiao Yinin greeted the two and obediently followed Jiang Cheng as they made their way into the bar. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enormous wall adorned with enticing black spades. The bar's decor exuded an industrial, minimalist vibe, and many patrons were already seated amidst the deafening bass of the music. Sensual and fiery women swayed rhythmically on the dance floor. As soon as Wang Zheng and Chun Hao entered with Jiang Cheng, the ladies seated at the VIP area immediately stood in unison. Wang Zheng had previously informed them that a distinguished guest would arrive, so they were prepared to treat Jiang Cheng with utmost hospitality. Address him as Jiang Xiao, Wang Zheng instructed. The elegantly dressed young women promptly complied. Hello, Jiang Xiao. After their greeting, the ladies displayed expressions of anticipation mixed with shyness. Who wouldn't be enamored by a handsome man? Jiang Cheng surveyed the group of attractive women, all scoring around an 85 in appearance, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. This arrangement is impeccable, he said, smiling at Wang Zheng and Chun Hao. With Jiang Cheng's approval, the two were in high spirits. Hey, you arranged things yesterday. Tonight, it's our turn to host. As Wang Zheng spoke, the bar sales manager approached them. A young man dressed in a shirt and slacks walked over to their table and bowed respectfully. Wang Xiao, Chen Xiao. Wang Zheng promptly introduced Jiang Cheng. This is my brother, Jiang Cheng. Welcome, Jiang Xiao. I'm Xiao Li, the sales manager here. Please feel free to approach me with any requests. I'm here to assist you at any time. Having spent ample time in the bar scene, Xiao Li was perceptive enough to recognize that Jiang Cheng, based on his attire and the luxury watch he wore, belonged to the same echelon as Wang Zheng and Chun Hao. At the very least, their financial standings were comparable, and given Jiang Cheng's prominent position, he deserved to be treated with the utmost respect. While many patrons donned designer brands, some wore outdated pieces, indicating their struggles to keep up with trends. This was easily discernible to the observant eye. Typically, those individuals were either trying to show off their wealth or were merely looking for a night out. However, Jiang Cheng's ensemble was of the latest collection, easily worth several tens of thousands, complemented by his $1,000,000 watch, truly the hallmark of a genuine elite. Xiao Li, please arrange for 2 sets of de Shenlong to kick off the festivities. Upon hearing Wang Zheng request 2 sets of the 10,000 yuan de Shenlong, Chun Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. He gazed at her, his eyes brimming with mirth, and respectfully remarked, "All right, my 3 brothers, I will arrange for the de Shenlong for you immediately. Additionally, our bar will serve various snacks, fruits, and chilled beer. Please hold on a moment." Xiao Yining glanced at the consumption card on the table and couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Indeed, it was no surprise that this was the most bustling bar in Mo Du, for the prices were steep. Each private booth had a minimum consumption requirement, and the one they occupied in Zone 0 required at least 10,000 yuan, escalating to a minimum of 40,000 yuan on weekends. Even the bar's most ordinary booth had a minimum consumption of 3,000 yuan. After Xiao Li departed, Xiao Yining whispered to Jiang Cheng, "Wow, the de Shenlong. I've never seen one before, only glimpsed it in videos." Jiang Cheng generously replied, "I've never seen it either." "Thanks, Wang Gu, for your generosity." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the other girls immediately chimed in with exclamations of gratitude. "Thank you, Wang Xiao. The boss is truly generous." In Chapter 49, Feigning Posture, Wang Zheng, sensing Jiang Cheng's respect for him, waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware that such compliments were mere formalities. With over 200,000 at his disposal, he certainly could afford it. Wang Zheng remarked, "How can the de Shenlong compare to the Huang Chunyu you treated me to last night? Do you know? That meal was truly extravagant, a 3 million yuan feast." Wang Zheng deliberately placed Jiang Cheng in the spotlight, recognizing Jiang Cheng's capabilities. The essence of networking lies in befriending those of similar stature. Wang Zheng elevated Jiang Cheng's status, equating him with himself, solely because he perceived Jiang Cheng's exhibited strength as indicative of their shared caliber. Individuals of their echelon naturally gravitate towards peers of equal standing. Otherwise, mingling with those of lesser status would result in constant requests for favors, an unwelcome burden. 3 million. The moment Wang Zheng uttered these words, the girls present gasped in astonishment, their gazes toward Jiang Cheng now ablaze with interest. Having spent some time together, they discerned that Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining did not appear to be a couple. Despite Xiao Yining conversing with Jiang Cheng, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. This ignited a flicker of hope within the hearts of the girls present. This was precisely the atmosphere Jiang Cheng intended to cultivate. He wanted Xiao Yining to realize that a figure of his stature did not require her presence, instilling within her a sense of urgency. At that moment, Xiao Chun led a dozen alluring bunny girls into the venue, each girl elegantly balancing a tray adorned with black spades atop her head. Seated, Jiang Cheng felt an awkwardness wash over him amidst the cacophony of cheers and gazes fixated upon him. However, witnessing Wang Zheng and Chun Hao's animated expressions, he merely smiled, refraining from uttering anything that might dampen the mood. After all, this was the quintessential display of bravado in a nightclub, as the saying goes. If you don't flaunt it in a nightclub, why bother singing? As the bunny girls gracefully swayed their bodies, they placed an array of bottles emblazoned with the Black Spade logo upon the table. The atmosphere, thick with the scent of money and the dimly lit surroundings, ignited a vibrant and dazzling spectacle that elevated the nightclub's ambience to a fever pitch. Just as the revelry began to crescendo, a bold girl edged closer to Jiang Cheng. A girl clad in a champagne-colored mini-skirt boldly approached him and took a seat in a vacant spot to his right. One hand cradled a glass while the other curled around her ample bosom. As she leaned closer to Jiang Cheng, she subtly brushed against his arm, her voice sweetly chiming. "Jiang Xiao, my name is Xiao Qing. Allow me to toast to you. I am thrilled to be enjoying this evening with you." Jiang Cheng, feeling the surprising softness against his arm, could not help but nod in quiet approval. He discreetly activated his friendliness scanning system. Name, Xiao Qing. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Attractiveness, 85. Figure, 98. Privacy, 5. Friendliness, 70. Close status. Although Xiao Qing's attractiveness rated only 85, with makeup, she could easily reach 90. Her privacy score of 5 was not excessively high for someone frequently seen in nightclubs. The crucial factor lay in her figure. Rated at an impressive 98, a truly rare find that few men could resist. Jiang Cheng shook his head, pondering his own inability to withstand such temptation. This environment was not conducive for hands to linger, as there were certainly more suitable placements. Upon noticing the stunning Xiao Qing's sudden appearance and her unabashed closeness to Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yining felt a pang of jealousy and bit her lip. She was perplexed as to why she felt this way again. Indeed, Jiang Cheng was her most esteemed brother, yet he had never made any demands of her. While he had just held her close, now he appeared to be reveling in Xiao Qing's attention, leaving Xiao Yining torn between confusion and longing. Last night, Jiang Cheng had descended like a knight to help her triumph in the guild war, and she found herself genuinely drawn to him. If he truly held no interest in her, why had he spent so much money on her? Yet, the sight of Xiao Qing, flaunting her ample curves before Jiang Cheng, incited her frustration. As Jiang Cheng and Xiao Qing clinked their glasses, Xiao Yining swiftly raised her own glass and declared, "Brother, I too wish to toast to you." Xiao Qing, who had prepared numerous topics for discussion with Jiang Cheng, shot a glare at Xiao Yining, but refrained from interrupting their conversation. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow at Xiao Yining. "What are you drinking?" He then handed her a bottle of Wangzai milk, teasing, "Drink this, it will do you good." Recalling that she would have to drive Jiang Cheng later, Xiao Yining reluctantly accepted the milk. She pouted, replying, "I'm fine. I don't need to replenish." "Oh, I see. You're fine, are you?" Jiang Cheng retorted playfully. "Why don't you take a closer look?" With that, Xiao Yining straightened her back defiantly. Jiang Cheng chuckled at her earnestness. While he was indeed tempted by Xiao Qing, his primary objective for the evening remained Xiao Yining. Regrettably, he would have to temporarily set aside his interest in Xiao Qing. As Jiang Cheng withdrew his arm, he wrapped it around Xiao Yining, prompting her to stand up in disinterest and join her other friends in dancing to the music. Xiao Yining felt her cheeks flush in embarrassment, for no one had ever made such an advance toward her before. In a flustered panic, she pushed Jiang Cheng away, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of woman?" Jiang Cheng's expression darkened at her words. After spending over 200,000, how could she utter such statements? If she had no desire to be here, why come at all? Was she merely putting on airs, playing hard to get? Did she expect him to coddle her? He was not one of those backup options or sycophants. Expecting him to behave in such a manner was utterly preposterous. He was aware that Xiao Yining's privacy score was 0. However, for Jiang Cheng, this was hardly surprising. After all, one could easily find a multitude of individuals with a privacy score of 0 for a mere few thousand yuan at universities. Jiang Cheng released Xiao Yining and took a sip from the Black Spade bottle, turning his gaze toward the swaying Xiao Qing. Unquestionably, she embodied the allure of a dairy cow. The sultry, seductive curves of her body swayed, rendering Jiang Cheng utterly captivated. After managing a faint smile, Jiang Cheng playfully slapped the peach-shaped derriere of Xiao Qing and another girl beside her. Chapter 50. Acting according to plan, the two exuberant girls were startled by the sudden slap on their rears, letting out an involuntary gasp. Their faces flushed crimson, and they momentarily bristled with indignation. Upon turning around to find it was Jiang Cheng, their expressions transformed in a playful surprise as they teasingly exclaimed, "Jiang Xiao, you startled me." Indeed, they had expected someone else. It was a delightful revelation to find it was him, and they wondered how he could be so playful. It was a known truth that if they had been slapped by an inconsequential fellow, it would have been deemed lewdness, but when it was Jiang Cheng, a tall, wealthy, and handsome man, it was interpreted as flirtation. Jiang Cheng gestured to the seat beside him, beckoning, "Come, sit down and join me for a drink." Xiao Qing, taken aback by Jiang Cheng's sudden invitation, instinctively glanced at Xiao Yin beside him. A chuckle escaped her lips, for she surmised that Xiao Yin must have done something to irk Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, why would he seek her out? It was important to recognize that a man of Jiang Cheng's stature was not the type to be trifled with. Maintaining decorum was paramount. Xiao Qing, fully aware of the situation, quickly took her place on either side of Jiang Cheng, flanking him with her close friend. In stark contrast to Xiao Yin's reserved demeanor, Xiao Qing radiated enthusiasm. With an air of triumph, she leaned against Jiang Cheng's arm, fully aware of her physical allure. Having let her hair down after dancing, her exquisite makeup and cascading waves coupled with her ample bosom exuded an intoxicating charm. "Jiang Xiao, how did you find my dancing?" she inquired. Jiang Cheng nodded appreciatively. "It was quite lively. My friends applauded for you." "Really? I've yet to meet your friends. With someone as dashing as you, I imagine they must be equally impressive." Xiao Qing's excitement was palpable. "Jiang Xiao, I'm Sun Yin, and I must say, your playful slap was quite delightful. I'd love to meet your friends as well," chimed in the other sweet-faced girl, her voice melodic and inviting. Although her physique did not rival Xiao Qing's, her enchanting voice captured attention, especially when she sang at night. Jiang Cheng gazed at Sun Yin's innocent and charming visage, his hand instinctively reaching out to pinch her slightly chubby cheeks. Yet, as he approached, he noticed her makeup appeared somewhat thick. Hesitating for a moment before opting to playfully slap her rear instead, producing a crisp sound. "How about I assist you in feeling even better?" Xiao Qing, observing this, clung to Jiang Cheng's hand and pouted. "Jiang Xiao, you mustn't show favoritism. I wish to be pampered too." Following her words, both girls leaned closer to Jiang Cheng, inviting further playful slaps. "How is it that you possess such magical qualities? Why do your rears seem to be situated on your chests?" he teased. "How rude. This is simply my charm." "Is it? I have my doubts. I must see for myself." "Ah, Jiang Xiao, you are incorrigible. I assure you, it is all genuine. You'll know once you experience it." "How shall I test this?" Caught between the two women, Jiang Cheng could only shake his head, pondering the chaos that often accompanies the presence of women. The term plastic sisters had not emerged without reason. Although other girls were eager to approach Jiang Cheng, they recognized the inherent superiority of Xiao Qing and Sun Yin and wisely chose to engage with Wang Zheng and Chun Hao instead, as the scene of these two prominent figures was a rare spectacle not to be missed. As Jiang Cheng engaged in playful banter with the two women, the atmosphere began to heat up. Sitting nearby, Xiao Yin observed the frivolity with a sense of jealousy, feeling as though the attention she believed was rightfully hers had been usurped by Xiao Qing and Sun Yin, leaving her with an unshakable discomfort. "Jiang Xiao, what do you usually do?" she inquired, attempting to engage him. "Nothing much. I simply pass the time, living off my resources, and occasionally tend to plumbing issues." "Really? You fix plumbing?" "Of course. I excel at unblocking stubborn drains." "Jiang Xiao, how mischievous. What are your hobbies? Do you work out?" "Your physique is impressive." "Not particularly. I enjoy watching movies at home, especially animated films unsuitable for children." "Is that so? I've never seen them. Perhaps we could watch together sometime?" Xiao Qing and Sun Yin giggled, nestled against Jiang Cheng. "Certainly. Why not the three of us together? The more, the merrier. How delightful. I never anticipated encountering you here tonight. It must be fate." Indeed, But is this gathering purely for relaxation? Jiang Xiao, you are truly teasing. The nature of our relaxation depends on you. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao, observing Jiang Cheng's serious demeanor, could not suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Yining attempted to engage Jiang Cheng multiple times, only to be met with indifference. Throughout the evening, she felt increasingly sidelined, her frustration mounting as she bit her lip in irritation. She could not fathom why her simple assertion of not being an easy girl had caused such a shift in dynamics. Though she considered herself discerning, she would still contemplate Jiang Cheng's advances should he make them. She had arrived prepared for the night, yet felt utterly disheartened. Xiao Yinyan's feelings of confusion deepened, and her understanding of her own desires eluded her. Why could she not afford herself a moment to breathe? With Xiao Yinyan's friendliness score now at 90, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile inwardly, realizing his plans were unfolding as intended. Chapter 51. Unresolved as time passed, Jiang Cheng continued to ignore Xiao Yining, treating her as though she were invisible. This left her feeling increasingly restless. Initially, Jiang Cheng's demeanor towards Xiao Qing had not been particularly warm. He had even embraced Xiao Yining, but with a single remark, Xiao Qing had effortlessly eclipsed her. The glow that should have been hers had been snatched away, leaving Xiao Yining grappling with feelings of imbalance. As the minutes dragged on, Jiang Cheng's indifference only heightened her discomfort, a psychological phenomenon known as obsession. Conversely, Xiao Qing felt similarly perturbed. Aware that her beauty might not surpass that of Xiao Yining, she believed her makeup brought her closer to parity. Particularly, she took pride in her most potent asset, her ample bosom, which dwarfed Xiao Yinyin's. Yet no matter how ardently she sought Jiang Cheng's attention, he remained aloof, a disheartening experience for someone unaccustomed to rejection. However, Jiang Cheng is far from an ordinary man, setting aside the wealth he possesses. His handsome visage and enchanting voice are enough to captivate Xiao Qing. The fact that such an exceptional man has shown indifference towards her weighs heavily on her heart. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng has taken an interest in her, pulling her close as if she were a soft fruit, causing a swift reversal in their dynamic, much to Xiao Qing's delight. The more jealousy Xiao Yining displays, the more satisfaction Xiao Qing derives from the situation. This exemplifies the peculiar competitive nature often found among women. As the saying goes, jealousy has remained a constant through the ages. Finally, the clock strikes 1 in the morning. As the gathering concludes, Xiao Qing and Sun Yin reluctantly bid farewell to Jiang Cheng. She had hoped for an intimate encounter with him that night, perhaps even a three-way rendezvous. To her dismay, they ended up merely exchanging WeChat information, promising to meet again another time. Although Sun Yin felt discontent, she refrained from voicing her grievances. In contrast, Xiao Qing's anger was palpable, and she stormed off as soon as Jiang Cheng departed. Xiao Yining, however, continued to trail behind Jiang Cheng cautiously. In truth, Jiang Cheng felt a pang of reluctance towards Xiao Qing, but he sensed that tonight, Xiao Yining, with her 90 points of amiability, would be more amenable to his advances. If given a choice, he would still opt for Xiao Yining, as she embodies true excellence. Moreover, he was eager to claim her, a prospect that loomed large in his mind. As they drove, Xiao Yining felt that Jiang Cheng treated her like an ordinary chauffeur, showing no signs of affection. He merely occupied the passenger seat, engrossed in his phone, which left her feeling somewhat slighted. The journey was silent, and upon arriving at the underground garage of Yan'an, Xiao Yining handed the car keys to Jiang Cheng. Watching him turn away, she stomped her foot in frustration and followed him. Although Jiang Cheng did not look directly at her, he caught sight of her delicate feet clad in high heels trailing behind him. In a fit of defiance, Xiao Yining accompanied Jiang Cheng to the courtyard villa of Yan'an. As he was about to enter the house, she could no longer contain her impatience and hurried after him, gently grasping his hand, pleading, "It's so late, taking a taxi isn't safe. May I stay with you for the night?" Jiang Cheng glanced at her flushed face and chuckled lightly. "Did you not say you weren't the type of woman who easily gives in?" Seeing his continued aloofness, Xiao Yining's large, beautiful eyes widened in surprise. His words shattered her composure once more. Noticing his inquisitive gaze, she took a deep breath and haughtily stepped into the villa. She understood that a man like Jiang Cheng was never short of female admirers. Should she become one of his many, she would merely be another face in the crowd. Jiang Cheng caught a glimpse of Xiao Yining seated on the couch, her expression one of grievance. Wang Yuyan, having witnessed Jiang Cheng dismissing her, shot a jealous glance at Xiao Yining before leaving. Yet, Jiang Cheng continued to ignore Xiao Yining and retreated to the bathroom. Although he was undeniably attracted to her, he also felt the need to cleanse himself of lingering sins from earlier encounters. After a quick rinse, he emerged with a stern expression, lying on the bed while scrolling through his phone. Xiao Yining, feeling helpless, stole a glance at Jiang Cheng before hastily entering the bathroom. Inside, she stood naked before the mirror, her cheeks flushed, eyes glistening with unshed tears. She encouraged herself, determined not to linger. Soon, the bathroom door opened, and with damp hair, she cautiously leaned against the doorframe, peering out with an innocent expression at Jiang Cheng, who lay on the bed. As Jiang Cheng beheld her alluring features and smooth, fair shoulders, he sighed inwardly, recognizing her as a true temptress. To temper Xiao Yining's eagerness and ensure her unwavering loyalty, he exerted great effort to suppress his impulses. Resisting the urge to pull her into his embrace, he coldly stated, "There are many rooms here. Choose one as you wish." Feeling dismissed, Xiao Yining pouted and asked, "Your bed is so large. Can't we sleep together?" Jiang Cheng's heart raced at her words, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. "I'm not accustomed to sharing a bed with others." Nevertheless, his thoughts betrayed him. All she needed to do was come over, and he would be more than eager to embrace her. Just as Jiang Cheng reveled in his thoughts, Xiao Yining emerged in a dejected manner, slowly squatting down. Her face buried in her knees, her shoulders trembling, suggesting she was on the verge of tears. "Why are you crying?" Jiang Cheng asked, perplexed. "Do you truly dislike me? You were so kind at first, even holding me close, but now that I want to sleep with you, you refuse." Woo. Gazing at Xiao Yining's tear-streaked cheeks and her enchanting eyes welling with tears, he felt a mixture of affection and pity. Clad in his oversized bathrobe, she appeared oblivious to her own state, which only further fueled Jiang Cheng's desire to claim her. With a resigned sigh, he beckoned, "Come here." At his words, Xiao Yining sprang to her feet and approached the bed. She gently caressed Jiang Cheng's chiseled face and leaned in for a kiss. Jiang Cheng's heart soared. This was a moment of triumph. Their lips intertwined, and he took charge, tenderly holding her beautiful face, kissing away her tears, beginning from her chin and moving upward. After a prolonged embrace, Xiao Yining sighed softly, her tearful eyes locking onto Jiang Cheng's as she confessed, "Jiang Cheng, I truly like you." From the moment she realized he was her steadfast protector, her heart had begun to flutter for him. What woman wouldn't be enamored by a partner of status and prestige? One who drives luxury cars and resides in exquisite hotels, even rescuing her from dire straits? To her, Jiang Cheng was the embodiment of her dreams, a dashing prince. Unable to suppress her fervent emotions any longer, she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his strong chest, feeling the comforting rhythm of his heartbeat. The following morning, Yu Xiaoxiao appeared at her workplace, promptly sending Jiang Cheng a text that read, "Good morning, husband." After sending the message, she set her phone aside to tackle the day's work report. On this particular day, Sister Wang had also arrived at Xingchen Company for the first time, intending to take promotional photographs. Since their last meal together, Jiang Cheng had not reached out to her. As she passed by Yu Xiaoxiao's office, she instinctively paused, standing at the entrance before knocking and calling out, "Manager Yu." Surprised to see Sister Wang enter, Yu Xiaoxiao responded, "Hello, Sister Wang. Sorry for the interruption." With a radiant smile, Sister Wang greeted her. "Sister Wang, please, have a seat," Yu Xiaoxiao invited, rising from her chair and leading her to the guest sofa. Once seated, she poured a cup of tea for Sister Wang from the teapot on her desk. She had a rough idea that Sister Wang was seeking her out for a specific reason, yet she refrained from stating it outright. Instead, she tentatively inquired, "Wang, is there something you need from me?" Sister Wang, eschewing any pretense of pleasantries, directly posed her question, "Manager Yu, are you acquainted with Jiang Cheng?" Upon hearing Sister Wang mention Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao's demeanor softened. She nodded and replied, "Yes, we met during a business trip. Did he mention that he intends to sign me?" Sister Wang asked. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's words, Sister Wang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had thought Jiang Cheng was merely jesting. Are you resigning then? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. I have already submitted my resignation. I will be assisting Jiang Cheng at his company, which has been officially registered today. I will help you terminate your contract, and you will be our company's first artist. But Manager Yu, this is a new company, and you've worked hard to achieve this position. Do you truly have such faith in Jiang Cheng? Yu Xiaoxiao understood Su Wan's concerns. She gently patted Su Wan's hand, embodying the warmth of a close sister, and said, Wan, I comprehend your worries. However, I have complete confidence in Jiang Cheng. In time, you will see that he is someone worthy of trust and reliance. We are sisters now. You may call me Sister Yu from now on. Just as Su Wan was about to respond, an employee suddenly knocked and entered. Manager Yu, the front desk has called to inform you that someone has sent you a surprise, and it is currently downstairs. Please go down to receive it. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. There were many people who sent her gifts, usually flowers or jewelry. What surprise? Who sent it? Tell them to refuse it. I don't want it. It seems to be a car, and it cannot be refused as the payment has already been made. Upon hearing this, both Yu Xiaoxiao and Su Wan gasped in astonishment. What? A car? Yu Xiaoxiao's mind raced through a myriad of faces, ultimately settling on Jiang Cheng's image. Sister Yu, someone actually sent you a car? That's incredible. Shouldn't we go down and take a look? Su Wan exclaimed with excitement. Yet, soon after, she furrowed her brows, a sudden premonition washing over her that it might be Jiang Cheng. Not only did Su Wan harbor this thought, but Yu Xiaoxiao, too, felt her heart race with anticipation. Observing Yu Xiaoxiao's expression of sheer joy, Su Wan couldn't help but express her envy. I want to go too. Shortly thereafter, Su Wan and Yu Xiaoxiao took the elevator down to the lobby on the first floor. Upon arrival, a young man dressed in a suit and white gloves approached Yu Xiaoxiao, saying, Miss Yu, hello. There is a car that requires your signature. A bit dazed, Yu Xiaoxiao followed the staff to the entrance of the company. There, a car covered in a red cloth awaited, surrounded by a large crowd of onlookers. As Yu Xiaoxiao emerged, 6 Lamborghini staff members, 3 on each side, raised colorful confetti cannons and fireworks in jubilation. Hello, Miss Yu, please unveil it, they urged. Watching the colorful confetti rain down upon the entrance, Yu Xiaoxiao felt momentarily bewildered. Slowly, she lifted the cloth, revealing a pink car, and the Lamborghini emblem came into view. Yu Xiaoxiao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed upon the pink Lamborghini Aventador. Oh my goodness, a pink Lamborghini. How stunning. I am so envious. Manager Yu is so fortunate. I heard that Manager Yu broke up with her fiancé and now has a new boyfriend. If only I could have a boyfriend like that. Su Wan thought of the Ferrari LaFerrari upon seeing the pink Lamborghini. Somehow, she was quite certain that this car was a gift from Jiang Cheng. After all, who else could afford such a lavish gesture? This Lamborghini must cost nearly 10 million, at least. Miss Yu, here are your car keys. Who sent this? Yu Xiaoxiao did not immediately take the keys. Instead, she asked warily. It was Mr. Jiang Cheng. He instructed us to handle this, hoping you would like it. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's name, Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly accepted the Lamborghini keys. The woman who had always prided herself on being a strong, independent individual could no longer contain her tears, her eyes brimming with emotion. No man had ever treated her as kindly as Jiang Cheng did. Chapter 52. The Emperor's Cuisine. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Cheng awakened suddenly. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value reaching 99 points, the title, Bound for Life, has been unlocked. The host receives a special reward package. Would you like to open it? Jiang Cheng silently affirmed. Open. Ding. Congratulations. The host has received a cashback card. Maximum spending amount 5 million, with a cashback multiplier of 1,100 times. Congratulations. The host has received a Descendants Devouring Card reward card. When the host's descendants are devoured by a woman with a beauty score above 90, the host will receive 1/10 of the number of descendants, multiplied by the satisfaction rating of the counterpart to calculate the final cashback. Jiang Cheng smiled at the system's notification, amused by its ingenuity. Such rewards were indeed imaginative, and a crucial point was that although this reward was singular, the system placed no limitations on the number of opposite-sex individuals it could be used with at once. This meant that if Jiang Cheng were to engage with one female partner and then utilize this card, it would still apply. However, what if one day he were to engage with multiple partners? the rewards would undoubtedly multiply, but there was also the risk of reduced satisfaction due to potential oversight. Jiang Cheng pondered the implications of this card, realizing that regardless of whether he engaged alone or with others, it would surely yield rewards worth millions. Ding! Congratulations! The host has acquired a stable boutique investment company. The host needs to invest a minimum of 10 million. Once invested, the system will assign a gold medal investor and an elite management general manager to ensure stable profits for the investment company. Note: the investment company must achieve at least a 10% annual return. Jiang Cheng was pleasantly surprised by this notification, realizing the potential benefits it could bring. He glanced towards the bathroom and answered Yu Xiaoxiao's call. Xiao, Jiang Cheng, thank you for the gift. I absolutely adore it, Yu Xiaoxiao replied, her voice choked with emotion. I'm glad you like it. Why are you crying? Jiang Cheng said with a hint of exasperation. He held a certain fondness for Yu Xiaoxiao, not only because she was his first love, but also due to her understanding and grace. Most importantly, her friendliness value of 99 points indicated a bond of profound significance. How could he not cherish such a perceptive and alluring woman? You treat me so well. I don't know how to repay you. If you wish to repay me, just improve your gaming skills. All right, I understand. After sharing tender moments with Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Cheng ended the call. He believed that Xiao Yining would soon finish her grooming as well. Jiang Cheng navigated to the system's page, recognizing that this investment company would undoubtedly enhance his status. Having wealth is essential, but knowing how to invest is equally crucial. Otherwise, one risks depletion of their resources. Establishing a company would not only elevate Jiang Cheng's social standing, but also mitigate restrictions he might face in purchasing luxury items. For instance, when he aimed to buy a Ferrari, it would have been impossible to secure a license plate in the bustling metropolis without the system's intervention. Because Jiang Cheng does not possess a household registration in Mo, it is impossible for him to purchase a vehicle or a residence there, given the local purchase restrictions. However, should Jiang Cheng establish a company in Mo, the issues surrounding vehicle and housing acquisitions would be effortlessly resolved. After some contemplation, Jiang Cheng decided to invest 500 million directly into this investment company, as the system indicated that the minimum requirement was 10 million. He gazed at the balance in his bank account, realizing that the larger the investment company, the higher his social standing would be. When the scale of the company's financing reached hundreds of billions or even trillions, he would truly become a prominent figure in the realm of investment. Jiang Cheng quietly uttered, "Initiate the investment company." The system responded, activating the investment company for the host. Please provide the location, capital, and name for the investment company. He replied, location, Mo, capital, 500 million, company name, Xingchen Investment Company. A notification chimed. The investment company has been established. A gold-tier investor and elite management personnel will contact you within 3 days. Please stay alert for communication. Congratulations, the host has leveled up once again. The host earns 15 yuan for every second of existence in this world. Name, Jiang Cheng. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance score, 91. Level, 10. System reserve fund, 786, 410 yuan. Withdrawable at any time. System, 15 yuan per second. Experience for level up, 590 million, 10 billion. His investment of 500 million to establish the investment company directly propelled the system to leap 2 levels, reaching level 10. Now, with every passing second, he earns 15 yuan, totaling 90 yuan per minute, 5,400 yuan per hour, and 129,600 yuan per day, resulting in a monthly salary of 388 million. His annual income is swiftly approaching 46 million. After a while, Xiao Yining emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, looking shyly at Jiang Cheng. Did I wake you? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Aren't you tired? Xiao Yining replied. I slept quite well last night. Despite Jiang Cheng's hands resting in strategic places to aid her recovery, for some reason, she slept soundly, feeling secure. Hearing her words, Jiang Cheng's gaze darkened slightly. Are you hungry? I have a culinary delight that requires your evaluation as a newly minted food blogger. With that, Jiang Cheng grasped Xiao Yining's hand. Xiao Yining gasped, quickly comprehending Jiang Cheng's intent. She attempted to escape, but it was too late, and she could only dutifully evaluate the exquisite dish before her. Covering her mouth, she shot Jiang Cheng a glare. After 20 minutes of assessment, she noted some improvement compared to last night. Jiang Cheng sighed contentedly. It truly was a splendid morning, enriched by generous system rewards, and he felt exceptionally comfortable. After freshening up, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining finally sat down for lunch. By the way, Jiang Cheng, please refrain from gifting me in the future. Following their in-depth conversation last night, Xiao Yining's fondness for Jiang Cheng had surged to a remarkable 95 points. If I don't gift you, should I gift someone else? Jiang Cheng replied. That's not my intention. Gifts incur a 70% commission from a platform. You've gifted me over 2 million, which is excessive. Last night, her gifted amount led to a cash return of over 200 million. Why would he refuse such good fortune? Jiang Cheng pinched Xiao Yining's pouting cheek. Shall I transfer it directly to you? That's not what I meant. It's just that so much money makes me uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Wang Yin, who had been waiting nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes upon hearing the amount of the gifts. Is this what wealthy individuals do? Over 2 million to a female streamer? Wang Yuyin was incredulous, although she acknowledged Xiao Yining's impressive physique and beauty. Gifting over 2 million seemed outrageous. Don't overthink it. It's merely a small sum. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Xiao Yining hesitated and softly inquired, will I still be able to stream in the future? I want to know if you mind my identity as a female streamer. If it bothers you, I won't stream anymore. After all, I'm still in school. Jiang Cheng understood that some female streamers would withdraw from the scene if they caught the attention of a wealthy patron. However, Xiao Yining was not the type to engage in suggestive behavior, and her straightforward nature would likely ensure she remained unaffected. Why think so much? If you wish to stream, then do so. You're not one of those outrageous streamers. I trust you. Xiao Yining exhaled in relief at Jiang Cheng's words. With a charming smile, she declared, I've decided. I'll focus on food and quirky streams to see if they fare better. Yes, pursue what you desire. I won't interfere. Just remember, should any other streamer dare to bully you, you must inform me. Understand? Xiao Yining nodded. Sure, most streamers are quite kind. Only a few are rather opportunistic. Besides, my skills are limited, so I don't interact much with those streamers. Which university are you attending? MO University of Technology. Jiang Cheng nodded, finding it quite good, as it was different from his own choice of institution. I might visit before the semester starts. Does that mean it will be difficult for me to see you in the future? Xiao Yining suddenly felt a pang of disappointment, having never considered this issue before. Difficult? It only takes a few hours from Tianfu to MO, and I will be here for school, as I've also enrolled in a MO University. Really? That's wonderful. Xiao Yining's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Cheng then recalled something and looked up at Wang Yuyin, who was pouring juice for him. Manager Wang. My accommodation fee is due today, correct? Wang Yuyin nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang, it is due tomorrow morning. Then please extend it for 2 more months. Moreover, he had received a cashback card during the recent promotional event, which had a maximum usage limit of 5 million. Frankly, 5 million wouldn't purchase a significant property in MO, nor could he promptly navigate the local purchase restrictions. Let us not entertain notions of how wealthy individuals find ways to bypass housing restrictions. Jiang Cheng only knew a handful of people, all mere acquaintances, insufficient to help him resolve this predicament. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's statement, both Wang Yuyin and Xiao Yining were momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend his words. Wang Yuyin licked her dry lips, managing to speak. Mr. Jiang, did you say 2 months? Extend for 2 more months? Observing their astonished expressions, Jiang Cheng calmly nodded. Yes, but that shouldn't affect my accommodation renewal, right? Chapter 53. Wang Yuyin's Hidden Thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyin and Xiao Yining fell silent. Indeed, it wouldn't affect the renewal, but who operates in such a manner? Leaving in a few days, yet extending the accommodation for 2 more months? The accommodation rate here is 80,000 per day, not 80. Even the esteemed Wang Yuyin, known for her exceptional service, was taken aback. She felt her legs weaken. It was rare for clients to book a villa for a week. Extending for 2 months was unprecedented. Jiang Cheng was the first. While she understood that her professional ethics dictated she should not pry in her guest affairs, she couldn't resist advising Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, If you find this place comfortable, please contact me directly before your next visit. I will ensure the room is reserved for you, so you won't need to renew your stay repeatedly. Xiao Yini nodded in agreement. Jiang Cheng, I can come over to help you make a reservation in advance. At that moment, Xiao Yini quickly calculated in her mind. 80,000 a day for 2 months amounts to 4,800,000. Xiao Yini finally understood why Jiang Cheng was able to reward her with over 2 million so readily. This fellow must have an abundant family background to indulge in such extravagance. Jiang Cheng found it amusing to see them trying to dissuade him from spending. The maximum amount for the cashback voucher was merely 5 million. Purchasing luxury goods in one go was quite a challenge. The funds for buying a house were insufficient as well. 5 million could barely procure a modest apartment in Modu, let alone a spacious one. His own bedroom was already several dozen square meters, after all. Ultimately, this voucher was merely a means to obtain cashback. Jiang Cheng interrupted Wang Yuyan's analysis, helplessly saying, "Manager Wang, this approach is inappropriate. Shouldn't the hotel be pleased with the business? If I were your boss, I would certainly be displeased." Upon Jiang Cheng's reminder, Wang Yuyan felt a pang of anxiety and replied, "You have a point, Mr. Jiang, I'm merely." Wang Yuyan attempted to explain herself, but she found no justification for her actions. Why was she trying to save money for Jiang Cheng? Clearly, the longer Jiang Cheng stayed, the higher her commission would be. She should be elated. So why was she attempting to stop him? Even she could not comprehend it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yinin observed Wang Yuyan's demeanor and furrowed her brow. As a woman herself, she understood the underlying reasons. It was akin to the situation when Jiang Cheng rewarded her. Initially, when unaware that the benefactor was Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yinin welcomed generous gifts from strangers. However, once she genuinely developed feelings for him, she no longer wished for him to squander money on her. Xiao Yinin felt that Wang Yuyan's situation mirrored hers. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Yinin looked at Jiang Cheng, realizing that exceptional men inevitably attract the attention of women. Jiang Cheng noticed the thoughts crossing Xiao Yinin's mind and activated the friendly value scanning system for Wang Yuyan. Name: Wang Yuyan. Age: 24. Height: 165 centimeters. Attractiveness: 90. Figure: 94. Privacy: 0. Friendly value: 80. Closed state. Jiang Cheng was taken aback that Wang Yuyan's privacy value was 0. For a hotel room manager, particularly one overseeing high-end suites, he initially presumed a certain level of discretion would be expected, especially given the greater temptations they encounter. Wang Yuyan's attractiveness, rated at 90, while not as striking as Xiao Yinin, could easily be considered a campus beauty. He was astonished to discover that her friendly value reached 80. Wang Yuyan was well aware of Jiang Cheng's every action since his arrival, including his interactions with Yu Xiao and Xiao Yinin. Sometimes, it was Wang Yuyan herself who changed his bed linens. He never anticipated that, in such a context, she would hold an 80 in friendly value. It was no wonder she was so intent on considering his needs. Jiang Cheng understood that a butler like Wang Yuyan would earn commissions, yet he had not realized that while he viewed her as a mere service provider, she had ulterior motives. This was indeed intriguing. Having made his decision, Jiang Cheng handed his bank card to Wang Yuyan. Having received his instruction, Wang Yuyan could only accept the card. Her earlier demeanor had been too overt, so she masked her feelings and said to Jiang Cheng, "All right, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I will step out to process this for you." With that, Wang Yuyan briskly exited the Ting villa. As she shook off her unrealistic thoughts, she wore a frown while heading towards the lobby with the bank card. At that moment, another woman in the same uniform greeted her. "Yuyan, what else with the long face? Is the guest difficult to serve?" Wang Yuyan shook her head. Cheng, not all. The guest is quite easy to attend to. What we fear most in our line of work is downtime. A break means no income." Seeing Cheng looking somewhat downcast, Wang Yuyan quickly encouraged her. "Keep pushing for more business. I wish I could find a wealthy patron too. I'm envious. You've secured a week's worth of orders already. Even our manager envies you. After all, such big clients are rare." It's worth noting that the base salary for their role was only 3,000, but the commissions were significantly higher. Whenever a guest booked a room, their commission amounted to 5% of the room rate. Thus, if Jiang Cheng occupied the Ting villa for just one day, Wang Yuyan's commission could reach 4,000. However, bookings for the Ting villa were not a daily occurrence. Typically, there would only be 2 or 3 in a month. Occasionally, it might be occupied for 5 or 6 days, but most of the time, it remained vacant. Thus, being a top-notch butler was no easy feat. Jiang Cheng was genuinely envious of Wang Yuyan for encountering a wealthy guest who had booked for a whole week, allowing her to effortlessly reach a commission of 30,000 this month. In contrast, she had only received orders for 2 days. Perhaps tomorrow you'll land a big order. Wang Yuyan consoled her. Thanks for your kind words. By the way, your guest's room fee is due today, right? You can finally get some rest tonight. Chapter 55. Is wealth blown in by the wind? Wang Yuyan truly did not wish to dampen Jiang Cheng's spirits, so she forced a smile. I'd love to rest, but do you think the money of the wealthy comes easily? I doubt it, especially not like ours, slaving away 24 hours a day. You wouldn't believe it. My guest didn't sleep from 2 to 5 last night, and I had to change the bed linens and open champagne. It was quite a hassle, Wang Yuyan shyly confessed. I was thinking of checking with the general manager because my guest mentioned wanting to extend his stay for another 2 months. I wanted to see if I could apply for a discount. What? 2 months? Yuyan, are you serious? Jiang Cheng gasped, covering her mouth in shock. You should tell the guest to stay. 2 months of commission is 240,000. Are you out of your mind? You're about to strike it rich. Jiang Cheng, feeling overwhelmed, added, Oh, dear sister, if you don't want it, let me take your place and attend to that handsome gentleman in your room. Honestly, I've never served such a handsome guy before. You're getting carried away again, Wang Yuyan teased. But seriously, how is the guest's physique? Is he impressive when swimming? Are you sure you're not interested in him? Jiang Cheng's question reminded Wang Yuyan of Jiang Cheng swimming gracefully. Indeed, quite impressive. Wang Yuyan thought, friendly value 5. Stop it. In our service industry, we must always consider the guest perspectives to serve them well. Don't think too much. She quickly defended herself. But booking for 2 months breaks our hotel record. No guest has ever done this since the hotel opened. Unless the guest has taken a liking to you? Jiang Cheng excitedly assessed Wang Yuyan. You know, to be a butler at our hotel, one must pass rigorous standards for attractiveness and physique. Plus, educational qualifications must include a degree in hotel service, and proficiency in a foreign language must be at level 6. In the realm of elite hospitality, one must possess an exquisite blend of elegance and grace akin to that of a first-class flight attendant. Often, while attending to guests, one encounters situations where they may be flirted with or subtly solicited for various favors. After all, a private butler is primarily engaged in personalized services, with the exception of intimate companionship. Among her peers, Wang Yuyan stands out as the most stunning, thus increasing the likelihood of such encounters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng became even more animated, exclaiming, 2 million. Goodness, Yuyan, which wealthy patron are you serving? If you're not interested, could I possibly switch places with you? I would gladly take on that guest and forego my commission just to serve him. If you don't want this opportunity, could you let me have it? Enough of this frivolity, Wang Yuyan replied. When he spends like that, he could easily afford to entertain several women. Let us not dwell on it. Although she spoke with an air of nonchalance, a flicker of anticipation lingered in her heart, curious about how she was perceived by Jiang Cheng. Women tend to exhibit remarkable tolerance towards affluent and accomplished men. If they cannot accept a man with multiple companions, it merely indicates he is not wealthy enough. Just look at the esteemed gambling tycoon with his multiple wives. It illustrates the high threshold of tolerance among women. Jiang Cheng remarked, well, if he has smitten, why would he bother spending money? Why not just gift it directly? Remember that Yia was whisked away by a guest within 2 days last month, and she ended up resigning. Those in their line of work, much like flight attendants, have a high turnover rate, primarily due to the frequent encounters with quality men. Wang Yuyan then excused herself, stating, I must attend to my duties. We cannot keep the guests waiting. After 10 minutes, she arrived at the general manager's office to discuss the matter at hand. The male manager was taken aback for a moment before deciding to report this to the president of Oman. Despite hosting numerous distinguished guests over the years, they had never had anyone stay for over 2 months, especially without residing on the premises. It was evident this individual was quite affluent, and such wealth signified a lack of concern for the 4 million plus expenses. This revelation stirred considerable interest among the upper echelons of Oman, as they tend to scrutinize individuals within equivalent circles. and Jiang Cheng was clearly outside of theirs. Regardless, it was deemed essential to make an acquaintance. With this in mind, the executive president of Amon swiftly made his way over. Half an hour later, he arrived, and under Wang Yiyan's guidance, rushed towards the villa where Jiang Cheng was staying. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had already received the deduction from his bank card, yet the amount seemed inconsistent. According to his calculations, at 80,000 a day, 2 months would total 480,000. However, only 380,000 had been deducted, leaving a discrepancy of 100,000. Suddenly, he received a notification. Congratulations on using the cashback card. The current cashback multiplier is 100 times. Congratulations. You have received 380 million. At that moment, Wang Yiyan rang the doorbell. Upon opening the door, Jiang Cheng was greeted by Wang Yiyan alongside a young man dressed in an expensive suit. Mr. Jiang, greetings. This is our president at Amon, she introduced. The middle-aged man promptly extended his hand, saying, Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Wang Mingyang, the executive president in the Magic City. I heard from Butler Wang that you have booked our villa for 2 months, and I wanted to pay you a visit. Here is my business card. Feel free to contact me directly for any needs. Additionally, Butler Wang has arranged a special stay discount for you, offering a super client benefit with a flat 20% off. As Jiang Cheng absorbed this information, he finally understood the discrepancy with his bank card deduction. It had been discounted. Unbeknownst to him, this action cost him over 100 million in potential rebates. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but remark, women can complicate matters. Nevertheless, since a discount had already been applied, Jiang Cheng was not one to insist on paying more than necessary. This incident prompted Jiang Cheng to regard Wang Yiyan with newfound respect. Her oversight had reduced his accommodation costs, which would consequently lower her commission as well. Moreover, the executive president, Wang Mingyang, responded to Jiang Cheng's comment with a cheerful demeanor, saying, You flatter me. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you require anything. I welcome inquiries, but I would prefer you not to be shy about it. By the way, I have a treasure to Hong Pao tea I hope you won't find unworthy. He handed Jiang Cheng an exquisitely packaged gift. Jiang Cheng graciously accepted it. Thank you. President Wang, would you care for a cup of tea? Oh no, I wouldn't want to intrude. Here, that's my card. May I add you on WeChat for any future correspondence? Jiang Cheng initially thought Wang Mingyang's offer was mere politeness, but his eagerness to connect indicated sincerity. After scanning the QR code, Wang Mingyang turned to Wang Yiyan, instructing, Butler Wang, ensure you attend to Mr. Zhang's every need with utmost diligence. Yes, President, I understand. She replied. Subsequently, Wang Mingyang, noting that his visit had consumed sufficient time, addressed Jiang Cheng. I want tea take up more of your time, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Jiang Cheng nodded appreciatively. Thank you, President Wang. After Wang Mingyang departed, Jiang Cheng smiled at Wang Yiyan, expressing, Thank you for saving me quite a bit on the accommodation fees. Jiang Cheng did not genuinely mind Wang Yiyan's well-meaning misstep. Instead, he was quite pleased with her assistance. Gaining Jiang Cheng's approval, Wang Yiyan cheerfully remarked, You're too kind. It's my duty. This savings likely reduced your commission as well, didn't it? Jiang Cheng inquired. Indeed, it has lessened, but since you don't stay here every day, it still amounts to a gain for me, she responded with a smile. Jiang Cheng reciprocated. Thank you again, and I would like to treat you to a meal sometime. Wang Yiyan did not take Jiang Cheng's words too seriously, maintaining her respectful demeanor. You are too gracious. Your satisfaction is my greatest reward. Meanwhile, Xiao Yining, overhearing their conversation, became increasingly aware of Wang Yiyan's sentiments. Although she hesitated to make any demands of Jiang Cheng, she felt it permissible to assert her own intentions towards Wang Yiyan. Pouting, Xiao Yining lamented, Alas, I don't wish to, but we had made plans prior. Given how busy she is, it's not easy to arrange a meeting. I suppose I should go. Observing Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining growing closer, Wang Yiyan's expression dimmed. An hour later, Xiao Yining, feeling resigned, repeatedly rinsed her mouth in front of the mirror. Squeezing her soft lips, she vowed never to let envy lead her into such situations again. After indulging in so many meals in one evening, she feared she might grow accustomed to such excess. Once at the company's entrance, Jiang Cheng dialed Yu Xiaoxiao's number. Shortly thereafter, she picked up, sounding somewhat flustered as she spoke to Jiang Cheng. stating she was busy and asked him to wait. Just before hanging up, Jiang Cheng could hear the ruckus of Zhang Yu in the background, and with his keen hearing, he discerned it was coming from nearby. Jiang Cheng instinctively drove towards the source of the sound. As the Ferrari roared closer, the group gathered by the riverbank turned their gazes towards him. Coming to a halt, Jiang Cheng spotted Yu Xiaoxiao right there. He quickly exited the vehicle and approached her. Upon seeing him, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression shifted to one of panic. Jiang Cheng, what are you doing here? Zhang Yu, standing by the river, became increasingly agitated at Jiang Cheng's arrival. Oh, so you're openly together now? Yu Xiaoxiao, listen. You better marry me properly. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brows at Zhang Yu and remarked, Xiaoxiao, didn't you say you had dealt with this? Lowering her head in response, Yu Xiaoxiao confessed, Jiang Cheng, he has been pestering me, even causing a scene at my company today. I didn't want you to be troubled by someone like him, so I kept it from you. Jiang Cheng gently patted Yu Xiaoxiao's head, saying, silly. What is the big deal about that? Jiang Cheng, ignore him. He is just a rogue. He even threatened to jump into the river. I've already called security. Yu Xiaoxiao insisted. Jiang Cheng observed the security personnel in black uniforms, trying to calm the agitated Zhang Yu. I'm a rogue? What do you two make of yourselves? You shameless couple. Zhang Yu spat, and Jiang Cheng's expression instantly turned icy. Sensing the chill radiating from Jiang Cheng, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly grasped his arm. Jiang Cheng, let us ignore this fool. He is just talking nonsense. Let us go. I'm going to expose everything about you two today. If you dare to leave, I'll jump. You know I can't swim. If I die, you'll be implicated, Zhang Yu threatened dramatically. The security guard beside him interjected, Sir, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. You really intend to jump? As Jiang Cheng approached, Zhang Yu instinctively clenched his fists. What do you want? Stay back. Chapter 58. Money can make the world go round. The previous incident had left him traumatized. Weren't you going to jump? Then do it. Zhang Yu, feeling challenged by Jiang Cheng's playful gaze, stubbornly replied, You think I won, T? If I jump, how will she explain to our relatives? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to jump, shall I assist you? Jiang Cheng suggested, turning to the nearby security guards. Here's the deal. I'll give each of you 5 million. You four rush in and pretend to save him. In the chaos, he jumps, and when he drowns, you try to rescue him, but fail. How does that sound? Hearing Jiang Cheng's calm proposition, Zhang Yu's face turned pale. Jiang Cheng's intent was clear. He aimed to eliminate him. Zhang Yu had only intended to threaten Yu Xiaoxiao into not calling off their engagement. He never truly meant to jump. What are you saying? This is a lawful society. You actually want to hire someone to kill in public? Zhang Yu exclaimed, trembling and pointing at Jiang Cheng. The security guards, initially shocked by Jiang Cheng's plan, exchanged glances, their silence indicating their intrigue. Observing Jiang Cheng's affluent attire and the luxury car he drove, they sensed he was a wealthy young man. If he could truly offer such a sum, they might consider his proposal seriously. The lead security guard, clearly tempted, cautiously asked, Sir, are you joking? What? Not willing? Rest assured, should anything go wrong, I'll secure the best lawyer for you, ensuring your innocence. If you end up in trouble, I'll provide an additional 5 million for your families. If you doubt me, I could transfer the funds now. With each word, Zhang Yu's complexion grew graver as he noticed the guard's eyes filled with a mix of conflict and desire. They understood the gravity of the situation. You're considering this? In broad daylight, you wish to conspire for profit? Zhang Yu retorted, hastily stepping away from the riverbank towards safety. What is the matter? Not jumping anymore? Jiang Cheng scoffed at Zhang Yu's cowardice. Zhang Yu bit his lip, his face flushed with anger, and pointed his finger at Jiang Cheng again. Do you realize that murder is illegal? I'll sue you. I'm aware, which is why I won T-Act myself. Besides, I mentioned that if you jump, it'll be deemed an accident. You've heard the saying, money can make the world go round. Haven't you? Upon hearing this, the security guards felt a wave of regret for not acting sooner. The temptation of 5 million was substantial. You dare? I'll report you and expose your scandalous affair. Zhang Yu blustered. Jiang Cheng, gazing at him as if he were already a ghost, leaned in and whispered, Try cursing me again. I'll 1T lift a finger. Just remember, next time we meet, you 1T be able to speak. Huh? You think I'll be afraid of threats? If you're bold, come and hit me. Zhang Yu retorted defiantly. Hitting you would be beneath me. Besides, I have no reason to argue with the corpse. At that moment, Jiang Cheng resolved that Zhang Yu must not be allowed to exist any longer. Zhang Yu, sensing Jiang Cheng's chilling demeanor, began to falter. The hidden malice in Jiang Cheng's eyes made him feel as though he were already a dead man. Observing the security guard's predatory stares, his face turned ashen. I'll give each of you 100,000 to beat him senseless. The guards hesitated at the prospect of actually killing Zhang Yu. But if it were simply to beat him for 100,000, that required no further consideration. Instantly, they charged at Zhang Yu, unleashing a flurry of blows, leaving him battered and bloodied. Watching from the side, Yu Xiaoxiao grew anxious and grasped Jiang Cheng's arm. Jiang Cheng, let it go. It's not worth getting into trouble over someone like this. There's nothing important today. Chapter 59. The Understanding Yu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Cheng patted Yu Xiaoxiao's hand reassuringly before calling out to the lead security guard. He transferred 400,000 as a reward for their efforts. Smiling at the bruised Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng said, "Well done, you can split this among yourselves." The lead security guard, glancing at the transfer notification, nodded eagerly, grinning widely as he addressed Jiang Cheng. "Rest assured, young sir, we'll handle everything from here. If questioned, we'll simply say he caused a disturbance at the company. It should be manageable." Ignoring Zhang Yu's cries, Jiang Cheng happily led Yu Xiaoxiao back to the car. "Xiaoxiao, are you done for the day?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. Sorry, Jiang Cheng. I was only at the company for final handover. I had everything packed and was ready to leave when he showed up. To avoid a scene, I came to the quieter riverbank, but I never expected him to be so unreasonable and cause you trouble. Jiang Cheng gently stroked Yu Xiaoxiao's silky hair, sighing, "In the future, if anything arises, let me know. Don't worry about Zhang Yu. I'll handle it." Having grown accustomed to independence from a young age, Yu Xiaoxiao felt a blush rising at Jiang Cheng's affection. "All right, I understand." After escorting Wai Xiaoxi to the company parking lot, Jiang Cheng activated the system. Just moments ago, he had received a notification from the system. Ding! Anomalous fluctuations in the host's emotions have been detected. To alleviate the host's worries, the system rewards the host with a private security company. This private security firm will assist the host in resolving various daily troubles. Simply contact the security personnel for discreet handling, guaranteed to be professional. Relevant personnel information has been stored within the system for the host perusal, and their contact details have been added to the host's phone. Communications between the host and the personnel will be securely encrypted. Jiang beamed at the system's prompt, realizing that it could sense his inner intentions. He had already envisioned various plans in his mind, and the system promptly provided him with a security company to manage these affairs. Browsing through the profiles of the security personnel, Jiang noted that they were indeed a formidable group, each capable of directly addressing significant matters. Without further contemplation, he entrusted the task to the security company, confident in their capabilities. He did not inquire about their methods, as he was solely concerned with the final outcome. Afterward, Wai Xiaoxi arrived in her pink Lamborghini. The two drove towards the city center in tandem. And the roads were free of interruptions. In fact, no one dared to cut in, as a 10-meter radius around their vehicles was effectively a no-go zone. In recent days, Wai Xiaoxi had tirelessly scouted locations for the company. Initially, they had disagreed on the site selection. Wai Xiaoxi proposed several locations, all of which Jiang rejected due to their remoteness. Ultimately, Wai Xiaoxi acquiesced to Jiang's suggestion of the 58th floor of the Hunqi Financial Center in Lgzu. After reconciling their opinions, she settled on a modestly sized studio of over 1,000 square meters. This space had previously belonged to a branch of a multinational company that had ceased operations in Hu 11 and announced its exit from the market. Wai Xiaoxi believed the decor was both stylish and suitable for an entertainment company, leading her to finalize the choice. Chapter 60. The alluring and fiery Wai Xiaoxi the cleaning company had thoroughly prepared the space yesterday, and all procurement items were in place. All that remained was to recruit talent for various departments to commence operations. Observing the office adorned with luxurious marble and a simple yet elegant black, white, and gray color scheme, Jiang nodded in satisfaction. It was no surprise that a prominent multinational company, despite its financial struggles, had such a discerning eye for decor. Given the existing layout, only minor adjustments were necessary, ultimately benefiting Jiang as the new occupant. President, this is your private office. Are you satisfied? Jiang rearranged the single sofa beside the floor-to-ceiling window to face the view and settled down. The sight of half of MD before him was exhilarating. This was precisely the prestige he desired, which is why he had opposed Oxy's suggestion to locate the company elsewhere. LG Zoo in MD ranks alongside Yang's HG in Newtown and Y New Jersey's Central Business District as one of Ushi's 3 major financial hubs. Establishing a presence in such a landmark as the Hoon Key Financial Center was indeed prestigious, promising numerous benefits for the company's future development. Jiang playfully patted his thigh and said to Oxyo, "Come over and take a seat." Oxyo, noticing his gesture, playfully shot him a glance before promptly locking the office door. With a swift motion, she lowered the blinds. Swaying with an alluring gait, she approached Jiang and sat directly on his lap. Jiang was amused by Oxyo's understanding of his intentions, and he smiled. "Oxyo, what does this mean?" "I merely suggested sitting down." When Jiang teased her, Oxyo's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully nudged him. "You're incorrigible. If you keep teasing me, I'll ignore you." Despite her words, she moved even closer to him. "All right, let me see if you need a larger size," Jiang remarked, eyeing Oxyo's professional attire with a mischievous grin. "Yes, it's quite fitting," she replied, tilting her head back shyly. "If I were to wear something larger, it wouldn't look as good." "You're right. It does look good now, but this would look even better," he quipped. After more than an hour, Oxyo suggested, "Shall we find a place to rest?" "Sure. How about heading to a hotel?" Upon hearing Jiang's suggestion, Oxyo's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she nervously licked her lips and shyly proposed, "Let us skip the hotel and go to my place." Naturally, Jiang had no objections and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving his affirmation, Oxyo's smile was both sweet and bashful. She even took a deep breath, as if to bolster her courage. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Oxyo's apartment. Jiang surveyed the minimalist and immaculate space, nodding in approval. It was his first visit to a woman's residence, and, as the rumors suggested, it was indeed fragrant. After pouring Jiang a glass of water, Oxyo shyly said, "Please sit for a moment. I'll go freshen up." "Shall we wash together?" Jiang suggested, reaching out to hold her back. Oxyo gently pushed him away. "I prefer to wash by myself today." With that, she turned and entered the bathroom. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Jiang furrowed his brow in confusion. After exploring the apartment, he lay on Oxyo's bed and browsed his phone. A little over 10 minutes later, he heard the bathroom door click open. Moments later, Oxyo stepped into the room. Upon hearing the noise, Jiang looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment. She was stunning, exuding both allure and charm. Jiang couldn't help but marvel at the captivating charm of an older sister. Chapter 61. A ceasefire for today. Around 6 in the evening, after their encounter, Oxyo remained sound asleep. Observing her fatigued expression, Jiang refrained from waking her and quietly exited. He sensed that if he stayed the night, he would likely emerge the next day, leaning against the wall. After some contemplation, he decided to leave Oxyo's home. Upon returning to Ying, he was promptly greeted by Wyyn, who seemed to be awaiting his arrival. Jiang couldn't shake the feeling that Wyyn appeared slightly different tonight, her neckline seemingly lower than usual. Indeed, this was the case. After being provoked by New York Inn that morning, Wyyn's suppressed spirit was reignited. Having just completed a physically demanding task, Jiang expressed to Wyyn, "I've washed up already, let us eat first." Upon hearing that Jiang did not require a shower, Wyyn felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped for an opportunity to assist him in the bath. She had even researched various techniques online and rehearsed several scenarios in her mind. Observing Jiang Cheng's fatigued demeanor, she set aside her thoughts and promptly arranged dinner for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng remained blissfully unaware of Yyn's intentions. Even if he had known, he would have pretended otherwise. One can only say, "Sister, your initiative is ill-timed. Tonight, a resolute ceasefire." The next day, after a restful slumber, Jiang Cheng finally regained his vitality. Upon arriving at the designated time with Chun Hao and Wang Zheng, Jiang Cheng drove towards the car exhibition. Today marks the final day of the event, and both of them expressed a desire to see if there were any vehicles worth acquiring. At the entrance of the exhibition, the trio successfully reunited. "Jiang Xiong, over here," Wang Zheng waved to Jiang Cheng. "Wang Xiong, Chun Xiong, the crowd today is noticeably smaller," Jiang Cheng commented as he surveyed the throngs at the exhibition. The two nodded in agreement. Indeed, fewer people is preferable. We just don't know what vehicles remain. Let's have a look together. As they strolled, Chun Hao, clearly enamored with supercars, incessantly chattered about various models. This Panamera, if not observed closely, could easily be mistaken for an Audi, right? As we all know, Porsche and Audi share the same manufacturer, so some design similarities are inevitable. "This Porsche Panamera does resemble Audi's Model 6, Jiang Cheng replied, recalling his father's fondness for supercars. His home housed several promotional materials on supercars, which had piqued Jiang Cheng's curiosity. However, Jiang Jianmin had yet to make a purchase. One reason was that supercars did not quite suit his age, and the other was the hefty price tag. The most significant factor was that Li Yin disapproved of the purchase, fearing that Jiang Jianmin driving a supercar would attract unwanted attention, especially from young women, given his status as a successful individual. Jiang Cheng gazed at the Porsche Panamera and the Porsche 911, feeling a slight temptation. "What is this? Jiang Xiong, are you thinking of purchasing a Porsche?" "Yes. I wish to buy one for my father. He is an ardent supercar enthusiast." Porsche indeed delivers remarkable performance, and compared to other brands, its cost-effectiveness is superior. For instance, their supercars under 1 million can outperform numerous other sports cars, Wang Zheng added. "You are right. Take this top-spec model, for example. It achieves 0 to 100 in just 4 seconds, and the price is only around 800,000. Moreover, the driving experience is far superior to that of a Ferrari." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, when I drove a Porsche, I felt exceptionally comfortable, while a Ferrari can be somewhat constricting," Jiang Cheng remarked. "Do you own a Porsche?" "What model?" Chun Hao inquired with interest. "A Porsche 918. The 918. Incredible. You possess 2 of the 3 legendary cars. From now on, you and Wang Zheng are both my brothers. When can I borrow your Porsche 918 for a spin? That car goes from 0 to 100 in just 2.6 seconds. I've never driven one," Chun Hao exclaimed enthusiastically. "That could be arranged. But you must come to Tianfu to experience it," Jiang Cheng replied. Chun Hao nodded eagerly. "Sure, I will definitely come by. You must let me take it for a ride." But honestly, while the 918 is thrilling, I believe the 911 offers better value for money. Priced at over 1 million, it achieves 0 to 100 in 3.7 seconds, which is a significant difference in price. Upon hearing this, both men turned their gaze toward the Porsche 911 on display. True, while the 911 is more affordable, it offers an exhilarating driving experience. However, you know that the 1 million priced 911 requires additional options to purchase. Despite its lower base price, adding options can inflate the cost significantly, Chun Hao remarked. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement. Their supercars have abundant orders. They are not concerned about sales. The model we see today is fully optioned, likely pushing the price to around 3 million. Customization is indeed their hallmark. My father has mentioned that a Porsche cannot be acquired without a certain level of options. The trio deliberated over the top-spec version of the 911 for a while. Ultimately, they remained undecided, as the Porsche 911's aesthetics were more suited to the youth. They then ventured to explore the neighboring McLaren exhibit. While the newly released McLaren was impressive, they still found Porsche's value to be slightly superior. After leaving the McLaren booth, they soon arrived at the Ferrari section. The keen-eyed Ferrari staff immediately recognized Jiang Cheng, particularly their male manager, who swiftly approached him. "Young Master Jiang, what a pleasure to see you here. Please come in for some tea." following the memorable encounter with Jiang Cheng's license plate. The manager's impression of Jiang Cheng was indelibly etched in his mind. After greeting, he was surprised to see Wang Zheng and Chun Hao. Young Master Wang, young Master Chun, are you also here to view the cars today? How has the exhibition been, Manager Huang? Jiang Cheng inquired. It's been quite good. Please, all three of you come inside. The manager replied. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement and glanced towards the Ferrari display. Zhou Ying stood next to the Ferrari, dressed in a champagne-colored, backless gown, exuding an angelic charm. Her exquisite makeup, coupled with her cool demeanor, captivated onlookers, making it difficult to divert one's gaze. At that moment, several young men surrounded her, fervently snapping photos. You all at Ferrari have outdone yourselves this time, securing such a stunning model. Her height and legs are simply extraordinary, Chen Hao teased. Wang Zheng nodded, feeling a bit of pressure as he stood the shortest among the three at approximately 172 meters. Without high heels, she'd easily surpass 175. Though her beauty is enchanting, her height does create some pressure for me, he confessed. Chen Hao clapped Wang Zheng on the shoulder. Wang Xiong, you are indeed astute and self-aware. Feeling suddenly insulted, Wang Zheng retorted, get lost. Jiang Cheng watched their playful banter, smiling, but soon noticed that Zhou Ying's expression was less than pleasant. A rather inappropriate male figure was crouching before her, taking photos from an unflattering angle. Zhou Ying's dress featured a high slit, exposing her legs. Although she wore safety shorts underneath, the situation made her feel uncomfortable. Were it not for work obligations, she would have kicked that lecherous man in the face. Frustrated, Zhou Ying turned to shift her pose. Unexpectedly, the man followed her movements and continued to crouch and snap pictures. Please do not take photos like that, Zhou Ying said coldly. Oh, a car model pretending to be modest? If you don't want me photographed, don't be a car model. I will take pictures as I please. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of the situation in this day and age. He strode over, kicked the man's phone to the ground, and then stomped on it with force. With a loud crack, the screen shattered, likely necessitating a complete replacement. The man, witnessing Jiang Cheng's actions, felt a surge of anger. This phone contained a collection of photos he had painstakingly captured over several days, including various angles of car models at the exhibition. Before he could even print them out to display proudly, they had been destroyed. Jiang Cheng casually remarked, my apologies, I slipped. How much is this phone? I'll compensate you. Damn it, watch where you're going. My photos, the young man exclaimed, his eyes reddening as he mourned the shattered device beneath Jiang Cheng's foot. It is evident to any discerning observer that Jiang Cheng's actions were deliberate. Nevertheless, the majority found his conduct quite gratifying, and no one voiced any sympathy for the young man involved. Upon witnessing Jiang Cheng's sudden appearance, Zhou Ying's heart skipped a beat. As Jiang Cheng continued to tread upon her phone, the man, his face flushed with anger, charged at Jiang Cheng, throwing a punch. Jiang Cheng, in a calculated manner, stepped back several paces, creating the illusion of having been struck. He then solemnly remarked, you initiated the violence. According to our country's laws, I am entitled to defend myself. With that, Jiang Cheng retaliated, landing a deft blow to the man's chest, striking the most vulnerable area beneath the ribcage. Lacking the protective barrier of bone, the impact caused the man excruciating pain, and he collapsed onto a nearby bench, gripping a plastic chair tightly. The entire sequence transpired within mere seconds, leaving bystanders stunned as the man lost consciousness before the security personnel in the exhibition hall could react. Jiang Cheng surveyed the bewildered crowd and called out to the male manager of the Ferrari booth, Manager Huang, what are you standing there for? Call the police and ensure the surveillance footage is preserved for later discussion. The manager promptly regained his composure, nodding vigorously, yes, yes, quick, summon security. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao exchanged glances and approached Jiang Cheng, complimenting him on his impressive skills. Jiang Cheng waved them off, saying, I must admit, my impression of your city has diminished slightly. How can such individuals still exist in this century? Wang Zheng, feeling defensive, interjected, please do not equate us with such uncouth individuals. Chun Hao chimed in, agreeing, indeed, we are respectable people, not inclined towards such behavior. The male manager from Ferrari approached Jiang Cheng once more, apologizing profusely. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Such incidents are unprecedented for us. It was a momentary lapse on our part. Following this, he instructed his staff to disperse the crowd surrounding Zhou Ying, who was now beginning to process the situation. She stepped closer to Jiang Cheng, nodding in gratitude. Jiang Cheng, thank you. Are you all right? Jiang Cheng reassured her. What do I have to worry about? He barely touched me. Zhou Ying's expression shifted to one of surprise as she realized Jiang Cheng had merely feigned the encounter. Chen Hao teased. So you and this young lady are old acquaintances? Wang Zheng added. I suspected Jiang Cheng had ulterior motives for showcasing his skills. And now it seems it was for her. Zhou Ying's cheeks flushed at their banter. This is my high school classmate, Zhou Ying. These are my friends, Wang Zheng and Chen Hao. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the manager returned, eager to inform Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, everything has been taken care of. It's a minor issue that can be resolved once he regains consciousness. I apologize for the trouble. The incident, which had originated with Jiang Cheng, now found the manager in a position of seeking to placate him. This exemplifies the butterfly effect that wealth can create. Thank you, Manager Huang. I owe you a meal sometime, Jiang Cheng remarked. Not all. I want to intrude further. Please enjoy your conversation, the manager replied before discreetly departing. Have you come to view cars today? Zhou Ying inquired. Just browsing after all. It is the final day, Jiang Cheng responded. No arrangements yet, but it should be soon. Tonight, Chen will treat us. Why not join us? Jiang Cheng turned to Chen Hao. Is that all right? Chen Hao gestured affirmatively. Of course. I have invited several people. It will be a lively gathering. It was evident that both Wang Zheng and Chen Hao were commendable companions, not the type to take advantage of others. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. After finalizing their plans, the trio departed the Ferrari booth to explore further. Upon reaching the Mercedes showroom, Jiang Cheng beckoned Wang Zheng and Chen Hao to halt, having spotted a four-door supercar. As the three impeccably dressed young men paused, a middle-aged man promptly approached them, offering assistance. Gentlemen, what model are you interested in? Allow me to introduce it to you. Jiang Cheng glanced at the man's name tag, identifying him as Zhang Mingfeng. He gestured towards the sleek black Mercedes-Benz 54-door supercar. This vehicle seems to align with my preferences. The design of the 54-door supercar is such that it seamlessly bridges the gap between business and leisure, embodying the essence of performance without appearing ostentatious. Jiang Cheng believed his mother would approve of this choice, as it exuded an aura of sophistication while retaining the allure of a supercar. Its robust exterior and design enhanced its sporty characteristics, while the four-door configuration mitigated any overt flashiness akin to a Porsche 911. With an impressive acceleration time of merely 3 seconds, it was undeniably commendable. The model you inquired about boasts exceptional performance, competing favorably with Porsche, equipped with a 3.0 inline-6 engine and a 48V mild hybrid system, paired with Mercedes' own 9-speed transmission. Its power output surpasses that of comparable engines in the same price range. Zhang Mingfeng elaborated enthusiastically about the vehicle. Sensing Zhang Mingfeng's fervor, Jiang Cheng interjected, "What is the price of this car?" With all the top-tier configurations, the total comes to 2 million. We also offer complimentary services. The extras are inconsequential. Do you provide delivery? Can you assist in transporting it to Rongsheng? Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's request, Zhang Mingfeng's demeanor brightened significantly. It was evident he had not misjudged the trio's financial standing, given their fashionable attire and exquisite timepieces. One wore a Rolex Rainbow, while the others sported Patek Philippe watches. In a matter of moments, a lucrative sale was within reach. Delivery is nationwide, and we will assist you with local registration. You can rest assured, Zhang Mingfeng assured him, patting his chest in confidence. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us proceed with the payment. Zhang Mingfeng was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Cheng's assertiveness, while Wang Zheng and Chen Hao had grown somewhat accustomed to his boldness. You're not buying this car for your father, are you? Jiang Cheng nodded. I believe my mother will have no objections. It's sufficiently understated, right? You call this understated? A four-door supercar with a sedan's exterior. Is that what you deem subtle? You can say whatever you want with your wealth. Jiang Cheng chuckled, shaking his head as he addressed Zhang Mingfeng. This car is a gift from my father. Could you arrange a handover ceremony? I wish to surprise him. Zhang Mingfeng, realizing the significance of the transaction, eagerly responded. That is absolutely feasible. I will ensure is executed flawlessly with a grand sense of occasion. After nodding, Jiang Cheng handed over his bank card. Please charge the full amount. Upon hearing full amount, Zhang Mingfeng's eyes gleamed with delight. Undoubtedly, a distinguished individual adorned with a million-yuan watch, paying over 2 million without the need for financing. Zhang Mingfeng promptly accepted Jiang Cheng's card and rushed to the machine, eager to finalize the transaction without delay. In recent days, although the auto show has attracted a large crowd, the number of actual purchasers can be counted on one hand. The vehicles that have sold the most are those priced around 500,000. Initially, it was assumed that on this last day, there would be no customers at all. However, to everyone's surprise, a significant order was placed, involving a model worth 2 million. This brought a smile to Zhang Mingfeng's face. As he handed the payment and bank card back to Jiang Cheng, Wang Zheng and Chun Hao exchanged glances. They were aware that Jiang Cheng had purchased 4 vehicles since arriving over a week ago, the most expensive being a Ferrari LaFerrari, which alone cost over 8 million. His lifestyle certainly warranted the term extravagant. Jiang Cheng, I am truly astonished. When I bought my first supercar, I had to plead with my father for quite some time before he agreed to it. Yet here you are, at your age, buying supercars for your father outright. I am envious, Chun Hao remarked. Can we even compare ourselves to him? No, we cannot. I'm also envious, Wang Zheng concurred. Well, if you both feel that way, then I might as well prepare to reveal my cards, Jiang Cheng joked. All right, Jiang, go ahead, we are all ears, Chun Hao said, immediately leaning forward as if to listen intently. Enough with the exaggerated tales of wealthy figures. By the way, what have you arranged for tonight? I am feeling a bit hungry, Jiang Cheng said, shifting the topic. The two did not press further. After all, friendship is important, and probing too deeply could come across as opportunistic. They decided to foster their friendship based on sincerity. I have booked a farmhouse feast featuring pork from black pigs raised on their own farm. I assure you, the flavor is exceptional, Chun Hao stated. Wang Zheng nodded in agreement, saying, their top-tier banquet is indeed the pork feast, with all ingredients sourced from their own organic farm, free of pesticides. And the quality and taste are commendable, earning them a stellar reputation in Modu, rivaling even that of grand hotels. All right, with such endorsements, I am certainly looking forward to it. Sometimes, the flavors from a farmhouse feast far surpass the extravagant yet scant offerings at upscale hotels. And the prices are not insignificant either. Jiang Cheng recalled visiting a farmhouse while discussing business with his father, where 10 abalones cost over 1,000 yuan. A single base, several hundred, and a plate of shrimp was priced in the thousands. The total for a meal could easily exceed 10,000 yuan. However, these naturally farmed establishments are designed for affluent clientele, and in today's market, anything labeled as organic and natural comes with a hefty price tag. After completing the paperwork at the Mercedes showroom, the trio split into 2 groups. Noticing Zhou Ying still standing by the car, Jiang Cheng inquired, are you about to finish your shift? Zhou Ying glanced at the time and replied apologetically, I still have half an hour left. Did you buy a car at Mercedes? Although Mercedes and Ferrari were over 50 meters apart, Zhou Ying had noticed Jiang Cheng's earlier actions. Jiang Cheng nodded. I am preparing to buy a supercar as a gift for my father. Everything I looked at seemed too ostentatious, so I ultimately chose Mercedes. A supercar from Mercedes? The 2-door model? Jiang Cheng shook his head. I opted for the 4-door model. My mother is concerned that my father would attract attention and has discouraged him from purchasing a supercar. The 4-door version offers supercar performance while maintaining a more business-like appearance, which is just right. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying covered her mouth and chuckled. I remember my mother being similarly concerned about my father. Seemingly recalling something, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. It's almost time to clock out. Should we leave now? There aren't many people around. Zhou Ying nodded. Let me inform the manager. Please wait a moment. Chapter 64. Can men not eat lollipops? Zhou Ying mentioned to her male manager her intention to dine with Jiang Cheng, and he readily agreed, even urging her to finish up quickly and facilitating her labor settlement. While waiting for the settlement, Zhou Ying said to Jiang Cheng, please wait a moment. I need to change my clothes. After taking another look at Zhou Ying, Jiang Cheng nodded. While her outfit was stylish, it was not particularly casual. Today, Zhou Ying wore a simple ensemble, a fitted white top paired with casual black, straight-leg pants and sneakers. Once she had changed, Zhou Ying carefully examined herself in the mirror. replacing her bold red lipstick with a more everyday grapefruit shade. Satisfied, she folded her gown neatly and placed it into a bag. Grabbing the bag, she quickly walked out of the lounge toward Jiang Cheng. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ying approached Jiang Cheng. He admired her delicate features, her eyes shimmering like smoke, complemented by her finely arched eyebrows. The simplicity of her attire accentuated her poised demeanor. No wonder she is acknowledged as the campus beauty. After settling her labor payment, the two made their way to the auto show entrance. Jiang Cheng pressed the unlock button for the Ferrari. Naturally, Zhou Ying took her place in the passenger seat. Once buckled in, she turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "I must thank you for your car. I earned a commission of 12,000 yuan because of it." "Only 12,000? Seeing Jiang Cheng's astonished expression, Zhou Ying couldn't help but smile and nod. "Yes, I am not a full-time employee of Ferrari. I am merely a car model. If it weren't for your inquiry, I wouldn't have received this commission. Since you paid in full, I only get 0.2% from the base price of the car, excluding any additional configurations." "I see, so that's how it works. It's certainly not a large sum." Zhou Ying nodded. "If I were a full-time employee, I might earn 0.5%. If you had financed the purchase, the commission would have been even greater. This is the first time I've learned about such industry intricacies. I always thought commissions for luxury car sales were quite high. For an average person, it may seem substantial, but selling luxury cars is challenging. In all these days at the auto show, only 3 cars have sold, one of which is yours." Jiang Cheng acknowledged this. "What is your daily wage as a car model?" "Oh, that has quite a decent salary. Only renowned car models earn significantly, with some making upwards of 20,000 a day. I got this job through a referral, and while I have decent looks, my rate is slightly higher. Those with average conditions earn only 3,000 to 4,000 a day." Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. "I believe you should earn at least 20,000. Is that so? It seems I have great potential." Jiang Cheng admired Zhou Ying's candidness and asked, "What made you decide to work? Is this a summer job?" Zhou Ying anticipated this question and replied honestly, "You probably know that my family went bankrupt. I had to come out and earn extra money to support my college expenses." Noticing Jiang Cheng's surprise, Zhou Ying sought to lighten the mood. "Are you surprised? It's been over a year, and I've adapted to my current life. I understand that many people might gossip about me, but I don't have many friends in class, so it doesn't bother me much. While life is challenging now, it feels good to work with my own hands." Jiang Cheng offered no words of consolation, but continued to drive steadily. "A beauty like you shouldn't worry about making money. Everyone says that it's easy for me to earn money, but no one explains where the money comes from." Zhou Ying teased, referencing a popular internet meme. Jiang Cheng found her remark amusing, realizing she was not as aloof as he initially thought. Afterward, Zhou Ying pulled out a lollipop and popped it into her mouth, offering another to Jiang Cheng. "Would you like a lollipop?" Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "I won't eat. Men who consume lollipops are effeminate." Zhou Ying, puzzled, inquired why. "Can't men eat lollipops?" Jiang Cheng found himself at a loss for words. He could not reveal to her that he carried a lollipop with him at all times, one exclusively reserved for her, an exquisite lady. "I was supposed to treat you to a nice meal, but it seems I'm here to mooch off you instead." Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Ying and shrugged. "It's all just dining, isn't it? After the auto show, you won't have to work anymore, right?" Zhou Ying nodded yes. "The wages from these past few days will cover my living expenses for university. I'll see if there are any other part-time jobs available." "Well done. Once this is over, treat yourself to something nice." Originally, he had intended to take her out for a sumptuous meal tonight, but it seemed that would have to wait for another occasion. Is it really that simple? Zhou Ying sighed ruefully. The joys of the wealthy are manifold, while the greatest joy of the less fortunate is merely a good meal. Beyond that, there's little else to be done. I still have tuition fees to pay. The journey of merely a dozen kilometers surprisingly took over half an hour due to traffic. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but reflect that even a supercar was of no use in a jam. Upon arriving at the scenic farmhouse, nestled by mountains and waters, he discovered it was indeed a lovely location. When Jiang Cheng arrived, in addition to Wang Zheng and Chun Hao, 2 other individuals were present. After a round of introductions, dishes began to arrive one after another. Just when they thought they had enough, 5 more people joined them, 3 men and 2 women. As the newcomers stepped out of their vehicle and approached Jiang Cheng's group, Chun Hao frowned at their arrival. "What the hell? Why is he here?" he muttered. Turning to Wang Zheng, "Brother Wang, I certainly didn't invite him." Noticing Wang Zheng's expression darkening, Jiang Cheng asked curiously, "What is wrong?" Seeing Chen Hao's discomfort, Wang Zheng patted his shoulder and reassured him, "It's fine, this isn't his turf. If he is here, he is here. You're the host, so be sure to welcome him properly." Chen Hao nodded, "Of course, let us gather everyone and sit down." As Wang Chong approached, Chen Hao paused, grinning, "Brother Chong, who invited you today?" Wang Chong, noticing Chen Hao's unusual familiarity, felt a surge of irritation at being called by his nickname instead of Brother Wang. Chapter 65. An atmosphere of tension. Wang Chong forced a grim smile, fixing his gaze on Chen Hao. "Long time no see. I know you set this up just to show your support. Hope you don't mind." Chen Hao retorted, "Brother Chong, a meal one tea hurt you. Feel free to indulge." As the atmosphere began to cool, a sunny-looking young man named Qian Geng stepped in to lighten the mood. "Brother Chen, your pig-slaughtering dish looks quite enticing. Perhaps we should have a drink to compliment it?" Chen Hao, ignoring Wang Chong's frosty demeanor, turned to Jiang Cheng, "Brother Jiang, shall we enjoy some Maotai?" "Of course. No problem," Jiang Cheng replied, confident in his drinking capacity, having never lost a drinking contest during his outings. Once the dishes were served, everyone savored the delectable fare, though the dishes left their mouths greasy. "Come, Brother Jiang, let me toast you." Chen Hao raised his glass towards Jiang Cheng. "Brother Chen, you're too kind." Jiang Cheng responded, finishing his drink. Wang Zheng then lifted his glass, inviting Jiang Cheng to join him. "Brother Wang, cheers." Qian Geng, who had earlier spoken up, also raised his glass, saying, "Brother Jiang, let me toast you too. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you all planning to gang up on me?" Jiang Cheng joked, "Come on, let us make a round." Wang Zheng eagerly joined Jiang Cheng's side. "Brother Wang, everyone knows you can drink well. I'm certain Qian Geng and I can defeat you." Chen Hao interjected, "Then I'll join your team. We'll be 3 against 2. Another individual named Lin Feng joined Chen Hao's side, and the atmosphere grew lively, with some choosing to join in while others sat quietly, observing. Wang Chong, watching the group, scoffed and pulled the remaining few to begin drinking as well. Half an hour later, everyone had started to feel a bit tipsy. It was at this moment Wang Chong began to speak. "By the way, I recently acquired some insider stock tips, guaranteed profit." Upon hearing this, a slightly plump young man named Guo Qian, sitting next to him, exclaimed, "Brother Wang, I heard you made over 10 million in stocks recently. Is that true?" Zheng Ming, sitting beside Guo Qian, chimed in, "Brother Wang, is that real? Count me in." Seeing their interest, Wang Chong smugly declared, "I'm glad you asked. I want to share this with you. When making friends, one must be discerning. Avoid frivolous companions. You need connections to thrive." His words seemed to subtly mock Wang Zheng and Chen Hao. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been drinking with them, placed his glass down, feeling intrigued by Wang Chong's words. However, since he had been invited by Chen Hao, he hesitated to switch allegiances. "The insider tips I received were genuine. Anyone who knows me will attest to that. I just bought a Lamborghini yesterday. When luck is on your side, everything changes. That's impressive, Brother Wang. No wonder everyone is saying you've hit it big recently. I'm thinking of getting a new car too. Please take me along." Hearing Guo Qian fawn over Wang Chong, Chen Hao expressed his displeasure. This Guo Qian has gone too far, fawning over Xiao Chong. Noting Guo Qian's attitude, it seemed Wang Chong might indeed have brought in a significant haul tonight. Wang Zheng then spoke up, "Brother Chong, I remember 2 years ago you borrowed 2 million from me to pay off debts. That was after your stock market failure, right? One must learn from their mistakes." "Exactly. It seems you're doing well now, but you still show up uninvited to mooch," Chen Hao added. Wang Chong's face darkened as he realized Wang Zheng was bringing up his past failures. "Are you two purposely trying to set me up? If you don't want to associate with me, that's fine, but don't make it difficult for others." Wang Zheng scoffed. "I'm giving you face by calling you Brother Chong. Yet you really think you're something special?" Seeing Wang Zheng agitated, Jiang Cheng raised his hand. "All right, Brother Wang. We're here to enjoy ourselves today. Don't let unpleasant matters ruin the mood." Wang Chong felt humiliated by Wang Zheng's words. Unable to confront Wang Zheng, he redirected his anger towards Jiang Cheng. "Who are you, a country bumpkin, to speak here?" With that, Wang Chong smashed his glass onto the floor. Chapter 66. The strength within. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, startling Zhou Ying beside Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's expression turned icy as he regarded Wang Chang's reckless behavior. He finally understood why Wang Chang had fallen out with Chun Hao and Wang Zheng. In this age of modernity, it was rare to encounter individuals from wealthy backgrounds displaying such a lack of decorum. Most affluent individuals today had received a quality education, and the majority of the nouveau riche were not characterized by overt arrogance or disdain for others. Wang Chang was the first peculiar character Jiang Cheng had met in the bustling metropolis. Wang Zheng immediately stood up, addressing Wang Chang with dissatisfaction. "Xiao Chang, what's your problem?" Chun Hao, equally incredulous, sneered, "Are you losing your mind?" Qian Geng, perplexed, looked at Wang Chang and said, "Wang Chang, today I came as a guest of Chun Hao. Please don't cause any trouble." "What? Just some country bumpkin, and you all treat him like royalty. I want to indulge him." The table had become a gathering around Jiang Cheng, which had long been a source of Wang Chang's irritation. "A country bumpkin?" Jiang Cheng's expression turned cold as he stepped up to Wang Chang. "You keep calling me that. Do you think you're made of clay?" Jiang Cheng was not one to instigate trouble, but he was not afraid to confront it either. Otherwise, what use is the system he obtained? Wang Chang disdainfully gazed at Jiang Cheng and remarked, "I'm talking about you. What is the matter? Country bumpkin." With that, two crisp sounds echoed through the room. The onlookers were taken aback as Jiang Cheng suddenly took action. "You dare strike me?" Wang Chang looked at Jiang Cheng in disbelief. After repeatedly provoking him, how could not be infuriated? Regaining his composure, Wang Chang stood up, ready to confront Jiang Cheng fiercely. "You damn country bumpkin, I'll take you on." At that moment, Chun Hao and Wang Zheng swiftly stood up, sensing the impending conflict. Just as Wang Chang charged forward, Jiang Cheng delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Jiang Cheng then placed his foot on Wang Chang's face and taunted, "How's that? Does your face not hurt anymore?" Wang Chang's foul mouth was silenced under Jiang Cheng's foot, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Wang Zheng and Chun Hao approached Wang Chang and said, "Wang Chang, this is your own fault for having a foul mouth. Here's your chance, just leave." However, inebriated and enraged, Wang Chang refused to heed their advice and furiously pointed at Jiang Cheng, declaring, "Just you wait, I'll let this slide." Jiang Cheng sneered, "I'm eager to see how you plan to make me pay." He then turned to Wang Zheng and Chun Hao, inquiring, "What is this kid's background?" Wang Zheng, upon hearing Jiang Cheng's question, glanced at Wang Chang and shook his head. His family owns two publicly traded food companies, and they've been gaining significant market share in recent years, which has made him increasingly arrogant. "Is that so? I shall see just how formidable his family truly is." After Jiang Cheng spoke, Wang Zheng understood immediately. He exchanged glances with Chun Hao, their expressions suggesting that Wang Chang was in for a major downfall. The others present quickly fell silent as the atmosphere shifted. Though Wang Chang was indignant, the lack of support from the crowd made him seethe with frustration, and he left in a huff after muttering a threat. Zheng Ming and Guo Qian, seeing Wang Chang depart, also stood up awkwardly, saying, "It's about time to wrap up the drinking. I'll take my leave now." "Me too. You all enjoy. I'll be heading out. Thank you for the hospitality." Observing their fence-sitting behavior, Chun Hao scoffed and waved them off. Zhou Ying nodded. "I thought for sure he would come to blows with you." "That's impossible. If there would be a fight, it would be me against him." "Don't be too impulsive. Getting hurt would be unfortunate." After Zhou Ying spoke, Chun Hao continued, "My apologies, Brother Jiang. I didn't expect such a disgusting incident to unfold. It's nothing, just a trivial matter." After the establishment of the agritourism venue cleaned up the scene, the group dispersed, their enthusiasm diminished. Jiang Cheng turned to Zhou Ying. "You haven't been drinking tonight. You could drive, right?" Zhou Ying nodded. "Of course, I've even driven supercars before." Jiang Cheng teased, "I almost forgot you were once a rich second generation." Zhou Ying confidently assured, "Rest assured, I will safely deliver you to your destination." Jiang Cheng resolved to deal with Wang Chang, despite having already confronted him earlier. Jiang Cheng intended to establish his prowess in Modu, and dealing with Wang Chang would serve as a demonstration of strength to others, a chance to assert himself. The world of adults is invariably intertwined with personal interests. Jiang Cheng recognized that only by showcasing his capabilities could he avoid being bullied. Chapter 67. Wang Chang's misfortune after sending the message. Jiang Cheng remarked as he observed Zhou Ying at the wheel. I didn't expect your driving to be so steady. I haven't driven in a while, so I'm a bit rusty. I felt a bit nervous when I saw the traffic police earlier. Zhou Ying playfully stuck her tongue out at Jiang Cheng. But you weren't speeding. What was there to be nervous about? I do want to drive a bit faster. But it's challenging in the city. I didn't realize you had a penchant for speed. I haven't had the chance. My family was strict before, and now I lack the conditions, Zhou Ying explained. Jiang Cheng nodded. That's simple. I'll take you out next time. In reality, Lian had not pressured Jiang Cheng at all. Her days without him were quite enjoyable, as she didn't have to cook. Jiang Cheng's concerns revolved around Zhang Yu and the incident with Wang Chong that evening. Unbeknownst to him, issues regarding their family's product supply had already arisen that night. The following morning, various incidents began to surface online. Not only were reports of foul-smelling pickled vegetables exposed, but also spoiled raw ingredients for noodles. Videos proliferated across the internet, detailing the corruption and expiration of food supplies. With the supplier factory in chaos, Wang Chong's family products took the brunt of the fallout. Due to an overwhelming number of complaints regarding food safety, videos and testing results began to circulate widely. Relevant authorities swiftly intervened, demanding that major supermarkets withdraw the implicated products immediately. Within a day, Wang's foods faced tremendous losses and a significant decline in reputation. Wang Zheng, Chun Hao, and others who had been present the previous evening watched the news with their hearts racing. Just last night, Jiang Cheng had said, I want to see how capable his family really is. Little did they know that upon waking, the family's troubles would already be unfolding. Upon seeing the news, Chun Hao immediately called Wang Zheng. Brother Wang, have you seen the news? I have. I knew that guy was going to face trouble. He had it coming. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to have such influence. Wang's family will not only face a downfall, but will certainly lose a layer of skin in the process. Brother Jiang is indeed remarkable. I sensed it from the first time I met him. Wang Chong is simply too arrogant. They had a hard-fought rise, and now they're falling again. One must remain humble. Zheng Ming and Guo Qian, who had departed with Wang Chong the previous night, were also aware of the situation. The events had escalated so dramatically that it was evident someone was deliberately targeting the Wang family. Meanwhile, Wang Chong, still groggy from sleep, had not yet checked his phone. After brushing his teeth, he made his way downstairs, where he found his father, Wang Wei, frantically on the phone. Give me a moment to handle this. The situation just arose, and I haven't had a chance to address it. Why are you all so impatient? I've said, give me some time. After the other party hung up, Wang Wei angrily smashed his phone to the ground. He anxiously raked his remaining hair, muttering, Who on earth is behind this? Upon seeing his usually composed father in such a state of distress, Wang Chong curiously inquired, Dad, what is going on? Chapter 68. Crisis. Wang Wei looked up at Wang Chong, his face darkening further. What happened to your face? It's all bruised. Why do you look like you've been in a fight? Wang Chong touched his aching cheek and, feeling both aggrieved and furious, replied, Dad, I was beaten by a country bumpkin from out of town. He was incredibly arrogant, and I was just thinking of how to deal with him. You have to help me get revenge. Who? Where did you go to stir up trouble again? I warn you, don't keep causing issues. I'm busy and can't keep bailing you out. Wang Wei sighed, rubbing his temples. Dad, I didn't cause any trouble. He asked just some country bumpkin from Tianfu. I said a few words to him, and he attacked me like this. If I don't show him a thing or two, how will I survive here? Seeing Wang Chong behaving like a street thug, Wang Wei stood up and slapped him on the head. What kind of nonsense is this? You keep talking nonsense day in and day out. Are you in a gang? How did I end up with a son like you? Wang Wei's slap was heavy, causing Wang Chong to lose his balance and crash into the nearby coffee table. He covered the back of his head with one hand and his injured knee with the other, suppressing the urge to curse his father, and exclaimed in exasperation, Dad, what on earth are you doing today? I've been hurt like this, and you still hit me. Wang Chong shouted in displeasure, and just then his mother, Lin Lian, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Heartbroken, she gently rubbed Wang Chong's head while reproaching Wang Wei. What is the matter now? Why are you hitting our son so early in the morning? After casting a sympathetic glance at Wang Chong, she exclaimed, Oh, my darling son, how did you end up like this? Who hit you? Such a handsome face, and now it's like this. Wang Wei, witnessing their exchange, became furious and coldly pointed at Wang Chong, scolding him for his reckless behavior. Look at him. Just last month, he got into trouble, and I spent a fortune on medical fees for others. That incident barely passed, and now he's causing trouble again. Just wait. I'll teach him a lesson. Dad, I didn't hit anyone this time. I was the one who got hit. If you won't help me, at least don't hit me. Wang Chong whined, clinging to Lin Lian like a spoiled child. Old Wang, look at what you've done to our child. He has been beaten up, and you still blame him. Lin Lian lamented. Too much maternal affection spoils the child. Sooner or later, he'll be ruined by you. Is it not always him who stirs up trouble? Let me tell you, there's a major issue at the company today. I don't know who is deliberately targeting me, and I don't have time for your nonsense. You both better keep it down. Seeing his words having no effect, Wang Wei angrily clutched his chest, unwilling to converse with them any further. Wang Chong scoffed, Dad. How could this be? He asked just a country bumpkin from Tianfu, mingling with Wang Zheng and Chun Hao. He remembered that Jiang Cheng had said something about their family. This thought made Wang Chong's heart skip a beat. Typically, Wang Zheng and his gang considered themselves the center of the universe. Yet their attitude towards Jiang Cheng seemed quite different. Could it be that Jiang Cheng's background was extraordinary? Noticing the sudden pallor on Wang Chong's face, Wang Wei's anger surged. Did I hit the nail on the head? Is it truly your doing? I said it before. There was no sign of trouble. And suddenly this happens. It must be you, the reckless son. Wang Wei was ready to strike Wang Chong again. Lin Lian immediately stepped in front of Wang Chong. Old Wang, are you out of your mind? Even if someone is targeting us, we can handle it with money. Why hit our son? Handle it with money? Can this situation be resolved with money? Have you not seen the news today? I've worked hard for 30 years and finally captured 70% of the market share, only to see it shrink by 40% overnight. 40%. And this is just the beginning. Our products have been pulled from shelves, and they're now investigating our company. All those suppliers are banding together to sue us for damages. How much do you think we have to cover that? Wang Wei's voice escalated as he expressed his mounting pressure. At this moment, Lin Lian realized the gravity of the situation and panicked. What could have gone so wrong? You need to suppress this immediately. Suppress it? How do I do that? You both think you're part of the underworld, while you think having a bit of money can shield you from everything. You know that once we lose our market share, other companies will take over immediately. Do you think supermarkets and consumers only have a brand of products to choose from? Use your brains for once. Is it all my fault for raising a good-for-nothing? I told you to educate him properly, but you wouldn't listen. Now that such a huge problem has arisen, what do you propose we do? When Lin Lian heard Wang Wei blaming her, she protested. He is your only son. It's just a bit of money. If we resolve it, it'll be fine. Why blow it out of proportion? A bit of money? I've never realized how foolish you could be. Let me tell you, if you had divorced me yesterday, you would have received 5 billion. Today, if you divorce me, you'll be lucky to get 1 billion. Do you understand? If we can't settle this matter, we'll get divorced. I'm truly fed up with you too. Every day, it's just one problem after another. After Wang Wei's explosive outburst, Lin Lian and Wang Chong finally understood the seriousness of the situation. Wang Chong gulped nervously. Dad, what do you mean? How could it be this severe? Are we going bankrupt? He genuinely hadn't anticipated things would escalate to such a degree. Lin Lian, terrified, collapsed to the ground. 5 billion reduced to 1 billion? How could this happen? Chong, what exactly happened? Hurry and tell us. Wang Chong, trembling with fear, began to recount everything in detail. Dad, early this morning, I tried to find out who was targeting our family, and it turns out it's from Tianfu. Who else could it be? What should I do now? I don't know him well at all. Now you finally realize the gravity of the situation, don't you? I'm going to sort this out immediately, no matter what it takes. I'll plead with him, or else I'll divorce your mother, and you'll stay with her. With that, Wang Wei turned away in anger, leaving no room for further discussion. He had toiled for decades, and now was all on the verge of collapse. At that moment, he felt no kinship towards Wang Chong. He even contemplated ending his son's life. Mom, what should I do? It can't be him. It's impossible. Wang Chong was still unwilling to accept reality. Just last night, he had vowed to take revenge on Jiang Cheng, and now he had to humble himself before him. Chonger, why don't you find out some information and seek his forgiveness? If your dad truly divorces me, you'll be ruined. How can we live on just a bit of money? You haven't even married yet. Lin Lian began to coax Wang Chong gently. Even now, Lin Lian found it hard to scold Wang Chong, despite knowing he was at fault. I can't do it. It's too humiliating. If we're getting divorced, then let it be. I want to go. With that, Wang Chong angrily shrugged off Lin Lian's hand and stormed out of the house, driving away in his Lamborghini at high speed. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, a computer genius from the security company with the codename Hacker Empire, was still stirring things up online. Due to the varying nature of the tasks Jiang Cheng issued, their team devised different plans. For instance, Jiang Cheng's demand regarding Zhang Yu was to eliminate him. This task was quite challenging to execute domestically, especially since Zhang Yu had just been beaten up and was hiding at home, leaving the plan in a state of dormancy. However, the task concerning Wang Chong was relatively straightforward. Once Jiang Cheng dispatched the task, the team quickly formulated a plan. That very night, 2 members were deployed, disrupting their company's operations overnight. The exposure of raw material issues dealt a significant blow to them. The results were surprisingly effective, with almost no cost involved. As for Jiang Cheng, he had drunk heavily the previous night and slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking in the morning, he frowned at the sight of the silk pajamas he was wearing. He didn't recall changing his clothes at all. Just then, Wang Yuyuan entered the room. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's expression, her demeanor became slightly awkward. Wang Yuyuan respectfully bowed to Jiang Cheng. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Breakfast is ready for you. Would you like vegetable and lean meat porridge? If you prefer something else, I can arrange that. Jiang Cheng glanced at Wang Yuyuan's low-cut neckline, smiled, and replied, Manager Wang, your arrangements are excellent. After drinking last night, something light would be just right. By the way, did you help me change into the sleepwear? Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wang Yuyuan's face instantly flushed even more. Even when Wang Yuyuan helped her cleanse her body and change her clothes, Jiang Cheng remained utterly oblivious. Left with no choice, Wang Yuyuan meticulously wiped every inch of Jiang Cheng's body. Noticing Jiang Cheng's lack of reaction, she took the opportunity, in the absence of anyone else, to practice the techniques she had learned from films. Despite several attempts ultimately resulting in failure, Wang Yuyuan felt she had gained substantial insight from last night's practice. Not only did she find herself increasingly satisfied with Jiang Cheng, but she also laid a solid foundation for future endeavors. Yes, Mr. Jiang, rest assured. I merely changed your clothes. Nothing else, Wang Yuyuan insisted with a wave of her hand. Chapter 70. Wang Yuyuan's subtle thoughts, seeing Wang Yuyuan's demeanor. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile. I see. It seems I dreamed of Manager Wang last night. What a pity it was just a dream. How delightful it was for a moment. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wang Yuyuan's heart raced with excitement. Did this imply that he, too, harbored expectations? As she shyly bit her lower lip, her eyes sparkling as they met his, Jiang Cheng wore a playful smile and turned to enter the bathroom for his morning routine. He always adhered to a gentleman's principle, to neither initiate nor refuse. With the conversation having escalated, it was now a matter of Wang Yuyuan's perceptiveness. After brushing his teeth, Jiang Cheng found that Wang Yuyuan had prepared breakfast. She kindly served him a bowl of plain vegetable and lean meat porridge. Once Jiang Cheng finished, Wang Yuyuan suggested, Mr. Jiang, having consumed so much alcohol last night, your body must be somewhat depleted. I recently learned a new set of massage techniques. Shall I give you a massage? Naturally. Jiang Cheng readily agreed. Shall we head to bed? Wang Yuyuan inquired shyly. Of course, I would appreciate it, Manager Wang. With that, Jiang Cheng stretched lazily and swiftly entered the bedroom, anticipating some post-meal exercise. Once Jiang Cheng lay down, Wang Yuyuan quickly removed her shoes and joined him on the bed. Kneeling beside him, taking a deep breath, she donned a seductive smile and began to massage his arms. Just as Jiang Cheng began to wonder if this massage was a tad too formal, Wang Yuyuan unexpectedly turned around, facing away from him. What was more shocking was that she wasn't wearing any safety shorts beneath her maid uniform. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he encountered someone who eschewed such inhumane designs. He was taken aback by Wang Yuyuan's trust in him. Fortunately, he was a man of considerable experience, and with unwavering willpower, he managed to maintain his composure. However, just as Jiang Cheng felt he was losing control, Wang Yuyuan suddenly turned back to him and asked, Mr. Jiang, how does it feel? It feels wonderful, perfect even. Manager Wang, you are exceptionally professional. I feel as if I might just burst. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. This is actually my first time. Your approval makes me very happy. Now, let me massage your shoulders. After a while, Wang Yiyan's expression grew somewhat troubled, pausing her movements. She shyly asked, Mr. Jiang, this position feels a bit awkward. May I change my posture? Hearing this, Jiang Cheng responded with an affable smile, nodding earnestly, of course. Feel free. At that moment, Wang Yiyan, with a charming smile, settled onto Jiang Cheng's lap, her delicate hands beginning to massage his shoulders. The pretense of calmness she had maintained began to falter as her heart raced. Jiang Cheng, his eyes slightly reddened, grasped Wang Yiyan's soft hands. Manager Wang, shall we consider another location? Chapter 71. A failed attempt. The situation unfolded steadily until Jiang Cheng recalled that he still had a reward card for Zizi's son, Sun Guiqi, that he had yet to utilize. The reason Xiao Yining had not used it last time was that Jiang Cheng had been intoxicated and lost in the moment, only remembering it afterward. Since Wang Yuyan had secretly employed Jiang Cheng as a learning tool last night, her practical application of the knowledge gained was quite commendable. However, just as Jiang Cheng prepared to use the reward card, he found himself unsuccessful. Upon checking the prompt, he discovered that there was a crucial prerequisite for using this card. One's appearance must exceed a score of 90. Wang Yiyan's appearance was rated at a mere 90 points, falling just short of the requirement, which caught Jiang Cheng by surprise. Indeed, beauties scoring above 90 are rare gems. It was astonishing that someone of Wang Yiyan's caliber merely scored 90 points. Realizing his attempt had failed, Jiang Cheng could only shake his head in disappointment, stowing the card away. Afterward, he turned his attention back to playful endeavors. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng proceeded as usual, picking up a girl on the street and taking her to a nearby hotel. Embracing the scantily clad girl, he approached the front desk clerk, saying, Miss, please book me a premium room. After receiving Wang Cheng's credit card, the clerk politely replied, certainly. Please hold on. Gazing at the sweet-faced clerk, Wang Cheng lewdly remarked, I'll be around here for a few days. Feel free to come up and join me. Before the clerk could respond, the screen displayed the words card declined. I'm sorry, sir, your card cannot be processed. Please provide another. Staring at the card handed back to him, Wang Cheng was taken aback. Declined? That's impossible. Perhaps the machine is malfunctioning. Try this one. Irritated, he pulled out another card from his wallet. Moments later, the clerk said, I'm sorry, your card has insufficient funds. Do you have another card? Wang Cheng realized, upon hearing this, that both cards had been declined, indicating that Wang Wei had likely suspended his accounts. Just days prior, he had purchased a Lamborghini, and now he found himself without a penny to his name. He could only rely on his credit card and his father's supplementary card. Yet neither worked. Damn it, that old man is messing with me, he cursed, scratching his head in frustration. Turning to the girl beside him, he implored, Miss, could you cover the room cost for now? I'll repay you later. The girl, upon hearing Wang Cheng's request to pay for the room, immediately changed her demeanor. She had encountered many men pretending to be wealthy, and it was possible that the Lamborghini was merely a rental. Unable to afford even the room, she realized she would gain nothing from this encounter. With that thought, she unleashed a tirade. You think you could get away with this? If you're broke, stop pretending to be rich. What a waste of my time. With a disdainful glance, she turned and walked away. Witnessing the girl's retreat, Wang Cheng's expression darkened with fury, which he then directed at the front desk clerk. What are you laughing at? After exiting the hotel, Wang Cheng immediately called Wang Wei. Wang Wei, fatigued, sat in his office sorting through various breach of contract documents. Early in the morning, he had dispatched people to manage online trending topics and various complaints. Reports indicated that the mastermind behind the recent turmoil was indeed someone his son had offended. Strangely, he had found nothing about Jiang Cheng, only that he had recently established an investment company with a registered capital of 500 million. The remainder of Wang Wei was utterly untraceable. All of this was thanks to the system. Wang Cheng showed no sign of remorse, which infuriated Wang Wei to the point of grinding his teeth in anger. I will tell you once more, resolve the matters you have caused. Do not presume that you reign supreme in all corners of the world. If you do not reflect on this situation and amend your foul temper, you shall fend for yourself from now on, for this family is on the brink of ruin due to your actions. Do you believe I will ensure that neither of you receives a single penny? After uttering these words, Wang Wei coldly snorted and abruptly ended the call. Chapter 72. No different from bankruptcy, Wang Chong stared at the disconnected call, seething with rage, tempted to smash his phone into pieces, yet hesitated. The situation was evidently more dire than he had anticipated. If Wang Wei truly withheld financial support, what would he do moving forward? With nowhere to turn, Wang Chong reluctantly reached out to some acquaintances on WeChat, but each one, unusually, declined his requests under various pretenses. The overnight turmoil surrounding Wang Shi Food made it apparent that they had offended a significant figure, causing others to keep their distance from Wang Chong. After sitting by the roadside for quite some time, Wang Chong finally calmed down and realized the severity of the situation. In just one day, the demeanor of those who had previously fawned over him had shifted a complete 360 degrees. He had indeed made quite a few enemies. Without the privilege of being a wealthy second-generation heir, his future loomed dark. He was not oblivious. He had meticulously analyzed the crisis facing Wang Shi and understood that if things continued on this path, their family business would inevitably collapse. After some contemplation, he promptly called Zheng He and Guiqian, as their support had been the most favorable that fateful night. Wang Chong expressed his desire for them to reach out to Jiang Cheng, hoping they would facilitate an apology on his behalf. Upon learning of Wang Chong's predicament, Zheng He and Guiqian felt a deep sense of regret for their previous misjudgment, recognizing that they had chosen the wrong side that night. They wished to distance themselves from Wang Chong now that Jiang Cheng had not retaliated against them. Both of them, having little familiarity with someone of Jiang Cheng's stature, expressed their inability to assist him. Ultimately, with no other options, Wang Chong resorted to calling Chun Hao. Upon receiving Wang Chong's call, Chun Hao signaled to Wang Zheng, who was seated across from him, while raising his phone. Chun Hao activated the speakerphone and answered, "Xiao Chong, what brings you to call me?" "Chun Hao, I need to find Jiang Cheng. Could you help me?" "Xiao Chong, it's not that I am unwilling to assist, but truthfully, we are not that close. Besides, you disrupted my gathering last night, and you know my friendship with Wang Zheng. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to help you. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Chun Hao ended the call. Wang Zheng scoffed and shook his head. This guy has some awareness. I expected him to be more defiant. He deserves it. He has been so arrogant. I heard last month he even stole a high school student's girlfriend and ended up sending the boy to the hospital with serious injuries. His father had to pay over 100,000 in medical expenses. After Chun Hao finished speaking, Wang Zheng's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Wang Shi Chong calling, he connected the call and put on speaker. "Hello, Brother Wang, it's me, Xiao Chong." Wang Chong's despondent voice came through the line. Seeing Wang Chong in such a weakened state, Chun Hao couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Brother Wang? How surprising. You would deign to call me?" "Brother Wang, I was wrong before. I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. Could you help me? I'm truly out of options." Wang Chong's voice trembled with desperation. No, it was my fault. What are you afraid of, Xiao Chong?" "Brother Wang, I admit I was foolish before. I am genuinely at my wit's end. Given our long-standing acquaintance, could you extend a helping hand?" Wang Zheng remained silent for a moment before responding. "I can inquire on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee anything." "Thank you, Brother Wang. Thank you." After hanging up, Chun Hao furrowed his brow and asked, "Old Wang, are you really going to help him?" Wang Zheng chuckled. "Why would I help him? Isn't old Jiang already dealing with him? Now he has come knocking at my door, seeking an opportunity to apologize." "True, but even if old Jiang were to forgive him, his family is as good as bankrupt. The market has already been seized by 2 other competitors. Wang Chong will find it exceedingly difficult to regain his footing." Wang Chong simply fails to comprehend the notion of there are always greater forces beyond. After saying this, Wang Zheng sent a message to Jiang Cheng to solicit his opinion. At that moment, Jiang Cheng was occupied, shifting between various tasks. Only when Wang Yin fell silent did he relent. After sending the message, Jiang Cheng reached out to Zhou. "Are you free tonight? I would like you to come over. Don't worry, I'll bring you some Wangzai milk." "What time?" "I'll come by myself. I live quite a distance away." "What time should I arrive?" "No need, it's still early. I'll come and pick you up." After a considerable wait, Zhou finally sent Jiang Cheng her location. Jiang Cheng glanced at the coordinates and noted how remote the area was. Looking at the now tranquil Wang Yuyan, he gently caressed her flushed cheek. The initial encounter had indeed been somewhat violent. After tenderly kissing her, Jiang Cheng rose and made his way to the bathroom. Chapter 73. A gentle approach after freshening up. Jiang Cheng drove towards Zhou Ying's residence. It took nearly 40 minutes to reach the destination, which turned out to be a rather old and worn-out neighborhood. Upon receiving the call, Zhou Ying appeared shortly thereafter, dressed in transparent high-heeled sandals and a mint green, form-fitting, split-hem dress that accentuated her alluring figure. As Jiang Cheng watched Zhou Ying gracefully approach, he suddenly felt as though he had fallen in love. Undoubtedly, Zhou Ying was the most captivating woman he had ever encountered, possessing an angelic visage paired with a serene and elegant demeanor that radiated a unique charm. Moreover, her personality was equally delightful. Once inside the car, Zhou Ying initiated the conversation. "Have you been driving long? I told you I could manage on my own." "Not too long, but this area is quite secluded." "Is it safe here?" "It's quite safe, though old. There's a security guard, and a bus stop is right across the street. I often take the bus since the rent here is affordable," Zhou Ying responded with a slightly delicate tone. Hearing her speak made Jiang Cheng yearn to hold her close and shower her with affection. A beauty like her deserved to be cherished at home, away from the dangers outside. Zhou Ying smiled at Jiang Cheng. "I sometimes work part-time late hours, but it's no big deal." Soon, around 7 in the evening, Jiang Cheng arrived with Zhou Ying. Wang Zheng and Chen Hao had already arrived ahead of him, and Jiang Cheng noticed Xingeng was also seated in the booth. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng enter with Zhou Ying, the three immediately greeted her. Xingeng was the first to speak. "Brother Jiang, sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying's face flushed, but she merely smiled and nodded, offering no rebuttal. Noticing their playful banter, Jiang Cheng chuckled. "You all arrived quite early. Not much going on. We heard Brother Jiang was hosting tonight, so we came over. Thank you for your support." Seeing Jiang Cheng's arrival, Chen Hao quickly beckoned Xiao Chen over. Once he approached, Xiao Chen adeptly greeted them in turn. "Young Master Jiang, Young Master Wang, Young Master Chen, Young Master Qian. What are the plans for tonight?" Wang Zheng gestured towards Jiang Cheng. "Tonight, my brother Jiang will take the lead." 3 magnificent Shun Long were soon summoned, accompanied by several bottles of fine spirits and an assortment of snacks and fruits for visual delight. After making the request, Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhou Ying and added, "Ah, and bring 10 cans of Wangzai milk." "Certainly, young Master Jiang. Would you like me to arrange an ambience team?" Chen Hao interjected. "Xiao Chen, you lack perception. Jiang brother has brought his wife tonight. How can you suggest an ambience team? That would be quite inappropriate," he continued. Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Ying and promptly slapped his cheek, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how foolish of me. My mistake. I shall arrange everything immediately. Please wait a moment." Zhou Ying's cheeks flushed red as laughter erupted among the group. Noticing Zhou Ying's genuine shyness, Jiang Cheng nudged Chen Hao, saying, "Chen brother, be gentle with your words." "All right, understood." Soon after, the others arrived, with Lin Feng being a few minutes ahead of Guo Qian and Zheng He. Lin Feng had behaved well yesterday, merely observing the events unfold. In contrast, Guo Qian and Zheng He appeared somewhat awkward, having chosen to leave with Wang Chong the previous night. When Wang Zheng invited them, they felt compelled to attend, yet they sat quietly after exchanging greetings, clearly uncomfortable. Before long, the 3 Shun Long made a grand entrance, with bunny girls swaying gracefully in a line, while the host excitedly announced, with a card from young Master Jiang, 3 Shun Long, wishing the big brother a smooth journey ahead. Zhou Ying, glancing at the displayed black spade, curiously inquired, "What does this drink taste like? I've never tried it. I've only heard of it. Aside from being expensive, the flavor is rather mediocre. If I weren't your designated driver later, I would certainly take a sip," came a reply. Jiang Cheng showed no intention of persuading her to drink, which sparked a flicker of affection in Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying thought, friendliness level 5. Chapter 74. The empty bottle smash. As the black spade and various spirits were arranged, Xiao Chun diligently asked, "Young Master Jiang, how many bottles shall we open first?" "Open them all," Jiang Cheng declared grandly. Xiao Chun, hearing this, couldn't help but internally scoff. Wealthy individuals truly do not regard money as a concern. Once dozens of black spades were opened, the atmosphere became electrifying. Many attractive young women approached, eager to engage, as being noticed by Jiang Cheng, seated comfortably, was their initial goal. However, Upon noticing Zhou Ying by his side, they swiftly redirected their attention. Wang Zheng, Chen Hao, and Qin Geng, unfazed, embraced the opportunity and began conversing with several charming ladies. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Guo Qian, and Zheng He remained reserved, quietly sipping their drinks while flattering Jiang Cheng, desperately trying to express their loyalty. After half an hour, Wang Cheng arrived late, though he had been lingering at the entrance, hesitant to enter due to the impending situation he would face. After much mental preparation, he finally trudged in. Zhou Ying, upon seeing Wang Cheng, instinctively leaned closer to Jiang Cheng, whispering, "Why is he here?" Jiang Cheng patted her hand reassuringly. "Oh, I invited him." Realizing Jiang Cheng had summoned everyone present from the previous night, Wang Cheng understood the underlying message. Despite his seething anger, he dared not reveal it. He approached Jiang Cheng, head bowed, and said, "Young Master Jiang, I was in the wrong last night. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Jiang Cheng sighed and shook his head. "I am just a simple country fellow. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you?" Wang Cheng felt utterly cornered, knowing that everyone had distanced themselves after his family's troubles. He had offended many, and if his family fell from grace, he feared for his own safety. "Young Master Jiang, I was intoxicated last night and spoke foolishly. You may retaliate however you wish. I only ask for your mercy." With a casual glance at the bottles on the table, Jiang Cheng said, "Weren't you quite brazen when you smashed the bottles last night?" Wang Cheng, locking eyes with Jiang Cheng, took a deep breath, resolved, and stated, "Young Master Jiang, if it would placate you, feel free to smash me. That won't do. We have all received 9 years of compulsory education and are not like you. Instead, I shall treat you to 3 bottles of black spade. I've heard you have a talent for smashing bottles. Why not perform for us?" Wang Cheng instantly understood Jiang Cheng's intention to humiliate him, but was too intimidated to protest. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on the bottles of black spade, declaring, "You are right. I do have such a talent. Allow me to demonstrate for young Master Jiang." "Splendid. Let us have Brother Cheng showcase his skills for us all. Let us record a video of his performance," Jiang Cheng proclaimed, prompting everyone to start recording. "Come on, Brother Cheng, say a few words." Gritting his teeth, Wang Cheng closed his eyes and smashed the first bottle against his head. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he picked up the second and third bottles, forcefully striking them against his skull. After finishing, Jiang Cheng led the applause. "Thank you, young Master Wang, for that remarkable display. Truly impressive." Wang Zheng echoed, "Indeed, a real eye-opener. I never realized Brother Cheng could be so ruthless with himself." Chen Hao also applauded enthusiastically. At this point, Wang Cheng felt dizzy, blood beginning to trickle from his forehead. After thanking Jiang Cheng, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Chun, who had been observing closely, rushed forward. "Young Master Jiang, should we call for an ambulance?" "Yes, and ensure the area is cleaned up to avoid any injuries," Jiang Cheng replied calmly. "Of course." Xiao Chun quickly organized a cleanup crew. Once the area was tidy, Jiang Cheng raised his glass, addressing everyone. "Thank you all for joining today. I toast to you." Chapter 75. Don't do this or that. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng lift his glass, everyone promptly followed suit, raising their own. Even the startled onlookers trembled as they hurriedly grabbed their glasses. Internally, they felt a mix of despair and regret, realizing they should have refrained from approaching for a taste of the black spade. The strikingly handsome man with a voice that could command attention was surprisingly fearsome. With a few light-hearted words, he could compel someone to willingly smash bottles against their own head. It was utterly terrifying. While Wang Zheng, Chen Hao, and Qin Geng remained relatively unfazed, Guo Qian, Zheng He, and Lin Feng exhibited visible signs of trepidation, their hands trembling slightly as they held their glasses. Wang Cheng was a classic bully, only daring to confront the elite like Qin Fun or Jiang Xian, yet he had cowered before Jiang Cheng, even resorting to self-harm. This revelation instilled fear in them all. After the gathering concluded, Jiang Cheng notified the security team via WeChat to halt any plans for retaliation against Wang's family business. Consequently, Wang Cheng was hastily transported to the hospital. Shortly thereafter, the hospital informed Wang Wei and Lin Lian, who quickly made their way there. Upon seeing Wang Cheng, bandaged and injured in the hospital bed, Lin Lian broke down in tears. Throughout his life, even the slightest scratch on Wang Chong had caused her immense distress, and to witness him in such a state today was unbearable. He lamented to Wang Wei, "Which heartless person would treat my son this way? Wang Wei, you must avenge him. After all, he is your son." When Wang Wei saw Lin Lian rushing towards him to strike, he immediately retaliated with a slap, furiously stating, "The reason he is in this predicament is entirely due to you. Why didn't you speak up when he was assaulting others? Have you ever visited those lying in the hospital? Why is it that others' sons are not precious, while yours is so invaluable?" Wang Chong's self-esteem was shattered by Jiang Cheng without reservation that night. Regret flooded him, leaving him speechless in defense of himself. He could only say to Lin Lian, "Mom, I brought this upon myself. Let us just leave it at that." Lin Lian looked at Wang Chong in disbelief, exclaiming, "Son, have you lost your mind? Enough. You are truly a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. The trending topic has been removed, but our family is no longer what it used to be. In just a day, it has come to this. Do you now understand how you ought to conduct yourself? I could tell you 1,000 times. Yet it pales in comparison to your fall today. If there's a next time, you too must leave. Remember, this is the final warning." After admonishing the two, Wang Wei sighed and turned to leave, hoping his son would genuinely learn from this lesson and grow on the right path. Though Wang Wei was seething with anger, he had spent the entire day investigating Jiang Cheng without uncovering any details about him. Thus, he could only swallow his grievances in silence. Fortunately, their adversaries had not pursued total annihilation, leaving them with a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, after the gathering concluded, Zhou Ying was assisting Jiang Cheng as they slowly approached the hotel entrance. Jiang Cheng, draped over Zhou Ying's shoulder, appeared quite inebriated, although he maintained a calm facade. Internally, he was secretly reveling in the moment, thinking how delightful it was, how smooth her skin felt, and how he longed to taste it. Zhou Ying struggled to help Jiang Cheng into the passenger seat of the Ferrari. Concerned for him, she asked with how you treated him tonight. "Do you think Yao Ling will cause you trouble?" Jiang Cheng shook his head dismissively. "Don't worry, I didn't hit him, and he wouldn't dare to report me." Zhou Ying hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts, but reminded herself that they were merely classmates, and it might be inappropriate to say too much. The car swiftly arrived at Yang Yunamen, and as Jiang Cheng watched Zhou Ying's departing figure, he shook his head in regret. In the blink of an eye, the drunken Jiang Cheng transformed into someone seemingly unaffected, striding towards his reserved villa. He playfully embraced Wang Yuyan, teasingly saying, "Manager Wang, you seem distant after such a short separation." "Mr. Jiang, please, not here. There are others present." Wang Yun shyly pushed him away, glancing at the hotel staff nearby. Jiang Cheng, unfazed, continued his playful advances. As the clock struck 11 at the Ben Say bar, Zhang Yu entered wearing a pink shirt, his face artfully covered with makeup to conceal his bruises. He had even adorned his fingers with disposable pink nail tips. Swaying his hips, he made his way inside and promptly settled on his usual bar stool. He retrieved a small mirror and a bold red lipstick from his pocket, expertly applying it. At that moment, a handsome young man with gold-framed glasses sat beside him, ordering a blue cocktail while engrossed in his phone. Zhang Yu glanced at him, feeling a flutter of excitement at the proximity of such an attractive man. Nonetheless, he feigned indifference and sipped his drink, as was customary for him. The bar was frequented by individuals seeking same-sex companionship, as it was predominantly a gay venue. After a brief interval, the handsome man began chatting on WeChat. A moment later, he opened a voice message, and a flamboyant male voice emanated from his phone. "Please don't reach out to me again. I told you I no longer have feelings for you. We were merely playing. Don't take it too seriously." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu turned to the gentleman, intrigued, realizing that the person he was chatting with was another man. The handsome man then recorded a voice message in response. "Can't you give me another chance? I would give up everything for you. I've waited for you for so many years. Why must you abandon me?" After listening, he furiously downed his cocktail. Observing his despair, Zhang Yu offered, "Would you like a drink? I know you're hurting right now, but there are plenty of fish in the sea. You will find true love that will remain by your side." "Is that true? Can someone like me really be loved?" the handsome man inquired. Zhang Yu nodded earnestly. Although he identified as bisexual, he preferred men over women. Here was an exceptional man, a rare find with shared interests. By the way, my name is Zhang Yu. What about you? You? Minan. Minang, let me buy you a drink. If you need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. I share a similar experience. Really? You are willing to hear my story? Of course. I will listen intently whenever you wish to share. After over an hour of conversation, Li Minhang pretended to check the time on his phone. Zhang Yu, noticing Li Minhang's intention to leave, urgently asked, "Where are you going?" After casting a lingering glance at Zhang Yu, Li Minhang turned to depart. Zhang Yu hurried after him, but Li Minhang had already vanished into the alley. Frustrated, Zhang Yu lamented that he hadn't added Li Minhang on WeChat. Back home, Zhang Yu felt increasingly dissatisfied. He couldn't let such a remarkable man slip away, especially one who was heartbroken. People are most vulnerable during a breakup, making them easy to win over. With this thought, Zhang Yu quickly pulled out his phone to search for flights to Thailand. The only flight to Thailand at 10 o'clock the next day was undoubtedly the one he needed. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase it and began to pack items he had never dared to wear in public back home. Once abroad, he would need to hide his true self anymore. The next morning, Zhang Yu eagerly woke up, donned a striking red bra, paired with his favorite pink shirt, styled his hair, and spritzed on Chanel perfume. With everything in order, he dashed out the door with his suitcase. The moment Zhang Yu boarded the plane to Thailand, his life began to shift dramatically. Thailand had been labeled one of the world's most dangerous travel destinations. Travel advisories from various countries, including Great Britain and Japan, had long categorized Thailand as perilous. Local lore warned that beautiful single women wearing bikinis in Thailand were asking for trouble. Furthermore, Thailand's proximity to several northern nations made it a hotspot for perilous incidents. The most lamentable aspect is that recently, Thailand has issued a new decree legalizing the consumption of flour and the trade of kidneys. Therefore, if you travel to Thailand, indulging in a drink or a snack may inadvertently expose you to illicit substances. If a person were to travel alone to Thailand and suddenly disappear, one can only speculate the outcome. The literature on missing persons abroad raises the question, who would seek them out? Zhang Yu did not add Li Minhang on WeChat. Everything was orchestrated solely by Zhang Yu, making the plan seem exceedingly flawless. At this moment, Jiang Cheng had already boarded a flight to Thailand. Following the route prompts, he arrived at the international arrivals exit, where personnel from a security company had long awaited his arrival. As soon as Jiang Cheng emerged, a man clad in a black suit approached him. "Greetings, young master, I am Wang Sheng." As he spoke, the dream fulfillment system provided another notification. Ding! A new individual has been detected for the first time, prompting an upgrade from the friendliness scan system to the character scan system. The character scan system would no longer be limited to female subjects. Listening to the system's announcement, Jiang Cheng activated the character scan system. Name, Wang Sheng. Age, 28. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Friendliness, 120. Absolute loyalty. Inseparable in life and death. Satisfied with the scan results, Jiang Cheng nodded approvingly. Wang Sheng was the leader of the security team rewarded by the system, and this was their first encounter. "Where is he?" Jiang Cheng inquired. "He has already been taken out of the hotel. I will escort you," Wang Sheng replied. After a brief nod from Jiang Cheng, Wang Sheng led him to a black Rolls-Royce. The vehicle traversed the streets adorned with Southeast Asian charm, swiftly navigating through a series of winding turns until arriving at a dilapidated, deserted old house. Upon entering, Jiang Cheng found Zhang Yu bound to a chair, accompanied by two men and a woman, Li Minhang, Qing Zhong, and Xiao Li. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng, they immediately saluted and greeted him. Jiang Cheng utilized the character scan system on each of them, discovering that all had reached an absolute loyalty status. Chapter 77. There are many ways to die. Wake him up, Jiang Cheng commanded coldly, gazing at the unconscious Zhang Yu. Understood, Wang Sheng nodded, gesturing towards the others. Following the command, Li Minhang approached and splashed a prepared basin of cold water on Zhang Yu. Startled, Zhang Yu jolted awake, shaking off the cold droplets from his hair and struggling to open his drooping eyes. Despite the pain throbbing in his head, he realized his hands and feet were bound to the chair. Upon seeing Li Minhang beside him, he misinterpreted the situation and exclaimed excitedly, "So you enjoy this swordplay? I do too. It's simply exhilarating." Go ahead, hit me. Li Minhang adjusted his gold-framed glasses with a finger, suppressing the urge to retch, and replied with a hint of polite disdain, I'm afraid not. My name is Li Minhang, 25 years old, 180 centimeters tall, and I have a preference for females. What do you mean? Zhang Yu suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, rapidly scanning his unfamiliar surroundings. He recalled arriving at the hotel with Li Minhang right after disembarking from the plane. Who are you? His gaze settled on Jiang Cheng. Upon recognizing Jiang Cheng, a chill ran down his spine, and he stammered, It's you? What do you want? Are you kidnapping me? Jiang Cheng approached Zhang Yu, towering over him with a gaze reminiscent of one surveying a lifeless body. The oppressive aura emanating from Jiang Cheng instilled a profound sense of dread within Zhang Yu, causing his heart to race with trepidation as he comprehended the severity of the situation. What do you intend to do? I warn you, murder is against the law. Please, don't do anything rash. I beg you, remain calm. Jiang Cheng chuckled indifferently. I mentioned that the next time we meet, I would ensure you remain silent forever. Turning to Wang Sheng, he inquired, How shall we handle this? Young master, there are many ways to die. In Thailand, accidental deaths due to substance abuse are quite common. Drownings, car accidents, falls are all typical occurrences, and handling them is remarkably simple. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Dispose of him. Yes, I will take care of it immediately, Wang Sheng replied respectfully. Zhang Yu's complexion paled further upon hearing their merciless exchange. Fearfully, he pleaded with Jiang Cheng. You can't treat me this way, young Master Jiang. I was wrong. Please let me go. I promise I won't bother Ling Xiao anymore. Please spare me. Before he could finish his plea, a filthy rag was stuffed into his mouth. Jiang Cheng, having lost interest in the subsequent proceedings, departed the location with Wang Sheng and Qing Zhong, heading towards Hung Cheng Company. Jiang Cheng still needed to sign the shares awarded by the system, and today was the perfect opportunity to do so. Due to prior arrangements, he instructed Wang Sheng to drive directly to the company's entrance. Upon arrival, several bodyguards in black suits awaited, alongside a middle-aged man in a floral shirt holding a cigar. The Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance, and Wang Sheng opened the door for Jiang Cheng. As Jiang Cheng stepped out, the middle-aged man swiftly approached and embraced him. Hello, Jiang Cheng, my brother. We have finally awaited your arrival, he exclaimed in halting Chinese. This middle-aged man was Mario, the largest shareholder of Hung Cheng Company. As soon as he finished speaking, the system chimed in with a notification. The system detected a language barrier and rewarded the host with proficiency in Thai. Jiang Cheng, impressed by the system's capabilities, couldn't help but exclaim, Remarkable. Nodding, he grasped Mario's hand and replied in fluent Thai, Big brother Mario, it is a pleasure to meet you. Mario's face lit up with surprise upon hearing Jiang Cheng speak Thai. I didn't expect you to know Thai. I understand a little myself. Cool, me. Let me give you a tour of the company. We will properly welcome you later. Thank you, Big brother Mario. You are too kind. We are brothers, Mario replied. As they conversed, Jiang Cheng scanned Mario with the character scan system. Name, Mario, age, 35, height, 178 centimeters, weight, 85 kilograms, friendliness, 110, lifelong friends. After noting the friendliness value, Jiang Cheng felt reassured. Chapter 78, The Unique Charm of Thailand. After signing the documents for his 20% stake, Mario invited Jiang Cheng to a discreet high-end private club in the area. Come, my brother Jiang Cheng, everything is arranged. Tonight, you will be thoroughly entertained. I frequent this establishment. Not only is the food exquisite, but they also offer a variety of massage services, with both male and female attendants available. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Big brother Mario, you are too gracious. A simple meal will suffice. After all, I am but a naive child. The unique offerings of Thailand were beyond Jiang Cheng's tolerance. Mario burst into laughter, patting Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. Rest assured, you'll surely enjoy it. Your words have me intrigued, Jiang Cheng replied, as Mario treated him to a lavish spread of authentic Thai cuisine. While the food was delectable, Jiang Cheng found himself yearning for the flavors of his homeland. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two individuals proceeded to the spa to indulge in the local specialty massage conducted by beautiful women. When the time was nearly up, Mario turned to the person beside him and said, "Bring them in." Soon, a few young ladies entered, their legs bare, clad only in red bathrobes. Jiang Cheng glanced over and noted that all 6 girls possessed remarkable beauty. "Jiang Cheng, this is a special arrangement just for you. What do you think? Do you fancy any of them? Feel free to choose 2 or 3. They're all pristine and clean," Mario eagerly remarked, casting an expectant glance at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Is this a local specialty, Brother Mario?" He shook his head. "Ordinary folks wouldn't have access to such exquisite company. Regular clients can hardly afford them. I specifically prepared these for you. They're all carefully selected for their beauty and cleanliness. You can choose freely. They're all here of their own volition." As Jiang Cheng surveyed the radiant young women before him, his gaze landed on a girl with straight black bangs. She conformed perfectly to his aesthetic preferences. He activated the character scanning system, and to his satisfaction, the girl with the highest score was indeed her. Name, Jiang Man, age, 19, height, 165 centimeters, beauty score, 96, figure score, 93, literature, 0, privacy, 0, friendliness, 30, stranger status. All the girls possessed a privacy score of 0, which puzzled Jiang Cheng slightly. He pointed to Jiang Man. "I'll take her." Upon realizing she had been chosen, Jiang Man timidly glanced at Jiang Cheng, her eyes reflecting a mix of apprehension and relief at his handsome appearance. Jiang Cheng found himself captivated by her pure, doe-like eyes, and his heart raced unexpectedly. "Damn it, I feel as though I'm falling in love again." "Brother Jiang Cheng, you have a good eye. Jiang Man is quite attractive," Mario chuckled. "Thank you, Brother Mario. I'll have a good chat with her shortly." The women from Thailand typically had a slightly tan complexion, but Jiang Man possessed a fresh, vibrant allure reminiscent of domestic girls, appearing particularly fair among the others. "Haha, my brother, your Thai language skills will serve you well. Besides, what else can they say at night apart from calling out? You truly understand the nuances. It's clear you're an experienced man. All right then, I'll choose 2 more to enjoy myself. I've already prepared the room for you. Stay as long as you wish, just put it on my tab." "That's too generous. I feel embarrassed. Brothers don't need to be so polite. It feels distant to say such things. I'll take you up on that." "Thank you, brother." Seeing Jiang Cheng relent, Mario joyfully wrapped an arm around his shoulder. "That's the spirit. Let us go." Before long, Jiang Cheng and Jiang Man arrived at the suite on the 5th floor. Jiang Man, with her head downcast, appeared anxious as she stood before him in her bathrobe. Noticing her unease, Jiang Cheng patted the space beside him and said, "Sit." "Yes." Jiang Man obediently took a seat beside him. Without uttering a word, Jiang Cheng lifted Jiang Man from the sofa and carried her into the bedroom. An hour later, Jiang Cheng sat up and took a sip of warm water. He noticed Jiang Man swallowing hard as she eyed the glass in his hand. He poured another glass and handed it to her. "Thank you." Jiang Man accepted the water and quickly finished it. Chapter 79. Am I just a stepping stone? Seeing Jiang Cheng leaning against the bed, Jiang Man hesitated before sitting up. "Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you're satisfied with my service?" Jiang Man mustered her courage to inquire. Jiang Cheng was taken aback by her question and nodded naturally. "Quite satisfied. Don't worry, I'll give you a tip when I leave." "That is not what I mean. I don't want a tip." Jiang Man quickly waved her hands. "No tip. What do you mean?" Jiang Cheng looked at her, puzzled. "If you're satisfied with me, could I follow you? I will take good care of you." Jiang Cheng scrutinized her words. "Why would you want to follow me?" Mario mentioned that these girls came here of their own accord. "I know many women in Thailand engage in this line of work, much like in Sakura country. Isn't it all for the money?" Jiang Cheng was not the type to feel obligated to keep someone who willingly sold themselves. After all, she had chosen this path herself. He had no interest in such transactions. It was merely a financial exchange. He had been satisfied with the experience, having already compensated her. "I don't want to stay here. From now on, I will no longer be whole. Starting tomorrow, I will begin to accept clients. And I don't wish for that." Jiang Cheng shook his head, pondering whether she viewed him as a mere stepping stone, reminiscent of the ancient brothel practices of redeeming oneself. Though Jiang Man was indeed a novice, her skills were surprisingly adept, especially during the more intimate moments. Her movements were fluid and practiced, suggesting either extensive experience or specialized training. Initially, Jiang Cheng had treated her with utmost tenderness. However, As Jiang Man began to take the initiative, he sensed a shift. Charitably speaking, she was authentic. Less charitably, she was merely a fade of innocence. Even if Jiang Cheng had chosen someone else, Jiang Man would likely pose the same question. The reason for this was clear. Only those with financial means could afford to engage with women like her. Following such individuals would surely be more advantageous than soliciting clients. In the end, Jiang Cheng provided her with a modest tip at market rate, exchanging pleasantries with Mario before departing. I haven't explored Thailand yet. Show me around. Jiang Cheng instructed Wang Sheng. Certainly, young master. At this hour, if you wish to explore, you could visit the local night market. There are many shops and snacks that showcase local flavor, Wang Sheng suggested. All right, let us go. As Jiang Cheng strolled leisurely, he observed the night market, bustling with an array of seafood and tropical fruits. Suddenly, he heard a small child's voice, "Mama, let go of me." His keen hearing alerted him to two men covering the mouth of a 5-year-old girl, attempting to abduct her. Jiang Cheng quickly approached, signaling Wang Sheng with a glance. In no time, the two men were subdued by them. Upon noticing Wang Sheng and Qing Zhong brandishing firearms, the assailants raised their hands in surrender, paralyzed by fear. Leaving the crowded night market, they found a quieter corner. Jiang Cheng turned to the little girl. "What is your name? Why are you alone?" "My name is Annie. Big brother. Thank you for saving me. I came with my mom, and when she wouldn't let me try the raw cuttlefish, I ran away when she wasn't looking." Jiang Cheng regarded the adorably innocent girl with a bemused smile. "Do you know your mother's phone number?" Annie nodded and provided her mother's phone number to Jiang Cheng. He promptly dialed, and her mother answered quickly. "Hello, is this Annie's mother?" Chapter 80. In XIN, after relaying their location, Jiang Cheng hung up the phone. Annie remained close, clinging to Jiang Cheng's pants in fear. "Handsome brother, I'm a little scared. Can you hold me? I'm afraid of being taken away by bad people." Jiang Cheng crouched down and gently ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, brother is here watching over you. No one will dare to take you." Annie nodded, feeling shy as she said, "Brother, you're so handsome. Even more so than my favorite movie star." Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. "How old are you? You're already chasing stars at such a young age?" Annie proudly nodded. "Of course, I'm almost 6 years old. I liked Brother Wang Junkai when I was 5. My mother even got his autograph for my birthday gift. But I must tell you secretly, I think you are even more handsome than him. Our children today, so precocious? No wonder they are so mischievous." Just as Jiang Cheng finished speaking, a woman in a white suit with slightly curled hair hurriedly approached them, her black high heels clicking against the ground. Upon seeing the woman, Annie immediately ran towards her. Mom, I'm over here." The moment the woman spotted Annie, she squatted down and embraced her tightly, tears streaming down her face. After releasing Annie, she playfully smacked her bottom twice, then pulled her into her arms again, crying and scolding, "You little rascal. I told you not to run off, and you still did. Do you know how long I've been searching for you? Thankfully, you're fine. What would I have done if something happened to you?" At that moment, Annie realized her mistake, pouting and crying as she replied, "Mom, I want to do it again. Please don't cry. I know I was wrong. Are you all right? Let me see." Annie shook her head and said to the woman, "I'm fine. Luckily, this handsome brother helped me, or I wouldn't have found you. You mustn't run off again. This isn't our home country. It's very dangerous here." After the woman held Annie for a while, she stood up and walked towards Jiang Cheng. "Hello, I'm an XIN. Thank you, sir, for calling me. I truly appreciate it," an XIN said, her excitement making her a bit incoherent. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but voice his thoughts as he observed the touching reunion of mother and child. "Miss an XIN, although this time it ended without incident. I must remind you to keep a close eye on your child. Not every situation will end so fortunately. If it weren't for me tonight, who knows what could have happened to this little one." Every time Jiang Cheng sees news about abducted children, he feels compelled to scold those negligent parents, especially those guardians who are too engrossed in their phones to pay attention to their children. When a child goes missing, they wail in despair. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Who can they blame but themselves? An XIN felt her face flush as Jiang Cheng reprimanded her. She knew it was indeed her responsibility for not watching over Annie. Feeling embarrassed, she bowed to Jiang Cheng and gratefully said, "You're right. It's my fault. I will definitely keep a better eye on her next time." "Don't blame my mom. It was my fault," Annie chimed in, trying to appease Jiang Cheng. Wang Xing chose to remain silent after that. However, everyone present, except for Annie, was acutely aware of the implications. Such incidents frequently occur in Thailand and other countries. There are often reports of girls being harassed on public transport, and shockingly, some men even target cows late at night. Overall, these two countries are exceedingly outrageous. Upon hearing this, an XIN's face turned pale. Trembling, she asked Jiang Cheng, "Are you saying that little girl was Annie?" Immediately after, she picked up Annie and began checking her all over. Annie tugged at an accent, signaling her to calm down, "Mom, what's wrong? I'm fine. This brother came to save me when they tried to take me away." An XIN was now terrified and resumed scolding Annie. "Do you know how dangerous that was? What if no one had rescued you? If something happened to you, I wouldn't be able to live." Annie wiped away an XIN's tears and assured her mom. It won't happen again. After hugging Annie for a while longer, an XIN then solemnly bowed to Jiang Cheng, saying, "Thank you for saving Annie. I thought she had just gotten lost, not that something so terrifying was happening. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Jiang Cheng nodded at an accent, then turned to Wang Sheng, his gaze icy as he spoke in Thai. "Dispose of such scum who even preys on children." "Yes," Wang Sheng replied, before turning to leave. An XIN's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment, but she looked at Jiang Cheng with immense gratitude. "I've already called for someone. I shouldn't have brought her out alone tonight. I thought it would just be a simple outing, so I didn't bring my bodyguard. I didn't expect something like this to happen." Jiang Cheng nodded. "This place is not as safe as our home country. Indeed, I initially didn't want to bring her to Thailand, but she insisted. I thought this lively market would be safe, but I was wrong. May I ask how to address you?" "I'm Jiang Cheng. Mr. Jiang, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" An XIN suggested, referring to a place in Rongqing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng activated his character scanning system. Name, an XN, age, 26, height, 168 centimeters, appearance, 93, figure, 94, privacy, friendliness, 70, closed state. After reviewing the system details, he noted the privacy score of 1. Chapter 81, Father's Tactics. Jiang Cheng took a careful look at an accent. Her attire suggested she was quite affluent. She carried a second-generation Muchuan by Hermes bag worth approximately $500,000, wore a nearly $300,000 Audemars Piguet Royal Oak offshore ladies' watch. And her clothing was unidentifiable, while her high heels were from Valentino. The total cost of her ensemble was close to $1 million. She was undoubtedly a wealthy woman. Jiang Cheng nodded and exchanged WeChat contacts with an XIN. When her bodyguard arrived, Wang Sheng had already dealt with the situation. After thoroughly checking on Annie again, an XIN asked her to recount the entire incident in detail. After listening, she found nothing suspicious. One of the bodyguards inquired, "Miss, should we investigate that man from earlier?" An XIN pondered for a moment and shook her head. "No need. After all, he saved Annie, and it would be rude to investigate someone without cause. Besides, Mr. Jiang seems extraordinary. Although he spoke Thai to his subordinate, I understand Thai and recognize his commands. A young man with such influence in Thailand, especially from our Huaxia, is surely not an ordinary person." The next morning, Jiang Cheng boarded a flight to Tianfu. Meanwhile, the items he purchased in Modu had already been shipped to Tianfu Airport. Upon disembarking, Jiang Cheng had already informed his parents. Unfortunately, when he arrived home, Li Yin and Jiang Jianmin were both absent, leaving him a voice message to handle dinner himself. Jiang Cheng stared at the message in disbelief and sent a few question marks in response. Moments later, the two walked in, laughing and chatting. Seeing Jiang Cheng, Li Yin and Jiang Jianmin simultaneously assessed him from head to toe. "We had a company dinner that couldn't be postponed. Have you eaten dinner?" "I ordered takeout." Jiang Jianmin noticed several large gift boxes on the table and asked, "What is this?" "Gifts I bought for you. Do you like them?" Jiang Jianmin remarked, "You little rascal, showing off just because you have some money." Despite his words, he swiftly opened a Patek Philippe box. The 2 Chanel bags went unnoticed. In contrast, Li Yin quickly grabbed a Chanel bag, sat on the nearby sofa, and eagerly tore open the packaging. "Look at this. Your son has a better gift selection than you. These 2 bags are stunning. I can show them off at work tomorrow." Suddenly caught in the crossfire, Jiang Jianming cast a fleeting glare at Jiang Cheng, muttering to himself, "You little rascal, always stealing my thunder." Upon unveiling the Patek Philippe men's watch, Jiang Cheng's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. As an avid enthusiast of luxury timepieces, he recognized this particular model as one worth millions. Li Yin, noticing a peculiar expression on Jiang Cheng's face, inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like it? How much is this watch?" Jiang Cheng quickly masked his emotions, shaking his head while responding, "Oh, it's not much, just over 100,000. Li Yin shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Cheng and scolded Jiang Cheng. "Over 100,000 is quite substantial. Your son is still so young. He gave you this gift with heartfelt intentions. You shouldn't act so disdainfully." Jiang Cheng exchanged a knowing look with Jiang Cheng and cleared his throat, saying, "Well, take a look at yours. He bought you one too, which must be worth far more than mine, probably over 500,000. Seizing the moment while Li Yin admired her watch, Jiang Cheng swiftly swapped his Rolex for the Patek Philippe gifted by Jiang Cheng. Aware of his father's subtle tactics, Jiang Cheng thought to himself that if Li Yin discovered the watch he had purchased for Jiang Cheng was over $1 million, his father would certainly not be allowed to wear it. Li Yin picked up the watch, her face alight with surprise. "Did I not tell you to purchase something more affordable? Why go for something so extravagant? You really shouldn't have spent so much on me. How could you expect your father to react otherwise?" Jiang Cheng, caught in the crossfire, could only nod. "I honestly didn't think too much about it when buying. I'll be more mindful next time. By the way, when I bought the watch, they tossed in a women's perfume silk scarf, 6 cufflinks, and a keychain. You too can sort those out. I just want the scarf. The rest can go to your father." Li Yin chuckled. Jiang Cheng continued to fidget with the Patek Philippe while maintaining an outward demeanor of jealousy. "Next time, don't buy so much. Your mother appreciates your thoughtfulness. Save some for your future wife. Tonight, our unit is having a gathering, and several of my colleagues have daughters who are single. Perhaps I can introduce you," Li Yin said excitedly. After Jiang Cheng slipped away, he patted Jiang Cheng on the back. "You mustn't be upset with your son. Men often have little to offer in terms of gifts. It's the thought that counts. Money isn't everything." Jiang Cheng, feigning reluctance, nodded. "Understood. I'm wearing it, aren't I? It's a gift for my son, so of course I must wear it." Back in his room, Jiang Cheng picked up his phone and reconnected to the online game. The moment he logged in, he encountered an opponent and was swiftly eliminated. Jiang Cheng was at a loss for words. This Guan Yu was exceptionally formidable, despite his brief absence from the game. Naturally, his teammates began to berate him. "Is this Luna? She went AFK earlier, and now she comes back only to feed the enemy." Jiang Cheng glanced at the one chastising him, a mid-lane mage named Ji Huowu. With a smile, he opened a chat box and typed to everyone, "Hey, Guan Yu, if you feed me a kill, I'll give you $100. The more you feed, the more I'll transfer." Guan Yu, not missing a beat, responded quickly. Jiang Cheng switched screens and sent over 500. "Received. You're a legend. I'll be right there." Guan Yu promptly delivered a kill right to Jiang Cheng. After collecting the bounty, Jiang Cheng typed, "Whoever takes down our mid laner will get $100 per kill. Let's go." "Got it. On my way to mid." Ji Huowu, helplessly watching the opposing team, was bombarded with questions. Initially skeptical, she finally broke down after being killed 3 times. "You brainless fool. How can you keep dying in a game?" Especially after Guan Yu, having pocketed Jiang Cheng's 500, became excessively cordial. "Ji Huowu, why does your tone remind me of my son? Do you believe the internet is a lawless land? Mind your words around my big brother." Guan Yu, though reluctant, felt compelled to reciprocate. Jiang Cheng had sent her 1,000. It felt wrong not to contribute something. After several rounds of insults, Ji Huowu finally logged off. Post-logout, Guan Yu sent a message. "Luna, want a duo queue for the next match? I'm a gaming streamer with great skills. I can assist you in the jungle." Guan Yu is a somewhat well-known gaming streamer, and Jiang Cheng's earlier display of wealth had invigorated her stream, attracting substantial traffic. Jiang Cheng had no objections. Having someone support him in the game was a welcome advantage. And Guan Yu's skills were indeed commendable. "Streamer? Which one?" "Douyu streamer, named Xiao Xiao Su. Let us play together next time." "Sure thing, big shot. I'll invite you shortly." Without a doubt, thanks to his financial prowess, Jiang Cheng effortlessly secured victory in the next match. Xiao Xiao Su indeed sent him an invitation afterward, and she made no mention of the head donations, simply crouching in the bushes to assist Jiang Cheng. After 3 successful matches, Jiang Cheng bid her farewell and logged off. Once offline, Jiang Cheng opened Douyu live streaming, where he still had 50,000 fish fins left from his previous donation to Xiao Yinin. Searching for Xiao Xiao Su's stream, he discovered she was an adorably charming young girl, with her stream boasting an impressive heat of 500,000, far surpassing the smaller streamer Xiao Yinin. Activating the character scanning system, he noted, name, Xiaokuku age, 19, height, 163 centimeters, attractiveness, 93, figure, 95, privacy, 0, friendliness, 40, stranger status. Jiang Cheng promptly sent her 5 super rockets. Xiao Xiao Su, noticing the generous donation, quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Ding Hai Shenzhen, for the 5 super rockets. Viewers in the stream immediately reacted, wow. Ding Hai Shenzhen, hasn't he been around for a while? And now he is here to see Xiao Xiao Su? Oh, not watching Xiao Mei anymore? Guess she has already secured her audience. Xiao Xiao Su, recalling who Ding Hai Shenzhen was, exclaimed, oh, you are the big shot who recently donated 250,000. In awe, she continued, welcome, Ding Hai Shenzhen. Say a word, and I'll give you a special title. Jiang Cheng typed, thanks for being my bush support. I'm logging off now. Goodbye. After sending the message, he exited the stream. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao Su was left astounded, covering her mouth in disbelief. Wow, I can't believe I matched with a wealthy player during the game. Turns out, the big shot plays King of Glory too. Suddenly, I feel like we have more in common. Wake up, everyone. The big shot plays a game, and each head is worth 100. Chapter 83. Self-reliance. The next morning, Jiang Cheng awoke to find his kitchen devoid of food. In disbelief, he grabbed his phone and messaged Li Yin, Mom, where's breakfast? Previously, when Li Yin neglected to prepare breakfast, she would leave him $100 to buy some. Now, she was utterly unreserved. Jiang Cheng shook his head in exasperation and opened the food delivery app. After placing his order, he began scrolling through his social media feed. The first post he encountered was from Zhou Jiyun, lamenting, I'm sorry, I've been overly sentimental with my longing. Frowning, Jiang Cheng clicked on Zhou Jiyun's profile, only to be met with a barrage of overly emotional posts that left him with a headache. I shall continue to smile unabashedly before you. Yet afterward, I have grown accustomed to solitude. I can utter it's fine even in moments of great pain, and I can declare it doesn't matter when engulfed in sorrow. After Jiang Cheng posted, he continued to scroll down and saw Zhou Ying had shared a flight ticket from Mo to Tianfu. Judging by the time, she should have nearly arrived. Jiang Cheng sent a private message to Zhou Ying. After 5 minutes, she replied, I just got home. Is Thailand enjoyable? I visited once in my childhood. This is one of the aspects Jiang Cheng greatly admires about Zhou Ying. She is unpretentious and considerate of others' feelings. Interacting with her is effortless, devoid of pressure. However, such a girl also signifies a deeply sensitive heart, one that requires Jiang Cheng's tender care. So soon, just for a day? Yes, I'm currently in Tianfu. Shall we dine together tonight? Zhou Ying took a while before responding. I have plans tonight. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? That sounds good. It's a deal. Jiang Cheng drove straight to Taigu Li, parked his car across from his store, and proceeded inside. In Tianfu, there's a little parking trick. If you drive an ordinary sedan, you must obediently park in the underground garage. However, if you drive a Porsche 918 like Jiang Cheng, you can park anywhere, even in spots marked as no parking, as the security guard will conveniently turn a blind eye. Inside the store, Jiang Cheng casually made his selections and completed his purchases within 10 minutes. He adhered to a simple criterion: choose garments that are both straightforward and visually appealing. The primary reason for this haste was the absence of price concerns, allowing him to spend little time deliberating. After settling the bill and placing the clothes in his car, he was ready to find a nearby restaurant for dinner. At that moment, a Porsche 911 parked diagonally across the entrance. A dapper man clad in a suit and tie emerged and briskly approached the passenger side. Eagerly opening the door, a pair of long, snow-white legs stepped out, revealing a woman clad in a simple white dress. The figure-hugging attire accentuated her exquisite curves perfectly. As she appeared, the nearby security personnel and passing crowd were instantly captivated by her presence. Some male bloggers, engrossed in capturing her beauty, inadvertently kicked a nearby pillar, causing them to crouch in pain while calling out for their parents. Heavens, she is stunning. Is she a celebrity? Coming to Tai Guli was indeed the right choice. Even if she's not a star, she could be an internet sensation. Her figure is impeccable. Jiang Cheng merely glanced at the scene before turning to leave when suddenly, the young man dropped to one knee and exclaimed, "Zhou Ying, will you be my girlfriend?" Hearing that name, Jiang Cheng's expression shifted, and he turned to observe closely. Indeed, the girl was Zhou Ying. "Wang Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhou Ying looked around awkwardly, frowning at Wang Yuan, clearly taken aback by his unexpected gesture. "I have liked you for a long time, since our school days. I know I wasn't worthy of you back then, but now I believe I can bring you happiness. Will you agree?" After this declaration, the young man retrieved a delicate box from his pocket and opened it to reveal a glimmering platinum diamond necklace. As Wang Yuan knelt, a crowd began to gather, drawn by the unfolding drama. "Look, is someone proposing? My goodness, a Porsche 911. That car must cost over $1 million. What a romantic gesture from this wealthy gentleman. Please, Wang Yuan, don't do this. Get up. Everyone is watching," Zhou Ying said, her discomfort palpable as the crowd grew. Yet, Wang Yuan, buoyed by the crowd's admiration, felt no shame. "Zhou Ying, do you not like this necklace? I heard girls adore shiny things, so I chose this for you. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can even commission a unique diamond ring for you." His words stirred further excitement among the onlookers. "How romantic. If someone treated me like that, I would say yes immediately. I heard that a man can only customize one exclusive ring in his lifetime. That necklace must be worth tens of thousands. I envy her. Wang Yuan, I only see you as a friend. Please stand up," Zhou Ying said, her tone darkening with displeasure. "Zhou Ying, I understand you might be taken aback. Take your time to consider," Wang Yuan replied, sporting a grin tinged with confidence. He thought, "This necklace cost me 38,000. Previously, Zhou Ying might have dismissed such an item. But now, 38,000 is not a trivial sum for her. Moreover, a well-off gentleman whose family runs a business, am more than suitable for her." Wang Yuan was confident he could win Zhou Ying's heart, even if she appeared hesitant. He interpreted it as a strategic ploy to elude him. After all, it takes time for a beauty to acknowledge someone she once deemed inferior. Other women in the vicinity watched Wang Yuan, a seemingly refined rogue with generous gestures, their hearts fluttering. In the eyes of ordinary people, a man driving a million-yuan Porsche and gifting a necklace worth several thousand is indeed a rare and desirable catch. He epitomizes the ideal Prince Charming in many girls' fantasies. Alas, Zhou Ying was not among those captivated. She had known Wang Yuan since childhood, as their families were acquainted. Hence, she had agreed to accompany him today. However, she never anticipated that he would choose to create such a spectacle in public. "Wang Yuan, if you continue like this, I will leave." Zhou Ying's expression darkened further as Wang Yuan refused to rise. She had subtly hinted several times, yet he remained stubbornly kneeling. It was evident he sought to pressure her, aiming to make her feel reluctant to reject him in front of the crowd. "Wait, Zhou Ying, I have a surprise for you that you will surely love." With that, Wang Yuan clapped his hands, believing himself to be exceedingly charming. Immediately, several individuals emerged from the side, some holding flowers, others brandishing signs, while one strummed a guitar. A girl bearing a large bouquet of roses handed them to Wang Yuan, who then raised a glowing sign that read "Say Yes." Moments later, a group began serenading Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan with a quirky love song. "I love you, loving you, just like a mouse loves rice. No matter the storms, I will continue to love you." As this nostalgic internet love song filled the air, Zhou Ying felt utterly exasperated. One girl, particularly bold, exclaimed, "Heavens, this is the most romantic pursuit I have ever witnessed. Handsome, if she declines, I am willing. I'm not lacking in looks." The moment those shameless words escaped her lips, her boyfriend, visibly upset, retorted, "What are you saying? Have you forgotten you have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing his words, the girl became even more animated. "You dare say that? After all this time together, you have never surprised me. Look at others, with their 99 roses and love songs. And you? Aside from treating me to a 6 yuan spicy hot pot, what else have you given me? Let us break up." With that, the girl turned on her heels in a fit of anger. The boy, witnessing her departure, angrily insulted Wang Yuan. "What a pathetic guy. Just change your location and you can customize multiple rings. What are you pretending to be so deep for? Miss, do not be deceived. After saying this, the boy also turned to leave. Wang Yuan, feeling frustrated that his plans were disrupted by two lunatics, suppressed the urge to curse and turned to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, don't listen to him. He is just jealous of my wealth. Someone like me is worthy of you. Promise me, if you agree, you won't have to work anymore, and I will give you 50,000 yuan as pocket money every month. With that, Wang Yuan immediately flashed a charming smile, filled with confidence. Seeing his overwhelming self-assurance, Zhou Ying couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. Although 50,000 yuan might seem substantial to ordinary people, Zhou Ying had experienced much in life. Despite her family's fallen fortune, the allure of 50,000 yuan was nearly non-existent for her. The key issue was Wang Yuan's attitude, which always carried an implicit sense of superiority, making Zhou Ying profoundly uncomfortable. Wang Yuan was aware that he appeared somewhat ostentatious before Zhou Ying. However, in the past, he had no right to be arrogant in her presence. Now it was different, like a poor man suddenly coming into wealth. He could not help but indulge in ostentatious spending. Wang Yuan now possessed the means to flaunt before Zhou Ying, and he found himself unable to restrain his smugness. Just then, the system chimed with a notification. System has issued a special mission. Option 1. Become a bystander like everyone else and receive a truckload of premium fruits and a record book of the internet's most sensational gossip. Option 2. Help Zhou Ying out of her predicament and receive a consumption critical hit card and a misfortune card. Jiang Cheng glanced at the choices before him, realizing the system was up to something. What choice to make? Last time he used a food cashback card, he received an astonishing 200 million in return. This time, the consumption critical hit card clearly promised an even greater cashback multiplier. Jiang Cheng promptly selected the second option. After making his choice, he casually plucked a few red, yellow, and blue flowers from the roadside flower bed. Holding a dozen wildflowers, he approached Zhou Ying. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued to cheer loudly for Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan, chanting, "Agree to him! Agree to him!" At that moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared, stepping confidently between Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan, casually handing the flowers to Zhou Ying. "Miss, if you do not fancy roses, perhaps you would like these flowers? If you like them, would you consider being my girlfriend?" With Jiang Cheng's arrival, the crowd fell silent. Wow, this guy is bold, but he doesn't even compare. After all, the other guy brought 99 roses. Indeed, and their SA diamond necklace too. This guy shows no sincerity whatsoever. Look at his flowers, some are wilted. Is he joking? Clearly, Jiang Cheng's actions did not win over the onlookers. Wang Yuan stood up in disbelief, clearly not taking Jiang Cheng seriously. After all, he believed his 38,000 yuan necklace, combined with the 1,000+ yuan atmosphere group he hired, overshadowed Jiang Cheng's few wildflowers. Once Wang Yuan made a statement, the crowd nodded in agreement. While they acknowledged Jiang Cheng's good looks, physical charm paled in comparison to wealth. One flaunted extravagance and drove a luxury car, while the other was frugal, holding a few wildflowers. The contrast was stark. Any rational person would choose Wang Yuan, instead of feeling threatened by Jiang Cheng's appearance. Wang Yuan felt that Jiang Cheng was merely offering him a helping hand. He stepped forward once more, holding the flowers in a greasy manner, and said to Zhou Ying, "Zhou Ying, just give in to me. Stop resisting." Wang Yuan, with an oily expression, recited what he thought were powerful words of a domineering CEO, feeling quite secure in his position. However, to his surprise, Zhou Ying not only rejected him, but took the flowers from Jiang Cheng's hand instead. She smiled sweetly at Jiang Cheng. "Thank you, I really like these flowers." As Zhou Ying smiled, the air around them seemed to sweeten. The onlooking boys felt as if they had fallen in love at that moment. Damn, she's a goddess, choosing love over material wealth. I have come to believe in love again. So there are indeed those who would rather cry on a bicycle than laugh in a sports car? This girl must have a penchant for self-torture. Chapter 86. I cannot solve this problem. What a keen eye. These are just flowers I picked casually, and the colors were chosen to match, Jiang Cheng said with a grin. Seeing Jiang Cheng's playful demeanor, Zhou Ying covered her mouth and laughed. "You've worked hard. I truly like them." Witnessing their flirtation, Wang Yuan's heart shattered into pieces. What nonsense! All my efforts are wasted on Zhou Ying. Yet Jiang Cheng's wildflowers won her over. Wang Yuan, unable to contain his frustration, looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "No, I cannot solve this problem. After that outburst, Wang Yuan, still not ready to give up, turned to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, I'll give you one more chance. You must be lying to me, right? With that, Wang Yuan forced a crooked smile at her. Seeing his greasy smile, Zhou Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Wang Yuan, thank you, but I really do not need your opportunity. Buddy, I'm not criticizing you, but she has said this many times already. She just doesn't want to embarrass you. In life, one must be a bit more carefree. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Jiang Cheng patted Wang Yuan's shoulder and said. Wang Yuan, perceiving Jiang Cheng's words as genuine advice, felt his face twitch. Damn it, he is stealing my girlfriend and acting so arrogant. Listen, don't cause trouble. Just leave here. Okay. You cannot provide Zhou Ying with happiness. Jiang Cheng, hearing Wang Yuan's words, was taken aback. What do you mean I can't give her happiness? Do you know what Zhou Ying's monthly living expenses used to be? 50,000. Can you afford that? Despite her family's decline, she remains a beautiful young lady in my eyes. If she's with me, I will give her 50,000 yuan as pocket money every month. Can you match that? Can you take her in a luxury car? Can you buy her a necklace? Can you give her 99 roses? As he spoke, Wang Yuan began to raise his voice in questioning Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng shook his head at Wang Yuan. But has she accepted what you've given her? He then turned to Zhou Ying. Do you like those things? Zhou Ying considered and replied, it depends on who gives them. What if I were to give them to you? Jiang Cheng asked with keen interest. Of course I would like them. Zhou Ying replied playfully, nodding her head. Wang Yuan felt as though he might vomit blood. Yet he still could not believe that a guy emerging from the roadside could contest for Zhou Ying. Let us do this. I will give you 100,000. Just leave Zhou Ying alone. Buddy, are you out of your mind? Jiang Cheng burst into laughter. What is so funny? Don't believe me? Do you know how much my car costs? Wang Yuan boasted about his newly acquired luxury vehicle, which he had begged his parents for years to buy, having just picked it up last month. He had to show off to everyone. Wow, a Porsche 911, impressive. A luxury car. Jiang Cheng teased. I didn't expect you to have such an eye. This one with added features costs over $1 million. What about you? Do you have a car? Are you able to afford such an expensive car? Wang Yuan remarked, his face brimming with pride. At that moment, the client manager rushed out of the store, carrying a bag. Upon exiting, she quickly surveyed her surroundings and, upon spotting Jiang Cheng, hurried over. She respectfully bowed to Jiang Cheng and said, I apologize, Mr. Jiang, but it seems I forgot to include a belt with your purchase. Jiang Cheng glanced at the bag in the client manager's hand and casually nodded. Oh, that's fine. Please place it in that car over there. After saying this, he retrieved the key to his Porsche and pressed a button, prompting a beeping sound from a nearby vehicle. Everyone turned to look, and their breath was momentarily taken away. My goodness, a Porsche 918. Wow, that car is also a Porsche. No wonder that girl agreed to him. It turns out they're both owners of luxury vehicles. It seems like a love triangle. There are indeed many wealthy individuals. Don't speak carelessly. Although both are Porsches, one is a 911 and the other a 918. And the price difference is more than tenfold. What? Is that car that expensive? Chapter 87. A complete defeat. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly at the sight of Wang Yuan, who was gaping in disbelief, and patted his shoulder, saying, So, buddy, what do you think? Isn't this car quite impressive? Wang Yuan wore an expression akin to that of someone who had just eaten something unpleasant and managed to force a smile. It's quite nice. Reflecting on how he had just been boasting in front of Jiang Cheng moments ago, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. He realized he had lost, and thoroughly at that. Observing Wang Yuan's defeated demeanor, Jiang Cheng lost interest in continuing the banter. He turned to Zhou Ying and said, This beautiful lady, would you like to join me for a meal? Sure, Zhou Ying replied, walking over and naturally wrapping her arm around Jiang Cheng's. Wang Yuan remained alone, feeling dejected as he squatted on the ground. In the private room of a Japanese restaurant, Jiang Cheng inquired of Zhou Ying, So, you had plans tonight because you were on a date? I hope I didn't cause you any trouble earlier. Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Cheng with a smile and shook her head. Of course not. I was with my mother visiting an old friend, who happens to be Wang Yuan's family. They insisted we come out to have some fun, and I couldn't refuse. I didn't expect Wang Yuan to behave like that once we arrived. Jiang Cheng nodded and feigned a wounded expression. I was rather upset when I first saw it. I thought you turned me down because of him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying's face flushed slightly. In that moment, she couldn't discern whether Jiang Cheng was being sincere or jesting. Jiang Cheng, you still love to joke. I remember you were quite popular in class. I didn't realize the goddess was keeping an eye on me. Jiang Cheng chuckled. You? Invisible? Zhou Ying, you truly underestimate yourself. If you were merely ordinary in appearance, perhaps you could claim to be invisible, but with your looks, you were quite conspicuous in class. Zhou Ying shook her head in disagreement, although I looked decent. I wasn't as popular as you say, and not many pursued me. You never pursued me either. That's because we were all young and insecure. Goddesses are only to be admired from afar, not approached. Is that so? And what about you? Zhou Ying asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Jiang Cheng cleared his throat and replied earnestly, I went to school to study, not to date. I'm different from everyone else. After their meal, the two strolled through Taiku Li. I haven't been here in a long time. The changes are remarkable, Zhou Ying remarked. I haven't really shopped here before, to be honest. This is my first visit. Haven't you come with your girlfriend? Zhou Ying inquired cautiously, aware that Jiang Cheng had a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's inner playboy instinct stirred, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Actually, Zhao Jia and I generally just chat on WeChat, and we've already broken up. Jiang Cheng noted Zhou Ying's friendliness score at 78 points and was surprised at how slowly it had increased. However, this was understandable. The allure of wealth likely did not impact Zhou Ying as profoundly. I see, but you're handsome and wealthy. Logically, there should be many girls who like you, right? Whether they like me or not, I cannot say. I was focused on studying before, and apart from paying attention to you, I didn't think much about others. Jiang Cheng replied. Zhou Ying's cheeks flushed again upon hearing this. Noticing her shyness, Jiang Cheng refrained from teasing her further. As they approached a Cartier boutique, Jiang Cheng naturally took Zhou Ying's hand and led her inside. Suddenly, Zhou Ying's heart raced as Jiang Cheng held her hand. She attempted to gently pull away, but Jiang Cheng showed no intention of letting go. Therefore, Zhou Ying remained silent, appearing bashful as she allowed Jiang Cheng to lead her. The Cartier store in Taiku Li was exquisitely decorated in a minimalist yet upscale style. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows combined with brilliant lighting showcased the array of dazzling jewelry on display. Upon seeing the tall, handsome man accompanied by a stunning girl enter the store, the sales associate immediately approached them. Observing their confident demeanor, she instantly perceived them as potential clients. Just as they stepped into the Cartier boutique, the dream realization system chimed in with a notification. Option 1. Purchase a gift for Zhou Ying and receive 5 shopping cashback cards, each with a maximum balance of 500,000. Option 2. Pretend to browse and receive a 9 yuan, 9-cent shipping iron chicken. Jiang Cheng stared in disbelief at the system's prompt. It was clear to anyone with a modicum of intelligence which option to choose. Chapter 88. The playbook of a scoundrel at that moment. The Cartier store was not bustling with customers. In fact, with Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying added, there were only 4 clients in total. Zhou Ying quietly followed Jiang Cheng, calmly admiring the jewelry in the display cases. Hello, sir, madam. How may I assist you? Jiang Cheng pointed to a necklace above and asked Zhou Ying, which one do you like? Zhou Ying was taken aback, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Cheng as she responded, You're asking me? Didn't you say that if I received a gift from you, I would like it? Jiang Cheng countered with a playful grin. I was just joking. Zhou Ying was fully aware of how expensive Cartier was. I wasn't joking. I'm being serious, Jiang Cheng said, gazing at her with sincerity. Zhou Ying felt a strong urge to withdraw her hand, but Jiang Cheng's grip remained firm. Glancing at the female sales associate beside her, Zhou Ying noticed her staring at Jiang Cheng with an infatuated expression. Internally, she couldn't help but scoff. A wealthy and handsome man attracts admiration wherever he goes. Seeing that Zhou Ying had yet to make a selection, Jiang Cheng skipped over the less expensive options and pointed to a newly released Cartier cheetah necklace. Crafted from 18K gold, valued at 80,000. Sir, you have a great eye. This Cartier Cheetah Series necklace is made of gold, black lacquer, and is adorned with 1 savorite garnet and 19 round brilliant cut diamonds, totaling 0.07 carats. It's a classic piece from our new collection and looks exquisite when worn. The sales associate quickly retrieved the necklace, and Zhou Ying politely tried it on. Jiang Cheng watched as the delicate little cheetah rested on Zhou Ying's graceful collarbone, his gaze lingering. He nodded in satisfaction. It suits you perfectly. Zhou Ying agreed. It really is quite beautiful. Jiang Cheng surveyed the various styles within the store, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he perused the selections. Even the timepieces from this establishment were not particularly exorbitant. Ultimately, he could only manage to select a women's watch priced at $230,000, along with a bracelet exceeding $80,000 and a pair of earrings costing over $8,000. When he swiped his card, he barely managed to accumulate a total of $400,000. The female sales associate nearby, observing Jiang Cheng's cheerful demeanor during payment, felt a surge of envy. Once Jiang Cheng departed, she immediately engaged in discussion with another female associate. Boyfriends from other families never disappoint. Did you see how happy he was while paying? In contrast, that girl looked utterly reluctant. Indeed, he is handsome and generous. Why haven't we encountered such a man? Typically, it's the girls who drag the boys into spending, and when it comes time to settle the bill, those boys always wear pained expressions. It's rare to see someone so pleased while paying. Look at him. He specifically chose the expensive items. I envy you. Your commission must have increased significantly this month. What these two were unaware of was that Jiang Cheng's smile during payment stemmed from utilizing a cashback shopping card, garnering a rebate of 50 times the amount, equating to 20 million. He had not only purchased gifts for Zhou Ying, but had also enjoyed substantial savings. So how could his mood be anything but splendid? With 4 cashback cards remaining, Zhou Ying, however, expressed her unwillingness to shop any further, refusing to spend Jiang Cheng's money. Her reluctance to view Jiang Cheng as a mere benefactor only elevated his regard for her. He escorted Zhou Ying to the entrance of an old residential complex. Which floor do you live on? It seems there's no elevator in this building, Jiang Cheng remarked, peering inside, noting the building's age, clearly over 20 years. This was bought by my father when he was young. It's been decades. We've mortgaged all the other properties. This is all that remains. No elevator. We live on the 5th floor. Jiang Cheng nodded. Shall I help you up? Reluctantly releasing Zhou Ying's hand, he added, please walk slowly. All right. Zhou Ying shyly waved goodbye to Jiang Cheng before turning to enter her home. Upon her arrival, Fang Yuan rose from the sofa. At only 38, Fang Yuan appeared remarkably youthful, hardly resembling Zhou Ying's mother. Inga, how did it go? She asked eagerly. What do you mean by how did it go? Wang Yuan. How was your date? Mom, I don't like him. Zhou Ying replied with a grimace at the mention of Wang Yuan. Fang Yuan, quick to notice the Cartier shopping bag in Zhou Ying's hand, chuckled lightly. If you don't like him, why are you carrying his gift? It's not from him. It's from a classmate. A classmate? Inger, I'm not criticizing you, but while Wang Yuan may not compare to our family's past, you know our current situation. Your father is gone, leaving us with substantial debts. Although I'm not particularly fond of Wang Yuan, we have no choice. They've said that if you get together with him, they'll help us settle the debts. And since our families know each other well, I feel more at ease. I truly don't want to keep hiding. As she spoke, Fang Yuan snatched the shopping bag from Zhou Ying and began inspecting its contents. Haven T, I've been searching for a job. I'll find a way, Zhou Ying asserted. Wang Yuan, he used to make millions. How long would it take you to earn that? I know his character isn't great, but he claims he will change. He has cut ties with previous girlfriends, including the one who had an abortion. They won't be in contact anymore, so don't worry. Regardless, I want to be with Wang Yuan. I refuse. What are you saying, child? Fang Yuan, frustrated by Zhou Ying's stubbornness, felt her temper rising. Yet, upon glimpsing the shopping receipt, she fell silent. Chapter 89. Just classmates. After examining the contents of the Cartier gift box, Fang Yuan stared at the receipt for a long moment before asking Zhou Ying, what is your relationship with this classmate? Zhou Ying understood the implication behind Fang Yuan's question. We are merely ordinary classmates. Fang Yuan clearly did not believe her. Scrutinizing Zhou Ying with an inquisitive gaze, Inger, tell your mother the truth. Are you rejecting Wang Yuan because of him? Zhou Ying shook her head, maintaining her denial. I dislike Wang Yuan due to his character, not because of anyone else. We just happened to run into each other and shared a meal. Then how did he afford to buy you such extravagant gifts? You too, Haven T. As Fang Yuan's thoughts spiraled, Zhou Ying quickly interjected, you're overthinking it. My classmate is wealthy. To him, these items might not hold much value. 40,000 ISNT valuable? Fang Yuan stared at Zhou Ying in astonishment. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Ying recounted her encounter with Jiang Cheng. Upon finishing, Fang Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Inger, you must seize this opportunity with such an exceptional man. He clearly has feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he gift you such things and buy a car? I don't know, perhaps. But if I were to be with him, it wouldn't be for his money. As long as I like him, I would be with him regardless of his financial status. Fang Yuan, regarding Zhou Ying with a teasing smile, shook her head. You're still young and naive. What use is love? Can it fill your stomach? Annoyed by Fang Yuan's attempts at persuasion, Zhou Ying hastily tidied up and retreated to her room. Fang Yuan, frustrated by Zhou Ying's dismissal, rolled her eyes in exasperation. This child is truly foolish. If I were a few years younger, this opportunity might have been mine. Yet, she noted Zhou Ying's furrowed brow, suggesting that her date had not gone smoothly. Jiang Cheng settled next to Li Yin, accepting the fruits she offered while inquiring, Dad, what is the matter? It's south about the amusement park project. It seems we won to secure it, and I'm quite troubled, Li Yin replied. Amusement park? I heard negotiations were progressing well not long ago. Yes, but some complications arose. Never mind. If it doesn't work out, it's no loss. You're earning now and don't need us anymore. Jiang Cheng gazed at Li Yin in disbelief, sensing that since he had come clean, she had become even more carefree. Not only did she no longer worry about him going hungry, but now she seemed to be taking a laid-back approach to earning money as well. The next afternoon, upon awakening, Jiang Cheng checked for nearby large shopping malls where he could utilize his cashback cards. He located a newly opened luxury shopping complex. Compared to Taigu Li, the foot traffic in Tianfu Rongqing was noticeably sparse. The entire mall was filled with high-end brands. After casually strolling around, Jiang Cheng took the elevator to the second floor. While he was examining the directory, a pair of soft, petite hands tugged at his pant leg. A sweet, childlike voice chimed, "Handsome brother, what are you doing here?" Jiang Cheng looked down, raising an eyebrow. Annie? Seeing her alone, his expression darkened. You're here by yourself? Annie shook her head and quickly pointed behind her. My mom is right behind me. Jiang Cheng followed her finger and saw an Xian approaching with a gentle smile. Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence. Jiang Cheng nodded and Xian. Sister Xian, are you here alone with her? And Xian, sensing his meaning, replied sheepishly, it's quite safe here. I often go out alone. This little rascal just ran away so quickly. Annie clung to Jiang Cheng's pant leg, pouting, handsome brother, I won't run off anymore. I know my mom is behind me, and I'll wait for her. Jiang Cheng helplessly patted her head. Just remember not to run off alone again. What if your mom can't catch up to you? Chapter 90. Jiang Jiamin's imagination. I understand. Handsome brother, I will listen to what you say. I want to run away next time, Annie said, her little face flushed. This child actually listens to you. Normally, when I talk to her, it goes in one ear and out the other, Anshin said helplessly. Afterward, Anshin asked, are you alone? Jiang Cheng nodded, just came to stroll around. Seeing Jiang Cheng alone, Annie's eyes brightened. She immediately grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm and playfully said, then, handsome brother, will you accompany us? Today is my birthday, and my mom is going to buy me a birthday gift. Can you help me choose one? Noticing that Annie was about to act up again, Anshin quickly pulled her hand back and said apologetically, Annie, Jiang Cheng is very busy. It's fine for me to accompany you. Annie pouted, breaking free from Anshin's grasp and once again clinging to Jiang Cheng. I don't want that. I want handsome brother to be with me. Annie, stop it, or else mommy will get angry. Seeing Anshin admonish her, Annie immediately pouted her lips and feigned tears. You said you wouldn't get angry today. Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly at Annie's theatrics. Is it your birthday today? Yes. My mom promised to take me to the amusement park. Handsome brother, will you come along? Annie asked with a hopeful expression. At that moment, a notification chimed from the system. Option 1. Agree to accompany Annie, and you will acquire the skill of deep affectionate gaze. Option 2. Refuse to accompany her, and you will receive 2 bad luck cards. Jiang Cheng glanced at the 2 options and unhesitatingly chose the first. The deep affectionate gaze skill is certainly a valuable asset. As the saying goes, possessing a gaze that can convey profound affection, even towards dogs, is undoubtedly an enchanting skill for most women. All right, then let us choose together. I'll buy you a birthday gift as well. Anshin quickly waved her hand. That one do. How could you buy her a gift? Seeing Annie expose her own intentions, Anshin's face flushed with embarrassment as she softly scolded. Annie, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Cheng, I only mentioned to my dad that you saved Annie. Don't misunderstand. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but notice Anshin's bashful demeanor, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. This feeling seems rather peculiar. Jiang Cheng took Annie's hand and said, Annie, let us go choose your gift. After a tour around the shops, Jiang Cheng bought Annie a Chanel children's bag, priced at over 8,000. He did not utilize the shopping cashback card. The group continued browsing, and Anshin bought some skincare products from Lan Haijimi, which were still reasonably priced, and Jiang Cheng again refrained from using the shopping cart. After their shopping spree, they decided not to linger any longer, as it was getting late and the amusement park would soon close. Upon arriving at a nearby large amusement park, Annie excitedly rushed ahead, but Jiang Cheng quickly caught her. Annie, don't run around recklessly. Annie looked up at Jiang Cheng, stuck out her tongue, and obediently nodded. I'm sorry, I forgot again. Can you hold my hand? Once holding Jiang Cheng's hand, Annie immediately grabbed Anshin's hand as well. This is great. Let us go. As evening descended upon the amusement park, the neon lights began to illuminate, casting a warm yellow glow that created a more enchanting atmosphere than during the day. The three of them walked hand in hand, exuding a heartwarming vibe, especially with Annie's blissful smile as she gazed at Jiang Cheng and then at Anshin, occasionally playfully asking for snacks from the various stalls. Oh my, are they a family? They look so happy. This family is extraordinarily good-looking. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. I wish to have children too, but only if my husband looks this stunning. The envious glances and whispered conversations from passers-by did not escape Anshin's notice. She caught a glimpse of Jiang Cheng with a rosy blush, observing Annie snuggling up to him. At that moment, she thought how wonderful it would be if the three of them were indeed a family. Meanwhile, a Rolls-Royce had pulled up at the entrance of the amusement park, evidently to pick up Anshin. Anshin turned to Jiang Cheng and said, Thank you for spending the day with us, Jiang Cheng, and for your gift. Don't mention it. Annie's happiness is what matters most. Just then, Jiang Jianmin and another middle-aged man emerged from the side of the amusement park. As they passed by, Jiang Jianmin noticed the heartwarming scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He saw a sleeping girl resting against Jiang Cheng's shoulder, while a shy beauty stood beside him. In that instant, numerous unacceptable scenarios flashed through Jiang Jianmin's mind. Chapter 91. A mistaken encounter. The other middle-aged man also spotted them and quickly approached with a sycophantic greeting. Mr. N, what brings you here? Anshin glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded lightly. I brought my daughter here to have some fun. Next time, please let me know in advance, and I'll personally host you. At that moment, Jiang Cheng finally noticed Jiang Jianmin and asked, Dad, why are you here? I came to accompany them for some fun. Jiang Jianmin, unable to discern Jiang Cheng's tone, could only frown and nod. Seeing Jiang Cheng refer to Jiang Jianmin as father, Anshin's face lit up with a smile as she greeted, Hello, uncle. It's a pleasure to meet you. Anshin. I often hear Jiang Cheng speak of you. I'll bring Annie to visit you soon. Anshin clearly did not expect Jiang Cheng to have not informed Jiang Jianmin about their circumstances. Her words could easily lead to misunderstandings. Jiang Jianmin, at that moment, was indeed misled. His heart sank slightly, but due to the presence of so many people, he merely nodded in response. The middle-aged man, accompanying Jiang Jianmin, suddenly became exceedingly enthusiastic, clearly misinterpreting the situation. Mr. Jiang, it turns out you and Mr. and know each other. Rest assured, this project is certainly yours. As the other man's attitude took a complete turn, Jiang Jianmin felt no joy. Could it be that Jiang Cheng really? Later that evening, Jiang Cheng continued to play games online, while Yin exited her room with a heavy expression. After a moment's thought, she knocked on the door and entered Jiang Cheng's room. Seeing Yin come in, Jiang Cheng looked at her curiously. Mom, what's wrong? Yin, with a somewhat awkward expression, began, Well, our group of sisters often chat, and now that you have all come of age, you young people should start dating. I've seen several nice girls recently. Let me show you. With that, Yin took out her phone and opened WeChat to show Jiang Cheng the pictures. Jiang Cheng waved his hand in exasperation. Mom, there's no need. Who goes on blind dates nowadays? I'm not interested. After being rejected, Yin felt a pang of concern. Why not? Do you have a girlfriend? Of course I have a girlfriend, and there are quite a few. However, It would be appropriate to divulge this to Li Yin at the moment. Jiang Cheng could only respond, "This matter is a bit complicated right now. I'll tell you later." Outside the door, Jiang Jianmin had been listening and could no longer contain himself. He entered the room, his brow furrowed as he looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "There is something I've been thinking about all night. I initially didn't want to bring it up, but I feel it's necessary." "What is it?" "That girl you were with tonight. Doesn't she already have a child?" "You mean Anshin? So what if she has a child?" Seeing Jiang Cheng's nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Jianmin and Li Yin exchanged a glance, their expressions growing more serious. "I understand that you young people have more liberal views, but as someone who has been through it, I can tell you that if you truly pursue this relationship, it will lead to many complications in the future. Moreover, I notice that she seems quite affluent. You cannot possibly think that she is financially supporting you, can you?" Jiang Cheng finally comprehended their implication. He chuckled and said, "Mom, Dad, are you overthinking this?" With a resigned expression, Jiang Cheng swiftly recounted the events that transpired in Thailand. After hearing his story, Jiang Jianmin and Li Yin finally felt at ease. "It's all your fault. You startled me. I thought I was going to become a grandmother." Chapter 92. Personal Vendetta. Once the amusement park project was settled, Jiang Jianmin and Li Yin embarked on a trip for a field study, leaving Jiang Cheng to guard the house alone. Out of boredom, he casually picked up his phone and began browsing. A few minutes later, upon glancing at the trending topics of the day, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim a curse. "Damn!" He clicked on the trending topic and was met with a video that darkened his expression, his furrowed brows concealing an anger that simmered beneath the surface. The renowned actress Lin Ru displayed her dedication while mercilessly slapping her junior, Sister Wang. Lin Ru claimed that her actions were for the sake of filming, insisting that the multiple slaps were intended for authenticity, not merely for effect. In the video, Lin Ru portrayed a concubine, repeatedly striking her attendant, Sister Wang, without any semblance of restraint. The comments flooded in, praising Lin Ru as a dedicated goddess, while others noted the pain of such relentless action. That insignificant starlet should refrain from leeching off Lin Ru's fame, some remarked. Jiang Cheng recognized Lin Ru as the one he encountered while she was purchasing a Patek Philippe. Her behavior was clearly a retaliation for the slap she received from him previously, disguised under the pretense of acting. Jiang Cheng promptly sent the trending topic to Wang Sheng along with his desired outcome. He was determined to see Lin Ru's fall from grace. He remembered that just yesterday, Sister Wang had informed him that she was in Tianfu for a magazine shoot. After opening WeChat, he sent her a voice message. Half an hour later, Jiang Cheng parked his car at the entrance of Yiheng Hotel. Sister Wang promptly appeared, her attire consisting of a baseball cap and a standard mask. Uncharacteristically, she opted for white casual pants paired with a crop top, concealing her long legs. Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's Porsche 918, she exclaimed in exaggerated awe, "Wow, is this a Porsche 918? So cool." Sister Wang gleefully skipped to the passenger side and opened the door. Jiang Cheng glanced at her seatbelt, noting how it snugly fit her figure. Feeling his gaze, Sister Wang tugged at the belt and shot him a playful glare, her voice light and teasing. "Boss, why are you staring at me? This car is really hot." Goodness, how could such a simple statement evoke such heat within him? Sister Wang truly lived up to her reputation as a captivating enchantress. "Huh, should I help you take it off?" Jiang Cheng remarked, and Sister Wang blushed, her ears turning crimson. "Boss, let's hit the road," she replied shyly. Jiang Cheng shook his head helplessly, realizing he had encountered the ability to elicit reactions solely through words. Observing Sister Wang's demeanor, it was as if she remained unaffected by the online rumors. Since she chose not to speak of it, neither would he. "What do you want to eat?" He countered. "Hot pot. That sounds perfect. Tianfu's hot pot is authentic, and I haven't had it in ages." Sister Wang recalled her previous suggestion for hot pot and smiled coyly at Jiang Cheng. He raised an eyebrow, not rejecting her idea. "All right, let's go." Instead of heading to the bustling commercial district, Jiang Cheng took a winding route to an old neighborhood. He parked by the roadside and led Sister Wang deeper into the narrow alley. To their surprise, the narrow passage opened up to a quaint courtyard filled with round wooden tables. Seeing the astonished look on Sister Wang's face, Jiang Cheng asked, "What? Are you dissatisfied?" She shook her head, responding cheerfully, "This kind of place is what I look forward to." It's true. Only locals can find such hidden gems. Of course, authentic hot pot must be local. The food in the malls lacks the true flavor. Jiang Cheng ordered fresh seafood, sliced beef, and an assortment of vegetables. After placing their order, they settled down as evening fell, and more patrons began to gather. The courtyard was illuminated by warm yellow lights, and a handsome young man strummed a guitar on a small stage, creating a lively atmosphere. As Su Wan gazed at the array of fresh dishes, she removed her mask and swallowed hard. Jiang Cheng expertly placed some beef into the hot pot, cooking it for a brief moment before offering it to her. "Thank you, boss," Su Wan exclaimed with delight. This tastes just right." Jiang Cheng chuckled, observing her slightly swollen cheeks. Halfway through their meal, perhaps due to the ambience or the poignant melodies, Su Wan unexpectedly suggested they drink. After consuming 2 bottles of beer, Jiang Cheng had just begun to warm up when Su Wan started to show signs of inebriation, humming along to the music. Soon, she rested her head on the table and began to weep. "Why are you crying?" Chapter 93. Are you that hungry? Why am I so useless? Woo-woo. Su Wan lamented through her tears, taking another swig from her beer bottle. Jiang Cheng found her mixed expressions of laughter and sorrow amusing, shaking his head in disbelief. "How can you be useless? I still have my hands. Does that mean I'm useless too? They're still cursing me online." Su Wan offered a bitter smile and shook her head. "Sister Xiao Xiao has already called me. She said they're working on public relations online." Jiang Cheng, not inquiring further about company matters, frowned and asked, "Why are you still taking on such minor roles? Didn't you sign with our company?" "That was a project from my previous agency. I almost finished filming it," Su Wan replied, her words punctuated by tears as she clutched her beer bottle. Watching the pearls of her tears fall freely, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for her. He refrained from excessively comforting Su Wan, as his support stemmed from the fact that she was one of his artists. It was hardly tolerable for a boss to witness an employee being publicly humiliated. Jiang Cheng glanced at the message from Wang Sheng, who informed him that they had begun seeking dirt on Lin Ru, gathering evidence of her diva behavior and attempts to suppress newcomers. They even reached out to haters and gossip reporters, offering rewards for any information that could tarnish Lin Ru's reputation. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. After drinking for a while, Su Wan became thoroughly intoxicated and her phone died. He hailed a cab to a nearby hotel and booked a double room. Placing Su Wan gently on the bed, he couldn't help but notice her alluring figure, particularly her ample curves, igniting a flicker of desire within him. Not daring to linger, he reminded himself that taking advantage of her in such a state would be unseemly, and there might not be another opportunity. It was better to maintain a steady approach rather than rush things. After convincing himself several times, he reluctantly turned away. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng stepped outside, quickly showered, and went to bed. Sleep would prevent one from wandering thoughts. Soon, Jiang Cheng fell into a slumber. In the middle of the night, a series of faint sounds roused Jiang Cheng from his sleep, followed by the subtle sound of water flowing. It seemed that someone was in distress, splashing about. After a while, Jiang Cheng heard the sound of bathing. Just as he was about to doze off again, he suddenly sensed someone entering the bedroom. It was Su Wan, groggy, who lifted Jiang Cheng's blanket and nestled him beside him. A captivating fragrance wafted into Jiang Cheng's nostrils. What was most disconcerting was that Su Wan seemed oblivious, her body pressing against his. Indeed, she was voluptuous, with commendable elasticity. Although they were closer than ever, Jiang Cheng dared not make any sudden movements, wanting to avoid waking Su Wan. After a while, he realized that prolonging this would not be wise. It appeared he might forego sleep tonight. The crucial issue was that Su Wan's small hand, even in slumber, was restless, playfully caressing his 8-pack abs. After some contemplation, Jiang Cheng decided to take the plunge. He raised Su Wan's chin and kissed her directly. Su Wan, still dazed from sleep, let out a soft sound. This exclamation stirred the beast within Jiang Cheng. The intensity escalated, and the inexperienced Su Wan was suddenly enveloped in his arms, caught in a frenzy of kisses. Her intoxication dissipating, she gasped and pushed Jiang Cheng away, exclaiming, "Boss, no. What are you doing?" One must admit, Su Wan truly resembled a vixen, her alluring eyes brimming with tears of fright. Yet inexplicably, Jiang Cheng felt an exhilarating thrill. Were it not for his principles, Su Wan would have found it impossible to escape at that moment. Jiang Cheng feigned a headache, covering his head, and murmured, "Su Wan, why are you in my room?" Su Wan, observing Jiang Cheng's innocent demeanor, glanced around, her expression perplexed. Shaking her somewhat aching head, she swallowed hard and gazed at Jiang Cheng's sculpted abs, astonished by his physique. Noticing Jiang Cheng's intense gaze upon her, Su Wan instinctively adjusted her spaghetti strap top. During their earlier entanglement, Jiang Cheng had already taken in her form entirely. Any attempt to cover up now would only serve to draw more attention. Su Wan was at a loss on how to confront such a situation. Jiang Cheng seized the initiative, stating, "It seems that living together in the same room is perilous. I nearly lost my virtue just now." Su Wan was rendered speechless by this remark. How shameless. Seeing Su Wan's wide-eyed stare, Jiang Cheng cheekily suggested, "How about we get some sleep? The alcohol has made me quite weary." Prompted by Jiang Cheng's words, Su Wan regained her composure, quickly clutching the neckline of her dress to cover her flushed cheeks, then hastily fled, her bare legs scurrying away. She had never experienced such intimate contact with a male before. Glancing at the flushed marks on her skin, Su Wan murmured to herself, "Am I that hungry?" Chapter 94. Su Wan's touching moment. Su Wan pouted, touching the reddened spots on her body. She pulled the blanket over her head, feeling that they had almost crossed the final boundary. That scoundrel Jiang Cheng. The following morning, upon seeing Jiang Cheng, Su Wan's face immediately flushed crimson. It was all Jiang Cheng's fault for causing her to dream of such risky things all night. In stark contrast to Su Wan's bashfulness, Jiang Cheng remained as composed as ever. They both enjoyed the breakfast prepared for them by the hotel. Jiang Cheng opened his collar and browsed the trending topics for the day. Sure enough, Lin Ru was once again making headlines. However, unlike the previous day, today's news was filled with scandalous revelations. Reports included Lin Ru leaving a certain hotel late at night, soliciting exorbitant gifts from fans, and exhibiting diva behavior on set. After reading through the articles, Jiang Cheng handed his phone to Su Wan. As she took the phone, her expression transformed with each passing moment. Su Wan felt a secret delight as she sweetly inquired, "Boss, this couldn't possibly be your doing, could it? How could she amass so much dirt overnight?" Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. Naturally, do they truly believe that Xingchen Entertainment is without influence? Hearing Jiang Cheng's authoritative words warmed Su Wan's heart. In her previous agency, she had never received such treatment. Jiang Cheng not only helped her terminate her contract, but also stood up for her. Su Wan pondered how she might repay Jiang Cheng's kindness. Friendliness level 5. Suddenly, the incident from the previous night seemed less intolerable. Su Wan resolved to strive for success, to repay Jiang Cheng's goodwill. "Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost in acting." Jiang Cheng nodded. "However, this is merely the beginning. These scandals alone aren't enough to ruin her. We must intensify our efforts." Su Wan's eyes widened at Jiang Cheng's words. She had witnessed his financial clout and understood that bringing down a female celebrity was an effortless task for him. Although stars appeared glamorous on the surface, with millions of followers, it mattered little. The true power lay with their wealthy backers. Have you ever seen a star daring to confront their benefactors? The fallen stars, or those in obscurity, either self-sabotaged or offended a significant figure. The patrons elevate you, securing you roles, and your value skyrockets. But should they turn against you, you would find yourself unable to secure even a variety show, your worth plummeting. Although Su Wan was a minor celebrity, she felt no sympathy for Lin Ru, who had taken revenge on her. However, as a fellow artist, she could not help but reflect on the vulnerability of her position without someone like Jiang Cheng as a supporter. This thought filled her with a sense of melancholy. Observing Su Wan's downcast expression, Jiang Cheng inquired, "I'm targeting Lin Ru, yet why do you look as if I've done something to you?" "Boss, you shouldn't say such things. I certainly don't want to be your target," Su Wan replied, covering her mouth as she laughed. "How could you reject me so quickly without ever having been with me?" Su Wan was taken aback by Jiang Cheng's sudden boldness, her face instantly flushing. Her enchanting eyes could not help but cast a playful glare at Jiang Cheng. "Boss, I am genuinely curious how you managed to maintain such a nonchalant demeanor while behaving so audaciously." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "What else can I do? Just have a thick skin." Meanwhile, in the conference room of Tian Wang Entertainment in Modu, a slightly portly middle-aged man was intensely scrutinizing the report on the screen, his expression clouded with frustration. This man was Kai Song, the head of Tian Wang Entertainment. Lin Ru sat anxiously, her manager similarly troubled as they analyzed the dismal data from Weibo. Lin Ru, who once boasted over 20 million fans, had lost hundreds of thousands in a mere half-day. The comments were even more unforgiving, with fans who had praised her dedication now accusing her of being ruthless, arrogant, and disrespectful. Observing the silent demeanor of Lin Ru's team, the middle-aged man finally voiced his impatience. With tears in her eyes, Lin Ru gazed at him and pleaded, "President Kai, I don't know who is slandering me. Everything was fine yesterday. It must be a rival who bought the trending topics to tarnish my image. Indeed, I have been with Lin Ru throughout. We have been filming lately, so this sudden backlash must be the work of a competitor," her manager added. "How could this happen?" Kai Song questioned. "She is merely a minor character, a small artist from Guanghai Entertainment, and after all these years, she is still playing supporting roles. It is impossible for it to be her. I am simply engaged in my work, and yesterday's news was not particularly concerning. While there may be some negative feedback, overall it remains favorable. Not only is there considerable traffic, but it also serves as a promotion for my new drama." Upon hearing Lin Ru's remarks, Lin Zong remained silent. The greater the celebrity's traffic, the higher their market value. Sometimes, being infamous can also be a form of fame. Chapter 95. Going all out is certainly better than having no impact or traffic at all. I have already spent money to buy other trending topics, so I will see if I can have yours removed later. Upon hearing Kai Song's statement, Lin Ru felt a wave of relief and, with a flattering demeanor, expressed her gratitude to Lin Zong. "Thank you, Kai Zong, I understand." At that moment, Kai Song's assistant hurriedly entered, bowed to him, and said, "Kai Zong, we have discovered that the head of the newly established Xingchen Entertainment Company is behind this. He has even threatened to offer a reward of 20 million for any damaging information about Lin Ru." "What? 20 million? Kai Song stood up in alarm. The others present wore expressions of shock, and Lin Ru's face turned pale. How had she offended the head of Xingchen Entertainment to such an extent that he would put a bounty on her? Kai Song, filled with rage, shouted at Lin Ru, "The head of Xingchen? What is your relationship with him?" Kai Song was aware that Lin Ru occasionally mingled with certain executives, which was not a secret in their circle. He himself had also supported female stars, so it was not a significant issue. Did Lin Ru foolishly reject that executive or betray him? Lin Ru shook her head in denial. "Kai Zong, I did not. You must clarify this opportunity for me." Before Lin Ru could speak further, his assistant interjected. "Kai Zong, this seems to be related to Su Wan." "Who is Su Wan?" Kai Song asked, pressing his temples in frustration. "Su Wan is the actress who played the supporting role opposite Miss Lin Ru yesterday." The moment this was said, everyone present was taken aback. "So was she? She is the woman of the head of Xingchen?" Kai Song asked, confused. "I'm not entirely sure, but I know that Xingchen recently terminated her contract and arranged several leading roles for her in blockbuster films." Upon hearing this, Lin Ru's heart raced. It was indeed connected to Su Wan. Kai Song's expression turned icy as he bellowed at Lin Ru. "Did you not say she was merely a minor character?" Lin Ru's face turned ashen as she attempted to defend herself. "Kai Zong, I was unaware she had changed companies. Previously, she provoked me and embarrassed me in front of others, so I merely taught her a lesson during filming. I truly did not anticipate the situation would escalate so severely." It must be noted that if 20 million fell into the hands of their bitter rivals in the paparazzi, it could genuinely ruin her. After all, where there is money, there are those willing to sell information and photographs. Having been in this industry for many years and reached this position, Lin Ru undoubtedly had some dirt on her, and it could not be denied that there were materials capable of destroying her. Most individuals aspiring to ascend in this field are not entirely clean. "Kai Zong, what should we do? You must help me." Seeing Lin Ru in tears, Kai Song felt immense annoyance. However, the few stars who were profitable for the company included Lin Ru. If he did not protect her, she would fall from grace. Lin Ru had numerous endorsements, and if she failed, the breach of contract fees would amount to over 100 million. Kai Song took a deep breath. "You put the word out that we at Tian Wang Entertainment will protect her. If they offer 20 million, we will counter with 25 million. Understood? I will take care of it immediately." The assistant hastily exited the meeting room. Relieved that Kai Song was willing to protect her, Lin Ru promptly expressed her gratitude, bowing and thanking him profusely. "Thank you, Kai Zong. Thank you, Kai Zong. Remember, this is the last time. If anything like this occurs again, prepare to be sidelined, Kaisong said before storming out. Due to Lin Ru's foolish actions, they were now facing an expense of over 20 million, and at that moment, Kaisong wished he could find a way to handle her. After Kaisong's message was sent out, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly video called Jiang Cheng. As Jiang Cheng looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's stunning face filling the screen, he couldn't help but break into a mischievous smile. Xiaoxiao, hold your phone a bit further away. The sound is too sharp. Is this better? Yes, a little higher from above. Yu Xiaoxiao obediently adjusted her phone according to Jiang Cheng's instructions. Only after seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's alluring figure did Jiang Cheng nod in satisfaction. Yes, just like that, very good. After regaining her composure, Yu Xiaoxiao blushed and playfully glared at Jiang Cheng, yet she maintained her pose. My Jiang Dong, do I look good? Jiang Cheng nodded while admiring the view before him. Yes, it would be even better if we could capture the lower half. Stop it, let us discuss something serious now. Aren't we discussing something serious? I believe you are the most serious. You always tease me. Tianwang Entertainment has decided to offer 25 million to protect Lin Ru. Just as Yu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, a notification pinged. Special task released. Go head-to-head with Tiancheng Entertainment. All expenses incurred during the confrontation will be covered by the system. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Cheng chuckled. This is quite manageable. The system has presented us with an opportunity. It is time to spend money. Simple. Then we will raise our offer and announce that I will spend 100 million to take down Lin Ru. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in disbelief as she confirmed. 100 million? Jiang Cheng nodded. Yes, let them increase their offer if they can. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but advise. The reason Tianwang Entertainment is also leaking information in the paparazzi circuit about raising their offer to buy out Lin Ru's dirt is that we have openly slapped them in the face. After all, Tianwang Entertainment is an established company, while we, Xingchen, have just been founded. They are protecting not only Lin Ru, but also their own reputation. However, they have only raised it by 500,000. Is it not excessive to jump to 100 million now? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Since the system would cover the costs, he intended to be extravagant. While it is true that Xingchen is newly established, this 100 million is not just to take down Lin Ru. It also showcases our strength, establishing us as a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 96. The Shock of the Hushang Emperor. After all, in business, it is best to make a grand entrance. When connections are lacking, wealth fills the void. This 100 million is merely a stepping stone. Jiang Cheng had considered this from the moment he decided to take down Lin Ru. Since one must offend others to achieve one's goals, one might as well go all out. Jiang Cheng wanted everyone in this circle to remember both Xingchen Entertainment and his name. This is what is meant by shaking the mountain to frighten the tiger. Jiang Cheng's every move continually reshaped Yu Xiaoxiao's worldview. She knew that Jiang Cheng was not short on money, but never imagined he would be bold enough to put forth 100 million for this purpose. After several seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao finally spoke. Very well, I will release the news. Although Yu Xiaoxiao felt some envy toward Su Wan, she understood that as Jiang Cheng's woman, had the roles been reversed, Jiang Cheng would undoubtedly support her in the same manner. Thus, she harbored admiration for Su Wan without an ounce of jealousy. Good. In a few days, I will come to accompany you. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Yu Xiaoxiao's discomfort dissipated entirely. Understood, I will take care of it now, and I will wait for you. That night, the news released by Jiang Cheng was destined to cause a stir within the industry. At this moment, from the most prominent stars with billions of fans to the lurking paparazzi, everyone was stirred into action. In the entertainment industry, all the prominent figures are eager to inquire about Jiang Cheng's background. Regardless of the circumstances, everyone has come to remember a singular name overnight, Jiang Cheng. At that very moment, in a bar in the magical city of Mo, a group of men is seated at a table, indulging in drinks. Suddenly, a rotund man dressed in flamboyant attire, named Jiang Xian, excitedly remarks while gazing at his phone. Does anyone know the actress Lin Ru? It seems like she has been trending on social media these past couple of days. My uncle says she is just a shameless person. Nearby, DeWei chimes in. I heard in a group chat that the owner of Xingchen Entertainment is willing to spend 100 million to acquire her scandalous information, the kind that could ruin her. If anyone has such dirt, they can collect 100 million from him. Upon hearing this, Qin Fun, who had been scrolling through his phone in the middle, glanced up and asked, Xingchen Entertainment? I haven't heard of it. Which company is it that can afford such extravagance? Jiang Xin quickly replied with the gossip he had gathered. From what I've heard, it's a new company, and the CEO is Jiang Cheng, who is reportedly very young. What? Jiang Cheng. At the mention of this name, Wang Zheng, sitting beside Qin Fun, finally spoke up, looking somewhat dazed. Do you know him? Qin Fun turned to Wang Zheng, inquiring. After Wang Zheng's comment, the others widened their eyes in disbelief. La Fa paid in full? Are you kidding me? Jiang Xin asked curiously. I remember, after I finish my work, I'm heading abroad. By the way, what does his family do? Qin Fun asked with interest. Wang Zheng shook his head. I don't know. I looked into it before and didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. His family runs a construction company, but the other day, I saw him buy La Fa outright. Just a few days ago at the auction, he spent over 20 million, and then another 50 million the next day. He seemed completely unfazed. So he must not be an ordinary person. At 18, he can have such cash flow. When I was 18, I couldn't even touch his spare change. Hearing Wang Zheng's words, the expressions of those present became increasingly animated as they all stared at him in disbelief. 18? Such cash flow? Spending nearly 100 million in 2 days? Not even investing in a company or assets, but directly buying cars and watches? How dire could his family be? Just like Wang Song, whose father provided a 500 million startup fund. You say his family simply runs a construction company. Who would believe that? Among those present, only Qin Fun, Jiang Qin, and Wang Zheng had reached their small financial goals, but they were all nearly 30 years old. Let me first confirm if he owns Xingchen Entertainment. After saying this, Wang Zheng picked up his phone and sent a message to Jiang Cheng. Once Jiang Cheng's response came through, Wang Zheng felt a pang of envy. It really is him. No wonder he can throw out 100 million. To him, money seems trivial. Wang Zheng shook his head with a sigh. Jiang Xin suppressed his excitement and shock, asking with a curious expression, 100 million to ruin Lin Ru. His ex-girlfriend? Wang Zheng shook his head. I asked. It's not that. He said he was provoked by a newly signed artist from his company, just to vent his frustration. Listening to this explanation, the others appeared equally dumbfounded. After a brief moment, they hesitantly asked, is that artist his girlfriend? Wang Zheng shook his head again. No. He said they're both innocent. It's just a newly signed artist. That's truly impressive. If I were Lin Ru, I would just end my own life and collect the 100 million to retire, DeWei joked. Although 100 million isn't an insignificant sum, for someone like Lin Ru, she could probably earn that over a few years. If she stops being a star, she'd just become a minor socialite. Would she even accept that? Wang Zheng scoffed. That's true, but now it seems that not only the paparazzi have their eyes on that 100 million. After all, most of the dirt in this industry isn't in the hands of paparazzi, but in the hands of directors and investors. For over 20 million, perhaps those big directors might not be tempted, but when it's 100 million, how many directors can actually earn that? They might voluntarily offer up their dirt. He truly intends to clash head-on with Tianwang Entertainment. I heard they initially offered 20 million, and Tianwang Entertainment countered with 25 million to protect Lin Ru. Now Xingchen Entertainment has jumped to 100 million. Quite audacious. It seems Tianwang Entertainment won't be able to handle this, Qin Fun remarked, shaking his head. Even if they want to intervene, they need to come up with 100 million in cash. Can Tianwang Entertainment manage that? Given how they usually seek investments. To come up with 100 million just to protect a second-tier actress, is it worth it? This person is quite ruthless. He is intriguing. We should invite him out sometime, Qin Fun suggested. Meanwhile, upon receiving the notification, Tianwang Entertainment convened an overnight meeting to discuss their response strategy. At that moment, Lin Ru, seated at the side, was pale-faced and shedding tears, large droplets cascading down her cheeks without restraint. In the past, if she had appeared this way, the men in the meeting room would have been filled with sympathy. However, now that the entire situation had arisen because of her, the shareholders and executives were growing weary of her sobbing. Crying? What is the point of that? Where was your crying when you were inflicting harm on others? This is truly unfortunate. You got a little fame and became arrogant. Now, what do you propose to do? They thought, even if you fade from the spotlight, the company can still elevate a second Lin Ru. But how do you plan to salvage the company's reputation from this debacle? At this moment, everyone at Tianwang Entertainment directed their grievances towards her. Their current predicament felt as though they had swallowed a foul fly. They couldn't digest it nor expel it. Lin Ru, feeling wronged, cried out, I truly didn't know it would come to this. I will beg him. I will kneel before him and ask for his forgiveness. If not, I will kneel before Suwan. Executives, you must protect me. Lin Ru was acutely aware of the numerous scandals surrounding her. If they were all exposed, her acting career would be over. And more importantly, how could she face the world again? Previously soaring to great heights, she was unwilling to descend into despair. Helplessness, fear, and a host of negative emotions enveloped Lin Ru, causing her mental defenses to shatter completely. She realized that Tianwang Entertainment would never spend over 100 million to protect her. And what if the other party demanded more money? Of course, you must kneel before him. Given how things have escalated, do you think this will end amicably? Do you have any idea how much the company has spent today just to buy trending topics? Your annual profits for the company barely exceed 10 million. How many years will it take you to earn 100 million? As the others continued to attack Lin Ru, Jiang Song, growing impatient, interjected, enough with the useless chatter. Does anyone have a way to contact the owner of Xingchen? We need to arrange a meeting to see if there is any room for negotiation. Without even sparing Lin Ru a glance, Jiang Song issued the command. Jiang Jiamin, with a beaming face, turned to Jiang Cheng and said, "It's thanks to your friend, an XIN, that we were able to secure that amusement park project. Speak up. What gift do you want? Dad'll buy it for you." "Wow, so generous?" Li Yin nodded. "Your father and I went to sign the agreement and assess the entire project. Once completed, it should yield at least 50 million in profit. Plus, we are negotiating another project that seems promising. Old Jiang should indeed buy you a gift." Jiang Cheng, not one to be shy, pondered and replied, "All right, I would like to buy a Richard Mille watch." "A watch? I really don't understand why you men are so fond of these exorbitantly priced timepieces," Li Yin said with a dismissive shake of her head. Jiang Jiamin, however, nodded in agreement. "All right, you can choose whichever model you like. I'll reimburse you." "Thank you, Dad," Jiang Cheng said with a beaming smile. "Let us go. I've reserved a restaurant for us. The three of us will go out for dinner." Jiang Cheng recalled that yesterday, the Mercedes-Benz dealership had called to inform him that the Chao 54-door supercar he had purchased for Jiang Jiaming had already arrived at the Tianfu dealership, and everything was prepared for him to pick up the car at his convenience. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone and sent a message to the dealership. The three of them then drove Jiang Jiaming's Audi to a nearby restaurant for a hearty meal. On their return, Jiang Cheng expressed his desire to drive, suggesting that Jiang Jiaming and Li Yin sit in the back. Jiang Jiaming and Li Yin seemed entirely unfazed by Jiang Cheng's newfound ability to drive. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but think that it must be the system's doing. He steered the car towards the Mercedes-Benz dealership. It was only upon their arrival at the entrance that Jiang Jiaming and Li Yin appeared bewildered. Li Yin, looking at the dealership's entrance, asked in confusion, "Why have you brought us here? Are you buying a car?" Before Jiang Cheng could respond, the sales manager and staff from the dealership immediately came out to greet them. "Mr. Jiang, welcome." Jiang Cheng nodded and said, "Dad, your birthday is approaching. And since I will be back at school by then, I wanted to surprise you in advance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiaming was taken aback, and his eyes brightened with excitement. Guided by the sales manager, they entered the showroom, where a car draped in a cover awaited them in the center of the hall, surrounded by balloons and an array of flowers. The sales manager respectfully addressed Jiang Jiaming. "Mr. Jiang, please unveil it." Jiang Jiaming exchanged glances with Li Yin and Jiang Cheng before stepping forward to slowly remove the cover. At that moment, the dealership staff simultaneously triggered the confetti cannons. As Jiang Jiaming unveiled the car, he immediately recognized it as the four-door supercar he had long admired. Combining the practicality of a compact car with the specifications of a supercar, Li Yin, witnessing her husband's teary-eyed reaction, playfully admonished Jiang Cheng, "You little rascal, only remembering your father while buying him such an extravagant vehicle." Jiang Cheng chuckled. "Mom, you rarely drive anyway." She retorted, "That may be true, but I can't help feeling a little jealous this time." Jiang Jiaming, now wiping away his tears, nodded approvingly at Jiang Cheng. "This car is wonderful. How'd you know I liked it?" Jiang Cheng hesitated, contemplating his words, and with a cautious glance at Li Yin, he rephrased, "I thought it might be too ostentatious. While attending a car exhibition in the Magic City, I believed this car would suit you perfectly, so I decided to purchase it. This supercar is impressive. I hear it can accelerate from 0 to 100 in just 3 seconds. Let's find a place to take it for a spin tomorrow, Jiang Cheng suggested. Patting Jiang Cheng on the shoulder, Jiang Cheng mused about how excited Jiang Cheng was about this car, wondering how he would react if he knew Jiang Cheng owned a Porsche 918, a supercar valued at nearly 20 million. Although Li Yin intended to say something, she refrained, appreciating the heartwarming scene between father and son. After taking a photo with the new car, Jiang Cheng drove off with Li Yin, while Jiang Cheng followed closely behind in the Audi. The following morning, Jiang Cheng contacted the manager at the Mercedes-Benz dealership, requesting assistance in coordinating the transportation of his Porsche 918 to the Yangyun Amman in the Magic City as school was soon to commence. Subsequently, he took a taxi to Tianfu Airport to meet Zhou Ying. Upon their reunion at the airport, Jiang Cheng approached her with a cheerful demeanor, pretending to casually hold her hand. Zhou Ying, clearly flustered by this second instance of intimacy, instinctively attempted to pull away, but upon realizing she couldn't, she cast an embarrassed glance around. The combination of handsome young man and beautiful young woman naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by, causing Zhou Ying's cheeks to heat up even further. Her fondness for Jiang Cheng had reached a point of 88, already bordering on a romantic relationship, with only a step remaining before they reached a more intimate connection. Ecstatic, Jiang Cheng led Zhou Ying towards the boarding gate. Unlike her usual mature and alluring attire, Zhou Ying wore a loose white jacket over a snug short tank top, subtly exposing her delicate navel, paired with a white pleated skirt that accentuated her youthful vibrancy. Why the sudden trip to the Magic City? Zhou Ying asked, her face flushed as she sought to initiate conversation. Because I couldn't bear to be apart from you. I wanted to accompany you, Jiang Cheng replied, his expression earnest. Zhou Ying shot him a skeptical look, clearly unconvinced. Are you traveling again? Jiang Cheng shook his head. I have some work matters to attend to, and I might pick up a few things while I'm there. He planned to arrange for the Richard Mille watch that Jiang Cheng intended to reimburse him for, along with the consumption bonus card he had received from the system a couple of days prior. If he could also manage to use the unspent Zizi Sun reward card for Zhou Ying, it would be even better. Noticing Jiang Cheng's mischievous smile, Zhou Ying felt a flutter of anxiety and blushed, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Because you are beautiful," he replied. "All right, let's hurry," Zhou Ying said, unable to withstand his flirtation, and quickly took his hand, urging him forward. This time, Jiang Cheng had purchased a top-tier business class ticket, primarily to sit beside Zhou Ying. To his surprise, the flight attendants in business class were quite striking, particularly in their generous proportions. However, with Zhou Ying seated beside him, Jiang Cheng could only maintain his composure and requested a glass of milk with utmost seriousness. Shortly thereafter, the plane began to accelerate down the runway. Just as the plane gained speed for takeoff, Zhou Ying suddenly gripped the armrests tightly, her eyes shut tight, clearly terrified. Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow and took her hand, asking with concern, "What's wrong?" Zhou Ying, her complexion pale, shook her head. "It's nothing. It's an old problem. I've been like this since I was a child. It occasionally flares up, but it will be fine soon. I'm just a bit scared." Seeing Zhou Ying's helpless expression stirred a pang of compassion within Jiang Cheng. He gently pulled her closer, letting her rest her head on his shoulder while soothingly stroking her hair, signaling for her to relax. This unexpected intimacy made Zhou Ying's heart race, momentarily distracting her from her fear. Swallowing hard, she lifted her head to meet Jiang Cheng's gaze and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Jiang Cheng. I'm all right now." Her innocent and bashful demeanor made Jiang Cheng lose his restraint. He pulled her closer and pressed his lips against hers, tenderly kissing her. Zhou Ying, experiencing her first kiss, felt her mind go blank. After a while, as she began to feel breathless, she instinctively tried to push Jiang Cheng away. However, he seized the moment, deepening the kiss. As a novice in such matters, Zhou Ying found herself unable to resist Jiang Cheng's experienced advances. In no time, she melted into his embrace, gasping for air. Once free, Zhou Ying's eyes darted around shyly. Seeing that no one had noticed their actions, she playfully hit Jiang Cheng, her face flushed with embarrassment, and whispered, "You're terrible. What if someone sees us? We're on a plane." Jiang Cheng savored the lingering sensations on his lips and, with a playful smirk, remarked, "What of it? Kissing on a plane isn't illegal. He then declared his intention to rest, feeling a bit dizzy. At that moment, Zhou dared not meet his gaze and quickly sought an excuse to evade him. Observing Zhou Ying's bashful demeanor, Jiang Cheng chuckled softly and ceased his teasing. How about you lean on my shoulder to sleep? Faced with his irresistible expression, Zhou Ying could only nod slowly, gently resting her head against him. Upon landing, however, Zhou Ying insisted that Jiang Cheng not accompany her. One significant reason was that she was unprepared. Jiang Cheng realized that his earlier behavior might have startled her, recognizing the need for a more gradual approach in the future. Chapter 100. The scoundrel's quotes. He had already notified Wang Yiyan upon entering the vehicle. Soon, Jiang Cheng arrived at the Ting villa, where Wang Yiyan had thoughtfully prepared dinner and drawn a bath for him. Mr. Jiang, dinner and water are ready. Would you prefer to dine or bathe first? After a few days apart, Wang Yiyan appeared somewhat distant, adopting a professional demeanor. Jiang Cheng nodded, saying, I'm quite tired today. How about you come in and help me with a back rub? Upon seeing Jiang Cheng's dark gaze fixed on her, Wang Yiyan felt a surge of unbidden anticipation. The last time he had hurriedly left Shanghai, he had only transferred her 100,000 yuan, leaving other matters unspoken. Since then, all contact had been initiated by her, leaving her feeling uncertain. Now, with Jiang Cheng's suggestion, hope rekindled within her. Though she understood he was not a devoted man, merely a scoundrel, she willingly sank into her infatuation. Even brief affection was a sweetness she savored. An hour later, Wang Yiyan emerged from the bathroom, wrapped only in a white bath towel, her long, pale legs trembling slightly. As she attempted to leave the room to find her clothes, Jiang Cheng, freshly donned in a bathrobe, stepped out and pulled her back. Why the rush? The night is still young. You could dress tomorrow. Mr. Jiang, why not eat first? After such a long flight, aren't you tired? Wang Yiyan implored with a pleading expression. Tired? Is my earlier performance exhausting? Jiang Cheng had been stirred by Zhou Ying on the plane, and now he sought an outlet for that pin-up energy. That's not what I meant. Wang Yiyan perceived a dangerous glimmer in his eyes, fearing she had misspoken and would face his ire. Instinctively, she covered her backside, marked by his handprints. Mr. Jiang, I was wrong, Before she could finish, he silenced her with a kiss. The following morning, Wang Yiyan found herself unable to rise on time for the first occasion. Realizing it was already past 1 in the afternoon, panic-stricken, she hurriedly donned her uniform, worried about explaining her absence to the other staff at Ting Villa. Jiang Cheng, amused by her flustered state, pulled her into his embrace. Why the haste? Your client is right here. Go back to sleep. I can't. I need to help you arrange lunch. Wang Yiyan interposed her hands between them. Jiang Cheng, undeterred by her resistance, raised her arms high. We'll eat later. Stay with me a little longer. With that, he pressed his cheek against hers. What if someone sees? She protested softly. And if they do? You are my woman. Sharing a bed is quite normal, he replied, causing her heart to race. Suddenly serious, she asked, Jiang Cheng, what is our relationship now? He looked at her silently for a moment before nodding. If you wish to be my girlfriend, then you are. What does that mean? She inquired. As long as you want to stay by my side, you are my girlfriend. If you don't, then you aren't. Understand? Wang Yiyan found herself momentarily speechless at his scoundrel-like words, yet she knew well what kind of man he was. Her concern was not about labels, but rather about securing a genuine place in his heart. Do you have even a sliver of affection for me? She asked tentatively. Of course, or else why would I hold you close? His affirmation eased her heartache. I know you have many women, but I have one request. When you seek me out, please do not bring them along. I cannot bear to serve you while you enjoy their company, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. Jiang Cheng kissed her forehead, promising, I agree. He had anticipated more significant demands. This was a minor concession he could easily accommodate, for despite his many liaisons, he could not bear to see his woman suffer. Chapter 101. Unpacking after lunch. Wang Yiyan was soon notified that Jiang Cheng's Porsche had arrived at the entrance of Yan'anmen. Jiang Cheng was surprised by the swiftness of the delivery. After he had taken the car to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, the sales manager, upon recognizing it as a Porsche 918, had been momentarily taken aback before eagerly assuring Jiang Cheng that he would handle the matter efficiently. With their professional transport team, it was no trouble to deliver a Porsche 918 for a price. Jiang Cheng had not concerned himself with subsequent matters, having paid a transport fee before flying to Shanghai. The fact that it had arrived so quickly today was truly impressive. Upon their arrival at Yan'an, Jiang Cheng and Wang Yiyan found a crowd gathered around the vehicle. A massive delivery truck had parked at the entrance. The security personnel, unable to ignore the commotion, immediately reported to the lobby manager. Upon learning that the vehicle belonged to Jiang Cheng, the manager reluctantly allowed it to remain, recognizing Jiang Cheng as a valued client. They would not dare voice objections, even if it occupied their space all day. The lobby manager sighed in relief upon seeing Jiang Cheng and approached him with a bow. "Mr. Jiang, welcome." Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. "Manager Zhao, I hope I haven't caused too much trouble. I asked them to expedite the unloading." "Not at all, sir. This is your vehicle. It is best to take care while unloading. I shall oversee the process for you," the manager replied. The truck driver, witnessing the manager's abrupt shift in demeanor, could not help but roll his eyes internally. Initially, they had received a cold reception, yet now they were greeted like honored guests, prompting reflections on the nature of society. "Hello, sir. The vehicle has arrived. Please present your identification for confirmation. If all is in order, kindly sign to acknowledge receipt." The transport staff explained, relieved to know what was inside. Although he had driven trucks for over a decade, transporting numerous luxury vehicles worth millions, this particular delivery required extra caution. From Tianfu to Modu, 2 seasoned drivers took turns at the wheel, never exceeding a speed of 80. Jiang Cheng presented his credentials to the truck driver, who, after receiving them, promptly utilized a verification machine to validate the documents before returning them to Jiang Cheng. "Thank you. We will now proceed with the unboxing," the truck driver announced before calling out, and soon after a worker opened the rear compartment's lock. Several workers climbed into the back of the truck, and soon, a clattering sound echoed from within. It was evident they were swiftly utilizing tools to construct a ramp. Inside the truck's long compartment lay a forklift, and in front of it was a robust, sealed shell surrounded by numerous collision protection devices. "Everyone, please be cautious. Slowly bring it down. No need to rush. Take your time," the truck driver bellowed. "Make some room. I need to drive it out." The forklift operator had already taken his seat and started the vehicle. Once the forklift was smoothly lowered, a few individuals began to dismantle the packaging, peeling away the protective layers like one would strip bamboo shoots. After a full 10 minutes of careful unwrapping, the true identity of the contents was revealed, a stunning Porsche 918, which instantly captivated the onlookers. The sight of its angular headlights and sleek, technologically advanced design, adorned with the Porsche emblem, elicited gasps of awe from the crowd. "Wow, it's incredibly cool. This is my first time seeing such a car." The Porsche 918, a symbol of Tianfu? What wealth! Who could possibly afford a Porsche 918? I would love to sit in it. The women among the crowd gazed at Jiang Cheng with fervent admiration, while their glances toward Wang Yiyan were tinged with envy. Satisfied with the pristine condition of the vehicle, Jiang Cheng nodded approvingly, unlocked the car, and settled into the driver's seat. As he started the engine, the headlights flickered to life, accompanied by the exhilarating roar of the supercar, igniting the excitement of everyone present. This is the allure of a supercar. Merely gazing at it fills one with exhilaration. At that moment, Wang Mingyang, the president of Yan'an, drove into the entrance only to find it obstructed. Observing the throng gathered at the hotel entrance, he furrowed his brow in displeasure. Stepping out of the car, his expression darkened as he approached. Manager Zhao, upon recognizing Wang Mingyang, forced a smile and said, "President, you're here. Mr. John's car has arrived and is currently being unloaded. We'll have the area tidied up shortly. My car has been parked for quite some time. Why should I concern myself with what he is unloading? Is the hotel business still operational?" Zhao manager, reprimanded loudly by Wang Mingyang, turned pale and wiped his cold sweat. Had he erred in this matter? Previously, Wang Mingyang had insisted on doing everything possible to ensure Jiang Cheng's experience at Ammon was exceptional. Zhao manager felt increasingly overwhelmed. "I understand, President. I will ask the guest to move the car immediately." He hurried to the Porsche and knocked on the window. When Jiang Cheng rolled it down, Zhao manager, visibly anxious, asked, "What seems to be the issue?" Just as Zhao manager began to explain, Wang Mingyang's eyes widened in shock. He had not been informed that Jiang Cheng was inside. This was their hotel's benefactor. Blocking the entrance was unfathomable. Before Zhao manager could finish his sentence, Wang Mingyang rushed forward and pushed him aside. The previously furious look on his face transformed into a broad smile. Mr. Jiang, it is indeed you. I was curious about who had the audacity to bring a Porsche 918 here. Jiang Cheng, perplexed, regarded the two men. Hello, Mr. Wang. Zhao manager, caught in the crossfire, felt utterly bewildered by having been reprimanded without cause. He was still trying to comprehend the situation, having clearly mentioned Jiang Cheng's name just moments earlier, only to see Wang Mingyang dismiss it nonchalantly. The surrounding staff exchanged glances, observing their president's sudden politeness towards Jiang Cheng, and their expressions shifted. They silently committed Jiang Cheng's appearance to memory, reinforcing their resolve to treat him with utmost respect in the future. Wang Mingyang glanced at Jiang Cheng's Porsche 918, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. I wonder where Mr. Jiang acquired this Porsche 918. My son has a penchant for such vehicles and has been clamoring for a top-tier supercar. I purchased it from a fourth dealership in Tianfu. Jiang Cheng casually replied, mindful not to disclose that it was a reward from the system. Wang Mingyang's expression shifted. While ordinary Porsches are relatively accessible, acquiring a 918 typically requires certain connections. He suspected Jiang Cheng was withholding the truth. Adopting a congenial demeanor, he said, I hope you are comfortable during your stay here. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Jiang Cheng contemplated his Porsche and realized he indeed had a request. The license plate is from Tianfu, which poses a challenge in Modu. I would prefer a Modu plate, but not a standard one. Do you have access to any special plates, Mr. Wang? Wang Mingyang instantly understood Jiang Cheng's desire upon seeing the 5/8 on his license plate. Actually, I do have a connection. During a recent auction we hosted at Yangyunamen, a unique plate was acquired by a well-connected client of mine. Allow me to inquire if she might be willing to part with it. Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement at Wang Mingyang's suggestion. A plate available at auction would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Thank you, Mr. Wang. He recalled having seen Jiang Cheng's Ferrari, which boasted the coveted Modu plate 111. Such a plate is incredibly difficult to obtain without the right connections, especially one bearing initials. Wang Mingyang felt pleased to assist Jiang Cheng with this minor favor. You are too kind. It's a trivial matter. I will contact her right away. That evening, Jiang Cheng received a call from Wang Mingyang. The location is not far. At Hongjia Restaurant, number 3 Bund. I will send you the details. Wang Mingyang had thoughtfully chosen a venue that was not merely Yangyunamen. After their conversation, Jiang Cheng hung up and headed to the Bund as directed. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he found Wang Mingyang's driver waiting for him downstairs. The driver courteously escorted Jiang Cheng to a private room, where Wang Mingyang promptly stood, inviting him to take a seat at the center of the table. Mr. Jiang, I did not expect you to arrive so quickly. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. The other party will be here shortly. After pouring Jiang Cheng a cup of tea, they were soon interrupted by the sound of heels clicking against the floor. As Jiang Cheng turned to look, he was struck by the sight of a pair of long, slender legs encased in high heels, complemented by a sleek black professional outfit that accentuated her figure. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down her back, exuding an air of confidence and authority. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim internally as he activated his character scanning system. Name, Chun Shuer H, 26, height, 168 centimeters, attractiveness, 92, figure, 94, privacy, 0, friendliness, 70, closed status. Jiang Cheng gazed at the friendliness level, utterly bewildered. How could it have reached 70 upon their first meeting? As Jiang Cheng assessed Chen Shuer, her eyes were also fixed on him. Manager Chen, you're here? Wang Mingyang stood up, beaming at Chen Shuer. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Noticing Jiang Cheng's confused expression, Chen Shuer playfully reproached him. You haven't forgotten about me at Xingchen Investment Company, have you? With this reminder, Jiang Cheng suddenly recollected. Chen Shuer was seemingly assigned to him as an operations manager by the system, which explained why her name sounded so familiar. She regularly reported the company's recent developments to him. However, Jiang Cheng, adhering to a principle of not meddling in affairs he deemed unprofessional, had largely refrained from involving himself in company matters, finding it quite pleasant to be hands-off. As Chen Shui'er approached him, huffing in annoyance, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but inhale deeply. Indeed, she exuded a delightful fragrance. He cheekily patted her rounded backside, saying, "Manager Chen, how could I forget? You manage things so well. I'm entirely at ease." Skeptical, Chen Shui'er put her hands on her hips, pouting as she pulled a chair next to Jiang Cheng. "I don't believe that. You only gesture when I report to you, and sometimes I feel you don't pay attention at all." Watching her act coyly stirred a peculiar thrill in Jiang Cheng, evoking an involuntary shiver, though he also found it oddly enjoyable. Chen Shui'er seemed to possess an allure comparable to Su Wan, the kind of charm that captivated simply through her voice. Chapter 104. Imagination such a woman is utterly irresistible to any man. Gazing at Chen Shui'er, Jiang Cheng suddenly felt that being wealthy was indeed a remarkable blessing. Previously, he could only engage in light-hearted banter with female classmates or play basketball. But in just over half a month, he found himself interacting with various enchanting women. Who knows what other delightful experiences awaited him? Life truly is marvelously unpredictable. Meanwhile, Wang Mingyang observed in astonishment as Chen Shui'er nestled closer to Jiang Cheng. Chen Shui'er was renowned in their circle as an ice queen, typically maintaining an air of aloofness in business negotiations. It was surprising to see her display such warmth towards Jiang Cheng. Moreover, from her manner of addressing him, it appeared Jiang Cheng was the head of Xingchen Investment Company. Wang Mingyang knew that Xingchen Investment was a firm with a substantial capital commitment of 500 million. While this sum might not seem vast, it was indeed fully paid up. Many investment firms typically only declare nominal amounts, with actual accessible funds often being just a few million. However, Xingchen Investment boasted a very real 500 million in liquid assets. This substantial capital had drawn numerous entrepreneurs and financing companies, even attracting directors from entertainment firms seeking investment. Hence, the reputation of Xingchen Investment spread rapidly across various circles. Chen Shui'er was widely recognized as an elite manager in the industry. Having obtained a prestigious foreign financial management certification at the age of 18 and accumulating numerous accolades across various fields, she began her career at 19, emerging as a prodigy in the investment realm, with multinational corporations vying to offer her exorbitant salaries. It was astonishing that she had recently made the bold move to join the newly established Xingchen Investment as a manager, shocking the industry. Jiang Cheng had already reviewed Chen Shui'er's credentials and understood that her presence in his company was a boon from the system. However, while Jiang Cheng was aware of her motives for joining Xingchen Investment, others were oblivious. Wang Mingyang couldn't help but feel that Chen Shui'er's willingness to associate with Jiang Cheng implied that his influence was greater than it appeared. After all, a seasoned manager like Chen Shui'er would have a more acute sense of such matters. Thus, Wang Mingyang's astonishment towards Jiang Cheng deepened. It was noteworthy that Chen Shui'er had previously worked for a multinational corporation valued in the hundreds of billions. According to her, Jiang Cheng hardly acknowledged her. How could someone so captivating manage a company while going unnoticed? If this wasn't a case of power dynamics, then it seemed that the 19-year-old boy was far more complex than he appeared. Wang Mingyang, in a daze, remarked, "So, Mr. Jiang and Manager Chen are acquainted." Seeing the surprise on Wang Mingyang's face, Jiang Cheng chuckled, "I didn't expect the person you introduced to be Manager Chen. Quite the coincidence." Wang Mingyang promptly lifted his teacup, altering his address to Jiang Cheng. "Mr. Jiang, it's an honor to meet you." Previously, he had no idea that Jiang Cheng was a business owner. He assumed he was merely a wealthy heir. Now, realizing that such a young man had already established a company and had a remarkable aide like Chen Shui'er, Wang Mingyang pondered the extraordinary potential Jiang Cheng possessed in the coming years. Chapter 105. Who ate there's no need for such formality, Mr. Wang. Feel free, Jiang Cheng said as he clinked his glass with Wang Mingyang's. After setting down his glass, Chen Shui'er smiled and winked at Jiang Cheng. "Mr. Jiang, we recently invested in several promising projects in real estate. Did you review the materials I sent you yesterday?" Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of embarrassment at her inquiry. He had been preoccupied with Wang Yan the previous night and hadn't had the opportunity to peruse the documents. He had only skimmed the essential parts. "Yesterday, Chun Shuer had mentioned that they had already profited over 20 million in just over a week, but he hadn't paid much attention. He had received the funds, yet hadn't bothered to delve into the investment documents. While he might have reservations about others, he felt entirely at ease with Chun Shuer. As she was appointed by the system, Chun Shuer had noticed Jiang Cheng's lack of engagement, but chose not to call him out. At the outset of her tenure, she had felt somewhat out of place. From the company's inception, Jiang Cheng had never proactively sought her out. Chun Shuer silently lamented the plight of workers. By the way, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Wang mentioned that someone won a license plate from Modu. Is that you? Jiang Cheng nodded, yes. You were the one who bid on that plate, correct? Wang Mingyang quickly interjected. Manager Chen recently acquired a license plate worth 5 million at our auction at Yang Yunaman. When Mr. Jiang mentioned it, I immediately thought of you. I didn't realize Manager Wang was from the same company as Mr. Jiang. There's no need for me to introduce you. Chen Xue readily added. I hesitated to part with that license plate, but if Mr. Jiang wants it, that changes everything. It's on my car. I'll bring it out shortly. Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Chun Shuer's smooth, delicate thighs. If not for Wang Mingyang's presence, he would have certainly taken the opportunity to gauge the sensation for himself. Thank you, Manager Chun. You can deduct the cost of the license plate directly from the company's account. The meal concluded on a delightful note, with Chun Shuer not only managing the company well, but also ensuring Jiang Cheng was well taken care of at the table. After receiving the license plate from Chun Shuer and assuring her that he would visit the company for a thorough inspection soon, Jiang Cheng swiftly departed in his car. The next afternoon, after rising from sleep, Wang Zheng called Jiang Cheng. Jiang, what have you been busy with lately? I just arrived in Modu yesterday and took a day off. It is indeed a coincidence. I was just thinking about inviting you to join me. Oh, what intriguing activities do you have in mind? I plan to visit a private collection gallery to see if I can discover any fascinating treasures. Would you care to accompany me? Naturally, Jiang Cheng has heard of the private collection gallery. Such venues often offer the opportunity to purchase rare collectibles that are otherwise unavailable on the market, including various cultural artifacts, exquisite timepieces, and jewelry. Jiang Cheng expressed his interest, saying, "Sound delightful. All right, I will send you the address and introduce you to a few friends," he added. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. Early this morning, Chun Shuer arranged for Jiang Cheng's Porsche to be registered at the Vehicle Management Center. As he gazed at the newly affixed license plate from the Enchanted City, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Starting the Porsche 918, the alluring roar of the engine filled the air, reminiscent of a fierce black beast racing through the streets of the bustling metropolis. Wow, a Porsche 918. What a magnificent license plate. Who 88,888. I wonder which wealthy heir is out flaunting their car this early, one bystander remarked. The vehicle soon arrived near its destination, the address provided by Wang Zheng leading to a mansion by the waterfront. At this moment, several supercars of various colors had already gathered at the entrance. A group of young individuals stood nearby, engaged in casual conversation. Just then, an unfamiliar Porsche approached with a thunderous growl, prompting the group to turn in unison to see the spectacle. As the car drew nearer, Jiang Cheng discerned an array of luxury vehicles: McLaren, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bugatti. The gathering resembled a veritable assembly of affluent heirs. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Cheng noticed Wang Zheng among the group, likely the friends he had mentioned during their phone conversation. He parked his car beside theirs and calmly exited. As he opened the door, the young men clad in various designer brands immediately scrutinized him with curiosity. Wang Zheng, standing next to the Bugatti, approached Jiang Cheng and clapped him on the shoulder. "Brother Jiang, I knew it was you." "Ah, the Porsche 918. Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, "It just arrived yesterday." Wang Zheng then introduced Jiang Cheng to the others, saying, "This is Jiang Cheng, as I mentioned before." "Nice to meet you." Jiang Cheng nodded. Qin Fun, along with Jiang Xian and Wei, greeted him as well. "Your license plate is quite impressive, perfectly matching Brother Qin's 99999, one of them remarked. "A beautiful woman gifted it to me yesterday. I tried to pay her, but she refused," Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly. "I'm truly envious of you. By the way, the owner of the private collection gallery we are visiting today is also a woman. Perhaps you could persuade her to accept your payment." Jiang Xian chuckled. "A woman? Is she older?" Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Not particularly old, but she does have children, Wang Zheng interjected, understanding Jiang Cheng's implication. Having children complicates things. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Wow, so you are quite the martial arts expert, Jiang Xin continued. Jiang Cheng found the group refreshingly devoid of any airs typical of the wealthy elite, leaving him with a positive first impression. I must admit, I have always hoped a wealthy woman would see through my bravado. The doctor said my teeth are not great, so I should stick to softer food, he joked. With your circumstances, you should spare the rest of us. Jiang Xin laughed heartily. The group was already aware of Jiang Cheng's background, having heard from Wang Zheng, and their first outing was more about familiarizing themselves. You come from a wealthy family, I presume? At 18, I was still driving my father's supercar. And he wouldn't buy me a 911, Jiang Xin inquired, his envy evident as he glanced at Jiang Cheng's Porsche 918. Just an ordinary family, really. It pales in comparison to yours. Jiang Cheng waved off the compliment. Wang Zheng, chuckling, responded, if you're an ordinary family, then what am I, a garbage collector? Your car alone is worth more than my two combined. Do you think any random wealthy heir can casually drop millions in cash for a supercar? He continued, highlighting the financial constraints even the affluent face. They might have wealth, but as heirs, their funds are often limited to a portion of their family's wealth. Their daily expenditures, including maintenance for their supercars, dining, socializing, and indulging in luxury goods, can quickly add up to substantial amounts. In reality, when you account for everything, it can easily exceed $1 million a month, he noted. Buying a car outright for a few million isn't overly burdensome, but several million is quite a challenge. Jiang Xin nodded in agreement. If you're a garbage collector, what am I? I've noticed that wealthy individuals are increasingly skilled at feigning modesty. I'm being honest. It's merely a stroke of luck, reborn with a system, Jiang Cheng asserted earnestly. The group burst into laughter at his remark. All right then, you're quite amusing. One of you wants to be supported by a wealthy woman, while the other is pretending to be a garbage collector. As per usual, whoever spends the most tonight will treat us to dinner, Kingpin declared enthusiastically. Jiang Cheng shook his head in resignation. He was speaking the truth, but no one believed him. I wonder if there will be any particularly unique items this time, Wang Zheng pondered, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The group continued their conversation as they ventured further inside. The owner of this private gallery is a top-tier professional watch collector in the country. There are many exceptional timepieces difficult to acquire elsewhere. I visit whenever I have the chance. However, the owner does not always reside in the city. Fortunately, she is here today. I thought you would appreciate fine watches since you visited Richard Mill last time, Wang Zheng explained, gesturing toward Jiang Cheng's wrist. Jiang Cheng nodded in understanding. Are all the items for sale here? Wang Zheng shook his head. Some are for sale while others are not. Moreover, the owner conducts an assessment of potential buyers before selling. If she deems someone unworthy of a watch, even a considerable sum may not suffice. She pairs each timepiece with the buyer's aura and personality. Collectors are known for their eccentricities, believing each luxury watch possesses a unique soul, making transactions somewhat complicated. Nonetheless, unless there are exceptional circumstances, deals can typically be made. By the way, the two watches you acquired at the last auction were from her collection. Jiang Cheng acknowledged Wang Zheng's explanation with a nod. After being escorted inside by the security personnel, the grand door of the mansion closed behind them. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman dressed in a butler's uniform approached them respectfully. He greeted Jiang Cheng and the others. The owner is en route. She has instructed me to entertain you in the meantime. Please come this way. The butler guided them into a spacious reception room adorned with a grand fireplace, vintage French sofas, and exquisite coffee tables. Several oil paintings adorned the walls, showcasing the elegant and sophisticated taste of the mansion's female proprietor. After the male butler prepared the refreshments, he activated the grand projector in the center of the guest house. The screen illuminated with a display of recently acquired exquisite timepieces and jewelry. Jiang Cheng and his companions leisurely perused the collection, trying on pieces that piqued their interest. Jiang Cheng's eyes sparkled at the sight of each luxurious item, affirming Wang Zheng's assertion that these were indeed top-tier treasures. The collection featured an array of jade, diamond rings, necklaces, and watches. As they admired the items, discussions ensued regarding their preferences. After a while, Jiang Xin decided on a complex Lang watch priced at 1,500,000. Wang Zheng favored a popular Patek Philippe Starry Diamond watch, model 6104, costing 4,500,000. The more reticent Vida had his eye on a Patek Philippe 5160 priced at over 1,500,000, while Kingpin was captivated by a Richard Mille 38, valued at 8 million. Wang brother, if you manage to acquire that watch, won't you suffer from back pain when cruising at night? Wang Zheng teased. Indeed, wearing that watch would certainly outshine your LaFerrari. Your hand would be as impressive as a wood ear harvester during a night out. Jiang Xin joined in the jest. Can you lot be a bit more serious? I'm merely buying this watch to tell the time, without any of your convoluted musings, Kingpin retorted, nudging Wang Zheng. Jiang Cheng then interjected, Brother Qin, if you're not keen on that watch, allow me to take it. I find it quite appealing, and being younger, I can attract attention from the ladies. I would gladly endure the trials for you. Such grandiose declarations, if not closely listened to, might leave one puzzled about Jiang Cheng's true intentions. You young lad, relying on your youth, covet all for yourself? Don't be hasty. Let's enjoy the evening together, Kingpin remarked, noticing Jiang Cheng's hesitation. Found nothing appealing? I did spot something, but it seems it's not for sale. The Patek Philippe Minute Repeater 5374 looks splendid. If only it were available, Jiang Cheng replied, eyeing a timepiece worth over 10 million. The others exchanged glances, not doubting Jiang Cheng's financial capability, but rather marveling at the audacity of his choice. So all this time, you were eyeing an even pricier watch, truly seeking to flaunt it all by yourself? Kingpin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Jiang brother, if you wear that watch, will there be any ladies left for us during our outings? Wang Zheng added humorously. Not at all. Despite my reputation as a seasoned warrior, there are plenty of women who might fancy your choices, Jiang Cheng responded, attempting to dismiss their banter. Do not deceive us. The ones you fancy are not for sale. So it seems you shall not acquire it, the butler remarked respectfully. Yes, sir, those without a price tag are currently part of the owner's private collection. You may return during our next opening to try your luck, he concluded. Chapter 109. Old acquaintances. Jiang Cheng looked at the Patek Philippe 5374 on the screen with a hint of regret. The watch featured a sleek and elegant deep blue dial, encased in a platinum shell. Its strap was crafted from handcrafted bright, twilight, blue crocodile leather, adorned with a diamond buckle, lugs, and bezel, while the hour markers echoed the blue of the lacquer dial with rectangular gems. These designs imbued the intricate minute repeater with an air of luxury, grand, mysterious, and opulent. Jiang brother, perhaps you could return next time. It might be available then. Wang Zheng consoled, patting Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Jiang Cheng nodded with a hint of disappointment. All right, I shall look again. This time, I will consider acquiring a Richard Mille. However, if I do buy, it must be within a few million, as Jiang Jiamin promised to reimburse me. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open again, and footsteps echoed within, one pair unmistakably belonging to a woman in high heels. The rhythm of her steps was deliberate and measured, drawing the attention of the group away from their discussions towards the entrance. Soon, a pair of graceful, snow-white legs appeared, accentuated by black stiletto heels. Ascending, they revealed slender, fair legs clad in a black professional dress. Her lustrous black hair was styled into an elegant French ponytail, and her earlobes adorned with diamond studs the size of pigeon eggs, exuding an undeniable aura. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow at the familiar visage. Could it be? As the woman entered, everyone greeted her warmly. Sister Xin, good to see you again. Sister Xin, you look even more beautiful. And Xin offered an elegant smile, her tone apologetic. I'm so sorry for being late. The traffic in Mo is as congested as in Tianfu. Have you all made your selections? As she scanned the room, her expression shifted dramatically upon spotting Jiang Cheng. She quickly approached him, her surprise evident. Jiang Cheng, what are you doing here? And Xion's radiant smile left the others momentarily speechless. Though they often discussed watches, they had never witnessed her smile so brightly at them. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. I didn't expect this place to be yours. Yes. What brings you to Mo? Weren't you just in Tianfu 2 days ago? And Xian inquired with delight. Just bored. I arrived yesterday. Had I known you were here, I would have invited you to join me. You wouldn't believe how much Annie has been talking about you. lamenting that if she came to Mo, she would miss you. Convincing her to come with me was quite the effort. Jiang Cheng chuckled at the mention of the mischievous Annie. An Xin, clearly pleased to see Jiang Cheng, engaged him in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the others around them. The onlookers exchanged amused glances, noting how an Xin, typically aloof and professional, transformed into a bashful young woman in Jiang Cheng's presence. The butler observed the scene with astonishment. Having managed an Xion's collection for years, he had never witnessed her display such warmth toward the guest. "Do you two know each other?" Kingpin inquired, intrigued. An Xion nodded, her spirits clearly lifted. "Yes, we are from the same hometown." The group recalled that both an Xion and Jiang Cheng hailed from Tianfu, making their connection unsurprising given their affluent backgrounds. "I was planning to introduce Sister Xion to you today, but I see you're already acquainted," Wang Zheng remarked, nearly letting slip the term old flame, but managing to restrain himself. Chapter 110. A generous gift. I never anticipated that Sister Xion would be a watch collector, Jiang Cheng said, genuinely surprised. He had envisioned her as an older woman, not realizing it would be an Xion. "It's merely a hobby. I've had a passion for collecting valuable items since childhood, and over time, it grew into this collection. When I visited Mo, I opened the gallery. How fortunate that you came here today. What do you think of the pieces? Have any caught your eye?" An Xion asked, her curiosity piqued. She indeed had her eyes set on something. Yet unfortunately, it was a model that could not be purchased. She pondered whether to consider other options. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's remarks, an Xion chuckled and generously stated, "What difficulty is there? Which model do you fancy? I shall gift it to you." As soon as an Xion uttered these words, Wang Zheng, Kingpin, Jiang Cheng, and Wei all widened their eyes in astonishment. "A literary gift?" Wang Zheng teased. "Sister Xion, when we purchase watches from you, we have to meet certain conditions. Yet for Jiang Cheng, they're offering it for free, and not even a model for sale. This is rather preferential treatment, isn't it?" An Xion, sensing their misunderstanding, promptly asserted, "Jiang Cheng is different to me. Even if he were to desire everything I possess, I would gladly give it to him." This sentiment stemmed from Jiang Cheng saving Annie, and an Xion felt a deep willingness to bestow such gifts upon him. After all, without Jiang Cheng, Annie might have suffered greatly at the hands of others, possibly leading to a life irrevocably ruined. Where would she find the carefree solace of snuggling in an Xion's embrace now? An Xion had long sought an opportunity to repay Jiang Cheng's kindness, but had been thwarted by a lack of circumstance until this moment, which filled her heart with joy. Hearing an Xion's ambiguous offer, the others became even more engrossed in the unfolding drama, exclaiming in unison. They were evidently taken aback by the profound significance Jiang Cheng held in an Xion's heart. It is worth noting that the items within this private collection are among the finest in Modu, not to mention the exquisite watches and Xion's other collectibles, including jade, diamond rings, and antiques, total a staggering worth of billions. Could all of these truly be gifted to Jiang Cheng? Observing the envy in their gazes, Jiang Cheng could only shrug helplessly. "Sister Xion and I share an innocent bond. Why the suspicious looks?" An Xion then realized that her words might have inadvertently led to misunderstandings. However, she dismissed it and, turning to Jiang Cheng, asked, "Which one did you like?" "I will fetch it for you right away." Jiang Cheng shook his head. "That cannot be. I cannot accept your generosity without recompense. I came here to make a purchase." Noticing Jiang Cheng's reluctance, an Xion turned to the male steward beside her. The steward, understanding an Xion's intentions, respectfully informed her, Mr. Jiang has taken a liking to the Patek Philippe 5374. An Xion nodded. "Understood. I shall retrieve it for you." Jiang Cheng waved his hand. No, Sister Xion. If you're willing to sell it to me, I will buy it. But if it is a gift, I must decline." "Jiang Cheng, why the formalities between us?" "It cannot be for free," an Xion replied. "Given our relationship, let's settle on market value." Seeing Jiang Cheng's firm stance, an Xion's brow furrowed in discontent. Since Jiang Cheng was unwilling to accept her gifts, she would have to ensure that she would be of assistance to him whenever he needed her in the future. "Very well, I shall fetch it," she concluded. Suddenly recalling something, she added, "I have other collectibles. Would you like to take a look?" Jiang Cheng nodded with interest. "Of course." As an Xin invited him, Qin Fun and Wang Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. For these enthusiasts of fine watches, this was a rare opportunity. Typically, they could only admire the collection displayed on the large screen, and now they were eager to explore. Sister Xin, may we join you? Jiang Xin could not contain his curiosity. He was aware that his inquiry might infringe upon certain unspoken rules of collectors. But the chance to observe was too tempting to resist. The others gazed at him in surprise, though they too harbored the desire to join. However, being dignified individuals, they would not disrupt the established norms. Just when they anticipated an Xion's refusal, she unexpectedly nodded decisively after a few seconds of consideration. With an Xion's unprecedented agreement, their gazes towards Jiang Cheng shimmered with renewed intrigue. Each with their own thoughts, they followed an Xion toward a massive iron door leading to the inner sanctum. The door, adorned with numerous electronic locks and scanning devices, loomed large. After all had scanned successfully, an Xion approached, activating the fingerprint, retinal, and password locks. After a swift verification, the heavy door creaked open. As the door swung wide, several bodyguards clad in black suits followed closely behind. Observing their formidable presence, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but glance at an Xion. Sensing his gaze, an Xion turned to him with a gentle smile, explaining, "This is the usual procedure. They're accustomed to this." Watching an Xion, who moved with grace, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but admire her figure. With such robust security, it is quite reassuring, he remarked lightly. An Xion recalled the scene when she first encountered Jiang Cheng in Thailand, realizing that these bodyguards wouldn't hold much weight against his influence there. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Cheng maintained an exceptionally low profile domestically, despite being a shareholder in Hung Chung Company, which wielded power in both legal and illicit arenas. As they ventured into the basement, the dim corridor illuminated into brightness. The expansive basement was partitioned into several rooms. An Xion guided them into one of the grand halls. As the lights flickered to life, the once shadowy room transformed into a vibrant space filled with immense glass display cases. Each case showcased exquisitely crafted timepieces that shimmered under the spotlight. A collective gasp of awe escaped their lips. If supercars epitomize a man's romance, then watches are an irresistible allure for every man, especially these top-tier timepieces that encapsulate the essence of time. These are my personal watch collection. Feel free to explore. An Xion graciously announced. Despite her welcoming words, the bodyguards remained vigilant, stationed around the room. Jiang Cheng, intrigued, began to admire the first row of watches. Is this a set of 5 enamel watches from Patek Philippe? He marveled, taken aback by the exquisite collection before him. I never imagined Sister Xion would possess such a multitude. Qin Fin echoed his surprise. Though the price of Patek Philippe's enamel watches may not be exorbitant, their uniqueness is unparalleled. Each year, the brand releases numerous new enamel designs, yet only one of each style is produced, rendering them priceless. These watches are generally claimed long before they are publicly displayed. The world is vast, and the moment they are released, they are swiftly acquired, making them unattainable even for the wealthy. There's so many Nautilus models here. Sister Xion, you truly are a masterful collector, exclaimed one of them. Isn't this the Rolex worn by the protagonist in the Hollywood film 007? It's incredibly stylish. And here is the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak offshore chronograph worn by Schwarzenegger in Terminator 3. This Patek Philippe Sky Moon Tourbillon 6002 must be worth over 20 million now, right? It's similar in complexity to the 5364 you selected, Jiang Cheng. The group continued to marvel as they explored the remarkable collection. Although the watches here were not particularly expensive when they were first produced, their scarcity means that each one is essentially a rare limited edition, often valued beyond the market. In Chapter 112, something feels amiss. As Jiang Cheng admires these exquisite timepieces, an Xion attentively stands by, sharing insights about the functionalities of each watch and the years she acquired her collection. What do you think? Are there any other watches that catch your eye? An Xion inquires with generous intent. Her meaning is clear. Should Jiang Cheng express a liking, she would promptly present it to him with both hands. Observing an Xion's inquiry, the others, though envious, refrain from expressing a desire to purchase for themselves. Their financial backgrounds are substantial, and obtaining their desired watches would not be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, while they toured the collection, they maintained a sense of decorum. Jiang Cheng nodded and replied, "There are many watches here that I admire, but these are your treasures. I do not wish to covet what belongs to you. I will stick with my initial choice." He understood that an Xian's generosity stemmed from his rescue of an NI. Yet he empathized with her reluctance to part with her collection. However, Jiang Cheng was mistaken in his assumption. An Xian's offer was indeed sincere. She recognized that Jiang Cheng was not lacking in wealth. Yet he declined her offer, mindful of the presence of others around them. "Thanks to you, Brother Jiang. I've learned a lot today," Wang Zheng exclaimed, patting Jiang Cheng on the shoulder. Jiang Cheng teased him. I have no idea about your particular talents. If you wish to learn, perhaps seek out a lady to guide you." "Hey, don't speak nonsense. That's not my style," Kingpin interjected, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he leaned closer, whispering, "I believe in Boss is around our age, and I heard she already has children. Are you too?" Jiang Cheng shook his head in denial. "This is only the third time I've met her." "What? The third time? Does she have a crush on you?" DeWei remarked incredulously. "Honestly, and Boss possesses both beauty and a discerning eye for watches. It's quite enviable," Jiang Cheng said, shaking his head. "You're overthinking it. It's merely her child who likes me." He wished to keep his experiences in Thailand private, especially since they were still getting acquainted. A beast in human form. Not even sparing the child, Wang Zheng pretended to be shocked. Their playful banter continued until an Xian re-entered with the watches they had chosen, prompting them to become slightly more serious. They all agreed to the prices they had previously discussed. When it came to Jiang Cheng, an Xian refused to sell at the current market value, insisting on the price she had originally paid. "Jiang Cheng, listen to me. This Patek Philippe 5374 was purchased by me in 2016 at a relatively low price of 18 million. If you insist on the current market value, I cannot agree. Let's find a middle ground. You can buy it with peace of mind, and I can sell it with peace of mind." After some negotiation, they settled on a price of 23 million for the Patek Philippe 5374. Jiang Cheng had acquired a coveted multi-million-dollar watch at such a reasonable price, which elicited envy from the others. The current market value of the Patek Philippe 5374 had soared to 30 million. Once the price was agreed upon, an Xian addressed them. "As per our usual arrangement, should you ever wish to part with these watches, please consider selling them to me first under equal conditions." They all nodded in agreement, signing a priority transfer contract before completing the bank transaction. Once everything was settled, Jiang Cheng pointed to his newly acquired Patek Philippe 5374. After purchasing these two watches, he felt that his previous million-dollar watch paled in comparison. "XNG, could you help me put on?" An Xian smiled and nodded. "Of course, come here. Let me assist you with this." An Xian carefully unfastened the Patek Philippe strap and placed it on the table. "All right, you can put on now." After securing it, she thoughtfully adjusted it for him. "Thank you, and yeah, having you do it makes all the difference. It fits perfectly." While an Xian remained oblivious to any oddities in their exchange, the others furrowed their brows, sensing something was amiss yet unable to pinpoint it, silently giving Jiang Cheng a thumbs up for his finesse. Chapter 113. A pressing need for relaxation. After transferring the funds through the bank, the group departed the mansion. Having previously declared that the one with the largest expenditure would treat the others, Jiang Cheng, gleefully admiring his new watch, asked, "So, what are the plans for the evening?" "Gentlemen?" He still had 4 cashback cards waiting to be used, pondering where to indulge. The others, noting his enthusiasm, were not hesitant. Their spending habits were well established, and a sum in the hundreds of thousands was but a trifle to them. Typically, our gatherings here involve similar expenditures, although most of the time, it's Brother Qin treating us. Tonight, it's your turn, so prepare for a feast. Wang Zheng rubbed his hands together, eager. "All right, I am not familiar with this city, so please guide me," Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly. "I have a friend who recently opened a bathing and leisure club. I visited once, and the ambience and service were exceptional. Shall we go there?" Kingpin proposed. "Bathing and leisure club? Is that place legitimate?" Jiang Cheng asked, his anticipation growing. "Legitimate? Who cares about that?" Kingpin raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. His words ignited excitement among the group. Jiang Cheng stretched his back, saying, Now that you mention it, my back does feel a bit sore. I could use a massage to rejuvenate. Same here. I felt a bit tired from sitting earlier. On the other hand, just want to soak in a bath, preferably with some lovely company. One of the group chimed in. You old lechers, spare us the act. Let's go. I'll lead the way, Kingpin declared as he hopped into the car. Wang Zheng understood that Kingpin's gesture indicated his acceptance of Jiang Cheng. If the evening had been unpleasant, he would not have invited Jiang Cheng along for the next venture. After all, a wealthy second-generation heir like Kingpin would not associate with someone based solely on their financial status. Compatibility of character was equally vital. As night fell, the bond in who was alive with activity. Neon lights flickered, and throngs of beautiful women and handsome men mingled around luxurious sports cars. The sight of 5 supercars lined up, their throaty roars, drew countless admiring glances. Whoa, is that not young Master Qin's license plate? Who 99999? And another one, who 88888? A Porsche 918? Who could that be? The atmosphere was electric. It seemed the goddesses were being swept away. After about 15 minutes of driving, as the traffic thinned, Kingpin turned onto a straight, secluded road, finally arriving at their destination. Before them stood several grand, traditional Chinese buildings, a scene that exuded poetry and elegance. Jiang Cheng gazed at the surroundings with a sense of awe, though he maintained an air of calm composure. Once they exited the vehicle, a staff member welcomed them inside. This environment is indeed impressive. Yes, it appears quite pleasant. The air feels refreshing, Kingpin noted, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he remarked. This is where the true enjoyment lies. Is it the kind of frivolity you speak of? I had assumed we were here to unwind, not to engage in a test of endurance. At this moment, Jiang Cheng interjected, acknowledging that such venues are indeed meant for relaxation, albeit primarily for the ladies. Kingpin chuckled heartily, affirming that only internal members are granted access to the upper levels, and he would arrange for them to acquire a membership card for future indulgences. The group ascended to the top level, where the attending manager swiped the access card, and with a beep, the doors opened to reveal an opulent lobby adorned with lavish decor. The grand chandelier, crafted from crystal, cast a warm glow, and the surrounding decor exuded luxury and elegance, blending classical culture with humanistic design, creating an atmosphere of comfort and extravagance. Upon entering, 2 rows of elegantly attired hostesses bowed in unison, greeting them with melodious voices. Welcome. Each of the dozen women was strikingly beautiful, dressed in light, alluring attire. Shall we dine first and enjoy a massage afterward? Kingpin inquired, seeking their opinions. All agreed, as they were seasoned individuals accustomed to such encounters and were not easily flustered. As they dined, leisurely chatting, the top-tier offerings of Boston lobster and king crab were available for unlimited enjoyment, yet they held little allure for the group. Halfway through their meal, a male manager entered, accompanied by a dozen exquisitely chosen women, even more refined than those who had greeted them. Gentlemen, these are our signature massage models, skilled in their craft and capable of fulfilling all your desires, the manager proclaimed. Kingpin encouraged them to select one to join their meal, assuring them that despite their appearances, their massage techniques were quite legitimate. It's been a while since I've had a proper massage. It wouldn't hurt to try, Jiang Cheng concurred. Recalling past experiences, Jiang Cheng reminded himself not to be overly selective in such settings, where such arrangements were commonplace among the affluent. He activated the relationship scanning system, noting that 2 of the 8 women had a privacy value of 0, while the others hovered around 5. The values were quite promising. He chose a seemingly innocent girl with an anime-like appearance. Despite both having a privacy value of 0, one was rather thin, almost emaciated. Jiang Cheng preferred women with a more voluptuous figure. Name, Xiaoming, age, 20, height, 162 centimeters, attractiveness, 90, figure, 94, privacy, 0, friendliness, 55, stranger status. Pointing to Xiaoming, he declared, she will do. Upon being selected, Xiaoming's nervousness turned her complexion from pale to flushed as she gazed at Jiang Cheng. The male manager, noticing her hesitation, sternly instructed Xiaoming, "What are you waiting for? Go and serve young Master Jiang well." Startled by the reprimand, Xiaoming promptly nodded, "Yes, manager." The others exhibited no surprise at this exchange, appearing accustomed to such dynamics. Clearly, Xiaoming was new to this line of work, as only Jiang Cheng was privy to her privacy value of 0. After selecting Xiaoming, it was Qin Fan's turn to choose, followed by Wang Zheng, and then Jiang Xin and away. Observing the selection order, Jiang Cheng discerned that this circle revolved around Qin Fan, who had allowed him the first choice as a courtesy for his inaugural outing. In this realm, respect is contingent upon one's own prowess. Even among wealthy heirs, there are distinctions in status. The 4 unselected women cast envious glances at those who had been chosen, especially given the presence of a particularly striking young man among them. They could see the deference shown to the handsome gentleman, recognizing that a night spent with him was far preferable to any alternative. Watching Xiaoming shyly settle next to Jiang Cheng, the other women resignedly followed the male manager's lead, leaving the table. The remaining women, brimming with excitement, eagerly attended to the gentlemen, serving them dishes with practiced grace. They had been briefed on the illustrious backgrounds of their guests, understanding that well-pleasing them would undoubtedly yield generous tips, perhaps even securing a future without need for work. As Xiaoming nervously served Jiang Cheng a dish, she appeared somewhat awkward in comparison to the other women. "You should eat too. There's no need to be so tense," Jiang Cheng reassured her. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoming smiled sweetly. "Thank you, young Master Jiang," as she picked up a peach before him. Just then, Jiang Cheng's phone rang, revealing a call from Xiao Yining, who had seen his recent social media post indicating his location in Shanghai. "Have you missed me?" she inquired. "Of course, it's been ages since you reached out. How about I come over tonight?" Jiang Cheng glanced at Xiaoming and shook his head. "Let us make it tomorrow. I have engagements tonight. Please be ready at home for my visit." Xiao Yining readily agreed. The others exchanged knowing glances, realizing Jiang Cheng's casual phone call was a display of his romantic entanglements. "Brother Jiang, it seems your significant other is checking up on you," one teased. "Who would have thought you would find someone at such a young age?" As Jiang Cheng remained silent, another call came through from Yu Xiao Xiao. "Hello, Xiao Xiao. Who are you chatting with?" "I tried calling multiple times. I was on the phone with a client. We had a productive discussion, and I'll be meeting her again tomorrow evening," Jiang Cheng replied candidly. "Have you missed me?" "Of course. When will you come visit?" "Tomorrow morning. Please be ready for my arrival at the office." The group fell silent, taken aback by Jiang Cheng's effortless charm and adept time management. "This guy's undoubtedly a playboy," they mused, as he balanced multiple engagements with apparent ease. The disparity in their own circumstances and Jiang Cheng's effortless charisma left them feeling somewhat discontented. Sensing their envious gazes, Jiang Cheng feigned innocence. "Why do you look at me like that?" Turning to Xiaoming, who appeared conflicted, he chuckled. "Could you refrain from squeezing the peach? You are making it look unappetizing." Embarrassed, Xiaoming glanced at the damaged fruit, then took a large bite, imagining it was Jiang Cheng. "Ah, be gentle. Don't treat it too harshly," he teased. As Jiang Cheng playfully teased Xiaoming, her cheeks flushed, and she shyly nibbled at her small lips. The atmosphere lightened, and several of them were soon amused by Jiang Cheng's antics. Qin Fan chuckled heartily, cautioning, "Do not take advantage of your youth and vitality to be so flamboyant. Youngsters should learn to take care of themselves. When you reach my age, you'll understand." Chapitre 115. Impossible. Jiang Cheng, observing kingpin, couldn't help but smile as he replied, "Brother Qin, your words serve as a timely reminder that while one is young, a man must cherish his physical strength and must engage in activities such as billiards or golf." The unexpected nature of Jiang Cheng's statement left everyone momentarily bemused. Wang Zheng, taking a sip from his glass, frowned and remarked, "What sort of game? I can't conjure a single image when it comes to billiards or golf." "Indeed, and let's not forget about ping pong," Du Wei added with a laugh. "Ah, you simply do not grasp the essence. While ping pong may seem trivial, the return is rather unproductive. Yet billiards is different. One can strike with a cue and pot many dark balls. However, playing golf is a rather futile endeavor, as it only allows for sinking one ball into a single hole." As Jiang Cheng expounded upon his views on various games, a moment of enlightenment washed over them. They all laughed in unison, fully appreciating Jiang Cheng's apt metaphor. "You sly devil," they acknowledged, conceding to Jiang Cheng's wit. "Come, let's raise a toast. Today is too joyous." After satisfying their appetites, they took a private elevator downstairs to indulge in a hot spring. This hot spring was a vast, secluded, and entirely natural sanctuary, reserved exclusively for elite members. The perimeter was adorned with black marble, surrounded by smooth pebbles, and softly illuminated by gentle lighting amidst lush greenery, ensuring utmost privacy. At that moment, Jiang Cheng and his companions were wrapped in white towels while soaking in the water. They candidly assessed each other's physiques. It was evident that both Qin Fun and Wang Zheng boasted lean builds, while Jiang Xian displayed a more indulgent physique, a clear result of years without exercise. De Wei maintained a standard, average stature. In contrast, Jiang Cheng's figure, enhanced by a system transformation, was remarkably perfect, akin to that of Peng Yu Yin in the gym, an 8-pack abdomen complemented by well-defined biceps, provoking a twinge of envy among his companions. "Wow, your abs are impressive," Qin Fen remarked, eyeing Jiang Cheng with admiration. Back in my youth at 18, I was the same, playing basketball and charming ladies, known as the 8-pack prince. Upon hearing Jiang Xian's absurd claims, Wang Zheng retorted without hesitation, "Nonsense. Do you think I don't know you? You were even heavier back then." "Alas, I was mistaken. And now here you are," De Wei chuckled. "But one day, the young will inevitably become like us." Jiang Cheng grinned, declaring, "That is impossible. These abs are destined to remain mine. Even if I were to forsake them, the system would not permit it." All the women had donned refreshing bikinis, their long legs gracefully striding toward them. Upon arrival, they instinctively gravitated towards their respective patrons. The companions of Qin Fun and Wang Zheng knelt by the hot spring, attentively providing massages, while Jiang Xian and De Wei's partners immersed themselves in the water, diligently tending to their feet. Xiao Meng, with a hint of shyness, inquired, "Young Master Jiang, may I offer you a massage as well?" Jiang Cheng, glancing at Xiao Meng clad in a light green bikini, noted that although she was the shortest among them, her proportions were exquisite, particularly her figure, which was the most voluptuous. Satisfied, he nonchalantly pulled her closer, saying, "No need for a massage, just sit comfortably." After a while of soaking, everyone began to feel relaxed, engaging in light conversation. "Brother Jiang, I heard you spent 100 million on that actress. I am quite curious. Did she truly remain faithful?" Jiang Xian asked inquisitively. Lin Ru had since been engulfed in scandal, especially after the news of her illegitimate child surfaced, leading to her complete downfall. Numerous brands that had signed contracts with her demanded exorbitant compensation for breach of contract. Under the pressure of such penalties, Tiancheng Entertainment found itself lacking the funds to retain her. It was deemed too costly to protect her, preferring to cultivate a new talent instead. Consequently, amid the onslaught, Tiancheng Entertainment was left with no choice but to abandon Lin Ru. Chapter 116. A blow to pride. Jiang Cheng chuckled in disbelief. "I genuinely was not betrayed. Everyone seems to inquire about this upon seeing me. I have not even met her. You would spend such a fortune on someone you have never even seen? You truly are generous," De Wei remarked with a note of admiration. 100 million for a breath of fresh air? I find that quite reasonable." Jiang Cheng replied nonchalantly, as if 100 million were mere pocket change. "That is rather akin to you," Wang Zheng pointed out towards Qin Fun. "Similar yet not quite. I can never be as ruthless." "I admire your character," Qin Fun generously acknowledged. As they continued their discussion about Lin Ru, the women attending them were taken aback by the revelations. They were well aware of Lin Ru's circumstances, as her news had been omnipresent online. To discover that Jiang Cheng was the mastermind behind it all was utterly astonishing. Drawn to Jiang Cheng's powerful presence, they felt a surge of excitement, wishing they were the ones beside him instead of Xiao Meng. After a leisurely chat, Jiang Cheng sensed it was time to exit the hot spring. "It's getting a bit warm. I shall head up first." After bidding his farewells, he stood up. The towel beneath him had loosened during his close proximity to Xiao Meng, and upon rising, he realized he was exposed. The startled expressions of those around him elicited no panic from Jiang Cheng. He merely glanced around, remaining unabashed as he stood confidently. After all, there was nothing shameful about his state. Observing the various reactions, especially the incredulous looks of his male companions, Jiang Cheng felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Calmly turning towards the flustered Xiao Meng, whose face was flushed, he flashed a mischievous grin and said, "Have you had your fill of the view? There will be plenty of opportunities for you to admire later. Now, hand me my towel. Realizing she had inadvertently sat on Jiang Cheng's towel, Xiaoming quickly stood up and hurriedly returned it to him. At this moment, Jiang Cheng remained relatively unfazed despite being watched by several individuals while he was exposed. After all, what he was displaying was indeed quite impressive. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, Jiang Cheng chuckled as he gradually wrapped himself in a towel, then turned to embrace Xiaoming before departing. This left the group in the hot spring in a state of disarray. After Jiang Cheng left, they instinctively lowered their heads to glance at the water below. Qin gritted his teeth and lamented, "What on earth is that guy a donkey?" Wang Zheng also expressed his disbelief, stating, "I will never join him again. It's a blow to my pride. What nonsense. I thought I was the only one wanting to complain." De Wei sighed in despair. Only Jiang Xin remained silent, feeling somewhat mismatched in physique. Witnessing Jiang Cheng's departure made him hesitant to engage with the women nearby. It would have been fine if that woman had not seen anything, but he had just caught a glimpse of her companion, swallowing hard. The women, meanwhile, were suppressing their urge to scream. Their high professional standards and the allure of wealth compelled them to maintain a semblance of composure. Only they understood the sheer astonishment they felt in that initial moment, and how envious they were of Xiaoming. It was Xiaoming's first time hosting guests. How could she encounter such a rare gem? In this day and age, finding someone like Jiang Cheng is indeed a rarity. It was akin to discovering an authentic panda among 100 stuffed toys, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Jiang Cheng led Xiaoming towards the private elevator. In contrast to Jiang Cheng's calm demeanor, Xiaoming appeared quite flustered. She understood what ascending with him signified. Ever since she decided to come here, she had been discreetly preparing herself. Chapter 117 of Literature, Xiaoming's Imagination. Having just witnessed what was typically pixelated on her computer screen, she questioned, "Is Jiang Cheng really a donkey? Could he truly risk my life?" At this moment, Xiaoming felt an amalgamation of panic and regret. With so many people around, why had he chosen her? She still had a sick grandmother to care for. What happened if something were to go awry? Why hadn't he selected one of those two slender men instead? Perhaps if they were slight in stature, it would have seemed more normal. Although she admitted that Jiang Cheng was indeed the most handsome and wealthy man she had ever encountered, she could not help but feel that her luck had taken a turn for the worse. Despite her tumultuous thoughts, the elevator swiftly reached the top floor. Upon entering the room, Xiaoming's heart raced uncontrollably. Noticing her state, Jiang Cheng simply smiled gently. "Let's freshen up first." After all, having just bathed with a group of people, Jiang Cheng was still getting accustomed to it. "All right," Xiaoming stammered, forcing a pleasant smile as she entered the room. Jiang Cheng had already turned on the faucet and, with a swift motion, he pulled Xiaoming onto the shower head. The sound of cascading water enveloped them. Xiaoming blushed and stammered. "Actually, I came here because my grandmother is ill and needs medical expenses, so You are a dutiful child. Do not worry. I will treat you well." What followed was the content that required payment to view. 3 hours later, Jiang Cheng reclined on the bed. Beside him lay a fatigued Xiaoming, who had fallen asleep. Jiang Cheng scrolled through his phone, glancing at the selfies sent by Xiao Yining. After a moment of contemplation, he opened Douyu Live, assuming that Xiao Yining was likely streaming at this hour. Upon logging in, he chose to remain invisible as he entered her live stream. It had been a while since he had seen her broadcast, and to his surprise, Xiao Yining was playing a game, specifically the one he frequently played, Wangzhe Rongyao. As soon as he entered, he witnessed her being swiftly eliminated under the tower. The chat exploded with comments. "Xiao Mei is too weak, dying even under her own tower. I can't believe it. Your skills are so poor. Even elementary school students would outperform you. Look at Xiao Mei's face. She seems ready to break down." Clearly, Xiao Yining was riled up by the comments, pouting defiantly as she declared, "I want to break down, whether you are angry or not. As long as I'm not upset, the one who is angry is you." "Ha!" Jiang Cheng chuckled at her banter with the viewers, then glanced at her stats, 050, and burst into laughter. "I never expected Xiao Yining to have such a good attitude. Wow, your mid laner is starting to roast you. Why not try playing support? Seriously, stop playing, it's giving me a headache." Was it because the sea god had been playing with other female streamers that Xiao Mei was practicing hard to improve her game? It turned out the top donor had run off with someone else, which explained why Qiao may have been diligently honing her skills in Wangzhe. Chapter 119. The straightforward Qiao Yinin. Jiang Cheng observed the viewer count in Qiao Yinin's stream. Compared to before, it had improved significantly, despite her lackluster performance. There were still over 10,000 viewers watching live. Has the sea god not come to support Xiao Mei tonight? He recalled that if someone were to connect with Xiao Mei, they would likely end up on their knees. Don't even mention it. The last time was quite a spectacle. The loss was so tragic. As Qiao Yinin played, she frowned at the barrage of comments, saying, well, it can't be helped. Our family has limited means. If we lose, we lose. At least that means I can rest earlier. Without Jiang Cheng's support as the top donor, Qiao Yinin's recent guild battles, while visually appealing, would only last a round or two before defeat. Unlike other female streamers, she did not seek out top donors for assistance at the first sign of a task. On the contrary, she was apprehensive about Jiang Cheng giving her more money. After he had tipped her over 2 million last time, she felt a burden. Moreover, her live stream had attracted several wealthy patrons. Her combination of food commentary and game streaming had garnered her numerous tips. Although she sometimes faced harsh criticism from viewers and was scolded by teammates when she lost, she felt she was improving daily. Despite the critiques, many enjoyed engaging in playful banter with her. The tips she received had increased significantly, and as long as she could cover her living expenses and rent, Qiao Yinin felt immensely satisfied. Thus, she did not wish for Jiang Cheng to continue being a generous benefactor. She recognized her own skill level and accepted it with resignation. It seems the sea god has gone off with someone else. Indeed, the sea god only visited once and never returned. Probably scared away by Xiao Mei's gaming skills. Haha. With her level, even the sea god would be led astray. The various streaming platforms now offered countless types of live events, many of which were simply cash grabs disguised as competitions with enticing titles promising various accolades. Jiang Cheng watched for a while before setting down his phone and stepping into the bathroom for a shower. On the opposing stream, a female host was performing a hip sway dance, while she appeared to be doing calisthenics, dressed in a stylish uniform and clad in black stockings. Her stream's chat was buzzing with comments, dozens per second. Oh my gosh, Xiao Mei, please stop. It's unbearable to watch. You're not that kind of person, are you? I want to get off this ride. Host, please stop. I'll tip you if you do. Just don't lose the next round. If you lose, you'll have to dance again. Although Xiao Mei's dancing was lacking, her figure was undeniably impressive. Why must we dance if we lose? Come on, let us get her to stop. Even the Annies at the square dance better than her. See God come out and intervene. The chat was a vibrant mix of playful ribbing and various declarations of affection. Although some netizens found the live stream visually displeasing, Qiao Yinin remained unfazed, continuing to dance with fervor. You all have been clamoring for me to dance, and now that I have, you criticize me? What a bunch of traitors! Qiao Yinin exclaimed, her demeanor reminiscent of a small, irritable kitten. I will dance regardless. What can you do about it? I just want to see if you are annoyed. Jiang Cheng observed and quickly grasped that Qiao Yinin was currently connected with another female streamer. Their content revolved around a waist-twisting competition, where the loser would face a punishment. The opposing streamer, noticing Qiao Yinin's struggles, felt a sense of glee. It had already been 3 minutes, and while Qiao Yinin's stream garnered a mere $500, she had amassed 2,000. She had established this dancing rule precisely because she knew Qiao Yinin lacked dancing skills. The girl on the other side, named Tian, provocatively twisted her waist and taunted, Miss Qiao, it seems you are not cutting it today. Faced with Tian's mockery, Qiao Yinin could only helplessly respond, sigh. My audience just wants to see me lose. I don't know if you've noticed, but this stream has been shut down and not released yet. I have no idea when it will be available. I must thank you in advance, Miss Qiao. With you around, I don't even need to face a punishment. How about that? My moves are certainly more refined, Tian said, intensifying her efforts to twist her waist. The streaming industry is not much cleaner than the entertainment world. Rivalries abound. The louder the donations, the more pronounced the voices. Tian was flaunting her success, especially since Qiao Yinin had recently become a rising star on Douyu. A prominent user had donated over 2 million, propelling her to victory and securing her title as the champion. However, after that, the benefactor had not returned to Qiao Yinin's stream. leading many to suspect that it was merely a manipulation by a guild to elevate Xiao Yining as the new queen of Douyu, with the benefactor being just a guild account. Yet, in her recent streams, Xiao Yining had not capitalized on the momentum from her benefactor and continued to struggle. This led to other female streamers feeling increasingly confident when they defeated her, as everyone desired the hype that surrounded her. Although Tian was just a smaller streamer, she, like others, harbored a fierce jealousy towards Xiao Yining, often resorting to subtle jabs during their connections. Noticing Xiao Yining's indifferent demeanor, Tian pretended to be casual and inquired, "Miss Xiao, why hasn't your top supporter shown up for you?" Xiao Yining understood Tian's implication. Recently, anyone who connected with her would invariably ask about Haitian's absence. Initially, people were courteous, given her impressive top supporter, but after numerous guild battles, Jiang Cheng had yet to make an appearance to support Xiao Yining. As the doubts mounted, others began to intentionally undermine her. "Well, I didn't mention it. Haitian is usually quite busy," Xiao Yining replied. "Didn't mention it, or had no chance to mention it. Or perhaps it wouldn't matter even if you did." Tian feigned indifference. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yining frowned. "I heard you've met Haitian. He drives a Ferrari, right?" Tian continued, undeterred by Xiao Yining's displeasure. "Isn't that common knowledge?" Xiao Yining retorted. "Oh, Miss Xiao, don't be upset. I'm merely trying to remind you. If he hasn't come to see you for so long, he is either deceiving you, or it's a rented car to put on a show. You understand what I mean, right?" Unable to tolerate Tian's slander against Jiang Cheng, Xiao Yining's temper flared. While she could overlook the jabs directed at her, comments about Jiang Cheng were intolerable. "How dare you speak such nonsense without even having met him? Let me tell you, the internet is not a lawless place. You can't just say anything you want." Seeing Xiao Yining's fierce response, Tian dropped her pretense. "Saying all this won't help unless he supports you. Don't end up crying later when my top supporter wipes the floor with you." Initially, Jiang Cheng had no intention of intervening, considering the antics on the internet beneath him. However, provoked by Tian, he felt compelled to act. Checking his account, he realized he had no fin coins left, so he accessed the recharge center and deposited 1 million directly. He had a consumption critical hit card and 4 cashback cards, each with a maximum limit of 500,000. Deciding not to use the critical hit card, he employed 2 cashback cards instead. Success. Cashback card used. Congratulations, you earned a 50-fold return. Cashback amount, 25 million. Success. Cashback card used. Congratulations, you earn a 100-fold return. 50 million. Jiang Cheng reveled in the system's notifications, having spent 1 million to gain 75 million. After recharging, Jiang Cheng promptly went online, and a flurry of super rockets arose. User Dinghai Shenzhen gifted streamer Qiao made 10 super rockets. User Dinghai Shenzhen gifted streamer Qiao made 10 super rockets. User Dinghai Shenzhen gifted streamer Qiao made 10 super rockets. User Dinghai Shenzhen gifted streamer Qiao made 10 super rockets. User Dinghai Shenzhen gifted streamer Qiao made 10 super rockets. 50 super rockets soared into the sky, burning through 100,000 in an instant. The score shifted dramatically, $100,500 to 3,000. Xiao Yining, witnessing the sudden influx of super rockets, gasped in surprise. To her, Jiang Cheng's gesture resembled a Prince Charming descending from the heavens amidst a meteor shower. While she felt a pang of regret for Jiang Cheng's generosity, which girl wouldn't appreciate such romantic gestures from her man? Xiao Yining's heart fluttered. If Jiang Cheng were before her now, she would undoubtedly rush to embrace him. "Haitian, why have you come? Didn't I ask you not to donate to me?" Jiang Cheng typed. "I'm not renting a supercar today. I sold it to reward you." Wow, Haitian finally showed up. Those 50 super rockets are incredibly impressive. How could you turn down Haitian's donations, Xiao Mei? You must be out of your mind. Xiao Mei might just want to play the victim. Don't refuse Haitian's super rockets. Xiao Mei only wants us poor souls. Look at Tian's expression. It's priceless. Isn't it? Tian, connected on the other side, also saw Jiang Cheng's taunt. Her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could slap herself. After 2 previous attempts to mock Xiao Mei without consequence, she had now stepped into a trap. The key point was that Haitian had truly appeared again, and he began with a donation of 100,000. If he wasn't merely a guild account, how had she managed to offend someone of such stature? although Tian Tian felt she couldn't team match Xiao Mei's beauty. She was confident in her dancing skills. Instantly, she put on a flattering smile, exclaiming, "Wow, my luck is incredible. I've managed to bring Haishin out. Seeing so many super rockets is exhilarating." She twisted her waist with renewed vigor, even incorporating a few squats into her routine. Jiang Cheng continued typing. "All right, if you win this round, I'll come to your stream next time. What do you say? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." Haishin is genuinely humorous, throwing 50 super rockets at her and asking her to keep up. Tian Tian found herself in a bind. How could she respond now? Haishin had descended from heavens. Chapter 122. Hitting a brick wall today, Xiao Mei was feeling confident. Upon realizing that she had encountered a setback, the opposing streamer, Tian Tian, displayed a mix of hues on her face, oscillating between shades of green and red. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, those who thrive in the streaming industry are shrewd individuals with rather low moral standards. At that moment, Tian Tian continued to ingratiate herself, acting as if nothing had transpired. "Not at all. Not at all. The sea god has arrived, and what business do I have? I shall take this punishment willingly." Immediately after, Tian Tian grasped her cup with her thigh and playfully declared, "Sea god, there's a high probability I'll be punished soon, but since it's you, I'm willing to indulge first." I was taken aback. Does the streamer have a memory span of merely 3 seconds? Just a moment ago, she was ridiculing the older brother. A mere taunt towards the sea god could garner 100,000 yuan? Has money lost all value? Tian Tian disregarded the barrage of comments and energetically began performing squats, thoroughly soaking her thighs. Such provocative actions inevitably attracted warnings from the moderators. Moments later, her streaming room was abruptly met with a black screen. After disconnecting, Jiang Cheng typed, "Have you started playing games?" Seeing Jiang Cheng's inquiry, Xiao Yinyin cheerfully responded, "I've been watching a plethora of gaming videos lately, finding them quite fascinating, so I decided to give it a try, though I often struggle." Xiao Mei was evidently envious of her competitor, Xiao Su. Indeed, such flattering words are merely a guise to prevent the sea god from being snatched away. Xiao Mei couldn't help but compare herself to Tian Tian, who had just exhibited such confidence, while she remained shy and reserved. Xiao Yinyin glared at the comments, saying, "Humph, you traitorous lot, who typically enjoy watching me play games, now dare to speak ill of me." After that, Xiao Yinyin asked Jiang Cheng, "Would you like to play a game together?" Xiao Mei mused if there was a misunderstanding about her appeal. Who among you truly enjoys watching her play games? We only relish watching beautiful women get roasted by elementary schoolers. The comments continued to mock Xiao Mei, likening her gaming to a wild dog running rampant. Even though the viewers enjoyed teasing her, Xiao Mei reciprocated without reservation, yet everyone understood it was all in jest. After all, Xiao Mei had always possessed such a personality. She was not one to rely on flattery to rise in ranks. As the playful banter continued, the atmosphere in the streaming room remained quite jovial. Coupled with Xiao Mei's goddess-like beauty, the viewers displayed considerable tolerance towards her. Jiang Cheng found the incessant comments amusing. "Xiao Mei, get out there. Indeed, you've been losing lately. It's a rare chance with the sea god around. Yes, go out there and show them." In response, Xiao Yinyin shook her head. "No, it's just trivial matters. Don't shower me with such attention." Witnessing yet another female streamer reject the support of the top donor, the viewers erupted in disbelief. A female streamer rejecting money? Xiao Mei was either confused or had succumbed to the situation. "I've experienced heartbreak. It must be due to a face-to-face meeting. Please don't conduct any private dealings here." You're overthinking it. With the sea god's generous contributions, how could Xiao Mei remain unscathed? Before Xiao Yinyin could respond, another connection request came through. Streamers on various platforms were highly attentive to influential accounts. Once Jiang Cheng logged in, major guilds quickly informed their respective streamers. At that moment, a throng of female streamers had infiltrated Xiao Yinyin's streaming room, eager to observe. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng suggest that Xiao Yinyin step outside, several female streamers eagerly approached to become familiar. Chapter 123. The beautiful streamer Chi, seeing the connection established, Xiao Yinyin reluctantly accepted. The screen revealed another attractive streamer, Chi. though her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Qiao Yinin. Her super short shorts and snug tank top made a striking impression. Upon the connection, Chi cheerfully greeted Qiao Mei. "Hello. I heard the sea god intends to take you for a stroll, so I've come to offer myself as a sacrifice. Please don't hold back too much." Afterward, Chi performed a flirtatious squat, wiggling her posterior towards the camera. Listening to Chi's overtly suggestive remarks, Qiao Yinin could only manage a forced chuckle. "Hello, Miss Chi. Offering yourself as a sacrifice to the sea god is quite enviable. You're blatantly trying to steal the older brother. Qiao Mei, your territory is under threat. Protect our sea god." Chi, undeterred by the teasing in the comments, was there to make a name for herself in front of Jiang Cheng. Should Jiang Cheng ever tire of Qiao Yinin, she would stand a better chance. "Miss Qiao Mei, what shall our punishment entail?" Although Chi was aware of her likely defeat, she radiated enthusiasm. 100 squats. We've had enough squats. How about a big swing instead? I'd prefer not to watch Qiao Mei dance. Her skills are akin to those of an elementary schooler, merely a source of embarrassment. Are you implying that Qiao Mei will lose? Since we're all in black stockings, I'd rather see someone in a black stocking ensemble. Black stocking ensemble 1. The barrage of comments regarding black stockings left Qiao Yinin feeling quite awkward, as she knew she would not lose. If such a penalty were established, it would undoubtedly target Chi. Yet, even without Qiao Yinin's input, the viewers instinctively flocked to Chi's streaming room. Chi, noticing the influx of comments about black stockings, did not refuse. "Black stockings? I fear I may not have enough points to spare, given the lecherous comments. Black stockings. Sea God, what do you think? Sea God, what is your opinion?" Black stockings, 186. Jiang Cheng, observing the lively comments, found it quite impressive how these viewers were adept at stirring the pot. Regardless, he was curious about how Chi, a stunning beauty, would look in a black stocking ensemble. Chi, the sea god wishes to see. The sea god also wants to see. Black stockings, black stockings. Let us get this started. As Chi noticed Jiang Cheng's enthusiasm, she promptly responded, "All right, since the sea god has spoken, I shall certainly comply. At most, I'll lose points and then donate to charity." Chi was also a somewhat well-known outdoor streamer, adept at keeping things lively. "Miss Qiao Mei, if the punishment is black stockings, then let us twist our waists in the meantime." Chi was fully aware of her strengths. Even if her face didn't team match Qiao Yinin's exquisite beauty, her physique and dancing skills were undeniable. Qiao Yinin had no objections. After all, there were plenty of beautiful women outside. She realized that someone like Jiang Cheng would undoubtedly have encountered many beauties. If she were to succumb to jealousy, it would only lead to her own demise. Moreover, she had long understood that someone of Jiang Cheng's caliber wouldn't be limited to just one woman. It would be far better to graciously share Jiang Cheng's attention. "All right, let us get started. Miss Chi, please grace us with a wave of sensuality." Qiao Yinin exclaimed excitedly. "Ha, sure. Let us begin." As they commenced, Jiang Cheng promptly sent 5 super rockets. User Ding Hai Shanjun gifted streamer Qiao Mei 5 super rockets. At that moment, Chi received 300 yuan. The score instantly escalated to 13,000. The sea god is ruthless. Everyone, charge forth. Save me. Upon saying this, Chi began to dance with exuberance. Undeniably, her movements outshone Qiao Yinin's. Exuding the aura of a sultry queen on the dance floor, her slender waist enticingly captivating. The seasoned viewers found themselves irresistibly drawn to her, yearning to join her in the dance. "How am I doing? Do I look good?" Her figure is simply stunning. "Brothers, I'm done. Wow, you're so fast." "No way. Blood is streaming down my nose. This is quite impressive." "Hey, that one do. Give us more expressions, bite your lip." Qiao Yinin watched with rapt attention, even offering guidance on Chi's movements. Chapter 124. Has the black stocking torn? Is that so? Chi, in perfect harmony with her expressions, twisted and radiated energy towards the screen. "Yes, this is much better, though I might twist better. This is still commendable." Qiao Yinin was aware that Chi twisted better than she did, yet she refused to concede verbally. As soon as Qiao Yinin finished speaking, the audience erupted in protest. "Are you sure you can do it? Xiao Mei, is your self-awareness flawed? Even the Annies at the square dance better than your waist twisting. Xiao Mei possesses beauty, yet her dancing is utterly lacking. Husbands, quickly give me a surge of support, or I might end up with a black stocking on my head. Help! Chi began to perform for the live broadcast effect. Although she knew she could not possibly win, she still did not forget to provoke her loyal supporters, urging them to reward her. After all, how could one eat without putting on a show? What is the purpose of live streaming if it does not rely on donations? Although Chi-Chi's efforts yielded little, she still received 2 super rockets and some scattered rewards. Her score surged from 300 to 5,000, bringing in 5,000 yuan. Although Jiang Cheng ceased to donate, Chi found herself trailing behind Xiao Mei by 5,000 yuan, and the progress was visibly nearing its end. After saying this, Chi twisted even harder. Jiang Cheng glanced at the time and sent 5 more super rockets. The barrage of comments began to tease. Chi, you can't steal from anyone else, and now you want to steal from the sea god's household? Chi, are you dreaming? Now you're 15,000 short. How do you plan to steal? I've already spent my instant noodles and milk tea money on you. Seeing that the audience was not buying it, Chi remained unfazed. I knew it. You must be wearing black stockings, right? Undoubtedly, Chi would ultimately lose. However, she did not feel disheartened after her defeat, as interacting with Jiang Cheng was, in her eyes, a tremendous gain. She absolutely must not leave a bad impression on Jiang Cheng. Without hesitation, she removed the black stockings from her body, not bothering to fetch a new pair. Wow, Chi is truly going all out. Those are warm. Can I have those black stockings? I'm willing. This is a pair of stockings with warmth and a scent. After Chi took off the black stockings and presented them to her audience, she was surprised to discover that they had a hole in them. Are you all ready? The moment the audience saw the torn stockings in Chi-Chi's hands, they became restless. Wow, these stockings are torn? Don't even think about it. What you pulled out is bigger than yours. Chi, you're not normal. This might be a story of sports, right? Is there a needle in the crotch? Chi looked at the comments, pouting anxiously, and said, What are you all on about? You bunch of lecherous old men. Is it unusual for black stockings to have a hole? Where it tears is not for me to decide. If it's not your decision, then whose is it? Don't fight over it. The size clearly has nothing to do with you. What I pulled out is bigger than yours. You've been defeated. Chi paid no mind to the explosive comments, and, with a comical expression, addressed the screen. The punishment is commencing. I'm about to put this on my head. So watch closely. With that, Chi swiftly put the torn black stockings over her head. In an instant, her delicate and playful cheeks were tightly encased in the stockings, distorting her features in a hilariously amusing manner. The audience was momentarily taken aback by Chi-Chi's audacity. Wow, face swap. Black stocking monster, don't come near me. I'm just a 200-pound baby. Please don't scare me. Chi is truly giving it her all. Incredible. I hardly know what to say. Witnessing Chi-Chi's fervor, Xiao Yining promptly entered her live stream and sent 2 rockets. User Xiao Mei gifted streamer Chi a super rocket. User Xiao Mei gifted streamer Chi a super rocket. After Xiao Mei's generous gesture, Jiang Cheng quickly followed suit, sending 5 super rockets to Chi. User Ding Hai Shanjun gifted streamer Xiao Mei a super rocket. User Ding Hai Shanjun gifted streamer Xiao Mei a super rocket. User Ding Hai Shanjun gifted streamer Xiao Mei a super rocket. User Ding Hai Shinjin gifted streamer Xiao Mei a super rocket. User Ding Hai Shinjin gifted streamer Xiao Mei a super rocket. Additionally, some of Chi-Chi's loyal fans, seeing her enthusiasm, immediately showered her with gifts. Chi directly reaped nearly 20,000 in gifts. Observing Jiang Cheng's generous provision for medical expenses, Chi was ecstatic and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Mei. Thank you, Sea God. Thank you, Brother Qingjiang, for your precious gifts. This seemingly ordinary wave of generosity stirred ripples among numerous streamers. Jiang Cheng not only displayed extravagant spending, but also generously covered medical expenses. This indicated he was a true benefactor rather than merely a guild account. If it were a guild account, it might only appear during guild wars. Why would it emerge in ordinary circumstances and waste money on other streamers for medical expenses? Chapter 125. Let me be a person. After Chi logged off, her good friend Ming Chi promptly sent her a private message. Chi, you are incredibly brave. The first wave was face-to-face, and the sea god was quite generous with your medical expenses. I'm truly envious, with those black stockings on your head. It's hard for the sea god to forget you. Have you sent a private message to the sea god? I'm so envious. Look at how he gives to Xiao Mei, as if it were nothing. Xiao Mei merely has her looks, but I can twist better than her. If I caught the sea goddess' attention, I feel like earning millions a year wouldn't be a dream. Moreover, whenever the sea god appears, it's a surge of traffic. All the traffic on the streaming platform converges around Xiao Mei. I should request a connection as well. Hurry up. Don't let other streamers beat you to it. In just a moment, another dance streamer proactively connected to Xiao Mei. This streamer, named Xiao Xing, is a dancer. Any man who has watched her stream would be captivated. She excels at forming hearts with her hands while receiving gifts. As she makes a heart, a small point protrudes in the middle, making it quite vivid and illustrative. Seeing the barrage of requests, Xiao Mei hesitated and said, "Perhaps I shouldn't accept it." Jiang Cheng nonchalantly typed, "Go ahead, it's boring now, might as well watch a live stream. Besides, I don't have much money left in my account. I'll just spend it." Since Jiang Cheng said so, Xiao Ini naturally would not refuse. She understood that she should not be ungrateful. Would she really be stingy with the money of a godly benefactor? Perhaps this was just Jiang Cheng's routine expenditure. If she continued to block him, it might only increase the distance between them. Xiao Ini nodded and accepted. At that moment, the screen revealed a multi-person connection, 3 against 3. Upon seeing familiar faces, especially the large streamer Dai Xiao Mei, who had ranked second during the guild battle, Jiang Cheng took her to. Xiao Mei felt a mix of emotions. Upon noticing Xiao Mei had accepted, Xiao Xing immediately spoke in an overly sweet voice. "Xiao Mei, hello. Please save us." "Hello." Xiao Xing, "Hello everyone." The multi-person connection reached Dai Xiao Mei, who had been thoroughly defeated. It was truly tragic. "Xiao Mei, please join us." After the previous round, Xiao Mei was more relaxed. She thought to herself that perhaps the world of the wealthy was indeed different. Even if Jiang Cheng refrained from donating, beautiful live streamers continued to emerge. Rather than allow Jiang Cheng to spend his money on others, she might as well join his world. "All right, how do you plan to play?" On Xiao Mei's side were Xiao Xing and a male streamer known as Lao Mo. On the opposing side were Dai Xiao Mei, Miao Miao, and Zhu Shiyi. As Xiao Xing connected with Xiao Mei, the 3 on the other side couldn't help but scream in excitement, especially Dai Xiao Mei. "It's you again? Xiao Mei, is the sea god online today? If so, we're going to be in for a beating." Xiao Yinin cheerfully remarked, "Hello, Dai Xiao Mei. The great sea god is here, but rest assured, his account holds little wealth. I cannot compare. The lack of funds for a big shot is certainly different from our struggles," she added. At this moment, Miao Miao interjected, "Indeed. It's akin to what Chun Yishuan mentioned in a recent interview, stating he hadn't taken on work lately and felt anxious with only 10 million left in his account." Following this, the comments flooded the screen, reiterating Chun Yishuan's words. "Only 10,000 left, very anxious. Only 111,000 left, very anxious. Only over 20,000 left, very anxious. What are you all flaunting your wealth for? I can't even top up 10 yuan for my phone bill, let alone afford KFC." The audience found amusement in the viewers' banter. Subsequently, several individuals took turns greeting Jiang Cheng. "Great Sea God, hello, I am Dai Xiao Mei. Please go easy on me later." "Great Sea God, I'm Miao Miao. I've long admired your name." After the greetings, Xiao Yinin inquired, "What is the punishment for this round? Last time we did squats, one after the other until it was over." "Wow, 10 minutes? That's harsh," Xiao Mei exclaimed, covering her mouth. Little Star whimpered in mock distress. "Ooh, yes, my legs are about to give out, so I'm calling you, Xiao Mei. Please ensure I survive this round." Xiao Yinin was well aware that Little Star was only reaching out to her tonight because Jiang Cheng was present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Their group had amassed considerable popularity among viewers. "So, are we doing squats again? Can you handle it?" "I would love to see Lao Mo continue squatting, but the viewers are tired of it. Otherwise, I would have him in a wheelchair tonight," Dai Xiao Mei confidently stated. "Dai Mei, don't be too cocky. We have the sea god this time. It won't be easy for you." "Great sea god, please save me. My legs are about to give out," Lao Mo lamented. "Don't save Lao Mo. Limp squat, haha. Sitting in a wheelchair every day. Lao Mo is getting heavier without exercise." Come on, daily squats. My viewers are already bored. Let us switch it up a bit, Lao Mo remarked, glancing at the comments in the live stream. Little Star, agreeing with Lao Mo, quickly nodded. Right, we've been squatting for several rounds since yesterday. Everyone is tired of it. Little Star had once attracted several top-tier supporters, but after rejecting their offers to meet, her live stream popularity dwindled. Her remaining audience consisted mainly of scattered fans with minimal donations, forcing her to rely on daily antics to draw in viewers. I am fine with whatever. You decide, Xiao Yining calmly replied. With Jiang Cheng present, she felt little need for concern. So, what punishment do you all wish to undertake? Upon hearing the suggestion to switch punishments, Dai Xiaomei felt a pang of uncertainty, as she was unsure of her chances against the sea god. If they proposed an outrageous punishment, it could spell disaster. Xiao Yining read aloud the comments on her screen. Shout at the window, I am a pig. As she spoke, other streamers' viewers quickly chimed in. Shout at the window, I am a pig. Shout at the window, I am a pig. Shout at the window, I am a pig. Seeing the overwhelming demand, the group unanimously agreed. Very well, let us proceed with that. Let the games begin. Soon, the voting began in earnest. One must admit, these major streamers were adept at rallying support. Brothers, can you send a plane to pick me up? I don't want to turn into a pig. I hope a brother can come in a Porsche to rescue me from becoming a pig. Dai Xiaomei and Miao Miao whined charmingly. Lao Mo also began to act. Everyone, please save me. Each day is becoming worse. I just want to be human. Grant me this wish. Observing everyone fervently rallying votes, viewers started teasing Xiao Yining. Kiao Mei. Take a cue from the other female streamers. Their speech is so appealing. Exactly. Why not say a few words to endear us to you? Call us daddy. Xiao Yining retorted angrily at the screen. What is wrong with my speech? If I'm a pig, then you're here to watch pigs. Would you really let me turn into one? Well, it does seem to hold some truth. Xiao Mei is quite crafty today. Unsurprisingly, Dai Xiaomei quickly garnered 5,000 yuan in donations. Xiao Yining also fared decently, accumulating over 2,000 yuan from scattered donations. Little Star and Lao Mo only received a few hundred yuan. In total, it amounted to 580 and 550 yuan respectively, leaving Xiao Yining trailing. Hey, are you all ready to start shouting at the window? Dai Xiaomei chuckled, covering her mouth. Little Star, surprised that Jiang Cheng had yet to donate to Xiao Mei, resignedly shouted at her own window, I am a pig, I am a pig, I am a pig. After they finished, Xiao Yining wore a bitter expression as she gazed at the screen. Oh, great sea god, I really don't want to shout. What did Xiao Mei just say? Did I hear old? Xiao Mei, have I truly experienced heartbreak? At that moment, Jiang Cheng, who had been busy, immediately picked up his phone upon hearing Xiao Yining's voice. Noticing she was about to perform the punishment, and promptly showered her with super rockets. User Ding Hai Shanjun gifted streamer Xiao Mei a super rocket 5 times. After sending out 50 super rockets, Jiang Cheng typed, I was busy earlier. Thank you, great sea god, for the 50 super rockets. Xiao Mei responded joyfully and playfully to Jiang Cheng. What? Xiao Mei, didn't you say the great sea god has little money in his account? Dai Xiaomei exclaimed with a mix of envy and jealousy. Indeed, if he can send 20,000 in one go, how can that be considered little? Miao Miao also looked astonished. Have I misunderstood the concept of being broke? Zhu Shi excitedly stood up from his chair. Xiao Yining, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, responded he indeed said that. Little Star and Lao Mo had just shouted several times, I am a pig. Now seeing the tide turn, they mischievously addressed Dai Xiaomei. Miao Miao and Zhu Shi, hold your tongues. It's your turn for punishment. The group reluctantly accepted their fate, with Jiang Cheng's 20,000 as a foundation. This round naturally ended in victory for Xiao Yining. Jiang Cheng provided each of them with 2,000 yuan for medical expenses, ensuring Xiao Yining's reputation remained intact before logging off. This act also subtly confirmed to everyone that Ding Hai Shanjun was indeed a substantial account, not merely a guild account. After completing everything, Jiang Cheng glanced at his phone's backend, only to find a flurry of friend requests flooding in. Among them were selfies from Dai Xiaomei, private videos from Miao Miao, beauty shots from Chi Chi, and alluring transformation photos from Little Star, along with numerous other unfamiliar female streamers. As Jiang Cheng perused these images, he once again felt the joy of being wealthy. Yet, he had no time to savor these pictures, as Xia Ming had just awakened, and Jiang Cheng's previous tasks were only half finished. Young Master Jiang, weren't we supposed to take a break? I have rested well. The next morning, Xia Ming rose earlier than Jiang Cheng, already groomed and seated on the sofa in the room, patiently awaiting Jiang Cheng's direction. After waking up in a daze and noticing Xia Ming sitting beside him in a demure manner, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly and silently retreated into the bathroom for a quick wash. By the time he emerged, Xia Ming had prepared breakfast. "Jiang Xiao, you must be hungry. Let us eat first," she said. Following their profound exchange the previous night, Xia Ming had shed her earlier shyness around Jiang Cheng. After all, the intimacy achieved from sharing personal secrets had significantly narrowed the gap between them. Jiang Cheng nodded and suggested, "Shall we sit down and eat together?" "Thank you, Jiang Xiao," Xia Ming replied playfully, pouting her lips. As she ate, she stole glances at Jiang Cheng, her innocent demeanor making her actions appear exceedingly charming. "Is the food I prepared particularly delicious?" she asked, shaking her head, then summoning her courage to inquire, "Jiang Xiao, are you satisfied with my performance?" Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. "Naturally, I am satisfied. Is there nothing you wish to know about me?" Xia Ming noted Jiang Cheng's impassive expression, prompting her to force a bitter smile. Jiang Cheng understood her intent. While her actions were flawless, if he were to delve into every detail of her perfection, he would find himself exceedingly occupied. Furthermore, Xia Ming had likely chosen to come here of her own accord. After escorting Jiang Cheng to the underground parking garage, Xia Ming finally realized why he had rejected her upon seeing his luxurious Porsche. Following their conversation the night before, she had resolved to follow Jiang Cheng. Initially, this decision was spurred by overhearing their discussion in the hot spring, where he casually mentioned spending $100 million to woo a celebrity. Such affluent second-generation heirs were not easily encountered. However, gazing at the opulent car made her question whether this path was truly the right one for her. After experiencing this realization, Xia Ming could only smile wryly and say, "In truth, all women who come here do so willingly, myself included. I grew up in an ordinary family, but after my parents divorced, I was placed in my father's custody. When he remarried, I moved in with my grandparents. Following my grandfather's passing, it's just my grandmother and me. Now that I am 20, my father's unwillingness to send me to college has left me without a good job. I understand that if I continue this way, the best outcome would be marrying an ordinary man and living a life of counting every meal. My family background might even be looked down upon by my in-laws. After much contemplation, I decided that rather than live such a life, I would prefer to seek out a wealthy man who could provide the lifestyle I desire. However, my environment offers no opportunity to meet someone like you, which is why I chose to come here." Jiang Cheng recalled a similar story from a massage therapist he met previously, who had a tragic past. She had initially portrayed herself as a victim, but during his next visit, her tale had shifted to one of parental separation and the burdens of debt repayment. Jiang Cheng found himself uncertain of the veracity of Xia Ming's narrative. He chuckled lightly. "Even if I hadn't been here, someone else would have been. What, they had no interest? In that case, I would simply leave with my initial generous compensation. Several tens of thousands are worth it. You might perceive me as too materialistic, but I genuinely fear living in poverty." This candid admission caused Jiang Cheng's lips to curve upward gradually. He had to concede that Xia Ming's understanding nature was indeed appealing. In his past self, he might have readily agreed to her proposition. However, not every woman with a privacy level of 0 captivated his interest. Yet, depending on the circumstances of their meeting, should he encounter her again while she retained her unique value, he might contemplate keeping her close. Jiang Cheng retrieved several stacks of cash from the passenger seat. "I appreciate your understanding nature. Take this 100,000. I have matters to attend to." Acknowledging Jiang Cheng's rejection, Xia Ming felt a pang of regret but recognized her own limitations. A wealthy second-generation heir like Jiang Cheng was not someone she could entangle herself with. As she accepted the thick bundles of cash, she reminded herself that her initial intent had been to pursue financial gain. However, Jiang Cheng's charm and the power he exuded had led her to entertain unwarranted thoughts. "Thank you, Jiang Xiao." With her eyes glistening, Xiaoming gazed at him as he drove away, seemingly oblivious to her emotional turmoil. Having promised to meet Yao the night prior, Jiang Cheng drove toward the bustling Lujiazui area. After parking, he made his way toward the elevator. Upon arriving, he noticed a tall beauty wearing a mask and sunglasses standing nearby. She glanced at Jiang Cheng, coughed lightly, and averted her gaze. Not giving it much thought, Jiang Cheng picked up his phone and sent a voice message to Yu Xiao. Xiao Xiao, em downstairs. A few minutes later, the elevator finally arrived. The two entered in silence, and as the doors closed, the tall beauty removed her sunglasses and lazily remarked, "I sent this or so, Jiang." Recognizing the high-pitched voice, Jiang Cheng turned to appraise her. "Suwan, I didn't realize you had such a common face. It took me so long to recognize you." They stood by the elevator for at least 5 minutes before she decided to greet him. "Oh, CEO Jiang, you misunderstood me. I was worried that if I greeted you, I'd end up on trending news." "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Someone is out to capture your image," Jiang Cheng teased. Suwan rolled her eyes internally but maintained her sycophantic smile, knowing Jiang Cheng was her benefactor. "CEO Jiang, this is the first time I've seen you at the company. It must be because of Sister Xiao. Otherwise, we wouldn't have crossed paths." She was uncertain of Jiang Cheng's intentions. While it could be said he had ulterior motives, he had never actively sought her out. Yet if he had no interest, why would he invest so much effort in supporting her? Suwan found herself perplexed, as women inherently possess a rebellious nature. The more one tries to distance themselves, the more they yearn to draw closer, to decipher, and even conquer. Thus, when Jiang Cheng sought out Yu Xiao in her presence, a hint of unwarranted jealousy stirred within her. "Be confident. If you want me to come find you, I can do that too," Jiang Cheng jested. Suwan giggled at his playful banter, covering her mouth in a bashful manner as she glanced at him. "CEO Jiang, sometimes I really doubt you're only 19. Isn't 19 sufficient? You appear to be merely 19 on the outside, yet I suspect you are at least 30. Jiang Cheng regarded Suwan with a knowing look, surprised by her lengthy demands. "Why don't you take a look for yourself?" he inquired. "What are your thoughts on literature?" Upon realizing Jiang Cheng was teasing her, Suwan's face flushed crimson. Just as she was about to respond, the elevator doors opened on the 58th floor. As the doors parted, Yu Xiao awaited them at the entrance. Noticing the slight flush on Suwan's ears, Yu Xiao's expression subtly shifted before returning to normal. Chapter 129. The youth's disdain for tea. How did President Jiang end up with Suwan? Yu Xiao asked. "We met in the parking lot." "What a coincidence. Allow me to escort you to your office." Today, Yu Xiao donned a professional outfit, her feet graced by elegant black stockings revealing red-tipped high heels. Her softly curled hair was elegantly styled in a bun, and her exquisite features radiated a mature allure. Yu Xiao and Suwan flanked Jiang Cheng as they entered the premises of Xingchen Entertainment. The sight of the trio, all possessing striking beauty, rendered the office staff momentarily speechless. Who is that handsome man with Manager Yu? Could he possibly be a newly signed artist? If he truly belongs to our company, I would have to pursue him daily. The female employees gushed as the trio moved further away. Xiao, the company looks impressive. You've worked hard, Jiang Cheng remarked, nodding in approval. You flatter me, President Jiang. Let me take you to your office. There are some contracts and documents we need to discuss. Yu Xiao replied with a smile. Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, you are right. I haven't visited in quite some time. There must be numerous documents to review, so let us not delay. Observing their urgent discussion, Suwan tactfully interjected, President Jiang, Sister Xiao, I won't disturb you any longer. I have a meeting to attend. Very well, go ahead, Yu Xiao smiled and nodded in response. Watching Yu Xiao and Suwan converse animatedly, Jiang Cheng found the scene unexpectedly pleasing. It seemed that a different setting might enhance the comfort of the moment. Upon entering the office, Jiang Cheng admired the decor, evident that Yu Xiao had invested considerable thought into it. The office exuded an air of sophistication, featuring a set of brown leather sofas by the floor-to-ceiling windows and a substantial black desk to the right. The left wall boasted a series of glass cabinets filled with exquisite red wines, alongside a new Chinese-style tea table. The large tea table, composed of ebony and sandalwood, How's a miniature fish pond with several rare fish swimming gracefully? What do you think of my arrangement? Yu Xiaoxiao asked, approaching the tea table with a charming smile as she began preparing tea. From this angle, Jiang Cheng noticed her remarkable flexibility and graceful curves. While he surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, he playfully tapped Yu Xiaoxiao on the shoulder. Startled, she shivered slightly and rubbed her sore backside, pouting, "How rude." After setting the teacups, she retrieved a canister of Da Hong Pao from the glass cabinet, pouring hot water to prepare the tea. Once brewed, she presented it to Jiang Cheng. "Please, try this tea." "Certainly." He accepted the cup, savoring a sip before exclaiming, "This is excellent tea. Yet I believe the youth still favor milk tea. We have that downstairs. If you desire any particular type, I can have someone fetch it for you." Yu Xiaoxiao offered thoughtfully. "There is no need for that. We have everything we need right here," Jiang Cheng replied, pulling Yu Xiaoxiao closer. Chapter 130. It seems your lipstick has smudged? Meanwhile, Su Wan had finished trying on her outfit and stepped out of the design department's office, instinctively glancing at the closed door of the president's office. Over an hour had passed, and Yu Xiaoxiao had yet to emerge, standing with a furrowed brow. Su Wan observed the closed door with curiosity. At that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao, having tidied herself, exited the office first. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoxiao, Su Wan approached Sister Xiaoxiao. "Have you concluded your discussion?" The faint blush on Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks had yet to fade, and still immersed in the earlier encounter. She nervously tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, responding, "Yes, it's nearly finished. I just need to retrieve some documents." Noticing a hint of panic in Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Su Wan scrutinized her further. "Sister Xiaoxiao, it appears your lipstick has smudged," she noted, pointing at Yu Xiaoxiao's lips. Realizing where Su Wan was looking, Yu Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted. "Oh, I had tea with President Jiang, and this brand of lipstick is truly not cup-friendly." Relieved, Su Wan smiled. "What brand is it? Please share so I can avoid it. By the way, what were you two consuming in there?" "There's something white at the corner of your mouth," Su Wan remarked, reaching out to wipe it away. Just as Su Wan was about to touch her lips, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly licked the corner of her mouth and hastily covered it with her hand. "Oh dear, how careless of me. This is so embarrassing. I must retouch my makeup," Yu Xiaoxiao declared, turning swiftly to leave. Observing Yu Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior, Su Wan's gaze drifted back to the office, her intuition suggesting that something had transpired between them. With that thought, Su Wan approached and knocked on the door. "Come in," Jiang Cheng's voice resonated from within. Reclining on the sofa, he appeared refreshed, even displaying a hint of satisfaction. "What brings you here? Do you need something?" Noticing Jiang Cheng's attire was unremarkable, Su Wan couldn't help but smile slightly, her mood elevated. "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to take a look around. Is that all right?" "Feel free," Jiang Cheng replied, rising to stretch before heading to the tea table to prepare more tea. Walking with a sultry grace, Su Wan leisurely explored the office decor. "Wow, this decor is impressive. You even have a bedroom here. That bed looks enormous. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge. Are you envious? Perhaps I should invite you to experience it." Jiang Cheng teased. Su Wan recognized that she often found herself at a disadvantage in their exchanges, yet she had grown accustomed to it. The topic was awkward to engage with, so she opted for silence and continued her leisurely exploration. Noticing Jiang Cheng stretching his neck, Su Wan's eyes lit up with mischief. She approached him from behind, placing her slender hands on his shoulders and applying pressure as she began to massage him. Her delicate fingers elicited a delightful sensation, a mix of relaxation and pleasure. Chapter 131. "Is this your sister you found for me? I must admit, your massage skills are quite commendable," Jiang Cheng complimented, nodding in appreciation. Observing her exerting effort while he seemed to relish the experience, Su Wan felt a twinge of irritation. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Cheng had considerably enhanced his physical strength due to previous rewards, rendering her efforts merely pleasant rather than painful. Su Wan chuckled softly and remarked, "In the past, while I was acting, there was a minor character who played a young maid providing massage to the Empress. I learned a few techniques while on set. Well, it's quite good, but the pressure is somewhat lacking." Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Su Wan's expression stiffened further. She had exerted all her strength, and to be told her pressure was insufficient was utterly perplexing. "What about this? Su Wan leaned down and exhaled softly into Jiang Cheng's ear as she inquired. Contrary to Su Wan's internal musings, Jiang Cheng genuinely felt an unusual sense of comfort. His body, worn from excessive exercise over the past few days, was finally experiencing a slight alleviation. Although Su Wan's movements and tone were indeed enticing, Jiang Cheng, fatigued from the lack of rest since last night, found little interest in such flirtations at the moment. He simply yearned for genuine relaxation. Noticing Jiang Cheng's lack of response or playful banter, Su Wan felt a sudden boredom and obediently resumed her massage. Just as Jiang Cheng was drifting into a drowsy state, Yu Xiaoxiao appeared at the doorway with several documents in hand. Spotting Su Wan attending to Jiang Cheng's shoulders, Yu Xiaoxiao stood at the entrance, smiling brightly, and deliberately raised her voice so that those inside and outside could vaguely hear their conversation. Mr. Jiang, it's not yet time for a break. You just come to the office, and there are many documents we need to discuss thoroughly. Sister Xiaoxiao, you truly are the epitome of diligence. Mr. Jiang, you have no idea. Sister Xiaoxiao is a workaholic, handling every detail of both major and minor matters in the company. She truly is remarkable, Su Wan remarked sincerely. Observing Yu Xiaoxiao's teasing expression, Jiang Cheng replied earnestly, what Su Wan said is true. It seems I ought to reward manager you properly. That is what I should do. If you really wish to reward me, just handle matters at the office from now on. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao place the documents on the table with an air of professionalism, Su Wan suddenly felt her own ambitions might be too limited. After all, Jiang Cheng had provided her with numerous resources without ever making excessive demands. And even her earlier attempts to tease him had left him entirely unmoved. How could such an upright man possibly engage in anything untoward within the office? As Su Wan chastised herself, she discreetly withdrew. Is this pressure acceptable? Quite good, very comfortable. I didn't expect you to be skilled in massage. To be honest, it was Su Wan who taught me. Who do you think has better techniques? After discussing their methods for a morning, Jiang Cheng now rested his head on Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth, long thigh. As she massaged his head, he idly scrolled through live broadcasts on his phone. Watching Jiang Cheng browse through the various female streamers, Yu Xiaoxiao felt a hint of jealousy as she gazed at her delicate fingers. Jiang Cheng, do you prefer this type? Jiang Cheng glanced at the private messages from the streamer "Do you?" and quickly dismissed them, stating, not a fan. Jiang Cheng effortlessly perused the myriad of private messages on his account, which had been inundated with various messages since he had tipped Xiao Yining. These messages ranged from numerous female streamers to, rather absurdly, some flamboyant male streamers. Are they trying to set me up with a sister? Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing one of the flamboyant boys on the screen. Jiang Cheng swiftly pinched Yu Xiaoxiao playfully. Is that what you're hoping for? Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare. I was just joking. But how many sisters do I actually have now? Chapter 132. Sweet nothings. Upon hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's query, Jiang Cheng set his phone down, gazing at her exquisite willow-shaped brows, and winked, let's say two. Upon receiving his answer, Yu Xiaoxiao maintained her composure, neither crying nor throwing a tantrum, showing no signs of discontent. Do I know them? Yu Xiaoxiao instinctively assumed Su Wan might be one of them, given her earlier unusual behavior. Jiang Cheng shook his head and gently tucked away the stray hair that had fallen on Yu Xiaoxiao's forehead. He remained unperturbed by her question, as they had previously established a mutual understanding. With a slight, mischievous smile that held a touch of tenderness, he replied, one of them is Manager Wang from Yang Yunnan. And the other? The other is a female streamer. A streamer? Yu Xiaoxiao instinctively glanced at Jiang Cheng's phone, then continued, who do you think is prettier, her or me? Jiang Cheng chuckled softly. In terms of looks, Xiao Yining and Yu Xiaoxiao were quite comparable. However, he recognized that women are not only visual beings, but also emotional. He understood the answer Yu Xiaoxiao yearned to hear. Ultimately, it was sweet nothings. And Jiang Cheng was not reluctant to oblige. You both possess your unique charms, but Xiaoxiao, you are my first woman. Your significance to me is unparalleled. Do you understand? As anticipated, upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, any trace of jealousy within Yu Xiaoxiao dissipated, leaving only boundless sweetness. From the outset, Yu Xiaoxiao's expectations of Jiang Cheng had never been for exclusivity. Thus, upon learning she was not the sole woman in his life, she accepted it readily. though claiming she felt no jealousy would be disingenuous. Yet, after Jiang Cheng's heartfelt declaration, her world seemed to brighten, as if clouds had parted to reveal the moon. She was indeed the most special one. What more could she wish for? Had Jiang Cheng initially promised her she would be his only woman, discovering otherwise would have felt like betrayal. However, since Jiang Cheng was inherently a scoundrel, Yu Xiaoxiao's expectations were not particularly high. Lowering her standards allowed her to realize her own uniqueness, akin to capturing the heart of a rogue. This satisfaction was extraordinary. If a decent man were to lose interest, no longer devoted as before, one would harshly condemn him. Yet, when a scoundrel suddenly tells you that you are special, you might feel he still cares, perhaps even genuinely. You would perceive his affections as an immense gift. As Yu Xiaoxiao met Jiang Cheng's sincere gaze, her cheeks flushed. Understood. You glutton. Can you handle 3 of us? Following her words, she playfully circled her finger on Jiang Cheng's abdomen. Jiang Cheng seized her wandering fingers. Are you implying I should impress you further? At Jiang Cheng's remark, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. Although she desperately desired to rest, the thought of Jiang Cheng not being by her side that night made her contemplate exhausting him in advance. Chapter 133. A rear-end collision. After this contemplation, Yu Xiaoxiao pressed her alluring lips against Jiang Cheng's ear and whispered softly, "How about I give you?" Ding. Due to the host leading partners in a continuous sprint, the system rewarded the host with professional-level driving skills. It was only by nightfall that Jiang Cheng finally left the office, supporting his waist. He knew that if he lingered any longer, he might wake up as a dried corpse in the morning. After a night of exertion, Jiang Cheng leisurely drove his Porsche 918, seeking a roadside barbecue stall. Parking at the entrance, he inquired of the middle-aged man grilling skewers, "Boss, is parking allowed here?" The owner, taken aback by the sight of Jiang Cheng's Porsche, widened his eyes in astonishment before nodding with a hearty smile. "You can park here. There's no enforcement." "Great." After disembarking, Jiang Cheng glanced at the fresh ingredients outside the door. He ordered dozens of skewers of kidney and oysters, opened a bottle of cola, and then stepped into the establishment. At that moment, the dining area was not particularly crowded, so Jiang Cheng casually chose a corner and began scrolling through his phone. The presence of a Porsche 918 parked beside a modest barbecue stall immediately attracted the attention of numerous passersby and patrons, especially given the car's rather unique license plate. The onlookers were astonished that such a wealthy second-generation heir would choose to dine on inexpensive barbecue skewers. Had the affluent truly become so undemanding? Wasn't it commonly said that their clothing often cost thousands? How could they indulge in food priced at mere dollars? Such perceptions of hardship are shallow. In the realm of gourmet delicacies, all are equal. Jiang Cheng paid little heed to the discussions around him. Despite his current state, he could hear many subtle sounds. He endeavored to block out the incessant chatter, focusing instead on his phone to search for suitable hotels nearby. His sole desire was to enjoy a good meal and find a nearby hotel to rest comfortably. Jiang Cheng wished to express his inconvenience. While he savored his skewers and browsed hotel rooms, a sudden loud crash erupted beside him. Turning to investigate, he noticed a Tiffany blue Lamborghini Aventador had seemingly collided with something. To his astonishment, the Lamborghini had struck the Porsche 918. When had the Porsche parked there? The license plate was indeed remarkable. Had the wealthy begun frequenting such alleyways for food? Was the handsome driver unharmed? The combined value of these two vehicles was likely around 20 million. Upon hearing the name Porsche 918, Jiang Cheng's heart sank, cursing under his breath. He couldn't believe his misfortune. Was it possible to be rear-ended while parked? His position was not even close to the road. The barbecue stall owner hurriedly approached him and exclaimed, "Young man, trouble. Your car has been hit. What shall we do?" Jiang Cheng resigned, set down his skewers, and stepped outside. There he saw that the rear light of his Porsche had been forcefully impacted by the Lamborghini's front, with the left light completely destroyed. The Lamborghini's driver, now outside, was crouching at the point of collision, examining the damage. He appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Cheng, his expression grim as he inspected the Lamborghini's front and muttered something unintelligible. The barbecue stall owner's face mirrored the young man's concern, as the incident had unfolded right at his doorstep. With a pained expression, he addressed Jiang Cheng. "Oh dear. This is terrible. It's my fault for allowing you to park here. Such a fine car of yours has been damaged. What now? The onlookers, witnessing the collision of a Lamborghini Aventador worth over $5 million with a Porsche 918 valued at $10 million, were already in shock. Their astonishment only grew when they realized that the owner of the 918 was yet another young gentleman. In contrast to the barbecue stall owner's panic, Jiang Cheng appeared remarkably composed, waving his hand to reassure the stall owner. It's all right. It's not your fault. No need to panic. Observing Jiang Cheng's nonchalance, the crowd couldn't help but be taken aback. It seemed as if the damaged Porsche was merely a bicycle worth a few hundred rather than a vehicle worth millions. Was it true that over 10 million meant nothing to the affluent? Why did he seem so unfazed? The young man from the Lamborghini, upon realizing Jiang Cheng was the car's owner, was momentarily surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure and approached Jiang Cheng, apologizing. Hey, brother, I sincerely apologize. I was driving just fine, and then a dog suddenly ran out. I swerved to avoid it. Given the young man's amiable demeanor and the nature of the incident, Jiang Cheng refrained from voicing any complaints. After all, the deed was done, and one cannot blame a supercar for an unexpected mishap. The damage to the light and the scrape would likely cost near $1 million. Moreover, under normal driving conditions, one might have the chance to swerve or brake suddenly. However, encountering a stray dog on the highway would necessitate driving straight ahead. Sudden maneuvers could lead to far graver consequences. Jiang Cheng felt a wave of fatigue as he muttered, "What shall we do now?" Observing Jiang Cheng's calm demeanor, the Lamborghini driver felt a sense of relief. After all, a car accident is neither trivial nor monumental. As long as no one is harmed, it merely involves financial restitution for repairs. Nonetheless, repairs incur time costs. If one encounters a person of good temperament, matters are manageable. However, should one confront a hothead, complications arise. While relaxing, the Lamborghini driver couldn't help but regard Jiang Cheng with newfound respect. Even the wealthy feel a pang of regret when their beloved vehicles are damaged, especially a Porsche 918. Yet, Jiang Cheng appeared unfazed, suggesting he did not lack such a car. A person who could afford a $10 million supercar must possess considerable wealth. Moreover, the unique license plate added an air of exclusivity. Pondering this, the Lamborghini driver felt more at ease. Conversing with someone of equal standing was far simpler. Just a moment, let me make a call. Jiang Cheng casually nodded. The situation was already set, and fortunately, he had a Ferrari as a backup. The young man soon finished his call and turned back to Jiang Cheng. Expressing his apologies once more, I've called someone to handle this. I truly envy your car. I wonder when I could drive one like yours. The onlookers were astonished to witness two affluent young men discussing the collision of their luxury vehicles with such ease and lightheartedness. Typically, when two motorcycles collide, it results in heated disputes. Why did the atmosphere shift so drastically with two luxury cars? Noticing some individuals beginning to take photos, Jiang Cheng suggested to the Lamborghini driver, "Shall we go inside and grab something to eat?" "Sure, let us go." Jiang Cheng turned to the bewildered barbecue stall owner and said, "Boss, please prepare a few more skewers for me." As the two entered with laughter, the stall owner scratched his head in confusion, remarking, "Today's youth have such a good mindset." "No, boss," someone corrected him. "It's the wealthy who have such an excellent mindset. They can afford to be so nonchalant. Try swapping for an ordinary car," another added. "If my old clunker were to collide with a Lamborghini, regardless of insurance coverage, I would demand compensation multiplied by 2. What can I say? I'm just a poor man." Chapter 134. Principal Wang. "Hey, let me introduce myself. I'm Qi Yuan." He extended his hand toward Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng. Although it was their first meeting under such circumstances, both young men, of similar ages, felt at ease. Qi Yuan regarded Jiang Cheng's Patek Philippe watch, his eyebrows raising in intrigue. The watch was undoubtedly more expensive than his Porsche 918. In that instant, Qi Yuan understood why Jiang Cheng had reacted so calmly to the damage to his car. It became evident that Jiang Cheng's background was anything but ordinary. Qi Yuan opened a bottle of cola on the table and said to Jiang Cheng, "Come, brother Jiang, let me toast to you. Although our acquaintance arises from such circumstances, it is still an honor to meet you." Qi Yuan felt that Jiang Cheng's status was not ordinary, and Jiang Cheng, in turn, could see that Qi Yuan was no common person either. The way he nonchalantly reacted after the car crash revealed his composure, as if such incidents were nothing new to him. After all, this was a supercar, not just a vehicle worth a mere 100 or 200,000. Since I can't drink alcohol, how about a couple of bottles of ice-cold beer? Jiang Cheng asked Qiyuan. Ha ha ha, brother Jiang. Your mindset is truly commendable. Not to mention anything else from now on. You shall be like a brother to me. The barbecue here is quite delightful. Although the decor is rather ordinary, the owner certainly knows how to grill well. I didn't expect to see you here enjoying a meal. This is my first visit. I just happened to stumble upon this place, Qiyuan replied while munching on skewers. You're not from around here, are you? Jiang Cheng shook his head. I'm from Tianfu. I thought I hadn't seen your car before. No wonder. It just arrived a couple of days ago. Ha ha ha, I truly apologize. Rest assured, I will ensure it is restored to its original condition. As they chatted, a young man of average build descended from a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside. He glanced at the two supercars at the entrance, shook his head in disbelief, and walked into the restaurant. Upon seeing Qiyuan, the man bluntly remarked, I must say, I have immense respect for you. How can you manage to crash when the road is so wide? You truly cannot drive. Jiang Cheng looked up in surprise at the voice. Was this not the famous internet celebrity, Principal Wang? Upon recognizing him, Qiyuan stood up, wearing an expression of helplessness. I am truly at a loss for words. You know my situation. It took a lot of convincing for my cousin to lend me her car for a joyride, and not long after getting on the road, a dog suddenly dashed out, and I couldn't help but run over it. And now here we are. Why don't you just refrain from driving a supercar? You take a regular car without issue. If you ask me, you're indeed a supercar killer. All right, enough teasing. I called you here to help me sort out this car. Why not just call the insurance? Are you foolish? If I call the insurance, my family will discover it. They've been quite lenient with me lately, and I'm on the verge of having the restrictions lifted. If they find out, I can forget about ever driving a supercar again. Is this the attitude with which you come to ask for my help? Old Wang, no, brother Wang. I was wrong earlier. I was just anxious. Could you please assist me? Now that's more like it. I've already called someone to take it to the dealership for repairs. All right, from now on, you are my brother. No, with this attitude. I can't trust you. Wang Song shook his head in refusal. Ah, this is my friend from Porsche, Jiang Cheng. Qiyuan introduced Wang Song. Brother Jiang. This is my brother, the illustrious Principal Wang. You must know him. Jiang Cheng could tell that Qiyuan and Principal Wang were quite familiar, and nodded. Principal Wang. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Chapter 135. The supercar killer, his fearlessness in offending others often led him to take on the role of a watchdog in the entertainment industry. He was privy to many behind-the-scenes stories regarding various scandals. Over the years, he had exposed several significant incidents. Subsequently, after acquiring a team, he renamed it. He later humorously referred to himself as the principal of the POW school, which is how he earned the nickname Principal Wang among netizens. Wang Song glanced at Jiang Cheng. Having noticed the Porsche 918 upon entering and now observed the Patek Philippe watch on Jiang Cheng's wrist, his expression shifted subtly. A watch worth over 20 million and a car over 10 million. How intriguing. After exchanging glances with Qiyuan, Wang Song extended his hand to Jiang Cheng. You can call me Xiao Wang instead of Principal Wang. Jiang Cheng, naturally accepting Wang Song's extended hand, replied, You must be older than I. Calling you Lao Wang feels inappropriate. Brother Wang would suffice. At that moment, Qiyuan interjected, By the way, how old are you, Brother Jiang? You seem to be around my age. I will be starting university next month. I knew I hadn't misjudged, but I truly envy you. At just 18, you possess that Porsche 918, whereas I do not. Qiyuan expressed enviously. My parents arranged for me to study abroad, but I really don't want to go. It sounds so dull without friends. It's much more enjoyable here, especially since if I crash again, I can count on Brother Wang to handle it. Wang Song rolled his eyes at Qiyuan and turned to Jiang Cheng. Your mindset is commendable. You can still enjoy skewers with him. Apologies. But whenever my brother drives a supercar, it's always bad news. He has practically a supercar killer. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively. It's all trivial. As long as no one was hurt, why not join us for a bit of food? Sure, I only had half a drink before rushing over. And I'm quite hungry now. Wang Song sat down and turned to Qiyuan. You crashed a car and are treating people to this? Qiyuan unabashedly replied, You've misunderstood. This meal is being treated by Brother Jiang. My goodness, I know you have thick skin, but I didn't think it was to this extent. How can you still have the gall to mooch on a meal under these circumstances? Wang Song bluntly critiqued. then proceeded to help himself to the barbecue on the table without hesitation. Qiyuan understood that Wang Tsong's act of joining him for a meal was a subtle way to get acquainted with Jiang Cheng, and thus he chuckled. You don't understand. Brother Jiang is like a brother to me. Although I didn't prepare well this evening, I will definitely arrange a grand celebration for our newfound friendship tomorrow. Brother Jiang, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy only calls you brother when he needs something. Otherwise, he all insults without a hint of courtesy, Wang Tsong added nonchalantly. Upon hearing Wang Tsong expose his flaws, Qiyuan quickly interrupted. This is my first meeting with Brother Jiang. Please don't ruin my reputation. Jiang Cheng, following the topic, inquired, did you just say he is a supercar killer? Whenever he drives a supercar, it's bound to end badly, either a crash or a tree collision. Now his family has banned him from driving supercars altogether. Wang Tsong explained to Jiang Cheng. Upon realizing they had ventured into a sensitive topic, Qiyuan immediately defended himself. No, this truly isn't my fault. I haven't driven in so long. I wasn't even going that fast. It was some dog that suddenly ran out. I absolutely detest those irresponsible dog owners who don't leash their pets. Why not check the surveillance footage and locate the dog's owner? Jiang Cheng suggested. Qiyuan immediately shook his head. Let's not do that. This car belongs to my cousin. If she finds out I damaged her car, she'll surely kill me. I borrowed it secretly, and if my parents find out I called the police, I'll be grounded for eternity. Wang Tsong shot Qiyuan an incredulous look before shaking his head. Your cousin is truly carefree. Your parents have already warned everyone not to lend you their cars. Yet she still does. Isn't she worried you'll get into trouble? After taking a sip of his beer, Qiyuan pushed Wang Tsong lightly. You think everyone is like you? She cares about me. Besides, what could happen? It's always just accidents. Seeing that Qiyuan remained obstinate, Wang Tsong began to retort. Caring about you? Are you serious? How many times have you driven my Lamborghini and Ferrari? If we tally up all the minor collisions, it's at least 8 out of 10 times, and you still have the face to say that? Jiang Cheng listened in astonishment. Qiyuan appeared to be around his age, yet he had encountered so many accidents while driving. It was indeed rather exaggerated. Ha! Did you buy your driving license? Jiang Cheng curiously asked. By heaven's witness. I passed the test on my first try. You have no idea. The last crash was due to a dog. And the previous time I crashed while driving his car was at 2 or 3 in the morning when there were hardly any people around. I had not opened my heart for a long time, thinking I could finally leap forward, but to my dismay, just as I accelerated, someone had placed a large basket on the sidewalk ahead without any regard for public decency. In my attempt to avoid that cumbersome basket, I crashed into a flower bed. After hearing Qiyuan's experience, Jiang Cheng could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, your luck is truly abysmal. Oh, let's not dwell on these vexing matters. Every incident is merely a mishap, and it is certainly not my fault, Qiyuan lamented. Regrettably, my parents refused to listen to my explanations and insisted on freezing my funds. This year, I am determined to acquire a supercar for myself. I refuse to believe I will continue to be this unfortunate, Qiyuan asserted defiantly. With your monthly income, what can you even afford? You need to save for ages, Wang Tsong retorted bluntly. Qiyuan, with a pitiful expression, pleaded with Wang Tsong. How about lending me a bit? Just a couple million would suffice. My demands are modest. Even if it is that shabby Porsche 911, I could endure it, as long as it is a supercar. Chapter 136. I believe you are a liar. Wang Tsong shot Qiyuan a disdainful glance. You can forget it. I'm not getting involved in this. If your father finds out, mine would surely punish me. Qiyuan, feeling frustrated, scratched his head. Damn, how can I show off and attract girls when school starts? But seriously, I think you're right, Wang. With your luck in driving a supercar, it might be wiser to stick to a sturdy regular car or hire a driver for safety and convenience. The repair costs after a single collision could amount to hundreds of thousands. Who could bear that? Furthermore, supercars are not built to withstand accidents. One wrong move could lead to disaster. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Wang Tsong added, Exactly. Isn't it fine to have a driver? What's so great about being a university student? It is the same in the dark. It is well known that Principal Wang has a penchant for internet celebrities, and he has hardly been seen mingling with university students. Perhaps it stemmed from being hurt by a first love during his school days. It is said that Wang Tsong during his student years abroad, was once an innocent and sincere youth in matters of love. Allegedly, he was unaware of his family's wealth. When his girlfriend desired a designer handbag, Wang Tsong felt he could not afford it, leading to their breakup. He even posted on Weibo about an argument with a particularly vain girl, asking why she was so enamored with material possessions. She claimed they symbolized status and identity, to which he mocked her, questioning if a girl's emptiness and insecurity required such adornments. You wouldn't understand. University students have their own virtues. Never mind. It is futile to explain this to you. Supercars are the romance of young men. Qi Yuan remarked dismissively. Wait until you can safely drive a supercar before you boast. By the way, who needs to replenish so many kidneys? Wang Tsong laughed. I've been a bit busy lately. I just saw those fresh kidneys at their place. Given your frequent outings with girls, you should also indulge, Jiang Cheng said, handing 2 skewers of kidneys to Wang Tsong. Wang Tsong chuckled as he accepted them, defending himself. My situation is different from yours. We are purely dining, chatting, and drinking. Nothing else. I believe you are a liar. Jiang Cheng shook his head skeptically. Qi Yuan chimed in. Indeed, never trust his tall tales. He changes women more often than his family changes venues. It is well known that Principal Wang is also one of the internet tycoons, with a fondness for showering gifts on women, although some of his expenditures serve to promote his newly established streaming platform. However, claiming to be innocent is definitely out of the question. Wang Tsong's romantic entanglements remain a mystery, with his number of girlfriends being uncountable. Let's not talk about me. Just look at your watch and that car in Shanghai. What woman wouldn't he be interested? The socialites there just waiting to be chosen. Jiang Cheng waved dismissively. Forget it. I have no interest in such matters, Jiang Cheng replied. I agree. My fellow peers are all dressed up. Yet they engage in even wilder antics than we do. Wang Tsong scoffed. You wouldn't believe it. I met someone while drinking who set a trap for me, costing me several tens of thousands in one go. Qi Yuan lamented. Jiang Cheng laughed heartily at Qi Yuan's bluntness. He quite admired Qi Yuan's character. Jiang Cheng, what does your family do? It is rare for someone your age to possess such wealth, Wang Tsong inquired. I can only be vague. We run a construction company. Just an ordinary family compared to you, Jiang Cheng replied. Don't be so modest. I do not appreciate that. At 18, although I knew my family was wealthy, I still couldn't afford a $20 million Patek Philippe. Wang Tsong responded earnestly. Qi Yuan echoed. Exactly, if I dare to mention buying something so expensive, my father would surely disown me. Listening to Qi Yuan, Jiang Cheng fell into a moment of contemplation. Is that so? Then, how about the Richard Mille flying tourbillon I acquired recently? Upon hearing this, both Wang Tsong and Qi Yuan were momentarily taken aback. Wow, Jiang brother, my dear friend, can I take a look at that piece? I've never seen one before, Qi Yuan said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Wang Tsong, equally curious, asked, I've seen that brand's watch, but never purchased one. How much did you pay for it? Jiang Cheng recalled that Wang Tsong also owned one, which had once made headlines. 15 million. Upon hearing this price, Wang Tsong's expression turned incredulous. What? Is it worth it to spend 15 million on that watch? That brand is rather niche now. At least not comparable to the one you have. Judging by his expression, Jiang Cheng suspected that if they were not so unfamiliar, Wang Tsong might have directly called him foolish. Jiang Cheng understood their thoughts. He was forward-thinking, while they were not. However, there was no need to explain. They likely wouldn't believe him anyway. Although it may seem undervalued now, in 2 years that price will be unattainable for that watch, and I find it quite appealing. Thus deeming it worthwhile, Jiang Cheng declared with an air of confidence. Seeing Jiang Cheng so self-assured, Qi Yuan's interest was piqued. How do you know this watch will become popular? Do you possess some insider information? Not exactly insider information, but I do know its price should align with the watch I possess in 2 years, Jiang Cheng teased. Wang Tsong's eyes flickered. He had only seen the brand before and had not paid much attention. Could it be that he was lacking in information? Wang Tsong, skeptical, poured cold water on Jiang Cheng's enthusiasm. It may be possible, but can you afford it? Don't forget, you are already restricted from high-value purchases. It seems I must fend for myself. Jiang brother, if you come across any profitable opportunities, do let me know. You two are both affluent. I am in dire need of funds, Qi Yuan lamented. Chapter 137. Just a lesson learned. You can forget it with your meager funds. Investing in anything would be a stretch. Wang Tsong waved dismissively. You're just here to rain on my parade. Jiang, brother, do you engage in any investments? With your affluent demeanor, you must dabble in something, Qi Yuan probed. Well, I casually started an investment firm in an entertainment company recently, Jiang Cheng replied. Wang Tsong immediately perked up with interest. What are your companies called? I wanted to start an entertainment company as well, but my father wouldn't allow it. So I ended up with a streaming company. Jiang Cheng nodded. Both are named Xingchen. How about your Xiaomao streaming? Jiang Cheng remembered that Wang Tsong had established Xiaomao streaming with a registered capital of 20 million last year, signing numerous internet celebrities. And this year he had engaged in various audacious tactics to promote his streaming business. However, Jiang Cheng also recalled that Xiaomao streaming had announced its closure just a few years later. He personally entered the live streaming arena on the Xiaomao platform, and even the members of his team joined him in broadcasting. He generously rewarded many emerging internet celebrities, with donations starting at a staggering 1 million for each live session. Consequently, Xiaomao Live swiftly gained prominence, establishing itself as one of the triumvirate of leading live streaming platforms. Unfortunately, just as Wang Tsong's endeavors began to flourish, internal strife among the company's executives erupted, driven by self-interest. Other shareholders conspired to completely marginalize Wang Tsong, stripping him of his authority. Following a series of power struggles, Wang Tsong was reduced to a mere fade, possessing status and identity externally, yet lacking any voice within. This marked the onset of his first investment failure. The internal discord created a toxic atmosphere within the platform, leading to numerous streamers facing wage arrears, resulting in widespread discontent that began to resonate online. 3 years later, the Xiaomao platform announced its definitive closure, bringing this internal power struggle to an end. Unexpectedly, these events profoundly impacted Wang Tsong's subsequent life, even rendering him a debtor. Investors united to sue him for compensation, ultimately resulting in a court ruling that imposed an exorbitant loss of 20 billion yuan upon him. Consequently, he faced restrictions on high consumption imposed by the court on 2 occasions. However, these matters are a tale for another day. This year marks a period of significant opportunity for Wang Tsong. Jiang Cheng nodded, acknowledging the live streaming industry is quite promising now. But your company operates on a shareholding basis, doesn't it? Choosing the right partner in a shareholding company is crucial. Wang Tsong, oblivious to the implications of Jiang Cheng's words, nodded in agreement. We are continuously seeking financing, preparing for a round of funding next year, at which point the market value is expected to reach 2.4 billion. Jiang Cheng observed Wang Tsong's triumphant demeanor and smiled without comment. Given the current momentum of Xiaomao Live, halting its progress would undoubtedly be beyond his consideration. Moreover, Jiang Cheng had no intention of intervening. After all, as the son of a billionaire, a mere 20 billion was merely a lesson to be learned.